Press this button, and you will receive 100 million. But you must be in Silent Hill. Choose one to traverse between Raccoon City and Chuan Village. If you can find a way back, you will be rewarded another 900 million. When I faced this choice, I had only 30 seconds to think. Such a short time meant I couldn't search online at all. With 25 seconds left, I quickly went over these 3 places in my mind. I had seen the movie Silent Hill before, but I couldn't remember it well. I didn't know the specific difficulty. In any case, encountering those monsters would probably mean death. The second option, Raccoon City, is a city from the Resident Evil movie series. It's also the scariest place for a zombie outbreak. If I traverse there, I'd have to face hordes of zombies. What's more critical is whether I would be randomly teleported there myself. If I were to drop right into a crowd of zombies upon arrival, wouldn't that just be serving myself up as a meal? I glanced at the time, only 10 seconds were left, and I chose Chuan Village as my final option. I began to rationally deduce that if this village was terrifying enough, I would have heard of it. With 2 seconds left, I decisively chose Chuan Village. When I opened my eyes again, I found myself on a muddy dirt road. Surrounded by lush green trees, I see a village ahead with smoke curling up into the sky. Such a beautiful scene leaves me somewhat entranced. After my journey, I unexpectedly discovered that I had a chat group system. Inside are travelers from various other worlds, and there are 67 members in the group. However, there are 60 gray avatars and names, which means there are a total of 67 members. But now, only 7 of us, including myself, have survived. This extremely high death rate in this other world terrifies me, and as I feel frustrated and uneasy, I ponder whether to avoid going to the village ahead to assess the situation. Suddenly, a cold notification sound rang out in my mind. Ding Ping Yuan, Chen Kang's 6th wife, deceased. I was stunned, doubting whether I had misheard. Chen Kang and I joined the group at the same time, meaning our arrival times were likely similar. He had only arrived about 5 seconds ago, and Chen Kang was already dead. This is just absurd. Immediately, I tried to silently think of the chat group. In an instant, the virtual page of the chat group appeared before me, bustling with activity. Although I had long thought this new batch of arrivals would struggle to survive, I didn't expect someone to die in just 5 seconds. This completely shattered the record for the fastest death. I wonder what world he traveled to and where he initially arrived, to have died so quickly. I'll know once the death replay is available. By the way, how is the other new arrival doing? I watched as the chat group fell silent. Wow, is there really a death replay? Seeing this, I immediately stated that I had crossed over to a muddy dirt road in a small forest. There's a small village up ahead. Well, you're quite lucky. You're already in the top 10 among all the members starting out. At this moment, a member named Lu Mei warned the newcomers that although your start is good, you shouldn't be too careless. There was once a member who started out just like you, and he ran into the village without any defenses. As a result, that village was a goblin village, and they captured him and roasted him alive. It was a brutal death. After reading that, I was left with a question mark over my head. Wow, is it really that brutal? He was actually roasted by goblins. Ding! The death replay of member Chen Kang has been recorded. Group members can click to view it for lessons learned. At this moment, the group system notification sound went off. This made my gaze shift slightly, and suddenly a virtual screen appeared, displaying the replay. In the replay, Chen Kang appeared directly on a dilapidated street. From a god's eye view, numerous monsters were wandering on the street, and I recognized them well. They were zombies. Right in front of Chen Kang was a mutated zombie, standing a full 4 meters tall. The moment Chen Kang appeared, the mutated zombie noticed him and immediately grabbed him. Chen Kang struggled in terror and despair, but it was futile, just like being devoured by zombies while eating a twisted pastry. This wish is a bit tragic. A silent chat message suddenly appeared in the group chat. This made everyone in the group laugh, and it quickly became lively. Even the great boss Kai Yonglong popped up, prompting everyone to flatter him. Kai Go, how do you have time to pop up? Aren't you preparing for the inner sect competition? Kai Yonglong immediately stated, I've broken through to the 7th level of the innate realm and have even cultivated the Earth Fiend Palace to the 8th layer. My combat power is on par with the average, and I have a 99% chance of winning the first part. Upon hearing this, everyone looked at each other in surprise. Wow, this boss is getting more skilled at showing off. Alright, enough teasing. By the way, newcomer, have you claimed your golden finger yet? Instead of aimlessly chatting in the group, you might as well quickly claim your golden finger and find a safe place to develop. Seeing this, I immediately typed to thank Kai Gu for the reminder. Following the senior's advice, I eagerly opened the chat group's function page and soon saw the option to draw a golden finger, selecting confirm. Then, a mystical lake appeared, containing many drifting bottles. These bottles likely contained different golden fingers. After some hesitation, I randomly chose a drifting bottle. Congratulations! You have obtained the exclusive Golden Finger Life Simulator function. Each host can simulate for free once a day. After the simulation ends, the simulation count resets at 10 a.m. Using the refresh function temporarily allows for special simulations, guaranteeing simulation rewards. I looked at the features of the life simulator, amazed by this incredible tool that could help avoid danger and death, while rapidly increasing my strength. With the simulator, I felt excited and then glanced at the nearby village with smoke rising, deciding to use the life simulator. Ding! After considering, the life simulation chose to head to the village ahead. To your surprise, the villagers spoke standard Mandarin, and you felt very pleased. The village chief questioned who you were and why you appeared here. You stated that you were a traveler, hoping the villagers would take you in. After some thought, the village chief decided to take you in. You were very happy and casually took out some chocolate from your pocket to repay the village chief and others. The village chief and others held the food but chose not to eat. Noticing their hesitation, you realized they feared the food might be poisoned, so you reluctantly ate some yourself. Seeing you eat, the village chief and others finally felt at ease and chose to eat. However, after the village chief ate the snack, his expression changed drastically as he exclaimed that the food was poisoned, and he killed you instantly. The simulation ended. Remaining simulation attempts for today, 0. I stared at the simulation content on the virtual screen, completely bewildered. The cause of death was just too strange. After I relayed the situation to the chat group, immediately, a senior pointed out that the reason is simple. Do you think modern snacks are gourmet delicacies? In reality, that's not the case. So-called modern snacks are just a mix of additives, preservatives, and other random substances. Even the ingredients are often treated with pesticides. There was once a meme online about an innocent time traveler who thought giving instant noodles to the emperor would make him linger, but when it came to the seasoning packets, he was seen as trying to poison him. The analogy made by the senior was quite accurate, but not entirely appropriate. Ordinary people in ancient times might not notice any issues, but in a world with extraordinary powers, they could easily sense whether what they consumed was poisoned. Even powerful beings could tell before it even entered their stomachs. After reading the comments from the time-traveling seniors, I was stunned. Wow, this danger really is everywhere and hard to guard against. Who would have thought that chocolate is considered poisonous by people in other worlds? Fortunately, according to the simulator's description, the people in this village are actually quite kind, otherwise, they wouldn't have allowed me to stay. The reason for the killings was that snacks were mistaken for poison. If I hadn't done that, the lawyer probably wouldn't have died. I gritted my teeth and made a decision, walking heavily towards the nearby village. When I arrived at the village entrance, the two burly men in hemp clothing at the village entrance noticed me, tightened their grips on their long spears, and fixed their sharp eyes on me. The low-ranking guard immediately stopped and demanded my name and origin. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude. The village of Chuan is small, and everyone knows each other, while I am a stranger dressed oddly, someone they have never seen before. Moreover, by their slightly pale complexions and uncalloused skin, they could tell that these were not ordinary people. They were likely city dwellers from outside, living a life of privilege. Lastly, they could sense the other's aura, which was pitifully weak, likely even inferior to the children in their village. They looked like their bodies had been drained, completely resembling weaklings with a combat power of less than 5. This led them to label me as completely non-threatening. However, even though I posed no threat, they still wouldn't let me just enter the village. My name is Wang Ling. I am a traveler who accidentally got lost in this forest and came over upon seeing the smoke rising in the sky. I quickly raised my hands. I started to explain that I was lost in the forest, and asked how I dared to wander in here alone. The two village guards exchanged glances. Their expressions turned strange. I encountered danger, and my guard held them off for me. Seeing the two of them suddenly suspecting my quick thinking, I explained with a bitter smile, so that's how it is. No wonder you're alone. The village guards exchanged glances, and only then did they slightly believe my words. Seeing that they seemed to trust me a bit, I couldn't help but make a request. May I stay in your village for a while? Of course, I won't stay for free. I can help with work and will repay your village in the future. That's not something we can decide. We need to consult the village chief. Please wait a moment while I go get him, said the two village committee members as they spoke in turn. After saying this, one of the committee members ran directly into the village. His footsteps were swift, and in the blink of an eye, he covered more than 20 meters. I was astonished. This speed is probably beyond that of an ordinary human. A few minutes later, the village guard arrived with an elderly man whose hair was completely white. After learning my intentions, the village chief chuckled and said, "Our village is far from the hustle and bustle. It's rare for someone to come here safely. It seems fortunate that you arrived unharmed. Allowing you to stay for a while is certainly not a problem. Thank you, village chief." Hearing his approval, I felt relieved and bowed in gratitude once more. "No need to be polite, come with me. I'll take you to find a place to stay," the village chief nodded. He then turned and walked into the village, and I quickly followed. After the two left, the two village guards exchanged glances and muttered, "This kid may be weak, but his luck is quite good." Escaping alone in this black wind forest without being eaten by a beast or bitten by a poisonous insect is impressive. The reason outsiders first came to Chien village is because of a person who, although only on the outskirts of the black wind forest, is not an ordinary individual capable of surviving there. Here, one can see monsters and poisonous creatures everywhere. Not even the wealthy young masters from their village, let alone ordinary children, would stand a chance. Even some powerful dancers could easily meet their end with a single misstep. The village chief walked with me along the village path, drawing the attention of many villagers. "Big brother, what do you have in that bag? It smells so good." At that moment, a 10-year-old girl dressed in hemp clothes with braided hair approached. She mustered her courage and jogged over. After the 10-year-old girl ran over, the other children hanging back seemed to gain confidence and all gathered around, staring at me with eager eyes. Some even gulped audibly. Faced with the children's gazes, my expression froze. The scenarios from the life simulator were still fresh in my mind. If I gave them the chocolate in my pocket, my fate would surely be dire. "This is food from my hometown. Although it smells and tastes great, it's poisonous and harmful to the body. Children can't eat this." My mind raced, and I ultimately chose to speak the truth. "Poisonous? That's really scary. My grandfather said that if something is poisonous, no matter how delicious it is, you shouldn't touch it." "Are the people from your hometown all this reckless?" The village chief looked at me with a strange expression. "No wonder you're so weak. It seems it's not just because of the silver immersion, but also due to this food." I felt a bit embarrassed and humbly asked, "Village chief, do you think I can still practice martial arts now? The kidneys are the foundation of one's innate abilities." "Your innate foundation is severely depleted, which greatly affects your martial arts practice. Moreover, you're getting older, and it's too late to start training. Even if you force yourself to practice while under the influence of drugs, it's unlikely you'll achieve great success in the future." The village chief shot me a glance and delivered a death sentence. I was at a loss for words, but I wasn't completely hopeless. After all, the seniors in the chat group weren't necessarily in a better situation before they crossed over. Now, they all embarked on the path of cultivation, especially the great master Kai Yonglong. He has been thriving remarkably. "Alright, you can stay here and help me take care of a child," the village chief said, as we stood in front of a very simple courtyard. We came to a stop. I looked around and saw 4 chickens and 3 ducks in the courtyard. In addition, there was a small yellow dog rolling on the ground. It was playing around with a large goose. I looked at the village chief with some confusion. His name is Chifeng. His parents died in a hunting accident, and due to their sudden passing, he became overly saddened and turned silent. "Staying cooped up all day, you're someone from the outside world, presumably an educated person. I hope you can help enlighten this child." I nodded immediately. Since it was the village chief's request, I would do my best. As the village chief and I entered the humble wooden hut, I saw a child who looked about 8 years old, sitting on a chair, lost in thought. Even with someone entering, Chifeng showed no intention of greeting and continued to stare blankly. "Grandpa Chifeng has brought you a guest. He will stay here for a while and can tell you about the outside world." Seeing Chifeng like this, the village chief sighed inwardly and then revealed a kind smile. This finally elicited some reaction from Chifeng. He didn't want to know about the outside world. "I just want my parents to come back." Hearing this, the village chief smiled bitterly. This child was too stubborn. No matter how they tried to persuade him, it was useless. Once a person dies, they can't come back. However, I've heard that if martial arts are practiced to the extreme, one can, like a deity, reverse time and bring someone back to life. Surely your parents wouldn't want to see you in such despair. At this moment, I thought for a moment and began to offer comfort. As soon as I said this, the village chief was taken aback and looked at me deeply. He had thought I was just an ordinary rich kid, but didn't expect I could say something so profound. He wasn't sure if martial arts practiced to the extreme could reverse time, but he had indeed heard of forbidden places in this world where life could be resurrected. "Brother, is what you said true? Can practicing martial arts really bring my parents back to life? Although I can't guarantee it will work, there is definitely hope. I feel a bit uncertain about the situation in this world and the cultivation system. I have no idea. Speaking like this is just a result of reading too many novels." But the child was not so thoughtful and didn't notice my change in tone. Feng deeply remembered one thing: I must practice martial arts diligently and reach the pinnacle to revive my parents. Feng clenched his fists, and the dullness in his big eyes regained its sparkle. After the village chief left, Feng pulled me over, his face full of excitement, and said, "Brother, you come from the outside world, quickly tell me some stories from there." I thought for a moment and then spoke, wanting to meet Feng's request despite my lack of understanding of the outside world. I could only recount the novels I had read before. "What kind of stories?" Feng asked curiously. "A story called Battle Through the Heavens," I said with a smile, slowly starting to speak, and it lasted for an hour. Feng listened with his eyes shining, captivated, until it grew dark outside and a loud commotion could be heard. Only then did I stop. "Brother Wang, is there more? Did Xiao Yan regain his fighter status?" Feng asked anxiously when he saw me stop, completely engrossed in the story. I was just waiting for Xiao Yan to regain his fighter status and surprise everyone. So I just stopped, and he seemed a bit frantic. He had successfully broken through to the fighter level. I nodded. Upon hearing this, Feng's eyes lit up as he said in admiration, "He really succeeded. Xiao Yan is amazing, going from a genius to a waste, being broken off from his engagement, and then rising rapidly again. It's truly inspiring." "Speaking of which, the commotion outside must be the hunters from your village returning," I said as I looked outside. "Yes, the hunting team from the village usually goes out every 3 days, leaving in the morning and returning at dusk." Feng nodded, speaking with admiration about Brother Wang. "Let me tell you, the hunters in the hunting team are the strongest in our village. All their cultivation levels are at the postnatal stage, and the captain is at the innate stage, very powerful." My dream was to become the captain of the hunting team. I was taken aback. How is it that there's also an innate stage here? In the group, both the big shots Kai Yonlong and Fong Yun are from worlds with the innate stage. I didn't expect that there's also a concept of the innate stage in his world. From Feng, I learned more about this world's cultivation system and intentions. The first 3 realms are divided into body refinement, postnatal, and innate. The first major realm is the body refinement realm, which is specifically divided into refining flesh, skin, bones, meridians, and organs. Each minor realm is further divided into early, middle, and late stages. Only upon reaching the 3rd level of the innate realm can one be considered to have just stepped into the path of cultivation. Once one breaks through the innate realm, they can shed all impurities, refine their essence, and return to the innate body they had in the womb. At that point, not only can they fast, but their strength will also undergo a qualitative change, and their lifespan can be extended to 200 years. As for the realms above the innate realm, the village chief never mentioned them. "I don't know either." I nodded in response to Feng's answer, not surprised. It was already surprising that a village chief knew detailed information about the 3 major realms, which also hinted at the village chiefs and the village's extraordinary nature. "Big brother, let's go out to meet the hunting team. Every time they return, it's the liveliest time in the village, with endless meat to eat." Soon, I followed Feng to the village entrance, which was bustling with activity. Everyone in the village had gathered here. As we welcomed the hunting team, I looked around and my expression showed shock. The members of the hunting team were all over 2 meters tall, clad in animal skins. Beside them were various prey, their shapes bizarre and generally the size of elephants. Most importantly, even in death, these creatures gave me an overwhelming sense of danger. Truly, the uncles of the hunting team have made a great haul this time, having hunted a black storm, a powerful 5th-tier beast on par with the innate realm. Feng glanced at the strong hunters and their prey, speaking with admiration on his face. When Feng said this, I couldn't help but be surprised. This village is so powerful that they can hunt beasts comparable to innate-level creatures in this forest, which shows just how dangerous this forest must be. If he had chosen to stay outside the village and wait for a night to refresh the simulation count of the life simulator, he would likely have ended up as badly as Traveler No. 36. Next, under the enthusiastic guidance of Chihu, I made preliminary introductions with many people in the village as the sky gradually darkened, since the beast meat was already cooked. At dinner time, this is first-level beast meat, which is very beneficial for you, but since your body is too weak and cannot handle too much nourishment, you shouldn't eat too much. The village chief came to me with a bowl of rice and a small plate of meat. He said, "Thank you, village chief," I said gratefully as I took the food. "I must say, this beast meat is really delicious." As the village chief said, my body was too weak. After finishing a small plate of beast meat, I felt a warmth spread throughout my body, which was quite pleasant. After finishing the large pot meal in Chizhu, I then went home with Feng. The next day, before dawn, I was awakened by a series of explosive sounds. Rubbing my sleepy eyes, I pushed open the door. I saw Feng practicing martial arts in the courtyard. Although he is only 8 years old, he is nearly 1.6 meters tall. When he punches, he exudes power, and the air crackles around him. It feels like he could knock out a fierce tiger with a single punch. I then calmed my mind and activated the life simulator. It was past midnight, and the number of simulations had undoubtedly reset. I planned to conduct a new simulation, and soon a virtual screen appeared, displaying the text, "Life simulation starting." On March 1, 480 of the Great Xia calendar, under the guidance of the hunter Chihu D, I practiced the foundational body refinement technique. The training was extremely painful, and I almost couldn't endure it. On June 12, you continued to train diligently, seeking to advance further. However, in the evening, only one member of the hunting team returned severely injured, the others had all died. This news struck the people of Chi's village like a bolt from the blue, nearly causing them to faint from shock. Through inquiries, you learned the details. The Chi's village hunting team had discovered 2 Yuan cultivating herbs during their expedition. These herbs had the effect of strengthening the foundation and enhancing cultivation potential, which greatly pleased the members of the hunting team. They decided to gather all hunting teams and battle the level 6 beast, the Storm Guardian. However, they did not expect another wind leopard to appear. In the end, the hunting team was nearly annihilated by the claws of the 2 wind leopards. The village chief was deeply saddened upon learning the whole story, and he appeared to age significantly. The elderly, weak, women, and children in the village were equally heartbroken. After the village held the funeral, they began to discuss the survival issues of Chi's village. Some elders believe that Chi's village can no longer survive in the Black Wind Forest and must relocate outside. However, this proposal was rejected by the village chief. They had moved to the Black Wind Forest to escape their enemies, and if they relocated, the consequences would be dire if discovered. After the final argument, the village chief decided to split the men guarding the village, forming a hunting team to venture further out to gather monster resources for survival. On August 20th, you continued to train hard. However, a self-proclaimed innate expert named Li Huai found Chi's village and began killing its people. You were furious but powerless. He did not kill the village's children, only the adult men. Your death marked the end of this simulation. I fell silent as I looked at the simulation results. This world is even more dangerous than I imagined. The village's hunting team encountered an accident and was nearly wiped out. Later, more powerful enemies came to attack. I was puzzled as to why they did not kill the children and women, but once I regained my senses, I felt a great relief. Even if my special ability is of a developmental type, it's impossible to become a top-tier innate expert in just 150 days. When facing that ruthless killer Li Huai, who annihilated Chi's village, I would still die. I must inform the villagers of this news. I thought to myself that if the hunting team had not encountered the level 6 monster, the fiery storm, if we annihilate them, we might be able to confront Li Huai. Brother Wang, let's go to the training ground to practice our dance. Half an hour later, Chifeng turned to me and said. I nodded and followed Chifeng out. Soon, we arrived at the training ground, where many children had already gathered. Among them were children under 10 like Lai Wind, as well as those over 10, but none were older than 14, as those over 14 would join the hunting team, to become a proud hunter. At the front, Chihu nodded in satisfaction as he watched me and the children, then began instructing everyone in their training. The children already knew the foundational body refining technique, so Chihu let them practice on their own before coming to me to teach each movement and key point. I listened attentively, but my movements were not standard each time. Whenever Chihu adjusted me, there would be various cracking sounds, causing my face to contort in pain. Good, your willpower is commendable. At the end of the day's training, Chihu praised me and handed me a packet of herbs, telling me to soak in the herbal water for a bath and continue practicing hard tomorrow. The next day, I got up early again and watched Chifeng practice his punches. A new simulation of Ding's life began. On March 2, 480 of the Great Xia calendar, you practiced martial arts diligently, and when the training ended, you told Chihu all about Pei Yuanchao and Laiwen's situation. Chihu was very surprised and asked how you knew. You told a lie, stating that this was the reason for the annihilation of the guards. On March 10, the hunting team found the Pei Yuan grass, but remembering your words, they did not act rashly. The hunting team gathered all the hunters and returned to the village chief to discuss strategies. On March 11, after everything was prepared, the village chief led the hunters into action, successfully killing 2 wind-hunting leopards and harvesting the Pei Yuan grass. Upon returning, the village chief and others were very grateful to you and gave you a Pei Yuan grass to strengthen your foundation. Enhance qualifications. On August 20th, you successfully broke through to the late stage of the body refinement scripture. At this time, you remembered that there would be enemies attacking today, so you found an excuse to tell the hunting team not to go out hunting. There will be danger. The men of Chi village were very puzzled. but considering your kindness to the village, they chose to trust your words. In the afternoon, the innate expert Li Huai arrived at Qi village. Without any provocation, he attacked, infuriating everyone in the village who banded together to fight back, but Li Huai was very powerful. Although there were 6 innate experts in Qi village, the village chief was a formidable innate expert at the 7th level. Yet they were still no match for him. One was killed, and soon after, all the adult men in Qi village were slaughtered. Due to your death, this simulation ends here. I looked at the simulation results, astonished. Is that Li Huai really that strong? Could he have reached the pinnacle of innate realm? I frowned, feeling unsettled. Moreover, based on the first simulation, it's clear that Qi village has a formidable enemy, which is why they are hiding in the Black Wind Forest. That Li Huai is most likely an enemy of Qi village. This is troubling. I rested my thumb on my chin, deep in thought. Qi village has done so much for me, I don't want to see it destroyed. Plus, leaving Qi village for the outside world is too dangerous. Also, without Qi village, I won't have access to such great cultivation resources, so I must find a way to save Qi village. Next, I came to the training grounds with Qi Feng to continue our martial arts practice. Uncle Qi Hu, I have something to tell you. After my training today, I will have found it, Qi Hu said seriously. Actually, the reason I got lost in the Black Wind Forest is that my guard found 2 Peiyuan herbs, but unexpectedly, 2 level 6 demon beasts, the Gale Leopards, were guarding them. Peiyuan herbs. Qi Hu's eyes widened. Those are rare treasures that can enhance one's aptitude and strengthen the foundation. They are also beneficial for breaking through the innate realm, making them extremely precious. I understand. I'll make sure the hunting team pays attention to it, Qi Hu nodded. Your information is very useful. If we find the Peiyuan herbs, you'll benefit from it as well. I nodded with a smile, knowing from the simulation that the people of Chitsuan are kind and generous. When they found the Peiwanko, they even chose to give me one as a response. You know, in the fantasy novels I've read before, whenever someone finds a treasure or spirit, they often turn against each other, wanting to keep it all for themselves, even going so far as to kill the protagonist to silence them. Next, I returned to my room, began brewing medicine to alleviate my fatigue, and absorbed the energy from the herbs to strengthen my body. The next day, I started the simulation again. On March 3rd, year 480 of the Great Summer, you diligently practiced your cultivation. On March 10th, the hunting team successfully found the Peiwanko. On March 11th, after thorough preparation, the village chief led the skilled hunters to kill 2 wind-hunting leopards and successfully harvested the Peiwanko, obtaining one of the plants. Choose to consume it. On July 1st, you broke through to the mid-stage of body refinement, and you were very happy. However, you remembered that on August 20th, a strong enemy would come, which made you feel uneasy. After some thought, you decided to find the village chief and inform him that before entering the Black Wind Forest, you had learned that a complete innate expert named Li Huaidi was searching for something, urging the village chief to be cautious. Upon hearing this, the village chief's expression changed drastically. It turned out that Chitsuan was once a major settlement of the Great Summer Kingdom. Baiwa City, known alongside the Li family as one of the 2 great families of Baiwa City. However, their family was unable to break through to the Lingyuan realm above the innate stage for some reason. 50 years ago, after the ancestor of the Li family broke through to the spirit origin realm, he targeted the Qi family, wanting to wipe them out completely. In the end, the people of Qi village suffered heavy casualties, with only a few escaping into the Black Wind Forest, afraid to let out a whisper. After listening to the village chief's explanation, you deeply felt the dangers of this world and sighed for the plight of the Qi family, while the village chief began to frown and worry. A perfected innate realm expert would have been no match for them during Qi village's peak, but now they are not opponents. If found, it would surely lead to their destruction. Next, the village chief summoned the clan elders for a meeting, and they ultimately decided to relocate to avoid extermination. On July 3rd, you followed the people of Qi village to the outskirts of the Black Wind Forest, as they believed they were being hunted by a powerful family from the Xia kingdom. If their whereabouts were leaked, there would be great danger. They regarded you as a benefactor, and while Qi Feng didn't want you to leave, he also urged you to go. You felt quite helpless about this and didn't know what else to say, so you left the Qi villagers group to make a living in the nearby Black Wind town, though you no longer had the flesh of beast monsters. However, the silver notes given to you by the Qi villagers were substantial, allowing you to live without worry and purchase some cultivation resources for peaceful practice. On May 25, 481, you were targeted by mercenaries in Black Wind Town because you had never engaged in business or hunted beast monsters, yet you could often buy cultivation resources. You were targeted by mercenaries in Black Wind Town, who killed you and took your wealth. Your death marked the end of this simulation. This is just too tragic. I'm at a loss for words. I told the people of Qi village about Li Huai's situation, and they relocated in haste, unaware of their fate. I can only hide in the Black Wind Forest, living and training cautiously, afraid to wander. In the end, I was still targeted. There truly is danger everywhere. It seems that in any world, one must remember to keep a low profile. A few days passed in the blink of an eye, and finally, it was March 10th. I watched the backs of the hunting team, including the Red Fox, as they left, knowing they would surely have a great haul today. I might also gain something today or tomorrow, so I decided to conduct a special simulation. Only a temporary approach could break the deadlock. I murmured to myself that over the past few days, I continued with my daily simulations, but no matter how I simulated, it always ended in various forms of death. Choosing to head to other villages and towns is still useless, the roads to them are fraught with danger. One misstep could lead to encounters with mountain bandits, who demand both money and lives. I can only say that my cultivation in the flesh mirror and skin mirror is of little use when walking outside. I lack the status of an ordinary citizen. Mountain bandits don't even bother with the meager possessions of ordinary people. Robbing a dancer is worth more than a bunch of commoners. However, the frequent encounters with bandits are a reality I must face. I can guess that the current situation in the mansion is probably not good. If the country were peaceful and stable, bandits wouldn't dare to kill and rob along the official roads. Member Wuhao68 has joined the group chat. Member Zhangpeng69 has joined the group chat. Member Zhangjun70 has joined the group chat. At that moment, a system notification suddenly popped up, causing me to flinch slightly and show a look of surprise. In response, I quickly pulled up the page of the Travelers chat group. 3 wishes appeared all at once. That's quite unusual. Welcome, welcome. With the same welcome wishes, I wish you all good luck. I hope you all survive. Wu Hao asked, what does it mean to survive? Did I just join a dark group? I calmly replied that they were correct. This group is indeed quite dark. I suggest you check the group announcement to quickly find out what's going on. Seeing these 3 complaining newcomers learn the truth, I couldn't help but feel a bit nostalgic. I too was once part of those who regretted their choices. Half an hour quickly passed, and the 3 newcomers also crossed over one after another. Soon, a group message came in. Ding! Member Wuhao68 has died. Member Zhangpeng69 has died. Everyone looked puzzled, wondering if the new members were really that unfortunate, having died one after another. The last remaining newcomer, Zhang Jun, helplessly said in the group, I don't know if my luck should be considered good or bad. The place I crossed over to was an empty room. However, looking down the corridor, it was filled with zombies. At this moment, the voice of the group system also sounded again. The death replays of members Wu Hao and Zhang Peng have been recorded. Group members can click to view them for lessons learned. Seeing this question caught my eye, and I quickly clicked to check it out. Then, he learned about the cause of death of Wu Hao and Zhang Peng. These 2 men had a tragic end as well. One of them crossed into the air and fell to his death. The other, although crossing on the ground, tragically ended up in a forest filled with corrosive poisonous gas and soon perished. I am truly fortunate. Wang Chen could only sigh again after learning the reasons for their deaths. Crossing required caution, the risks were indeed too great. Fang Yun, 3 falling to death has happened before, but Zhang Peng crossing into a poisonous gas forest is a new mode of death. Lu Mei, 15 very pitiful. Wu Jun, 20 to be honest, I feel lucky once again. Zhang Hu, 50, you are lucky, except when drawing the golden finger. LOL. Wu Jun, 20 I swear. Fang Yun, 3 alright, stop teasing little Junzi. By the way, what is the new person's golden finger? Come on, tell us and broaden our horizons. Zhang Jun, 70, I don't wanna say. Fang Yun, 3 quite guarded, some are not very sociable. Lu Mei, 15 to speak or not is their freedom. Kaiga didn't say either, don't force others. Fang Yun, 3 sis, I was just joking. Rolling eyes. LOL. Brother Wang Chen, the hunting team is back. They say there was a big harvest this time, let's go take a look. While Wang Chen was in a daze, the voice of Qifeng sounded in his ears, bringing him back to reality. Wang Chen smiled and followed Qifeng towards the village entrance. When the 2 arrived, they saw Qihua and others excitedly talking to the village chief. Upon seeing Wang Chen and Qifeng approaching, Qihua laughed heartily and walked over, patting Wang Chen on the shoulder, saying, you kid didn't lie, we really found 2 Peiyuan grass and 2 fierce wind leopards. Without your information, we would have suffered heavy casualties. This time, thank you very much. The captain of the hunting team, Shi Tai, also spoke sincerely. Although he had the cultivation of the 6th realm of innate, the fierce wind leopard was a level 6 monster beast, equivalent in strength to a human warrior of the 7th realm of innate, truly formidable. If they were to face one fierce wind leopard, they could still resist with numerical advantage, but if facing 2 at once, they might all perish. Therefore, Wang Chen's information saved their hunting team and the village. No need to thank me, you took me in, it's what I should do, Wang Chen said with a smile. Beside them, the village chief looked at Wang Chen with a smile on his old face and said, "Tomorrow, I will lead people to kill the 2 fierce wind leopards and harvest the Peiyuan grass. At that time, I will give you one, to help you consolidate your cultivation. This way, you will have hope of becoming a successful warrior." "Thank you, village chief." Wang Chen thanked him with a bow. "But, village chief, I wonder if the village has any spirit stones?" Then, Wang Chen couldn't help but ask. Although our Chigu village avoids the world and stays hidden in the Haifeng forest, spirit stones are still considered precious, but we do have some in the village. However, what do you need spirit stones for? The village chief asked in confusion. Chigu village stayed hidden in the Haifeng forest to avoid enemies, but they still needed to purchase some items like clothing, food, medicine, and weapons from outside. Therefore, they naturally had spirit stones, which were used for cultivation aid. They have some uses. I wonder if the village chief could lend me some. Wang Chen spoke up. "You have done a great favor for our Chigu village. If you need some spirit stones and have to borrow them, that would be unjust." The village chief shook his head and said, "Here are 10 low-grade spirit stones, take them for now. If you need more, just let me know." The village chief lightly touched the black ring on his index finger, and 10 sparkling and translucent spirit stones appeared in the air. "Thank you, village chief." Wang Chen took the spirit stone and thanked with a smile. No need to be polite. The village chief patted Wang Chen's shoulder and walked away with a stooped body. Now that they had found the Peiyuan grass, it was time to discuss how to deal with the 2 fierce wind leopards. Now the village chief treats Wang Chen better than me, giving away 10 spirit stones just like that. Beside them, Chifeng stared at the spirit stone in Wang Chen's hand, muttering to himself. 10 low-grade spirit stones, even many martial artists at the acquired realm would be tempted, they were very precious. Yet Wang Chen readily gave them away at the village chief's request, and according to the village chief, if Wang Chen wanted more, he just needed to ask. "You don't even need low-grade spirit stones right now, what's there to envy?" Wang Chen chuckled and patted his head. "I'm not envious at all. But, Wang Chen, you don't need them either. What do you need spirit stones for?" Chifeng shook his head, retorted, and then curiously asked. "Don't ask so many questions, kid. Your goal is to reach the pinnacle of martial arts and then revive your parents. You should hurry up and practice your boxing." Wang Chen smiled and walked away with the spirit stone in his arms. Chifeng gave him a disdainful look but didn't follow. When Wang Chen returned home, he said to himself in his heart, "Simulator, I want to do an additional simulation. Ding, extra simulation requires 1 low-grade spirit stone, do you want to pay now?" "Pay." Wang Chen didn't hesitate to answer. Although spending a whole low-grade spirit stone at once was painful, it was necessary. Ding, life simulation initiated. Ding, talent refresh in progress. Congratulations, host, you have successfully refreshed the White Talent Sword Genius, White Talent Fist Genius. Please choose one talent within 1 minute. White Talent Sword Genius, upon acquiring this talent, your sword skills will receive a certain enhancement, making you a sword genius in the eyes of ordinary people. White Talent Fist Genius, upon acquiring this talent, your fist skills will receive a certain enhancement, making you a fist genius in the eyes of ordinary people. Huh, talent refreshes too? This paid simulation is really good. Wang Chen looked at the simulation content and couldn't help but smile. System, I choose White Talent Sword Genius. Wang Chen pondered for a moment and silently said in his heart. Swordsmanship and boxing, neither was stronger than the other. He just preferred using a sword over his fists. He had seen too many sword-wielding heroes in fantasy TV shows and novels in his past life and had always longed to travel the world with a sword. Ding, talent selection successful, simulation begins. March 10th, 480 of the Dasha calendar, you ate heartily at night and told Chifeng stories of battles. March 11th, the village chief and his men successfully killed 2 fierce wind leopards and harvested the Peiyuan grass. Upon returning, the village chief held a feast to celebrate and gave you a stalk of Peiyuan grass. August 1st, due to your increasingly diligent practice, you successfully advanced to the later stage of the flesh refining realm. After contemplating, you revealed Li Huai's matter. The village chief was shocked but eventually trusted you and decided to relocate the entire village. August 3rd, the people of Chifeng village left the Black Wind Forest, and you were forced to leave the group, staying in Black Wind Town. From then on, you survived in Black Wind Town, being cautious, and opened a breakfast shop selling buns to cover your tracks. Your buns were unexpectedly well received, surprising you. April 8th, 486 of the Dasha calendar, you successfully advanced to the later stage of the skin refining realm, feeling very happy. This time, you chose not to marry and decided to live as you pleased until death. August 1st, 487 of the Dasha calendar, you successfully advanced to the peak of the skin refining realm. However, on this day, chaos erupted in the Black Wind Forest as the demonic beasts formed a tide, and you were tragically caught in the turmoil, bitten and devoured by the beasts as you tried to escape. Due to your death, this simulation ends here. Dead again? Wang Chen looked at the simulation content, feeling somewhat speechless. Besides, the talent chosen had no textual display in the system, which was indeed somewhat lacking. It could be said that in the simulation, he might have learned swordsmanship but barely used it, lacking the opportunity to demonstrate, always immersed in arduous cultivation. Yet, even so, death was inevitable. However, this time he managed to survive a bit longer, living for 7 years and 5 months. Ding, reward successfully generated. The host can choose one of the following rewards. Peak Mastery in Skinning. System, I choose. Wang Chen's gaze lingered on the reward, his expression subtle. Only one option, wasn't there supposed to be a choice? Ding, selection successful. The system's voice rang out. Subsequently, Wang Chen felt a surge of heat in his body, crackling sounds emanating from within as a powerful surge of blood and energy coursed through him, giving him a sensation of boundless strength. Several minutes later, the anomaly disappeared, and Wang Chen, feeling the changes within himself, couldn't help but smile with delight. Compared to before, his muscle lines were more defined, his skin now a healthy wheat color, tough and resilient. With peak mastery in skinning, ordinary blades could hardly cut him, and he could withstand blunt weapon attacks to a greater extent, cushioning the impact and protecting his internal organs. The feeling of effortlessly advancing in mastery is just exhilarating. Wang Chen couldn't help but exclaim. However, after undergoing a special simulation, he lost the novice privilege of free simulations and could only simulate for free once every 10 days in the future. But that was just how it was. To grow stronger and seek breakthroughs, he could only resort to special simulations. Of course, the free simulation opportunities could be saved, offering a small psychological comfort, to be used in critical moments to avoid danger and find a way out. By the way, system, what are the differences in talent levels? At this moment, Wang Chen recalled the issue of talent levels and asked curiously. Talent levels range from white, green, blue, red, purple, gold, to rainbow. The disparity between talents of different colors is immense. Moreover, the higher the level of talent, the lower the probability of it being refreshed. The system's voice explained. I see. Wang Chen nodded in understanding. System, how much spirit stone is needed for an additional simulation? Wang Chen inquired in his mind. The second additional simulation requires 2 low-grade spirit stones. The system's voice responded. 2 stones? That's acceptable. Wang Chen breathed a sigh of relief and said, System, I want to start a new life simulation. Ding, life simulation initiated. Talent refreshing. The system's voice echoed. Ding, talent refresh successful. Congratulations to the host for successfully refreshing the White Talent Business Genius. White Talent Extraordinary Roots. White Talent Business Genius, with this talent, abilities in business will be enhanced. White Talent Extraordinary Roots, with this talent, the host's cultivation aptitude will be improved to a certain extent, reaching a level slightly stronger than ordinary people. The system's voice rang out again, causing Wang Chen's eyes to brighten slightly. System, I choose the White Talent Extraordinary Roots, Wang Chen said in his heart. In the simulation, his talent, through swallowing the Peiyuan grass, solidifying the foundation, and improving some aptitude, allowed him to have the ability to practice martial arts. However, his previous aptitude was too poor, and he started too late. Even after taking the Peiyuan grass, his talent still couldn't compare to children like Chifeng. In the simulation, after 7.5 years, he only cultivated to the peak of the skin refining realm. Therefore, Wang Chen placed particular importance on improving his root aptitude talent. Ding, talent selection successful, life simulation begins. The system's voice sounded. Following that, in front of Wang Chen, the light blue virtual screen appeared again, with text starting to appear on it. March 10th, 480 of the Dasha calendar, you ate meat heartily at night and told Chifeng the story of Dopa. On March 11th, the village chief led people to successfully kill 2 fierce wind leopards and pick Peiyuan grass. Upon returning, the village chief held a feast to celebrate, and also gave you a Peiyuan grass plant. At the same time, the village chief discovered that your cultivation had reached the peak of the skin refining realm, very surprised, knowing you had a big secret. You didn't know how to explain this. However, the village chief ultimately didn't trouble you, just saying that everyone has their own little secrets, but hoped you would remember not to let others discover your sudden rise in cultivation in the future. You said you remembered the village chief's teachings. At the same time, you were very fortunate that the people of Chifeng village were really nice, otherwise you would have been in real danger. On August 5th, you successfully broke through to the initial bone-tempering realm, making Chiefing feel a sense of urgency, working even harder in cultivation. After thinking it over, you revealed Li Huai's matter. The village chief was shocked but eventually trusted you, deciding to relocate the entire clan. On August 7th, the people of Chiefing village left the Black Wind Forest, and you were forced to leave the group, staying in Black Wind Town. Next, you survived in Black Wind Town, being very cautious, opening a breakfast shop to sell buns, concealing your abilities. On March 5th, 481 of the Dasha calendar, you successfully broke through to the mid-bone tempering realm. On December 7th, for 81 of the Dasha calendar, you successfully broke through to the late bone tempering realm. On October 8th, 482 of the Dasha calendar, you successfully broke through to the peak bone tempering realm. On May 5th, 484 of the Dasha calendar, you successfully broke through to the initial pulse connecting realm. At this point in Black Wind Town, you could already be considered a small expert, finally feeling at ease. On July 1st, 487 of the Dasha calendar, you successfully broke through to the initial dirty refining realm, very happy. To reward yourself, you went to a restaurant to eat and drink heartily. Along the way, you overheard mercenaries excitedly discussing something, and you eavesdropped, understanding the cause and effect. It turned out that someone deep in the Black Wind Forest had discovered the trace of a level 7 monster, the Silver Moon Wolf, and this level 7 monster, the Silver Moon Wolf King, seemed to be pregnant and about to give birth. If someone could obtain the cub of the Silver Moon Wolf, it would be a huge leap forward. After listening to the mercenaries, you were very surprised and also understood why the beast tide suddenly erupted on August 1st, 487 of the Dasha calendar. Surely a strong individual had ventured deep into the Black Wind Forest, stealing the cub of the Silver Moon Wolf, provoking the Silver Moon Wolf's rage. After quickly finishing your meal, you went home to pack your things, planning to escape from Black Wind Town. The farther from it, the better. Otherwise, you would definitely be eaten by demonic beasts. So that's how it is. Watching the words on the screen, Wang Chen suddenly realized. He had been wondering why the Black Wind Forest suddenly erupted with a terrifying beast tide. It turned out that the offspring of a 7th level demonic beast might have been stolen by someone. A 6th level demonic beast was already equivalent to a human innate realm at the 7th level or above. A 7th level demonic beast was equivalent to the spiritual realm above the innate realm, and it was hard to imagine how terrifying its existence could be. However, my cultivation progress in this simulation has increased significantly. 7 years later, my cultivation directly reached the dirty refinement stage. It seems that my exceptional aptitude for the white bone divine talent has been quite good. At least, it's very good compared to ordinary people. Wang Chen thought about cultivation again and couldn't help but chuckle. Then, Wang Chen continued to focus intently on the screen. As Wang Chen stared, the text on the screen continued to appear. The simulator was very user-friendly. You escaped from Haifeng Town with something. This time, you were very careful, plus with your dirty refinement cultivation, you managed to avoid being caught and killed by mountain bandits. On July 10th, 487 of the Dasha calendar, you fled to Baimu village, 2,000 miles away from Haifeng Town. You found that Baimu village had a population of only 2,000 people, with two major families, the Yi family and the Zhao family. The strongest individuals in these two families were only at the dirty refinement stage, which made you feel relieved. With your current cultivation, you believed that even if the Yi and Zhao families came after you, you could escape calmly. However, due to reading too many online novels, you were particularly wary of the Yi family. After all, the Yi surname, as a protagonist's surname, was not to be trifled with. In the following days, you did not reveal your cultivation. You bought a steamed bun shop in Baimu village, continued to sell steamed buns, hid yourself, and tried to cultivate secretly. Because your steamed buns were delicious, Miss Yi Shiro from the Yi family often came to buy steamed buns from you, and the two of you gradually became acquainted. On August 7th, 487 of the Dasha calendar, you learned about the beast tide in the Black Wind Forest from Yi Shiro. The beast tide erupted on August 1st, affecting many nearby villages and towns, with casualties exceeding tens of thousands. Eventually, under the leadership of the Silver Moon Wolf, the beast tide attacked Qingfeng City. The warriors of Qingfeng City defended the city, but they were ultimately no match for the beast tide and were on the verge of being breached, with 1 million people about to perish in the mouths of the beasts. At this critical moment, a young swordsman stepped forward, killed the Silver Moon Wolf, repelled the beast tide, displaying unparalleled dominance. You were shocked to hear the news. A young swordsman was able to kill the 7th level demonic beast, the Silver Moon Wolf. It was truly abnormal. Curious, you inquired further about the young swordsman. Yi Shiro admired the young swordsman greatly and told you about him. It turned out that he was Bai Tianhong, known as a rare sword talent in Daxia for 100 years. At only 25 years old, his cultivation had already reached the half-step spiritual realm, and he had even comprehended the legendary sword intent, allowing him to kill the weakened silver moon wolf at a higher level at the cost of severe injuries. After hearing about Bai Tianhong's deeds, you couldn't help but sigh at the vast difference between people. Yi Xiaoro deeply agreed with this sentiment. At 18 years old, she had only reached the bone-tempering stage, and even if she struggled, she would only reach the postnatal stage in the future, while Bai Tianhong, at 25, was already a top expert of his generation. In the year 487 of the Dixia calendar, on October 8, Yi Xiaoro was attacked. You unexpectedly intervened, choosing to take action and repel the enemy, thus exposing your cultivation level. Yi Xiaoro also developed feelings for you and invited you to visit the Yi family. You politely declined at first, but unable to resist Yi Xiaoro's warmth, you eventually agreed to go. Upon realizing your strength, the Yi family was greatly surprised. Achieving the dirty refinement stage at the age of 33 was deemed remarkably talented by them. They also noticed Yi Xiaoro's affection for you and considered arranging her marriage to you. You declined due to the significant age gap between you two. However, Yi Xiaoro didn't mind, and her father believed age was not an issue, intending to bind you to the Yi family's worship. In the end, you agreed and successfully married Yi Xiaoro. The Zhao family was displeased with your presence, foreseeing you as a future threat and plotting to eliminate you. In the year 488 of the Dixia calendar, on March 4, you successfully advanced to the mid-stage of the dirty refinement level. Simultaneously, Yi Xiaoro became pregnant, bringing double joy to the Yi family. On June 1, 488 of the Dixia calendar, the Zhao family hired a peak dirty refinement warrior at great cost and launched a night raid on the Yi family. That night, the two clans engaged in a bloody battle. Yi Xiaoro perished, driving you to the brink of madness as you fought fiercely. Despite years of cultivation, your martial arts skills were lacking. Although you had reached the mid-stage of dirty refinement, you were slain by a Zhao family elder at the early stage of the same level. In this battle, the Yi family was annihilated, with only Yi Chen, the talented son of the family head, managing to escape. Due to your death, this simulation comes to an end. Another one dead. Indeed, getting married is a taboo. One can easily meet their end. To live long, one must quietly cultivate and keep a low profile. Wang Chen scratched his head, feeling somewhat helpless. However, the Wang Chen in the simulation was also a flesh and blood person. As he aged, it was normal to desire a family when encountering a girl he liked, something he couldn't prevent. Speaking of which, this Yi Chen is definitely extraordinary. His family exterminated, surviving alone, possessing great talent, he fits the template of a revenge protagonist perfectly. Wang Chen glanced at the penultimate line and muttered to himself. Based on his understanding of the simulator, it usually ended once he died, but this time it continued further, clearly unusual. Anyway, whether he's a protagonist template or not, we'll find out later. With that, Wang Chen didn't dwell on it further, only anticipating the system's rewards. Ding, reward generated successfully. You can choose one of the following rewards. White talent exceptional constitution. Combat experience. White talent business genius. No need to think, it's definitely white talent exceptional constitution. Wang Chen looked at the rewards and made his choice without hesitation. Selection successful, the system's voice rang out. Subsequently, Wang Chen felt a surge of heat in his body, followed by no other sensation. However, he was certain that his cultivation aptitude had improved. Thinking about it, being killed by someone of a higher level in the simulation is quite embarrassing. At that moment, Wang Chen remembered being slain by someone of a higher level and couldn't help but cover his face. Seems like when the opportunity arises, I must focus more on martial arts practice. Talents like those in swordsmanship shouldn't be missed. Wang Chen murmured to himself. System, I want to continue the simulation. With that, Wang Chen spoke again in his mind. Ding, this simulation requires 4 pieces of low-grade spirit stones to start. Do you want to proceed? The voice of the system rang out. 4 pieces? Wang Chen was surprised. He thought it would be 3 pieces, but to his astonishment, it was 4 pieces of low-grade spirit stones, effectively doubling the cost. Could it be that the prices have doubled too? Will the next time require 8 pieces of low-grade spirit stones? That would be risking his life. Payment. Wang Chen felt a pang in his heart but still chose to pay. There was no choice. For the sake of simulation, for the sake of becoming stronger, even though spirit stones were precious, they had to be spent. Ding, life simulation initiated, talents refreshing. Ding, congratulations, host successfully refreshed white talent sword genius, white talent escape artist. White talent sword genius, can enhance sword talent to a certain extent. White talent escape artist, speed will be enhanced to a certain extent when escaping. This escape artist talent is quite unique. Wang Chen looked at the descriptions of these two talents, his gaze somewhat subtle. Now that he had the escape artist talent, would the next one be a talent to retreat behind others, making it less likely to be targeted first when retreating behind others? System, I choose white talent escape artist. After some hesitation, Wang Chen still chose the escape artist talent. There was no choice. At present, he just wanted to survive and grow. Although he had complained about being killed by higher-level opponents before, running faster would undoubtedly help him live longer than fighting with others. Ding! Talent selection successful, life simulation begins. March 10, 480 of the Great Xia calendar, you ate meat heartily at night and told the story of the breaker to Chifeng. July 10, 487 of the Great Xia calendar, you fled to Baimu village 2,000 miles away from Haifeng town, started to practice in seclusion, stopped running the bun shop, and began to make a living by forging iron. October 8, 487 of the Great Xia calendar, you knew that Yi Xiaoro would be attacked, but did not do much, and Yi Xiaoro died as a result. January 2, 488 of the Great Xia calendar, your cultivation successfully broke through to the mid-stage of the Dirty Realm. June 1, 488 of the Great Xia calendar, the Zhao family spent a great price to invite a peak Dirty Realm warrior and launched a night attack on the Yi family. The Yi family was wiped out, only Yi Chen escaped. You knew that this child would surely become great. November 5, 488 of the Great Xia calendar, you successfully broke through to the late stage of the Dirty Realm. Due to the destruction of the Yi family and the Zhao family's dominance over Baimu village, the people of Baimu village suffered from oppression and bullying. You could not escape either, but you chose to endure and grow. June 7, 489 of the Great Xia calendar, you successfully broke through to the peak of the Dirty Realm, just one step away from the post-heaven realm. July 1, 489 of the Great Xia calendar, 15-year-old Yi Chen returned to Baimu village, miraculously reaching the post-heaven realm in cultivation, single-handedly destroyed the Zhao family, avenging and seeking justice. Upon hearing this news, you were greatly surprised, realizing that your judgment was indeed correct. This child was truly blessed by fate. With the successive downfall of the Zhao family and the Yi family, you also relaxed, believing that no one in Baimu village could threaten you anymore. In the year 489 of the Daxia calendar, on the 1st of December, you attempted to break through to the next realm but failed. You knew that it would take a long time to achieve this breakthrough through conventional methods. If you delayed a bit longer, there might be a chance to break through to the previous realm. Ultimately, you decided to take the remaining spirit stones and head to the nearest city, Black Rock City, hoping to find some medicine to aid in reaching the next realm. On the 2nd of December in the year 489 of the Daxia calendar, you were ambushed by bandits from the next realm on your way to Black Rock City. However, your innate talent for escaping came into play, significantly boosting your horse's speed and allowing you to flee successfully. You were very grateful for this stroke of luck. On the 3rd of December in the year 489 of the Daxia calendar, you reached Black Rock City and inquired at the largest medicine shop about the medicine. Eventually, you learned about a medicine called the Next Realm Pill, which could increase the probability of breaking through to the next realm. You were overjoyed. Upon asking about the price, you found out it required 3 low-grade spirit stones, which pained you deeply. Nevertheless, you had to use the remaining 3 low-grade spirit stones to pay for it. At that moment, you regretted not asking for more spirit stones when you parted ways with the villagers of Chimu. After purchasing the Next Realm Pill, you secluded yourself in an inn to cultivate. Eventually, you successfully broke through to the next realm, becoming an expert in that realm. You then chose to return to Baimu village to live quietly, avoiding the hustle and bustle of the world. In the year 490 of the Daxia calendar, during the New Year's Eve, as you watched the people of Baimu village celebrate the new year, you felt incredibly lonely. You contemplated starting a family and establishing a lineage as a memento. Ultimately, you chose to settle down and start a family. Throughout the year 490 of the Daxia calendar, you aimed to expand your family. Simultaneously, you began to demonstrate your prowess, surpassing the other families in Baimu village and earning their respect. In the year 491 of the Daxia calendar, natural disasters struck various regions of Daxia, causing great suffering among the people. Coupled with the incompetence of the Daxia emperor and the dominance of corrupt officials in the court, signs of turmoil began to emerge in Daxia. This worried you because your cultivation had only reached the 2nd level of the next realm, making it impossible for you to protect your wife and children in such chaotic times. On the 8th of July in the year 493 of the Daxia calendar, your cultivation reached the 4th level of the next realm, and your family continued to grow. At the same time, Dasha plunged into complete chaos, with bandits running rampant and various heroes rising in rebellion. This turmoil even reached Baimu village, where someone invited you to join the rebellion. In response, you chose to refuse. The rebels demanded money and provisions from you to support their cause after you declined. This made you furious, as it was evident they wanted to seize the wealth you had worked hard to accumulate. However, knowing you were no match for them, you reluctantly cooperated. The rebels sneered, accusing you of opposing them and supporting the incompetent ruler, and ruthlessly killed you. With your death, this simulation came to an end. This rebel army is truly ruthless, no different from bandits, Wang Chen muttered, displeased as he watched the simulation's outcome. Killing for wealth was something only bandits would do. One could argue they were even worse than bandits, who at least openly declared their intentions to rob and kill. These rebels, on the other hand, pretended to be righteous while committing unjust acts. It seems that quietly developing oneself is still the best solution. Branching out and expanding only bring disaster upon oneself. Wang Chen reflected on the simulation, shaking his head. The simulated version of himself couldn't bear loneliness, even though he had become a warrior of the next realm through perseverance. Continuing to live quietly might have offered a glimmer of hope to become an expert of the previous realm. Yet, the moment he gained some power, he sought to expand, only to attract the attention of the rebel army and meet a tragic end. Perhaps, this is the instinct of the people of Huaxia, an inexplicable obsession with starting a family. Of course, if one does not expose their strength to grow and earn cultivation resources, it is estimated that their cultivation level would not even reach the 4th stage of the acquired realm. After all, without sufficient cultivation resources, the further one progresses in cultivation, the harder and slower it becomes. At this moment, the system's voice rang out again, bringing Wang Chen back to reality. Ding, reward generated successfully. Host can choose 2 rewards from the following. White Talent Escape Artist. White Talent Sword Genius. Life Experience. I can actually choose 2? Wang Chen was somewhat surprised, but looking at these 3 rewards, he was still torn. He wanted all 3 of these rewards. The White Talent Sword Genius could enhance his sword talent, ensuring he wouldn't be killed by higher-level opponents after sword practice. The effect of the White Talent Escape Artist had also been demonstrated in simulations. You could be weaker than others, but you absolutely couldn't run slower than them. As for the 3rd reward, it seemed unremarkable at first glance, but upon closer inspection, it was extremely valuable. After all, this was equivalent to Wang Chen gaining over 10 years of life experience for free. Although it may not seem like a big deal, the value upon reflection was truly astonishing. Rich life experiences lead to greater maturity. Additionally, this might also include experiences in martial arts training, enabling him to progress faster in the next simulation. System, I choose N. After much deliberation, Wang Chen ultimately made up his mind and chose the 3rd reward. Ding, selection successful, reward being distributed. The system's voice announced. Subsequently, Wang Chen felt numerous memories abruptly flooding his mind, immersing him in them. This sensation was incredibly strange, as he rapidly viewed them from a first-person perspective, as if he had truly lived through those 10+ years. His state of mind improved significantly, and he gained many different insights into life. The exploration of cultivation experiences, in particular, left him enraptured. There was also a vague sense of time overlapping. It was only after some time had passed that Wang Chen snapped out of it. This peculiar feeling left him speechless for a long while. Choosing life experience was indeed the right decision, Wang Chen murmured softly. Although Wang Chen's appearance seemed unchanged, his demeanor had undergone a transformation, exuding a sense of composure without the previous obvious impatience. If he were to simulate again and focus on cultivation, Wang Chen believed he would have a chance to enter the innate realm. System, how many spirit stones are needed for another simulation? Wang Chen inquired in his mind. 8 pieces of low-grade spirit stones, the system replied. It really is double, Wang Chen sighed. The doubling of the cost meant he would require a massive amount of spirit stones for future simulations. Frankly, it was a bit daunting. Wang Chen, it's time for dinner, Shi Feng walked in and said to Wang Chen. However, as soon as he spoke, he noticed something unusual about Wang Chen. Oh, brother Wang Chen, your cultivation. Shi Feng was somewhat astonished. He could sense that compared to Wang Chen not long ago, the current Wang Chen's blood and energy had increased by more than just a little bit. The intensity of this aura was even stronger than his own. And now, he was already in the late stage of the skin refining realm. Does this mean that brother Wang Chen's cultivation has reached the peak of the skin refining realm? This is quite unbelievable. After all, the previous brother Wang Chen was still just an ordinary person, not even cultivating the flesh refining realm. My constitution is somewhat special, absorbing spirit stones can enhance my cultivation. After pondering for a moment, Wang Chen gave this answer. His future cultivation speed would definitely be astonishing, so he must come up with a suitable reason. At the same time, Wang Chen could also use this reason to ask the village chief for more spirit stones. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to obtain spirit stones on his own. Without spirit stones, he wouldn't be able to simulate a special constitution? My grandfather mentioned that there are many special constitutions in this world, each with various powers. For example, the fire spirit body, when practicing fire attribute techniques, can enhance cultivation speed and even increase combat power. Shi Feng looked at Wang Chen with some envy, saying, "Brother Wang Chen has a special constitution, how wonderful. If I had a spirit body, my cultivation speed would definitely be very fast." A special constitution is innate and cannot be forced. Wang Chen smiled and walked over to pat Shi Feng's head. Not necessarily. Shi Feng's black eyes were full of longing as he said, "My grandfather mentioned that some spirit bodies are not innate but were changed by powerful cultivators, passed down through generations. Therefore, these strong families are also known as spirit clans, mysterious and powerful." Hearing this, Wang Chen was surprised. Strong cultivators could actually change their constitution, create spirit bodies, and even pass them down? The cultivation system in this world is truly miraculous. Unfortunately, my ancestors have never produced such strong cultivators, Shi Feng muttered, clenching his fists. But I will definitely become such a strong cultivator and establish a powerful spirit clan. With ambition, I believe you can achieve it. Wang Chen smiled and then walked outside. Well, let's go eat. Okay. Upon hearing this, Shi Feng quickly followed. When the two arrived at the communal pot for dinner, they attracted the attention of many people. For a moment, the villagers looked at Wang Chen, all showing expressions of astonishment. Wang Chen, your cultivation. Shi, who was somewhat puzzled. The village chief was also unable to remain calm. After all, the previous Wang Chen was just an ordinary person. My constitution is somewhat special, I can absorb spirit stones to enhance my cultivation. Wang Chen repeated this statement. Special constitution? Upon hearing this, all the villagers of Qi village were shocked. Being able to absorb spirit stones to enhance cultivation, what kind of special constitution is this? It's too powerful. A special constitution. The village chief furrowed his brows slightly, murmured, then gave Wang Chen a deep look. No wonder Wang Chen asked him for spirit stones, turns out he has a special constitution. However, there were contradictions in this. Because if Wang Chen had a special constitution, he would have become a strong cultivator long ago, and it would have been impossible for him to be an ordinary person with no cultivation before. As for Wang Chen's family not being able to produce spirit stones, that was also unrealistic. Because Wang Chen's guards could protect him deep into the Black Wind Forest, indicating at least a postnatal realm cultivation, and there were quite a few of them, otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to come here. It was contradictory for postnatal realm warriors to act as guards but not be able to produce spirit stones. However, everyone has their own secrets, and the village chief had no intention of probing into Wang Chen's secrets. After all, Wang Chen harbored no hostility towards Qi village, and even showed great goodwill, which was enough. Indeed, a boundless future awaits. The village chief patted Wang Chen's shoulder and spoke. Wang Chen knew the village chief had sensed something amiss, but after absorbing over a decade of life experiences, he no longer felt awkward or uneasy. He just smiled and said, "Chief, I wonder if I could ask for some spirit stones from you again. I wish to enhance my cultivation quickly." "Sure." The village chief nodded and said, "Wait, I'll give you another 100 pieces of low-grade spirit stones. For now, let's have a meal first." "Thank you, Chief." Wang Chen slightly bowed, expressing his gratitude. He knew that Qi village, hiding from the Li family in the Black Wind Forest, did not have a substantial reserve of spirit stones. Because spirit stone mines were very precious, they were mainly controlled by the Great Xia Kingdom, major clans, and sects. Spirit stones in circulation were scarce, making it difficult to obtain them with gold or silver. Even if obtained, it would attract attention. This did not align with Qi village's low-key style. Therefore, Qi village's cultivation resources mainly relied on hunting and consuming demonic beasts' meat and refining their demonic cores. The village chief had previously given him 10 pieces of low-grade spirit stones. Now, not only did he not inquire about his secrets, but he generously took out another 100 pieces of low-grade spirit stones, showing exceptional kindness. Wang Chen engraved this favor in his heart, vowing to save everyone in Qi village. "You are a benefactor of Qi village, no need to thank me." The village chief patted Wang Chen's shoulder and said, "However, remember, even if you join a sect or clan in the future, try not to expose your special physique. People's hearts are unpredictable in this world." "I understand." Wang Chen nodded earnestly. As a transmigrator, he understood this principle better than anyone. Good, let's eat. The village chief smiled and led the way. Encouraged by the warm and admiring gazes of the people in Qi village, Wang Chen began to feast heartily. Due to the advancement in his cultivation, he could eat more, finally enjoying a satisfying meal. After the meal, the village chief gave Wang Chen another 100 pieces of low-grade spirit stones. Furthermore, to make it easier for Wang Chen to carry them, he directly gave him a low-grade storage ring. Chief, this storage ring is very precious, I can't accept it. Wang Chen was surprised and delighted, but he quickly wanted to decline. The storage ring is indeed precious, only a few cultivators at the innate realm are qualified to possess it. However, when you travel outside, you need this more than we do, the village chief said seriously. Wang Chen, you don't need to refuse. Consider this as my investment in you. When you grow up, please take care of Qi village for me. Pausing, the village chief spoke again with a sigh. Hearing this, Wang Chen was momentarily stunned but then stopped refusing and accepted the storage ring, saying solemnly, as long as I'm alive, Qi village will be safe. Very well. The village chief was very pleased. Wang Chen's mysterious background and unique physique hinted at his potential to reach the transcendent realm above the spiritual element realm. When Wang Chen grew up, they would no longer have to hide in the dangerous Black Wind Forest. Next, Wang Chen and Shifeng returned to the room together. It was late at night, and Wang Chen had no intention of continuing the simulation, so he chose to go to sleep. The next day, Wang Chen and Shifeng still got up early. Shifeng continued to practice diligently. Wang Chen, on the other hand, held the little yellow dog A Huang raised by Shifeng, stroked his head, and silently said in his heart, System, I want to start a new simulation. Ding, this simulation costs 8 low-grade spirit stones, do you want to proceed with the simulation? The system's voice sounded. Cost, Wang Chen said without hesitation. As he spoke, 8 low-grade spirit stones disappeared from Wang Chen's storage ring, and the system's voice sounded again. Ding, life simulation initiated, talent refreshing. Ding, talent refresh successful, congratulations to the host for not refreshing any talents. Wang Chen? Wang Chen was truly speechless. Congratulations for not refreshing any talents, it's really absurd. Ding, life simulation begins. The system ignored Wang Chen's complaint, and words began to appear on the virtual screen. In the year 480 of the Dasha calendar, on March 11th, you practiced diligently. At dusk, the village chief and others returned, bringing back 2 cultivating grasses and 2 bodies of fierce wind leopards. The village chief asked if you wanted the cultivating grass, and you chose to accept. The village chief gave you 1 cultivating grass. In the following time, your cultivation did not progress rapidly, which made the village chief very doubtful and disappointed, but he did not say much, treating you as before and nurturing you seriously. In August of the year 480 of Dasha, the entire Red Village relocated, and you were left in Haifeng Town. On July 10, 487 of the Dasha calendar, you fled to Baimu Village 2,000 miles away from Haifeng Town, starting to practice in seclusion, swearing not to expose yourself this time. On October 8, 487 of the Dasha calendar, you knew that Yi Xiao would be attacked, but you did not do much, and Yi Xiao died as a result. On January 5, 488 of the Dasha calendar, your cultivation successfully broke through to the peak of the dirty realm. On February 15, 488 of the Dasha calendar, you felt it was time to break through to the postnatal realm, so you went to Haiyan City, bought the postnatal pill, swallowed it, and broke through to the postnatal realm. This time the cultivation speed has increased quite a bit, Wang Chen said with a slight smile. Having more than 10 years of life experience really benefits both social interactions and martial arts practice. Then, Wang Chen gazed at the screen again and continued watching. The words on the screen began to appear once more. On June 1, 488 of the Dasha calendar, the Yi family was annihilated. On November 5, 488 of the Dasha calendar, you successfully broke through to the postnatal realm. Due to the annihilation of the Yi family and the Zhao family's dominance in Baimu village, the villagers suffered from oppression and bullying, and you could not escape. In response, you did not choose to endure it anymore, but took action in secret and wiped out the Zhao family. With the Zhao family destroyed, Baimu village was shaken, and everyone was delighted and grateful to you. You continued to quietly cultivate, hiding your achievements and name. On July 1, 489 of the Dasha calendar, due to having sufficient spirit stones to aid in cultivation, your cultivation advanced to the triple postnatal realm, progressing rapidly. On that day, 15-year-old Yi Chen returned to Baimu village, miraculously reaching the postnatal realm in cultivation. He wanted to seek revenge, but upon hearing about the Zhao family's annihilation, he was both joyful and conflicted because he could not personally avenge his enemies. In the year 491 of the Dasha calendar, floods and droughts plagued various regions of Daxia, causing great suffering among the people. Coupled with the incompetence of the Daxia emperor and the dominance of corrupt officials in the court, signs of great turmoil began to emerge in Daxia. That year, your cultivation made progress again, successfully breaking through to the 7th postnatal realm. However, what troubled you was that all the spirit stones on you were completely spent, leaving you unable to continue rapidly improving your cultivation. In the year 493 of the Daxia calendar, chaos engulfed the Xia kingdom. Bandits roamed the mountains, and heroes from all corners began to rise in rebellion. This turmoil reached the village of Baimu, where a rebel army passing through caused unrest, leading to the looting of food supplies, including yours. Knowing the nature of the rebel army, you avoided conflict and chose to surrender your money and food. In the year 494 of the Daxia calendar, your cultivation broke through to the 8th heavenly realm. That same year, the court dispatched troops to suppress the rebel forces. Upon hearing this news, you rejoiced, believing that these rebels, who oppressed the people, deserved to be eradicated. By the end of the year 495 in the Daxia calendar, your cultivation reached the 9th heavenly realm. In that year, the invincible Lingyuan realm ancestor of the Xia royal family passed away, causing chaos as various feudal lords vied for power, eyeing the throne. The court, alarmed and furious, sought to send a large army to suppress the feudal lords. However, the lords' power was formidable, making it difficult to subdue them. Turmoil plagued the Xia kingdom, with Baimu village suffering greatly, and many people becoming refugees. Realizing that staying there would disrupt your peaceful cultivation, you ultimately chose to find a remote and safe place to farm and cultivate in seclusion. In the year 497 of the Daxia calendar, you successfully broke through to the 10th heavenly realm. That year, internal strife in Daxia intensified, with heavy losses suffered by both the imperial army and the feudal lords, turning the country into a hell on earth. The neighboring Chu kingdom planned to invade Daxia, seeking to annex it. However, the Zhao kingdom, bordering Chu, did not want to see Chu grow stronger by annexing Daxia. Therefore, they stationed troops at the border, forcing Chu to abandon its plans. Similarly, they stationed troops at border cities to prevent Zhao from sudden invasion. In the year 499 of the Daxia calendar, the Xia royal family was overthrown, leading to civil war among the feudal lords vying for the throne. Mutual attacks ensued, and the people suffered greatly. Despite the chaos, you remained in seclusion, aiming to break through to the primordial realm but faced repeated failures. You could only lament the difficulty of breaking through to the primordial realm, understanding why there were only a few strong primordial realm cultivators in the Red Village. In the year 500 of the Daxia calendar, Bai Tianhong, who had reached the 7th level of the Lingyuan realm, could no longer bear to see the suffering of the Xia people. He intervened by helping the feudal lord Lu Yu defeat the other lords, allowing him to ascend to the throne. After Lu Yu ascended the throne, renaming the country as Dashu, peace gradually returned to the land. Aware of the peace in the realm, you decided to re-emerge, seeking ways to break through to the primordial realm. At the age of 45, you knew that without finding a solution, your chances of breaking through would diminish, and you might remain stuck in the heavenly realm until old age. Eventually, you learned of a pill called the primordial pill, similar to the heavenly pill, capable of refining essence and enhancing the chances of heavenly realm cultivators breaking through to the primordial realm. However, the primordial pill was extremely rare, and being penniless, you couldn't afford it. To acquire the pill, you chose to hunt and kill demonic beasts for spirit stones. Despite your average comprehension and limited martial arts skills, your combat strength was weaker among peers of the same realm. Although you were cautious, always targeting demonic beasts with lower cultivation levels, fate took an unexpected turn. 2 months later, you unexpectedly encountered a level 6 demonic beast and met your demise. With your death, this simulation comes to an end. Another death. However, this time I managed to reach the peak of the 10th realm of the day after tomorrow. Not bad, not bad. Wang Chen looked at the simulated content, nodding in satisfaction. The peak of the 10th realm of the day after tomorrow. There are not many people even in the Red Village, and in the entire Great Xia, one could probably be considered a master. This is the abnormality of the simulator. Not only can it allow people to foresee the future, but it can also easily boost one's cultivation. However, this world is truly full of dangers. Wang Chen recalled other content, feeling a bit emotional. Having avoided Li Huai, the beast tied in the Black Wind Forest, the famine uprising, the chaos of the feudal lords rising together, and finally managed to survive until the change of dynasty and the peace of the world, only to tragically die in the mouth of a monster while searching for resources to break through, it's really pitiful. However, Wang Chen could also understand the thoughts of his simulated self. After all, the innate realm is a major checkpoint.
If one can pass it, their lifespan can increase to 200 years, he couldn't help but be tempted. And in the simulation, if he continued to grind on his own, the probability of a breakthrough was too small, probably less than 10%, so he could only take a gamble.
This Bai Tianhong is indeed remarkable. Then, Wang Chen thought of Bai Tianhong again, admiring him.
Single-handedly calming the beast tide, reappearing, directly ending the chaotic era, and allowing the Great Xia to change dynasties, truly impressive. Wang Chen could also guess that the reason he reappeared later was probably to break through to the 7th realm of the spiritual origin. At this realm, he was probably already invincible in the Great Xia, and if he didn't break through to the 7th realm of the spiritual origin, his strength would be insufficient. Even if he reappeared, he wouldn't have any way to deal with it.
I wonder where Yi Chen has gone.
According to reason, he, who should have the protagonist's halo, shouldn't be so quiet.
Wang Chen thought of Yi Chen, feeling puzzled.
Forget it, whatever happened to him, it doesn't concern me for now. What I need to do is to continue simulating to become stronger, that's all.
Wang Chen shook his head, abandoning distracting thoughts, and began to anticipate the rewards.
Ding, reward generation successful. The host can choose one of the following rewards.
Cultivation to the peak of the 10th realm of the day after tomorrow. Battle experience. Martial arts practiced. System, I choose.
Wang Chen glanced at the reward and then put down a huang in his arms, returning to the room, saying in his heart. As Wang Chen spoke, he felt a rush of heat throughout his body crackling and popping, feeling much stronger, and his blood and energy were also astonishing. At the same time, he felt a mysterious energy appearing in his dantian, extremely powerful.
Phew! This feeling is so wonderful. Wang Chen felt his own strength and smiled. An ordinary innate realm could easily destroy a street, truly powerful. Although the peak of the 10th realm of the day after tomorrow was not as strong as an innate realm expert, it was still formidable and could be considered a strong presence in the Great Xia. Brother Wang Chen, what's this?
At this moment, Shi Feng was also surprised, running into the room and looking at Wang Chen in astonishment.
Woof woof!
At this moment, the little yellow dog Huang, with its tail frozen, barked along. Absorbing spiritual stones, making a slight breakthrough, Wang Chen explained.
Brother Wang Chen, is this what you call a slight breakthrough?
Shi Feng was speechless, muttering, why do I feel like your cultivation has already reached the realm of the day after tomorrow? Your cultivation speed is faster than fire brother devouring the alien fire. Alright, for now, I'm not as exaggerated as you say, you continue to cultivate. Wang Chen chuckled, waving his hand at him.
Special physique, truly abnormal.
After muttering to himself, Shi Feng continued to practice diligently. A sense of urgency also arose in his heart.
Wang Chen's rapid advancement in cultivation was quite a blow to him.
After all, not long ago, Wang Chen was just a weak ordinary person, but now he has directly reached the postnatal realm, even faster than swallowing the alien fire. After sending away the red wind, Wang Chen planned to continue simulating. However, the little yellow dog Huang was still wagging his tail beside him. Wang Chen chuckled lightly, picked him up, and continued to pat the dog's head. System, I want to start a new simulation, Wang Chen said in his heart.
Ding, this simulation requires 16 pieces of low-grade spirit stones. Do you want to start the simulation immediately? The system's voice rang out. Cost, Wang Chen muttered. Ding, life simulator activated, talents refreshing.
Ding, congratulations to the host for refreshing the white talent beast tamer and the green talent sword Dao prodigy.
White talent beast tamer, with this talent, the host will be able to train some low-level monsters for their own use.
Green talent sword Dao prodigy, with this talent, the host's talent in swordsmanship will be greatly enhanced, becoming a prodigy surpassing ordinary talents.
System, I choose the green talent sword Dao prodigy. Wang Chen's eyes lit up, making the choice without hesitation.
The sword Dao prodigy was undoubtedly an advanced version of a swordsmanship genius, the first green talent to appear, sure to bring him some surprises. After all, his cultivation had also improved now. Then, there was still that issue. His combat power was too weak among the same realm. With the improvement in cultivation, combat power became very important. Ding, talent selection successful, life simulation begins. The system's voice sounded, and words began to appear on the virtual screen. On March 11, 480 AD in Dasha calendar, you went to the training ground with Shifeng. Shihu found it hard to see through you, very surprised. Shifeng bluntly revealed your cultivation improvement, and Shihu was greatly surprised, asking if it was true. You knew that cultivation could not be hidden, exposing it would be beneficial. Therefore, you did not conceal it, revealing that your cultivation had reached the peak of the postnatal realm. This statement left all the children dumbfounded, and even Shihu widened his eyes, extremely shocked and somewhat incredulous. You then displayed the aura of the peak of the postnatal realm, leaving Chihu dumbfounded and exclaiming that it was abnormal. The news of your cultivation gradually spread throughout the entire Chiku village, astonishing the hunting team members. The village chief had not expected your special physique to be so abnormal, feeling very pleased. Subsequently, the village chief also wanted to invite you to join the hunting party to gain some experience. After all, it was not enough for a warrior to just cultivate diligently.
You did not refuse this invitation.
After all, compared to exploring combat experience alone, progressing faster and safer with the guidance and protection of predecessors was more beneficial. You participated in the hunt, demonstrating sufficient combat experience that surprised everyone. The village chief and others could see that although your combat experience was not outstanding, it was still commendable. They were very puzzled, unsure if your talent was exceptional or if you had previous combat experience. Facing everyone's questions, you found it difficult to explain, but they did not press you further. Next, you actively participated in the hunt, greatly assisting the hunting team. You also displayed amazing swordsmanship talent, astonishing the people of Chimo village. Several hours later, the village chief led the team in an orderly manner to deal with 2 fierce wind leopards, luring them away successfully, and the hunting team managed to harvest the Peiyuan grass. It was your first time witnessing how terrifying the battle of innate realm experts could be, with the fight affecting an area of several thousand kilometers, leaving everything in ruins. In the end, the village chief and others successfully hunted down the 2 fierce wind leopards and returned triumphantly with the group. Upon returning, the village chief gave you a stalk of Peiyuan grass, which you chose to ingest. At the same time, the people of Chimo village handed you a profound grade intermediate martial art, the fire spirit technique, and you began practicing it. They also started personally teaching you the swordsmanship of Chimo village. While teaching you, the village chief sighed. They were astonished that the Chizu tribe had fallen to the point of only having profound grade intermediate martial arts and martial skills, a pitiful state.
Unaware of the village chief's thoughts, you continued to diligently study and practice.
On June 1, 480 AD in the Dasha calendar, with the help of Chima village, you expended a lot of resources and successfully broke through to the innate realm, becoming an innate realm expert. You were thrilled, and the people of Chimo village were also happy for you.
What a huge change! Wang Chen looked at the simulated content, feeling somewhat emotional.
With the improvement of his cultivation, his treatment changed once again. The Chitu who was originally supposed to break through to the innate realm had become him. Moreover, the village chief no longer held back and taught him the best martial arts and swordsmanship in the village. This time in the simulation, he wondered how far he could go.
Speaking of which, the origin of Chimo village seems quite extraordinary.
Then, Wang Chen's gaze shifted to the column representing what the village chief was thinking, his eyes flashing with curiosity. With over a decade of life experience, Wang Chen had learned about the classification of martial arts levels in this world. The levels ranged from highest to lowest as heaven, earth, profound, and yellow. Among them, heavenly grade martial arts were purely legendary, while earth grade martial arts were only possessed by the Dasha royal family and behemoth sects like the Sword Spirit sect. Families like the Li family, which had wiped out the Chizu family, only had profound grade intermediate martial arts. Of course, this was the past Li family. Now that the Li family had experts beyond the innate realm, they were sure to have made further progress, perhaps even obtaining profound grade superior or extreme martial arts. After all, in Dasha, experts in the innate realm were truly at the pinnacle. Only forces with experts in the innate realm could be considered first-rate powers. The village chief seems to look down on profound grade intermediate martial arts, and the Chizu people are unable to break through to the spirit element realm.
It seems there are many hidden pasts that I am unaware of. Various thoughts flashed through Wang Chen's mind. Forget it, it's useless to think so much now. I'll just continue simulating getting stronger.
A minute later, Wang Chen shook his head, stopped pondering, and continued to gaze at the screen, where the text continued to appear. On August 1, 480 AD in the Dasha calendar, you felt the time was ripe and decided to reveal Li Huai's situation, choosing not to stay in the Black Wind Forest as it was dangerous. Your prestige at this moment was very high, and the people of Chimu village trusted you. The village chief also believed your words and chose to relocate the entire village. This time, you told the village chief that you wanted to leave with them. After some hesitation, the village chief finally agreed to your request and left with you. You were very happy about this. Seeing this, Wang Chen was very surprised. Another plot twist had appeared. Indeed, the improvement in strength could affect many things, completely opening up a new path in life. On August 21, 480 AD in the Dasha calendar, you and the people of Chimo village settled in a secluded mountain village. It was on this day that Li Huai suddenly appeared. You were extremely shocked and angry, having no idea how Li Huai had found the people of Chimo village.
You question Li Huai.
Li Huai sneered, refusing to answer and striking ruthlessly. You and the village chief resisted with all your might, but it was futile, and Li Huai shot you dead. Due to your death, this simulation ends. How did this guy find the people of Chima village? Wang Chen's expression changed unpredictably, his mind restless. Clearly, even though they had left the Black Wind Forest, they were still found, indicating something strange was at play. It was evident that his earlier speculation that Li Huai might have accidentally stumbled upon Chima village was wrong. This guy knew exactly where Chima village was and came straight for it. Perhaps, even if the people of Chima village fled to the ends of the earth, he would still find them. In other words, in previous simulations, the people of Chima village were always slaughtered in the end. No wonder, despite so many years passing in this simulation, he had not heard a whisper, and the people of Chima village had not sought him out. What method did he use?
Wang Chen furrowed his brow, finding it hard to understand.
If he didn't know how the other party had found them, even if his combat power surpassed Li Huai's, it would be useless.
Because the Li family didn't just have him as a peak innate realm expert. The most terrifying in the Li family was their ancestor.
With a lifespan of 300 years in the spiritual origin realm, the Li family's ancestor had broken through 50 years ago. Now, his cultivation was definitely more terrifying, and even if Wang Chen broke through to the spiritual origin realm, he might still not be a match for him.
This is troublesome,
Wang Chen muttered to himself. The people of Chima village had shown him great kindness, and he had sworn not to let them be wiped out. Therefore, no matter what method, he had to find a way to eliminate the Li family. Woof! At this moment, Huang seemed to sense Wang Chen's somber mood and licked him, barking. Wang Chen, coming back to his senses, patted the little puppy on Huang's head, smiled, and calmed down, saying, "There's still a long time before Li Huai strikes, I don't need to rush.
By continuing the simulation, I'm sure to find a way out."
Ding! Reward generated successfully. The host can choose one of the following rewards.
First innate realm cultivation. Green talent sword Dao prodigy. Insights into martial arts cultivation. System, I choose. Wang Chen looked at the rewards and made his choice without hesitation. Now, he could easily become a first innate realm expert. The green talent sword Dao prodigy was rare, so he naturally chose it. Although this talent had not shown much effect in the last simulation, it was simply due to the short development time. If this green talent sword Dao prodigy could help him comprehend sword intent like the White Day Rainbow, he would have more confidence when facing the Li family ancestor in the future. Of course, before that, he had to deal with this guy Li Huai first. Otherwise, it would all be in vain. With Wang Chen's choice of reward, he felt a clarity in his mind, making him comfortable. At the same time, he found it easier to understand some previously puzzling aspects of swordsmanship. Is this the effect of the green talent sword Dao prodigy?
Truly miraculous, Wang Chen exclaimed as he felt the changes within himself. He had a hunch that as long as he didn't die too soon, he would eventually comprehend the sword intent like the White Day Rainbow and become an unparalleled swordsman. System, I want to start a new simulation, Wang Chen said in his mind. Ding! This simulation will cost 32 pieces of low-grade spirit stones.
Do you want to proceed with the simulation? The system's voice rang out. This cost was quite painful for Wang Chen.
It was 32 low-grade spirit stones this time. Next time, it would probably cost 64 low-grade spirit stones. After the simulation, he would only have 47 low-grade spirit stones left, which wouldn't be enough for the next simulation. Therefore, he had to find a way out this time. Proceed, Wang Chen said in his mind. Ding! Life simulator activated, talent refreshing. The system's voice sounded. Talent refresh successful, congratulations, host, you have refreshed the white talent business genius and the green talent alchemy prodigy. White talent business genius, with this talent, the host's business acumen will be enhanced. Green talent alchemy prodigy, with this talent, the host's alchemy skills will be improved, becoming a prodigy in the eyes of ordinary people. System, I choose the green talent alchemy prodigy, Wang Chen said, looking at the two talents with determination. An alchemist, no matter in which fantasy world, was probably a profession that brought immense wealth. As long as he mastered the art of alchemy, he wouldn't lack spirit stones in the future. By then, he wouldn't have to awkwardly ask the village chief for spirit stones. Hunting demonic beasts for spirit stones was also an option, but the efficiency was clearly lower than alchemy, and it was much more dangerous. Therefore, the green talent of alchemy prodigy came at the right time, and its potential impact was absolutely astonishing. Ding! Talent selection successful, life simulation begins.
The system's voice rang out again.
March 11th, 480 in the Great Xia calendar, your cultivation has reached the peak of the postnatal realm 10th stage, astonishing all the people in Chiku village. Next, you will participate in hunting with the village chief and others. March 12, 480 in the Great Xia calendar, you tell the village chief about your alchemy talent and ask if you can get some alchemy recipes and herbs. The village chief is very surprised and, after some thought, decides to give you the treasured alchemy recipes and help you find some herbs. With this, you embark on the path of alchemy practice. In the following months, you demonstrate amazing alchemy talent. After 2 months of study, you are able to refine a first-grade pill. The villagers are very happy, believing that with you, Chiku village will thrive even more. Due to your research on alchemy, you delayed your cultivation and only broke through to the innate realm on August 5, 480 in the Great Xia calendar. However, after breaking through to the innate realm, you pondered your next steps. Unless you venture deep into the Black Wind Forest and use more powerful demonic beasts to deal with Li Huai, it would be impossible to kill him. Even if you did kill Li Huai, it would be futile. To truly save Chiku village, you would have to eliminate the Li family. After thinking it over, you came up with a plan. That is, to reveal your sword talent and alchemy talent, seeking the protection of a stronger force. In the end, you decided to visit the Sword Spirit sect, a behemoth sect in Xia country. You didn't inform the people of Chiku village about this, and you left the village alone, heading to the Sword Spirit sect. On August 7, 480 of the Xia calendar, you arrived at the gate of the Sword Spirit sect and stated your purpose. At just over 20 years old, being a strong innate realm cultivator and skilled in alchemy, the sect master of the Sword Spirit sect valued you highly and personally received you. In the end, you successfully joined the Sword Spirit sect, becoming a guest elder. Over the next few days, you deliberately showcased your talent in swordsmanship and alchemy, further impressing the sect master. Thinking the timing was right, you revealed your intention and spoke about the people of the Crimson Village, hoping that the Sword Spirit sect would protect them. You thought things would go smoothly. After all, for a sect like the Sword Spirit sect, the affairs of a Li family shouldn't be a big deal. But what you didn't expect was the extreme excitement of the sect master upon hearing about the people of the Crimson Village from you. He immediately changed demeanor and demanded to know their whereabouts. Seeing the abnormal behavior of the sect master, you realized things had taken an unexpected turn and didn't want to expose the location of the Crimson Village people. The sect master, seeing your defiance, suppressed you directly, stripped you of your cultivation, and used the truth-speaking pill to force you to reveal the location. Due to the effects of the pill, you became a fool and were directly dealt with by the sect master. With your death, this simulation comes to an end. What's going on? Why did the sect master of the Sword Spirit sect become so excited upon hearing about the people of the Crimson Village, forcing me to reveal their location without hesitation, stripping me of my cultivation, and then making me swallow the truth-speaking pill? Wang Chen's face was solemn as he clenched his fists. He suddenly realized that there were more secrets on the people of the Crimson Village than he had imagined. This seemed to be more than just a matter concerning the Li family. What secrets did the people of the Crimson Village hold that even a powerful entity like the Sword Spirit sect targeted them so fiercely? Although I really want to ask the village chief, he probably won't tell me. Wang Chen furrowed his brow, lost in thought. The secrets on the people of the Crimson Village were crucial to their survival. Although the village chief valued him greatly now, he wouldn't disclose such a matter concerning the survival of his people. In that case, he could only explore it slowly on his own. Ding, this simulation is over, rewards generated successfully. The host can choose one of the following rewards. 1. First level innate realm cultivation. 2. Green talent alchemy prodigy. 3. Alchemy experience. System, I choose 2. Wang Chen spoke as he looked at the reward list. As Wang Chen made his choice, he felt his mind clear up once again. Next, without spirit stones, continuing the simulation to become stronger is impossible. Wang Chen walked out with Ah Huang, shaking his head. However, Wang Chen wasn't in a hurry for now, as the impending threat was still a long way off. In the early morning, Wang Chen and Qifeng arrived at the training ground together. Wang Chen's cultivation level also greatly shocked Qihu. Just like in the simulation, the entire Qi village was in an uproar, with the village chief being both amazed and delighted, cheering loudly. Next, Wang Chen followed the village chief and others to hunt and kill demonic beasts, just as it had unfolded in the simulation. The process of hunting the Gale cheetah and harvesting the Peiyuan grass went smoothly without any surprises. The group returned triumphantly to the village. As in the simulation that had occurred many times before, the village chief handed a Peiyuan grass plant to Wang Chen, saying, "Wang Chen, take this Peiyuan grass. Village chief, please plant 2 Peiyuan grass plants in the village first. I have great talent in alchemy, and in the future, I may be able to use these 2 Peiyuan grass plants for refining medicine," Wang Chen said, shaking his head. "You know alchemy?" This question greatly surprised the village chief. "Not yet, but I will soon," Wang Chen said with a light laugh, exuding confidence.
Do we have alchemy recipes in the village? We do. Are you sure you want to practice alchemy?
It is a very time-consuming and energy-draining task that may delay your cultivation, the village chief said, frowning with concern. Village chief, please trust me, Wang Chen said with a smile.
Besides, my constitution is very special.
Currently, I don't need to cultivate seriously, I just need to ingest spiritual stones to improve my cultivation.
True, the village chief nodded in agreement.
There are countless special constitutions in the world, and he was aware of special constitutions like Wang Chen's that could use spiritual stones to enhance cultivation. However, the kind of special constitution he knew of did not have the same domineering effect as Wang Chen's, which could rapidly boost cultivation. After all, even if one could use spiritual stones to enhance cultivation, it should be done gradually. Wang Chen's rapid advancement from the peak of the skin refining realm to the pinnacle of the 10th layer of the postnatal realm in a short period of time was truly unheard of. I will give you the alchemy recipes later, and if you need any herbs, I will have Huzi and the others get them for you, the village chief said, nodding. By the way, your spiritual stones should be running out. I still have 300 spiritual stones here, feel free to take them. Pausing for a moment, the village chief spoke again. Thank you, village chief, Wang Chen said gratefully without refusing. The village chief had been so kind to him, further solidifying Wang Chen's determination to save the people of Qi village. No need to thank me, as you grow stronger, we are also safer, the village chief sighed. Unfortunately, these are all the spiritual stones we have. There are some hidden reasons in our Qi village, we dare not exchange too many spiritual stones publicly, as it could be very dangerous if it attracts attention. Village chief, why does Qi village hide in the Black Wind Forest and not come out? Is there some enemy? Wang Chen asked, pretending to be puzzled. Indeed, there is an enemy, the village chief hesitated. I swear to the heavens, if I grow stronger, I will definitely protect Qi village with all my might. Would the village chief be willing to reveal some of the hidden reasons? Wang Chen said earnestly. Seeing Wang Chen suddenly swear, the village chief was stunned. Then, he smiled with relief. In this world, the heavenly oath was indeed real. If a warrior broke the oath, the consequences could be very severe. Although not everyone would be struck by lightning, it was easy to breed inner demons, leading to self-destruction. Wang Chen's oath reassured the village chief, confirming that he had not misjudged him. Our Qi family was once one of the two major families in Baihui City, with many innate realm powerhouses in the clan. However, because the other major family in Baihui City, the Li family, had a sudden breakthrough to the spiritual element realm, the outer Qi family was tragically exterminated. In the end, to evade the Li family's pursuit, I had no choice but to lead the remaining clan members into the depths of the Black Wind Forest, relying on some ancestral secret techniques to keep the surrounding area free from demonic beasts. At the same time, because this is the deeper part of the Black Wind Forest, ordinary innate realm warriors are not capable of breaking in. So, we can consider this place safe, the village chief said full of hatred. Village chief, isn't there a deeper reason? Wang Chen couldn't help but ask. If it's just this, he already knew from the simulation. He really wanted to know why the Sword Spirit sect also targeted the people of the Red Village. A deeper reason? The village chief frowned. The Li family destroyed our Red family because we were in an antagonistic relationship, right? By wiping us out, they can unify the White Moon City, take over all the businesses, and dominate the market. Alright, Wang Chen sighed, knowing it was not appropriate to ask further. If he asked why the people of the Red family couldn't break through to the spiritual realm or why the sect master of the Sword Spirit sect also harbored ill intentions towards the Red family, the village chief would surely become suspicious. It would lead to very unpleasant consequences. Therefore, he could only go so far. It seemed that if he wanted to understand the causes and consequences, he could only explore it in the simulation himself. Next, after the village chief handed over the prescription, he gave it to Wang Chen. In addition, he also gave all the remaining 300 spirit stones to Wang Chen. Wang Chen thanked him again and then went back to his room to start a new simulation. However, it was at this moment that a new group message popped up, causing Wang Chen to be slightly surprised. Ding, group member Li Ping, 73, has died, death playback has been recorded, hoping all group members will take this as a warning. What's going on? Why did a group member Li Ping, 73, suddenly appear? The latest member to join was Zhang Jun, his group sequence is 70. Wang Chen was puzzled and quickly brought up the chat group. Then, he discovered that 3 new people had joined the group today. They were, female group member Qingyao, 71, male group member Zhang Tao, 72, male group member Li Ping, 73. The reason there was no notification of their joining was probably because the chat group determined that he was in a dangerous environment, so it selectively hid the group announcement. It had to be said, quite considerate. If this function didn't exist, suddenly popping up a group announcement while he was in a life and death battle might have cost him his life. Or, if a message popped up while he was practicing, it might have led him astray.
These three newcomers were quite lucky at the beginning. After reading the chat content, Wang Chen's expression became strange.
The first encounter in the crossing chat group was one of the biggest factors with the highest death rate, and these three newcomers all managed to avoid the first encounter, starting their crossing from very good locations.
Chen Yao seemed to have crossed into a modern society similar to Wu Jun.
However, her golden finger was much better than Wu Jun's. It was an enhancement system.
Although it had many restrictions, it could be considered a powerful system.
Of course, crossing into modern society always seemed to limit the potential of this golden finger. As for the newcomer named Zhang Tao, his luck was also decent. The world he crossed into had an ancient background, and it was uncertain if there were any extraordinary powers, but at least he hadn't seen anything strange or bizarre come out yet.
He managed to find a village smoothly and settled in with a hospitable farmer.
As for his golden finger, it was quite ordinary, capable of enhancing physical strength through training.
However, the deceased Li Ping had a more tragic fate.
He crossed into a place beyond the barbarian tribes. After hearing about the 36th crosser and his deeds, he hesitated for a long time before mustering the courage to venture into the barbarian tribes for development. As a result, before he could even enter, he was directly shot and exploded by an arrow that came from who knows where. Yes, not shot in a vital spot, but his whole body was blown into pieces, truly a miserable end.
However, this also indicated that the world he crossed into was definitely not simple.
Unfortunately, with Li Ping's death, no one could know what kind of power system this world had. Wang Chen, 66. Wow, I haven't been active for a day, and suddenly three newcomers appear.
Fang Yun, 3 indeed surprising. The frequency of new members joining has noticeably increased recently.
At the same time, it's also surprising that 2 newcomers managed to survive this time.
Fang Yun, 3 by the way, you have to take responsibility for the newcomers' deaths. If he hadn't heard about your deeds, how would he have taken the risk? Smirking. JPG. Wang Chen, 66, what's it got to do with me?
Given his situation, the outcome of venturing into the barbarian tribes would have been similar.
It's hard to survive in the depths of the wilderness. Also, Fong, why are you always in the group chat and not cultivating? Fong Yun, 3 you don't understand.
My dream is to become the Dragon King of this group. As for whether I need to cultivate or not, I just broke through to the innate realm not long ago.
I also need to relax. It wouldn't be meaningful to cultivate all day long, would it? Wang Chen, 66, you are quite carefree, aren't you? Wang Chen shook his head.
Not striving to cultivate diligently, when faced with danger, lacking enough strength to save oneself would lead to regret. This kind of thing had happened too many times in the simulation of life.
Fang Yun, 3 wow, you have something there. Wang Chen, 66 I think you should focus on cultivating diligently.
Otherwise, when you encounter danger, it will be too late without sufficient strength. I have the ability to foresee the future, but I still haven't found a way to break through, seeing all kinds of ways to die.
Even if I leave the Red Village to survive, there are various deaths awaiting me. Fang Yun, 3 Fang Yun was speechless.
Well, it was indeed convincing to hear Wang Chen, who could foresee the future, say such things.
Wang Chen, 66 by the way, Sister Lu didn't show up today, quite unusual. Fang Yun, 3 it's normal.
Lu Mei has a good personality and can be considered a guide for newcomers, but she is ultimately the emperor's favored concubine.
She doesn't have much time to be active.
Who knows, she might be enjoying herself with the emperor right now.
Wang Chen, 66. Wang Chen remains silent. You make a good point, I am speechless.
At this moment, a message appeared that caught Wang Chen's attention.
Zhang Tao, 72 another big shot is active, and the newcomers are trembling with excitement. Wang Chen, 66 newcomer, how are you doing now?
Zhang Tao, 72 it's okay, the old man is quite kind.
I'm going to bed soon.
Wang Chen, 66 alright, take care of yourself, it's best to be cautious around the old man.
Zhang Tao, 72 boss, I don't like what you're saying.
The old man is so kind, not only giving me the little food left, but also preparing a place for me to sleep. How can you speak ill of such a good old man?
Wang Chen, 66 don't get agitated, I just think one should be cautious. Wang Chen didn't mind Zhang Tao imagining him as a villain.
After all, people with a normal sense of morality wouldn't want others to speak ill of their benefactors.
However, Wang Chen still believed in being cautious.
After all, human hearts are unpredictable.
If he didn't have a simulator, he wouldn't have easily trusted the Red family, nor would he have revealed so many secrets. Fang Yun, 3 newcomer, Wang Chen is right. Why are you so agitated?
The group announcement also said, "Be cautious in all things, never trust others easily." Zhang Tao, Zhang Tao had wanted to say something more, but his words at the end clearly took a strange turn. This made Wang Chen and Fang Yun's pupils slightly contract, because the messages in the chat group were mostly sent through thoughts. In other words, Zhang Tao's at the end clearly indicated that something sudden had happened to him. Zhang Tao, help, help, help me. At this moment, Zhang Tao's message appeared again, this time directly calling for help. This made Wang Chen and Fang Yun's eyelids twitch, knowing something bad had happened. Wang Chen, 66, don't be afraid, first tell us what you've encountered. Fang Yun, 3, yes, calm down. Ding, group member, 72, Zhang Tao has died. Wang Chen, 66? Fang Yun, 3? Wang Chen and Fang Yun fell silent. Goodness, he died just like that, this is too tragic. Wang Chen, 66, am I a jinx? Fang Yun, 3, what do you think? Wu Jun, 20, goodness, what's going on, why did another newcomer die? Zhang Jun, 70. This is the consequence of being too relaxed. Human hearts are unpredictable, no matter where you are or who you're with, you must maintain enough vigilance. If nothing unexpected happened, he should have been harmed by that so-called kind old man. Fang Yun, 3, agreed, only he had the opportunity. And not killing Zhang Tao in one go indicates it was likely done by an ordinary person. However, no matter the situation, once the death replay appears later, we'll know the reason. Kai Yonglong, 1, goodness, I've been quiet for a while, and so many newcomers have died again? Truly pitiful. Fang Yun, 3, oh, Kai Ji is speaking up. Kai Ji, where have you been, not speaking up for so long? Kai Yonglong, 1, what else could I do, I was in seclusion. This time I gained a lot, comprehended 1/10 of the sword intent. Now I should be invincible in the innate realm. Wang Chen, 66, sword intent? Kai Ge is amazing. Wang Chen was truly surprised. After all, he had witnessed the power of sword intent in the life simulation. Bai Tianhong relied on sword intent to kill the weakened level 7 demonic beast, Silver Moonwolf. Fang Yun, 3, brother Kai, you're getting stronger day by day. You're aiming for the sky with this pace. Kai Yonglong, 1, not quite, not quite. It's only when I break through to the transcendent realm that I can truly be called a strong warrior. Wang Chen, 66, transcendent realm, what kind of realm is that? Wang Chen was a bit curious. He now knew that above the innate realm was the spirit Yuan realm, but he was unaware of what lay beyond the spirit Yuan realm, because the strongest in Xia country was only at the spirit Yuan realm. The other 2 major countries were probably at the same level. Fang Yun, 3, Wang Chen, we're not in the same world, why are you asking about this? Wang Chen, 66, I'm just curious. Kai Yonglong, 1, as far as I know, the realms are divided into tempering body, acquired, innate, spirit Yuan, and transcendent great realms. Of course, although the transcendent great realm is the highest, I believe there must be higher realms, but my current level is too low to reach them. Kai Yonglong, 1, if the innate realm is about cleansing the muscles and bones, shedding all impurities, and cultivating the innate true qi internally, then the spirit Yuan realm is about compressing and refining the innate true qi within the body into liquid spirit Yuan, greatly increasing its power. Kai Yonglong, 1, as for the transcendent great realm, it's quite interesting. It contains 3 realms, spirit sea realm, spirit embryo realm, and spirit nurturing realm. Among them, the characteristic of the spirit sea realm is expanding the elixir field, forming a spirit Yuan ocean, completely transforming one's strength, making it difficult to be killed by higher-level opponents. There's a saying that goes under the transcendent, all are ants. As for the spirit embryo realm, it nurtures the body with the spirit Yuan ocean, making the physical body stronger and more adaptable to the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. This realm can enhance one's cultivation aptitude, bringing great opportunities. Individuals with extraordinary talents or special techniques can condense a spirit body at this realm, potentially forming a spirit clan in the future. Finally, the spirit nurturing realm opens the soul palace, nurturing the soul, allowing the use of spiritual awareness to observe the surroundings, and enabling preliminary communication with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to aid in battles, greatly increasing one's strength. Some powerful individuals in the spirit nurturing realm can also store and nurture their life-bound spiritual weapons in the soul palace, allowing them to grow together and unleash immense power. Fang Yun, 3, exciting. Damn, I really want to go to a world like this. Oh. Wang Chen, 66, in other fantasy worlds, spirit bodies are usually innate, but here they are condensed by oneself and can even be passed down to descendants. This spirit embryo realm is indeed intriguing. Wang Chen's eyes flickered, feeling somewhat unsettled, as he now had a clearer understanding of his future cultivation path.
Otherwise, relying solely on Shimu village, breaking through to the spirit Yuan realm might be possible, but reaching the transcendent Great Realm was definitely out of reach. After all, there wasn't a single transcendent Great Realm expert in Daxia, so it was impossible for Chimu village to know the secrets of the transcendent Great Realm. Kai Yonglong, one indeed, very interesting. That's why, once one becomes a strong spirit embryo realm expert, they can propagate a powerful spirit clan. In front of the spirit clan, ordinary geniuses are completely inadequate. For all. Kai Yonglong, one is speaking of this, I think of the descendants of the spirit clan in my sect, each of them easily becoming true disciples. If I didn't have my golden finger, when I break through to the spirit Yuan realm and become a true disciple, I'm afraid I'll be rubbed on the ground by them. Fang Yun, 3 What a coward, you're Kai, destined to be an invincible man. Kai Yonglong, 1, at Fang Yun, 3 Go play with mud. My golden finger doesn't make it easy for people to become stronger, it's quite stressful, you know. It's also fortunate that not everyone from the spirit clan descendants can awaken their spirit bodies, otherwise, I think it would be impossible for me to win first place in the inter-sect competition. Fang Yun, 3 Kai, you've changed. You're no longer the confident and invincible man I looked up to, you've become a softie. I've decided not to be your fan anymore. Source text. JPG. 1. 72. 3. 4 all. 70. 1. 66. 1. 71. 3. Oh, asterisk asterisk, oh. 71. 20 at 3. Translated text, evil grin. JPG. Kai Yonglong, 1 huh? Who are you calling a coward? Where's my knife? Ding, the death replay of Zhang Tao, 72, has been recorded. At this moment, the system's voice sounded, capturing everyone's attention as they silently opened and watched. Wang Chen also opened the video, activated fast-forward mode, focusing only on the key plot points. Soon, he understood the sequence of events. Zhang Tao in the video appeared to be just a high school student, unaware of the sinister intentions of the elderly family. In fact, from the moment Zhang Tao entered the elderly family's home, they would occasionally glance at his backpack filled with items, with the elders even licking their lips from time to time. Clearly, they had been tempted long before. Finally, as Zhang Tao was resting after eating porridge, they began discussing cautiously. Their conversation was direct, judging from Zhang Tao's appearance. They believed he must be a wealthy merchant's son or a noble's offspring, carrying valuable items. With the famine ongoing, they were desperate. Even if he was a noble's son, they were willing to take action. As a result, while Zhang Tao was distracted in the chat group, the elderly family restrained him, covered his mouth, and swiftly decapitated him, a clean and swift execution. The group soon buzzed with excitement. Fang Yun, 3 This proves that danger lurks everywhere after time travel, but some people just don't like to listen. Well, there you have it, someone got their head chopped off directly. 4 all. Zhang Jun, 70 No need for further discussion, he's done for. Kai Yonglong, 1 TSK, high schoolers are too naive. Even a seasoned person could see the ill intentions of this family. Wang Chen, 66, not all high schoolers are that innocent. It's just that this Zhang Tao was a bit too naive. However, once he entered that family, even if he had been more cautious, he probably wouldn't have escaped death. Kai Yonglong, 1 indeed. During a famine, human nature is at its most terrifying, cannibalism can occur, let alone killing an outsider. Perhaps, even if this family didn't kill him, others in the village might. Without a doubt, not only would his food in the backpack become cheap for this family, but he himself would likely be consumed. Chen Yao, 71 I thought I was unlucky enough, but it seems I'm quite fortunate after all. Fang Yun, 3-0, the girl speaks up. How are you doing? Did you get sliced and diced? Oh, asterisk asterisk, oh. Chen Yao, 71. Wu Jun, 20, at Fang Yun, 3 Brother Fang, I beg you not to be so dark-hearted, be humane. Wang Chen, 66, at Chen Yao, 71 Little sister, don't bother with this guy, quickly tell us about your current situation. Chen Yao, 71 For now, there's no danger. But my identity as a time traveler has been exposed, I don't know what will happen in the future. Kai Yonglong, 1 With that kind of entrance, it's hard not to be exposed. By the way, did you expose yourself in the chat group? Chen Yao, 71 No. Even though they have the ability to tell if I'm lying, I just said that a sudden option appeared that allowed me to time travel, I agreed to it, and that's how I traveled. That doesn't really count as lying. Wang Chen, 66 Impressive, little sister. Wang Chen admired Chen Yao a bit. This woman's identity before time traveling was probably not simple, she was also very intelligent, showing no signs of panic at all. If it were an ordinary person, they would have panicked long ago and probably blurted out everything.
Chen Yao, 71 next, I will fully cooperate with them and have learned some information about that world from them.
The world I'm in is not ordinary. Kai Yonglong, 1 interesting, what's the situation in your world?
Chen Yao, 71 It's a world where warriors and demons coexist. In novel terms, it should be considered a high martial world.
Wang Chen, 66 Oh, you actually know about high martial arts?
It's quite rare for girls to read such novels.
Chen Yao, 71 I'm part of that rare few. Honestly, I feel like I might be in danger next. Maybe the authorities won't harm me, but those demons hidden among humans make me uneasy. The situation of humans in their world is not good. Kai Yonglong, 1 That's normal, isn't it the same in high martial arts? Human-dominant high martial arts novels are rare.
But you don't need to worry too much, since the human situation is not good, they won't harm you, and they'll have to treat you well.
You might even be their hope. Fang Yun, 3 Kaigo makes sense.
I thought you had traveled to an urban area. Adding some system like those hanging systems would be a waste, but it seems I was mistaken. You're about to rise, defeat demons, become the empress of the human race, and reach the peak of life. Fang Yun, 3 Got it. From now on, Sister Chen Yao is the strongest in this group. I'll worship her.
Who is Kai Go? I don't know him. Oh, asterisk. Oh, Kai Yonglong, 1?
Kai Yonglong, 1 Well, you little brat, you're quite something. Alright, once the group function in the arena is unlocked later, I'll show you why the flowers are so red.
Fang Yun, 3 Oh my, Kai Go, I was just kidding, believe me, I'm your loyal little brother.
Kai Yonglong, 1 It's too late, my blade can't be sheathed now.
Chen Yao, 71 Empress and all, I haven't thought that far ahead.
For now, let's focus on staying alive. I'm probably being monitored from all angles, so I'll go undercover for now.
Wu Jun, 20 No more words, back to laying bricks, it's killing me. When will I reach the initial stage of muscle training, so that laying bricks won't be so tiring? Fang Yun, 3 You're quite something, your cultivation is for laying bricks, that's quite something.
Kai Yonglong, 1 No words. Seeing how pitiful you are, I'll get you some chi and blood pills later, so you can break through faster.
Wu Jun, 20 Woo, touched, I'm truly touched. Kai Ge, you're like a real brother.
Oh, no, even my real brother has never been this good to me.
From now on, you're my dad.
Kai Yonglong, 1 Ever since I crossed over, I haven't had the chance to deliver meals to my dormitory sons.
It's been a long time since someone called me dad.
This dad sounds really comforting.
Fang Yun, 3 At Kai Yonglong, 1 Wow, Dad, can you also bring me 1,000 pieces of spirit stones? Kai Yonglong, 1 At Fang Yun, 1,000 pieces of spirit stones? Are you kidding me? Even if you call me grandpa, it won't work. Fang Yun, 3 I see. It's all about favoring beauty over friendship. You think Wu Jun can satisfy you, that's why you treat him so well. Wu Jun, 20 Damn it. Wang Chen, 66. Wang Chen looked at the chat between these guys, not knowing what to say for a moment. However, he also felt a strange nostalgia, reminiscent of his school days. The relationships between boys are quite peculiar. Whoever brings food today is the dad. When sitting in a row of 5 at the internet cafe, whoever carries is the dad, and the one who messes up is the grandson. Although many times, the more they play, the quieter they become, and they don't even take the same path when leaving in the morning. It doesn't hinder them from continuing to play tomorrow and taking turns being the dad. Kai Yonglong, 1 At Wang Chen, do you need some chi and blood pills? This stuff isn't worth much, I can get you some. Fang Yun, 3 Damn, Kai bro, you're too biased, I want some too.
Kai Yonglong, 1 You're already at the innate realm, what do you need it for? Get lost.
Wang Chen, 66 Thanks for the kind offer, Kai bro.
I'm doing fine at the moment, the people in Chimu village are strong and willing to teach me cultivation. I have demon meat to eat every day now, not lacking in techniques or chi and blood supplements.
Fang Yun, 3? Fang Yun, 3 Luck really varies from person to person. You're really living it up now, shamelessly freeloading. I admit, I'm jealous. I've decided, I'll do some poverty alleviation later, to soothe my wounded little heart. Kai Yonglong, 1 Jealous my foot, do some poverty alleviation my ass, you'll end up dead in a woman's embrace sooner or later. Kai Yonglong, 1 At Wang Chen, 66 If you don't need it, forget it. But, speaking of which, what's the cultivation system like in your world? Watching Kai Yonglong's inquiry, Wang Chen was slightly taken aback. This question was tricky to answer or not.
For now, Kai Yonglong's character seemed decent, and there didn't seem to be a need to hide anything from him. Anyway, they were definitely far apart, maybe not even on the same continent. If he told him they were in the same fantasy world, it might benefit both parties. And with his life simulator, he wasn't afraid of Kai bro having ill intentions towards him. Chat groups couldn't simulate, but people in the same fantasy world should be able to if they were to meet. Besides, Wang Chen's other confidence was the insane growth speed granted by the life simulator. With his growth rate, it wouldn't be long before he surpassed Kai Yonglong. Wang Chen, 66. What I said is the same as Brother Kai's. Fang Yun, 30, the same. Fang Yun, 3. Wait, did you just say it's the same? Wu Jun, 20. Kai Yonglong, 1. The same. Are you also tempered, acquired, innate, spiritual, transcendent? In a certain place, Kai Yonglong, who was drinking tea, almost sprayed out all the spiritual tea in his mouth, completely stunned. Wang Chen, 66. Yes. So, I suspect we might have crossed over to the same fantasy world. Kai Yonglong, 1. Wow, why didn't you say so earlier? Wang Chen, 66. I wasn't sure yet. It was only about 70 to 80% confirmed when I asked Sister Lu for the technique last time. It was only when you mentioned the spiritual realm that I was completely sure. Kai Yonglong, 1. It's quite astonishing. So, it's possible to cross over to the same world? I thought each group member crossed over to different worlds. This just got interesting. Maybe we can really meet up. Fang Yun, 3. Wow, I'm so envious. If Brother Kai and Wang Chen team up for dungeons, it would be amazing. Predicting the future, easily avoiding danger, and knowing where opportunities lie. Kai Yonglong, 1. Shocking. Little Yun, the way you put it got me excited. Wang Chen, how about it? Want to team up for dungeons in the future? Oh no, I mean exploring secret realms. Wang Chen, 66. Even though we are in the same fantasy world, it doesn't necessarily mean we are on the same planet or continent. After all, following the rules of the fantasy world, there must be higher planes, and then lower planes connecting a bunch of lower planes. Kai Yonglong, 1. Wow, what you said makes sense, I'm speechless. However, could you tell me where you are so I can investigate if it's the same world? Anyway, I'm in the purple spirit realm, in the sword domain of the eastern wilderness, ruled by the heavenly sword sacred ground. And I'm in a certain area under the jurisdiction of the heavenly sword sacred ground. Wang Chen, 66. Sorry, I don't even know where I am. I only know that I'm in a country called Daxia. There are 2 neighboring countries, Shu and Zhao. And beyond that is the ocean. Wang Chen shook his head. He had over a decade of life experience. Naturally, this included some geographical memories. To be honest, the map he was in was quite small. In the Central Plains, there were 3 countries, Xia, Shu, and Zhao. Outside these 3 countries were either plateaus or barren hills. In these areas, only different tribes survived, eyeing the 3 countries warily. Further out was the boundless ocean. Of course, calling the map small was relative. In reality, the territory he was in was definitely not smaller than the Eurasian continent. Kai Yonglong, 1. Is that all? Wang Chen, 66. That's all I know. Kai Yonglong, 1. Well, with this little information, I can't figure anything out. Fang Yun, 3. Brother Kai, all bark and no bite, you crack me up. Kai Yonglong, 1. What are you laughing at, you scoundrel? I'll cut you. Fang Yun, 3. Hee, someone's getting worked up. I won't say who it is. Kai Yonglong, 1. Very well, you just wait. We'll meet in the arena later. If I can't defeat you, my surname isn't Kai. Wang Chen, 66. I've remembered the address Brother Kai mentioned. I'll inquire later if this world has places like the Heavenly Sword Sacred Ground in Sword Domain. Kai Yonglong, 1. Alright. If they really exist, we're truly fated, we must explore dungeons together in the future. Fang Yun, 3. Hey, too flattering, Brother Kai, you've changed. Kai Yonglong, 1. At Fang Yun, 3. Shoyun, you really deserve a beating, kid. Wang Chen looked at the chat content and couldn't help but smile knowingly. Fang Yun, this guy, is really a despicable person, always feeling like he's going to get beaten to death sooner or later. Wang Chen, 66. I have something to do, so I'll go offline first. Immediately, Wang Chen went offline directly. System, I want to start a new simulation. Immediately, Wang Chen said to the system in his mind. Ding, this simulation will cost 64 low-grade spirit stones, do you want to proceed with the expense? The system's voice rang out. Proceed, Wang Chen said in his mind. Ding, life simulator activated, talent refreshing. Ding, congratulations, host, you have refreshed the white talent kind eyes and good intentions. White talent I desire to enter the devil. White talent kind eyes and good intentions. With this talent, when communicating with others, showing a smile will make it easier for others to believe you. White talent I desire to enter the devil. With this talent, the host can only follow the demonic path. However, there will be additional bonuses when practicing demonic techniques. System, I choose the white talent kind eyes and good intentions. Wang Chen glanced at the 2 talents and chose the white talent kind eyes and good intentions without hesitation. One white talent wouldn't lead him to fall into darkness, and the kind eyes and good intentions talent would be very useful for his upcoming plans. undoubtedly the most suitable talent choice. Ding, talent selection successful, life simulation begins.
March 11, 480 AD in Dasha calendar, you start studying alchemy. In the following months, you demonstrate amazing alchemy talent.
After studying for 2 months, you are able to refine a first-grade elixir. The villagers are very happy, believing that with you, Chiku village will thrive even more.
Due to researching alchemy, you delayed your cultivation.
It wasn't until August 5, 480 AD in the Dasha calendar that you broke through to the innate realm. However, after breaking through to the innate realm, you expressed a desire to go out and travel, which would be more beneficial for alchemy and cultivation. Once you have achieved success in your cultivation, you plan to return to protect Chiku village. The village chief was very surprised but thought your choice was right.
Staying in Chiku village wouldn't provide the conditions needed to succeed in alchemy. On August 7, 480 AD in the Dasha calendar, you went to the Li family, expressing your wish to join them. Because you were only in your 20s and already a strong innate expert, as well as skilled in alchemy, the head of the Li family was particularly pleased and respected you, making you a guest elder of the Li family with a high salary. After all, a 20-something innate expert who was also a talented alchemist would be highly valued even in the sword spirit sect. Coming to the Li family, in the eyes of the head of the Li family, was like a golden goose actively coming to lay eggs. In the following days, you performed well in the Li family, combined with the reason of the white talent kind eyes and good intentions, you were deeply respected by everyone in the Li family, and no one dared to disrespect you. On August 21st, you heard the news that the senior elder of the Li family, Li Huaixin, brought back some young beggars to train them as servants, giving them a meal to eat. Upon seeing Li Huai's appearance, Wang Chen narrowed his eyes. His initial idea when starting this simulation was to investigate the situation at the Li family, to understand why they could easily find people from Chimu village and why Li Huai did not kill children. You were very angry and found a way to meet Li Huai. However, you did not act rashly, nor did you think about meeting the Chijia people. Because if you did, you would surely be exposed and it would be very dangerous. You suppressed your anger and continued to cultivate and study alchemy.
You believed that as long as your strength improved, after further investigation, the truth would eventually come to light. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. During these 3 years, you had been practicing diligently, advancing to the triple innate realm, making great progress in alchemy, able to refine second-grade elixirs. At the same time, your swordsmanship had also improved significantly.
Your talent made the Li family value you more.
The head of the Li family betrothed his granddaughter, Li Yan, to you, wanting to bind you completely to the Li family's chariot. In order to uncover the truth, you chose to marry Li Yan. After you married Li Yan, you gained even more favor from the head of the Li family, who finally entrusted you with the family's treasured third-grade elixir recipe for research. At the same time, you were allowed to practice the Li family's profound grade superior martial arts, the Refining Spirit Sword Manual. Externally, you appeared kind and benevolent, smiling gratefully, but inwardly you sneered, vowing to use the Li family's martial arts to exterminate all of the Li family once your strength was enough. In the year 490 of the Dasha calendar, with the help of an abundance of spirit stones and elixirs, your cultivation successfully advanced to the 6th innate realm. At the same time, under the influence of the green talent Sword Dao Prodigy, after years of practice, you successfully perfected the profound grade superior martial arts, the Refining Spirit Sword Manual, and even gained insight into the embryonic form of sword intent. Although the embryonic form of sword intent was still far from true sword intent, you had a clear direction and surpassed countless swordsmen. At the same time, your alchemy skills had made astonishing progress, able to easily refine third-grade elixirs. You never revealed your true strength. However, relying on your alchemy skills, you caused the overall strength of the Li family to soar, expanding the pharmacy, and the Li family's influence grew at an astonishing rate. Because of your presence, the head of the Li family's position became more stable, commanding respect from all. He was very pleased, often boasting about finding a good grandson-in-law, making the elders of the Li family envious. Your position in the Li family was at its peak, even Li Huai treated you with courtesy. In the year 495 of the Dasha calendar, chaos began to emerge in Dasha, with uprisings occurring. And in these 5 years, your cultivation had progressed, successfully breaking through to the 7th innate realm. In terms of swordsmanship, your embryonic form of sword intent became more condensed, just one step away from comprehending true sword intent. However, the greater progress was in your alchemy skills. Your alchemy level had finally improved to that of a 4th-grade alchemist, able to refine 4th-grade elixirs. A 4th-grade alchemist's status completely surpassed that of ordinary spirit realm experts, being highly respected throughout Dasha. Even dominant sects like the Sword Spirit sect and the Dasha royal family treated them with great respect, not daring to show any negligence. Your presence continued to rapidly increase the power of the Li family, causing envy among other major forces. The head of the Li family would often mention his son-in-law with the appearance of a pill king, leaving people speechless and envious. On August 1, 495 of the Dasha calendar, it seemed that the time was ripe. You had become an indispensable part of the Li family. The head of the Li family and several elders brought you to the underground chamber of the Li family. Then, you witnessed a scene that made you furious. The children who were once young have all grown up, their memories erased by the Li family with elixirs, kept like livestock, used for breeding. Wang Chen clenched his fists in anger as he saw the simulated content. After a few seconds, he took a deep breath, calming his rage before continuing to watch. He knew it was time to unravel the mystery. As Wang Chen continued to focus, the contents on the screen continued to unfold. Next, with the answer from the head of the Li family, you finally learn the truth. It turns out that after the Li family wiped out the Qi family, they accidentally discovered a hidden secret of the Qi family. That is, their bloodline. The Qi family are spiritual beings, a hidden clan of spiritual beings. Their blood can be used for alchemy. By collecting enough Qi family blood, and finding a fourth-grade alchemist, one can refine the blood spirit pill. This pill has the potential to grant the consumer the special constitution of the spiritual beings. Additionally, it has an astonishing effect on aiding in breaking through the extraordinary realm. After learning this secret, the Li family deeply regretted exterminating the Qi family. If they had kept the Qi family alive and cultivated them, they could have obtained a large quantity of blood spirit pills. However, based on a population survey, the Li family discovered that the Qi family had not been completely wiped out. A small group had escaped. This brought them great joy, and they secretly searched for the whereabouts of the Qi family. 80 years passed without any news. Eventually, the Li family even contacted the Sword Spirit sect, hoping to use their influence to find the Qi family. This was because the current wife of the sect master of the Sword Spirit sect is a member of the Li family, the daughter of the Grand Elder, and the sister of the head of the Li family. Despite this, even the Sword Spirit sect could not find a trace of the Qi family, which infuriated them. As you listened to the Li family's explanation, you felt a chill of anger in your heart, but you controlled your emotions and pretended to ask curiously how the Li family found them. Li Huai answered your question. They unexpectedly obtained a secret technique called blood demon tracking art. With a person's blood, they could track their location. However, this technique could only be used to track spiritual beings and had significant limitations. It could only track areas where a large amount of similar bloodlines gathered and could not track individuals. They found the Qi village by using the blood of deceased Qi family members and the blood demon tracking art. After hearing their explanation, hearing them speak of the Qi village people being cunning and hiding deep in the Black Wind Forest, you felt a mix of anger and fear. Finally understanding why Li Huai could always find the Qi family and why only adults were killed, leaving the children behind. Because children could be kept captive, and the excuse of adoption could deceive other forces. Bringing back too many adults would surely raise suspicions. The Li family probably wanted to keep the bloodline for themselves and did not want the Sword Spirit sect to know this secret. So that's how it is, that's what's going on. Wang Chen's gaze turned cold as he clenched his fists. He had heard about the transcendent realm and the spirit race from Kai Yonlong in the chat group before. However, he never imagined that the Qi family were descendants of the spirit race. No wonder the Li family targeted the Qi family, and no wonder the sect master of the Sword Spirit sect was ecstatic after extracting information by feeding him the truth words pill after disabling him upon learning about the Qi village people from him. It also explained why Li Huai only killed adults and spared children, all because the Qi family were descendants of the spirit race. The bloodline of the spirit race was not only powerful and precious, granting them immense potential, but it also made them desirable targets. If the family fell, lacking strong deterrence within the clan, once the information leaked, it would be dangerous, with countless hungry wolves pouncing to drain their bloodline's value. However, if the Qi family are of the spirit race, why can't they break through to a realm beyond the innate realm? Perhaps, there are hidden reasons. Wang Chen recalled some other secrets of the Qi family, muttering to himself. After all, the Qi family were descendants of the spirit race. Even if the bloodline gradually thinned and the spirit blood faded, they shouldn't have fallen to the extent of being unable to break through to the spirit Yuan realm. Surely, there were other hidden reasons he didn't know about. Could it be that they were cursed with some kind of bloodline curse by a powerful being? Wang Chen pondered, suddenly considering this possibility. After all, this was a fantasy world, and the Li family had previously obtained magical techniques like the blood demon tracking art. Possessing bloodline curses was quite normal. Based on his extensive reading experience, the likelihood of being cursed with a bloodline curse was over 80%. It also explained why the village chief would mockingly say that he could only produce a high-grade mysterious technique. It was likely that the Chi tribe was once incredibly powerful, but faced some catastrophe, leading to their downfall, followed by being cursed with a malicious bloodline curse by their enemies. In the end, a small portion of their tribe was forced to migrate, arriving in Disya, developing into a second-rate family in Baiwa City, only to be wiped out by the Li family, forcing them to retreat to the Black Wind Forest, fearing discovery by the Li family.
This explanation tied everything together. What a complex past. Wang Chen sighed lightly. No wonder the village chief always seemed despondent. With such a history, their family constantly in danger, it was understandable. Only after revealing enough potential would the village chief value him so much, waiting for him to grow completely and reach the transcendent realm to protect the remaining tribe members. Only with the cultivation of the transcendent realm could the Chi village people be completely protected. Otherwise, if their bloodline secret was discovered, any spirit Yuan realm cultivator would go crazy for it. Only transcendent realm experts would not care. Some spirit descendants with hidden bloodlines were not worth their attention, because once they reached the spirit embryo realm, they could reproduce a powerful spirit race, becoming the ancestors of the spirit race, overlooking everything. Now that I know these secrets, there are ways to avoid them. Finally, I can save the Chi village. Wang Chen muttered to himself. Next, all he needed to do was to scatter the Chi village people everywhere, reducing the chances of them being found to a minimum. After all, the blood demon tracking art could only track places where similar bloodlines gathered, unable to track individuals. However, this is a last resort. The real way to protect the Chi village is for me to become strong enough to completely annihilate the entire Li family, obtain the blood demon tracking art, and prevent its spread. Wang Chen clenched his fists, his gaze deep. Besides, the Sword Spirit sect is also an opposing force to me. For this, I must be prepared to face them. In the daytime rainbow, Wang Chen fell silent again. After simulating so many times, he actually had quite a good impression of Bai Tianhong. He was remarkably talented, reaching half-step spiritual Yuan realm cultivation at only 25 years old, and had even comprehended the sword intent. In order to save millions of people, he fought a hard battle with a 7th-level demonic beast, the Silver Moon Wolf, at half-step spiritual Yuan realm cultivation, ultimately killing it despite being heavily injured, thus repelling the beast tide. It could be said that he definitely risked his life in that battle. Furthermore, he later emerged to help the common people, putting an end to the chaos of war, overthrowing the decaying Great Xia dynasty, and bringing peace to the land. He was a genius swordsman and a man of righteousness. However, he belonged to the Sword Spirit sect. Perhaps he was not entirely the same as the sect master of the Sword Spirit sect, but if he were to confront the Sword Spirit sect, he would probably have to fight them. Forget it, there's no need to think too much. After all, it's difficult for me to interfere with Wang Chen in the simulation of life. He has a sense of self-awareness, he will grow, he will change his character, just like the me without a simulator. I can't be sure what the future holds. Wang Chen shook his head slightly, no longer dwelling on it. Anyway, whatever happens will be revealed through the simulation of life, and he doesn't need to worry about it. Then, Wang Chen gazed at the screen again, wanting to see how the plot would unfold next. As Wang Chen gazed at the screen again, the text reappeared. When you are angry in your heart, the head of the Li family hopes that you can lead the other 3 third-grade alchemists in the clan to research the formula of the blood spirit pill using the bloodline of the Chi family they have collected, and refine the blood spirit pill. In response, you outwardly agreed. Next, you stated that you wanted to seclude yourself to study the formula. 1 month later, seizing the opportunity, you summoned all the senior members of the Li family, claiming that you had gained some insights. The senior members of the Li family were all overjoyed. You raised your glass in celebration, stating that you would make the Li family stand at the peak of the Great Xia. The members of the Li family were also delighted and echoed your ambitions, all raising their glasses with you and drinking. After drinking it down, they realized something was wrong, but it was too late, as they were already poisoned and unable to move. The head of the Li family looked at you in disbelief, questioning why you had poisoned them. You had no intention of explaining, simply leaving silently. Although you owed a debt to the Chi village, after so many years with the Li family, you had also developed feelings and couldn't bring yourself to kill them. Following that, you went to the basement and euthanized all the Chi family members, destroying all the Chi family bloodlines that the Li family had kept. Ah! Seeing this, Wang Chen sighed inwardly. The simulated version of himself must have struggled for a long time before making this decision. After all, the captive Chi family members had lost their humanity and were better off dead, and the simulated Wang Chen had no way to take them away. As for helping the Li family refine the blood spirit pill and continuing to grow, that was also something he couldn't do. Delaying the production of the blood spirit pill by pretending it was difficult to refine was also not an option. Moreover, even if he wanted to delay, he couldn't do so for long because people had flesh and blood. He might be able to temporarily suppress his emotions and use the blood of the Qi family to research the blood spirit pill to prevent the Li family from suspecting. But over time, his difficult to suppress emotions might be noticed by the Li family, and he might even lose control during his own cultivation, risking falling into demonic ways. Destroying the bloodline, the Li family will surely be furious. I wonder if I can escape this alive, Wang Chen muttered as he glanced at the screen once again. As he looked over, the words on the screen reappeared. Next, you escaped from the Li family, changed your appearance, and tried to hide to avoid their pursuit. Not long after, your actions were exposed. The long-secluded ancestral elder of the Li family heard the news and was furious to the extreme. Your wife, Li Yan, even fainted in disbelief at the heinous act you committed. Following this, the ancestral elder of the Li family offered a sky-high reward and issued a worldwide wanted order to capture or kill you. The entire Dixia was shaken. Everyone was astonished that you, a fourth-grade alchemist, would betray the Li family. In the following period, your reputation spread to the Chu and Zhao countries, known by all in the Central Plains. Unconcerned, you continued to hide, quietly developing your strength, planning to reveal yourself when the time was right. Due to your proficiency in alchemy and ability to alter your appearance, you remained unnoticed while acting discreetly. At the end of the year 495 in Dixia's history, the Lingyuan realm elder of the Dixia royal family passed away. The vassals could no longer restrain themselves and began to rally various forces, aiming to become kings and eyeing the throne. Among them, the Li family also took sides, supporting the northern vassal Lu Yu. Shortly after, the court was shocked and enraged, intending to dispatch a large army to suppress the vassals. However, the vassals were powerful, making it difficult to control them. Turmoil erupted within Dixia, and you continued to quietly develop, wisely protecting yourself. With your innate 7th level cultivation, as long as you remained hidden, you were not afraid of perishing in the chaos of Dixia. In the year 497 of Dixia, you broke through to the 8th level of the Lingyuan realm. That year, the internal turmoil in Dixia became even more terrifying, with heavy losses suffered by both the imperial army and the vassals, turning the country into a hell on earth. The Chu country bordering Dixia sought to invade and annex Dixia. However, the Zhao country bordering Chu did not want Chu to grow stronger by annexing Dixia. Therefore, they sent a large army to the border, forcing Chu to abandon its plans. They also stationed troops in border cities to prevent a sudden invasion by Zhao. At the end of the year 499 in Dixia's history, you further advanced your cultivation to the 9th level of the Lingyuan realm. In the same year, the Dixia royal family was overthrown, and the vassals began a civil war to ascend the throne. They fought each other, and the people suffered greatly. In the year 500 of Dixia, Bai Tianhong, who had reached the 7th level of the Lingyuan realm, could no longer bear to see the people of Dixia suffer so tragically. He intervened, helping the vassal Lu Yu defeat the other vassals and ascend to the throne. After Lu Yu ascended to the throne, changing the country's name to Deshu, he appointed Bai Tianhong as the Sword Saint of Shu and declared his sect, the Sword Spirit Sect, as the protector of the nation. Thus, peace returned to the land, and order gradually restored. Despite the peace in the world, you continued to seclude yourself for cultivation. Finally, on May 7th of the first year of Deshu, you successfully comprehended the sword intent, becoming the unparalleled swordsman of Deshu. After grasping the sword intent, you were extremely confident, believing that as long as you reached the Lingyuan realm, you could go anywhere in the world. However, fate had other plans. The ancestral elder of the Li family somehow found you. You fought fiercely, but due to the vast difference in cultivation levels, even with the sword intent, you were powerless to resist and were easily killed by him. Due to your death, this simulation ends. How did this old guy find me? Wang Chen frowned as he looked at the final simulation content, utterly puzzled. He had successfully hidden for 5 or 6 years, so it was hard to believe he was found in such a dramatic manner. However, the information revealed at the end was too scarce, leaving Wang Chen helpless and forced to abandon his thoughts. If you can't find the answer through your own thinking, then you can only know the answer through simulation. Ding, reward generation successful. The host can choose 2 rewards from the following. 9 levels of innate realm cultivation. All alchemy experience. Sword intent comprehension. Profound grade top tier sword technique, refining spirit sword canon. White talent, kind-hearted and benevolent. White talent, desire to delve into darkness. Mid-grade profound technique, fire spirit decision. So many reward options this time. And being able to choose 2 rewards is really a big surprise. Wang Chen was somewhat amazed. Then, Wang Chen started to think. 2 white talents can be ruled out.
Next, it's between refining spirit sword cannon and fire spirit decision. Since these two can be offered as rewards, they should also allow him to gain all the experience he has accumulated. Even something like fire spirit decision might be maxed out directly. The strength of ordinary cultivators basically comes from three aspects: cultivation, techniques, and martial arts. Cultivation goes without saying. The difference in power brought by different grades of techniques is huge. For example, the quality of innate true chi cultivated from a low-grade profound technique and a mid-grade profound technique in the fire element is vastly different, and the power unleashed using the same martial arts is also vastly different. At the same time, there are significant differences in absorbing spiritual energy, conversion efficiency, and true chi recovery speed. Therefore, the importance of techniques to cultivators is self-evident. In addition, techniques also have different levels, and the power varies greatly at different levels. Fire Spirit Decision has a total of 6 levels, with each breakthrough increasing the quality and quantity of true chi by a lot, making it more intense. Although refining Spirit Sword Cannon is good, it still can't compare to the importance of techniques. If I choose techniques, I won't have to continue researching them in the future, I can just maximize my cultivation efficiency. Wang Chen analyzed. However, the time saved by directly maxing out Fire Spirit Decision is ultimately not as good as choosing the 9 levels of innate realm cultivation. After all, this is based on me in the simulation reaching the peak of the 10th level of the acquired realm, a realm that took me 20 years to achieve. On top of that, Wang Chen looked back at the first option. If Fire Spirit Decision were an Earth-grade technique, he would definitely prioritize it over cultivation, but being only a mid-grade profound technique, it is still somewhat lacking. In addition, Sword Intent also intrigued Wang Chen. After all, this was something he had only comprehended after 20 years of sword practice. Of course, for this simulation, in order to gain the trust and attention of the Li family, he had undoubtedly focused all his efforts on alchemy. Otherwise, whether it was cultivation or Sword Intent, his progress would definitely have been faster. In addition, being a 4th-grade alchemist is also very tempting. After all, the remaining spirit stones I have are not enough for me to simulate a few more times, so I will definitely have to go earn a large amount of spirit stones next. I estimate that only alchemy can meet my requirements. Wang Chen looked at the second option, murmuring to himself. System, I choose option 1 and 2. Looking at the reward page, Wang Chen left the room, finally making a decision in his heart. As Wang Chen spoke, he felt a sudden headache, followed by a rush of memories appearing in his mind. It was as if he had personally experienced the entire process of alchemy learning, feeling mystical and somewhat disoriented in time and space. After an unknown period of time passed, when Wang Chen woke up, he realized it was already night, and Qifeng was sound asleep on the bed. This feeling is truly wonderful, Wang Chen sighed softly to himself. Just like last time, lost in memories without a sense of time passing, as if reliving that lifetime. However, compared to the time spent in that lifetime, the few hours lost now were insignificant. Obviously, the issue of time passing was also resolved by the system. Now, I am already a 4th-grade alchemist. As long as I have enough materials, I won't worry about spirit stones anymore. At least, not for now. Wang Chen's eyes gleamed as flames emerged from his palms, very satisfied. However, Wang Chen also considered the increasing consumption of spirit stones and their rarity in Daxia. He was well aware that with the increasing number of simulations, there would come a day when all the low-grade spirit stones in Daxia would not be enough for another simulation. Not to mention, he couldn't possibly collect all the spirit stones in Daxia. Before I can afford to do a new simulation with the spirit stones I earn, I must become strong enough. 9th level of the innate realm is far from enough. I need to reach the consummate spiritual realm, or even the transcendent realm, Wang Chen thought to himself. At that moment, Wang Chen felt a surge of powerful energy within him. Simultaneously, his body expelled a lot of impurities, emitting an unpleasant odor. Wang Chen took a bath to cleanse himself of the impurities. The 9th level of the innate realm cultivation is truly powerful. With this level of cultivation, even if my techniques, martial arts, and combat experience are average, I can still overpower cultivators below the 7th level of the innate realm just based on my realm, Wang Chen said to himself as he opened his palm, revealing a pure innate chi. Later, Wang Chen returned to the room and did not start a new simulation. Instead, he looked at Qifeng, who was sleeping soundly and occasionally scratching his buttocks, lost in thought. He remembered that when he first saw Qifeng, it seemed like flames were flickering in his eyes. He initially thought it was an illusion, but now it seemed otherwise. The people of Chimu were of the Fire Clan, all practicing fire-based techniques and martial arts. In addition to the flames in Qifeng's eyes, Wang Chen could deduce that the ancestral patriarch of the Qifeng family was probably a strong fire attribute cultivator, condensing a fire spirit body constitution.
The Chimo people's bloodline is not obvious, but Chifun might be an exception.
He may have a reversion in his bloodline, and if guided correctly, he might awaken the fire spirit body, Wang Chen analyzed in his mind with a sharp gaze.
With 20 years of alchemy experience, Wang Chen had naturally read many ancient texts and had some knowledge of spiritual bodies.
It was rumored that spiritual bodies were extremely mystical, some being innate.
Innate spiritual bodies did not require awakening.
The probability of a direct bloodline of a powerful spiritual body cultivator giving birth to a spiritual body was the highest, and they also did not need awakening. However, as bloodlines gradually thinned, the probability of offspring being born with spiritual bodies would decrease, and even if some individuals had a reversion in their bloodline and possessed a spiritual body, they belonged to latent spiritual bodies and needed special methods to awaken them. The most common methods were, in terms of elixirs, there was the 4th grade elixir, the Spirit Awakening Elixir, which was suitable for the vast majority of spiritual bodies. In terms of treasures, different treasures were needed for different spiritual bodies, but their grades would not be lower than the 4th grade. In terms of cultivation techniques, special techniques are needed, specifically those exclusive to the spirit race.
These were created by the ancestral spirits based on their own bloodlines for their descendants.
I wonder, if Chifeng awakens the fire spirit body, can he break through the curse of the bloodline and reach a realm beyond the innate realm? Wang Chen pondered slightly. He couldn't stay in Qi village forever. After helping them solve their troubles, he would have to leave sooner or later. By then, undoubtedly, the people of Qi village would need to protect themselves. However, the bloodlines of the people of Qi village were cursed, unable to break through to a realm beyond the innate realm.
Without reaching the spirit Yuan realm, they ultimately lacked the power to protect themselves in this Xia.
Therefore, if Chifeng could awaken the fire spirit body, break the curse of the bloodline, and grow to the spirit Yuan realm, it would undoubtedly be the best outcome. However, this is probably very difficult to achieve. Perhaps, taming a 7th level monster to guard Qi village or giving them the ability to seek revenge would be the best choice. Speaking of which, we can also start from the cultivation techniques. Later, I will explore during the simulation to see if the village chief has any special techniques left by the ancestors.
Of course, it is probably unlikely.
If there were such techniques, the people of Qi village would not be practicing the Xin grade intermediate fire spirit decision.
Wang Chen shook his head slightly.
Although the fire spirit decision seemed very compatible with the fire spirit body, a special technique created by a spirit fetus realm ancestor for the spirit race's cultivation should at least be of the earth grade or higher.
The Xian grade intermediate is too weak. System, I want to start a new simulation. Immediately, Wang Chen said silently in his mind. Ding, this simulation will cost 128 low-grade spirit stones. Do you want to proceed with the expense?
The system's voice sounded.
Hearing this, Wang Chen's face twitched, feeling a bit of a headache. This doubling of the cost is really hard to bear.
He still had 283 low-grade spirit stones left. After this simulation, he would only have 155 low-grade spirit stones left, and the next simulation would double again, requiring 256 low-grade spirit stones, which he didn't have enough for. However, the life simulator was his golden finger. He had to simulate, he had no choice but to accept it.
Proceed with the expense, Wang Chen said, rubbing his brow.
This is probably the last paid simulation for a while, hoping to refresh some powerful talents. Ding, life simulator activated, talent refresh in progress. The system's voice rang out, causing Wang Chen's mind to shake. Ding, talent refresh successful. Congratulations host on refreshing white talent plain dressing, white talent jinx, green talent beast tamer.
The system's voice sounded again, making Wang Chen's eyes light up.
This time, luck was good, actually refreshing 3 talents directly, and one of them was even a green talent.
However, this white talent jinx seems a bit peculiar. Wang Chen felt subtly in his heart and looked at the talent introduction.
White talent plain dressing. When the host dresses plainly, the mind will become calm, which is more beneficial for cultivation. White talent jinx. People around you will become unlucky when they are with you. Green talent beast tamer. The host will gain very good abilities in nurturing and training monsters.
After reading the talent introduction, Wang Chen was somewhat speechless.
The white talent's simple attire, he could understand, but what in the world was this broom star?
It just seemed like a huge pit no matter how he thought about it. It doesn't seem right. If I go to the Li family and Sword Spirit sect, can I take advantage of this talent to outsmart them? Wang Chen rubbed his chin, pondering.
Forget it, a white talent probably won't have much effect.
Wang Chen shook his head again, abandoning this strange idea.
Well then, it seems I can only choose the green talent beast tamer.
Wang Chen looked at this green talent, his eyes flashing slightly. beasts and such. Although he wasn't interested, he wouldn't underestimate this talent. After all, it was a proper green talent, not weak at all. Green talent's sword Dao prodigy allowed the simulated him to comprehend countless swordsmen's coveted sword intent. Green talent alchemy prodigy made him a respected 4th grade alchemist. This green talent surely had outstanding qualities as well. At this moment, Wang Chen also remembered the Silver Moon Wolf, a 7th level demonic beast. The offspring of the 7th level demonic beast, the Silver Moon Wolf, was most likely stolen. If he could obtain and nurture the Silver Moon Wolf's offspring, it could become a 7th level demonic beast in the future. By then, it would definitely be a powerful force, and could also protect Chimu village after growing up. System, I choose the green talent beast tamer, Wang Chen said in his heart. Ding, talent selection successful, life simulation begins. The system's voice rang out. Immediately, familiar characters began to appear on the screen in front of Wang Chen. In the 480th year of the Dasha calendar, on March 12, you displayed astonishing alchemy skills, shocking the people of Chimu village. They never expected your talent in alchemy to be so high. The village chief was particularly moved, feeling that Chimu village had truly encountered a benefactor. Next, you asked the village chief to find some herbs for refining the innate pill, intending to refine it. The people of Chimu village did as you asked, carefully collecting the alchemy materials for you. On March 30th, in the 480th year of the Dasha calendar, with the materials gathered, you successfully refined a furnace of top-quality innate pill and handed it to the people of Chimu village. Red Tiger and others were extremely excited, overflowing with gratitude towards you. In the following month, Red Tiger and others successfully broke through to the innate realm with the help of the innate pill. In just 1 month, Chimu village gained 8 more powerful experts in the innate realm, leaving the village chief unable to contain his joy. Next, you recounted the matters of the Li family and also mentioned the blood demon tracking technique, which left the village chief deeply puzzled. He didn't know how you knew so much, but in the end, he believed you, albeit with fear. Finally, the village chief made a decision to relocate the entire village and disperse to various locations in Dasha to reduce the likelihood of being found. Upon this, you sighed inwardly. You were well aware that even if you could evade the Li family's pursuit, chaos was about to erupt in Dasha, making it difficult to find peace. In this chaotic era, many people from Chimu village would surely be involved, their fates uncertain. However, you couldn't change anything. Next, you asked the village chief if there were any cultivation techniques of the spirit race to help awaken the fire spirit body of Chiefum. Upon hearing your words, the village chief hesitated, then sighed, indicating that it had long been lost. The fire spirit decision was merely adapted from a fragmented earthgrade technique. Hearing the village chief's words, you were not surprised. This situation had been somewhat anticipated, but you hadn't expected the fire spirit decision to be adapted from a fragmented earthgrade technique. Lastly, you asked the village chief why the people of Chimu village couldn't break through to realms beyond the innate realm. Upon hearing this question, the village chief was once again astonished, finding it hard to believe. He had no idea how you knew this secret. However, considering that you have no ill intentions towards the people of Chimu village and have even sworn an oath, the village chief finally admitted that the Chimu family members indeed could not break through to the spirit Yuan realm. You pressed for the reasons again. The village chief hesitated to speak. In the end, he could only give a vague answer. He was also unclear about what was going on. The Chimu family's past is too distant, and too much has been lost. Many secrets of the family are only known to the past clan leaders, but since the clan leader was killed by the Li family, everything has been lost. Not getting an answer, you felt very regretful about it. Seeing your deep regret, the village chief spoke again, revealing some secrets he knew. The Chimu clan is not native to this overseas island but came across the sea. According to the family's ancient records, for nearly 1,000 years, they have encountered several disasters of extinction, all related to curses. The Chimu clan, 1,000 years ago, could still produce strong Spirit Sea realm cultivators. 600 years ago, there were even Spirit Yuan realm cultivators. 200 years ago, no one could break through to the Spirit Yuan realm. Today, it is extremely difficult for them to even break through to the prenatal realm, and even if they do, cultivation becomes slow. The village chief, with a worried and fearful expression, expressed his suspicion that as time passes, their clan may not even be able to break through to the prenatal realm, and eventually become completely unable to cultivate. Hearing this news, you felt a chill in your heart. The mysterious origins of the Chimu clan, coming from across the sea, being able to produce strong Spirit Sea realm cultivators 1,000 years ago, but now struggling to even reach the prenatal realm, is truly eerie. The mysterious and powerful origins of the Chimu clan made it hard for you to imagine how powerful the clan was at its peak. However, you were more frightened by this eerie curse. The entity targeting the Chimmel clan was particularly malicious. Perhaps this person could have completely wiped out the Chimmel clan, but instead chose to sow a curse, causing the Chimmel clan to wither slowly, struggle in the mortal world, and eventually be completely destroyed. Seeing your fear, the village chief also knew that you had some thoughts, patting your shoulder to indicate that you don't owe them anything, and it is they who owe you too much. You need not worry about the future of their clan, as getting too involved could put you in danger. You understood this in your heart, realizing that delving further into the secrets of Chimmel village could be life-threatening. Half a month later, under the guidance of the village chief, the people of Chimmel village were preparing to leave. However, the village chief did not separate everyone. Some were in pairs, some in groups of 3, all to test the strength of the Li family's blood demon tracking technique, to see if it could track them when several people gathered together. If 3 or 4 people can gather without being noticed, then it won't be so dangerous for Chimmel people to gather in various places in Dasha, you thought, fully agreeing with the village chief's decision, even though it meant risking lives, a fact that made it hard for you to speak up. In the end, the men of the hunting party all vied to become test subjects, not caring about their own lives. You admired this selflessness, thinking that the people of Chimmel village were truly good, willing to sacrifice themselves for others. Ultimately, the village chief and 4 others stayed in Chimmel village. The rest either traveled alone or in groups. However, because some children were too young and unable to fend for themselves, they had to be accompanied by an adult, taking a chance that the blood demon tracking technique wouldn't be able to track 2 people. In the following days, you and Shifeng hid in Haifeng town, focusing on sword practice and improving your skills. With an abundance of elixirs and spirit stones, your cultivation progressed rapidly. On April 5, for 81 of the Dasha calendar, you broke through to the 10th level of the innate realm, a speed far surpassing ordinary cultivators who would take a decade or more to advance a minor level. Next, you headed to where the Chimmel villagers were traveling together. To your relief, the 4 of them encountered no danger, easing your and Shifeng's worries. After delving into Haifeng forest, you investigated whether the village chief and others in Chimmel village had been attacked. Deciding to join the Sword Spirit sect, you believed that with your status as a 4th-grade alchemist you had a good chance of gaining access to their profound martial arts and techniques for faster progress. Despite the sect potentially becoming your enemy, utilizing their resources to strengthen yourself and eventually overthrow them seemed satisfying. Upon arriving at the Sword Spirit sect and revealing your identity and intentions, the sect was greatly impressed, with the sect master personally welcoming you. You easily became an inner sect elder, enjoying excellent treatment and gaining fame. Continuing your diligent practice, you focused on refining sword techniques. Due to your esteemed status and value, the Sword Spirit sect allowed you to cultivate their foundational techniques, the Sword Origin technique and the Sword Control technique, both of which were precious lower-grade Earth-level techniques. As you successfully cultivated these techniques within the sect, you unexpectedly befriended Beishinhong, a young cultivator with exceptional talent, who became a close friend through sharing sword insights. At 19 years old, Beishinhong was already at the innate realm, showcasing extraordinary potential. By the year 487 of the Dasha calendar, you had reached the half-step spirit Yuan realm, while Beishinhong had already achieved this realm and comprehended the sword intent. Through the true teachings of the Sword Spirit sect and your exchanges with Beishinhong, you also grasped the sword intent, albeit not as profoundly as him. During these years, you learned that the 5 village chiefs in Chimmel village remained unharmed, never encountering any attacks. This made you realize that the blood demon tracking technique was not as powerful as you had imagined. In the 487th year of the Disya calendar, on August 1st, you invited Bai Tianhong to the Black Wind Forest to venture deep inside in search of the Silver Moon Wolf cubs ahead of time. Eventually, deep within the Black Wind Forest, you both heard the angry roar of the Silver Moon Wolf and rushed towards it. Then, you and Bai Tianhong witnessed a powerful individual capturing the Silver Moon Wolf cub and fleeing, with a cultivation level reaching the half-step spiritual Yuan realm. Understanding the situation, you proposed to take the Silver Moon Wolf cub to tame it as a spiritual pet, a suggestion Bai Tianhong agreed to help with. This Bai Tianhong is indeed remarkable, Wang Chen exclaimed as he watched the simulated content on the screen. Despite the cunning sword spirit sect master, Bai Tianhong was truly different, a person of genuine character. The blood demon tracking technique isn't as strong as I feared, which puts my mind at ease. Although the curse of the Red Village still poses a major threat, it can prevent a massacre from happening, Wang Chen thought to himself, breathing a sigh of relief. Next, Wang Chen continued to gaze at the screen. You then demanded the half-step spiritual Yuan realm expert to hand over the Silver Moon Wolf cub in exchange for a generous reward. Recognizing your and Bai Tianhong's identities, the person handed it over without hesitation, reminding you to remember the promise before fleeing.
Surprised by the smooth transaction, you had not expected it to go so well. Initially planning for a tougher negotiation, Bai Tianhong was relieved to see it go smoothly without the need for force. However, soon after, you were found by an adult silver moon wolf. Facing the furious 7th level beast, Bai Tianhong remained fearless and boldly took action. You also displayed astonishing combat prowess, joining forces with Bai Tianhong to confront the silver moon wolf. In the end, the two of you successfully killed the silver moon wolf. After slaying the beast, you carried its body out of the Black Wind Forest, preventing a potential disaster that could have resulted in the deaths of tens of thousands of people. Returning to the Sword Spirit sect with Bai Tianhong, you continued your cultivation in seclusion. You began using various spiritual medicines to nurture the silver moon wolf cub. In the year 495 of the Dixia calendar, you aimed to break through to the spiritual Yuan realm but failed due to insufficient aptitude and lack of determination in martial arts. Reflecting on this with Bai Tianhong, you gained significant insights into your own heart, starting to temper your mind with confidence to break through to the spiritual Yuan realm within 3 years. At the end of the year 495 in the Dixia calendar, the spiritual Yuan realm ancestor of the Dixia royal family passed away, causing the vassals to no longer restrain themselves and begin to rally various forces, aiming to seize the throne. It was also at the end of the year that you learned of the whereabouts of the Fire Spirit Flower. Fire Spirit Flower. Wang Chen's eyes lit up as he looked at the simulated content. The Fire Spirit Flower was a rare spiritual medicine of astonishing value. Once he knew the location of this Fire Spirit Flower, he could go and harvest it at any time. When a senior elder of the Sword Spirit sect ventured deep into the Black Wind Forest, he discovered the Fire Spirit Flower. However, being an exceptional treasure among 4th grade elixirs, it was naturally guarded by a demonic beast, the level 8 Firemark Tiger, with strength comparable to a human cultivator at the 8th level of the spiritual origin realm. The senior elder of the Sword Spirit sect was no match for this terrifying beast, hence he revealed this information, hoping to enlist other strong members of the sect to deal with the Firemark Tiger. Ultimately, you informed the senior elders of the Sword Spirit sect that whoever could help you obtain the Fire Spirit Flower, as long as they provided the materials, you would be willing to refine a furnace of 4th grade elixir for them for free. This offer stirred the hearts of the senior elders. Subsequently, the strong members of the Sword Spirit sect mobilized, taking you to the depths of the Black Wind Forest to confront the Firemark Tiger, with Bai Tianhong among them. At this moment, Bai Tianhong had reached the 4th level of the spiritual origin realm, immensely powerful. After reaching the deepest part of the Black Wind Forest, the senior elders of the Sword Spirit sect lured the Firemark Tiger away and engaged in a fierce battle, causing devastation for miles around. Seizing the opportunity, you harvested the Fire Spirit Flower, feeling elated and ready to leave. However, to everyone's surprise, a demonic beast arrived from afar. It was a level 7 demonic beast, the double-tailed snake tiger. Although not as formidable as the Firemark Tiger, it could still rival a human expert at the 8th level of the spiritual origin realm. Despite your current cultivation at the half-step spiritual origin realm, practicing intermediate-level techniques and martial arts, and comprehending sword intent, you could handle a weakened silver moon wolf, but dealing with the fully empowered double-tailed snake tiger was a fool's errand. After a brutal battle, the senior elders of the Sword Spirit sect managed to barely kill both demonic beasts. Bai Tianhong fell in this battle, as did a senior elder, and you were left severely injured and on the brink of death. Although they successfully killed 2 powerful demonic beasts, no one felt joyous because the extraordinary talent Bai Tianhong had perished, leaving them on the verge of madness. Bai Tianhong's death sent shockwaves throughout the world, with many major forces in the central region breathing a sigh of relief, somewhat gloating. Bai Tianhong's existence had been a thorn in the side of all forces. Due to lagging behind in the battle, which led to Bai Tianhong sacrificing himself to protect you, you found it hard to accept and began to deteriorate, drowning in alcohol and inner demons. Wang Chen looked at the unfolding events, somewhat taken aback. He truly hadn't expected that in this simulation, he would become best friends with Bai Tianhong, who sacrificed himself to save him. Bai Tianhong, truly admirable, Wang Chen murmured as he gazed at the screen. Besides, from the current simulated content, it seems that not all members of the Sword Spirit sect are evil. Perhaps only the sect master of the Sword Spirit sect knows about the Qi clan. After all, his wife is the daughter of the Li family patriarch and would only confide this secret in him. Even if the sect master of the Sword Spirit sect uses the sect's power to find someone, he probably wouldn't reveal the secret. Wang Chen thought of something else and pondered for a moment. If that was the case, he would have fewer people to deal with in the future. Then, shaking his head, Wang Chen continued to gaze at the screen, wanting to see what would happen next. As he stared, the words on the screen continued to appear. Feeling melancholic, you went to find the people of Chimo village to check on them. After seeing you like this, Shifeng asked for the reason, and you chose to answer. Then, Shifeng repeated what you had said before, making you slightly sober. Indeed, in the fantasy world, reaching the pinnacle of cultivation greatly increases the possibility of resurrecting someone. For this, you vowed to reach the peak of martial arts and revive Beishinhong. No longer decadent, you began to practice desperately. In the year 497 of Dasha calendar, the internal turmoil in Dasha became more terrifying, with heavy losses suffered by the imperial army and the vassals, corpses littering the land, resembling a hell on earth.
The neighboring Chu country wanted to invade Dasha to annex it. However, the neighboring Zhao country, bordering Chu, did not want Chu to annex Dasha to strengthen itself. Therefore, they sent heavy troops to the border, forcing Chu to abandon its plans. Similarly, they stationed troops in border cities to prevent Zhao from invading suddenly. At the end of the year 499 of Dasha calendar, your cultivation finally made further progress, successfully breaking through to the Lingyuan realm. In the same year, the Dasha royal family was overthrown, and the vassals began to wage internal wars to ascend the throne. Vassals fought each other, and the people suffered miserably. In the year 500 of Dasha calendar, due to the death of Beishinhong, no powerful force capable of completely overturning the situation emerged. The weaker vassals were eliminated, and the strengths of the various powerful vassals were relatively balanced. Eventually, all vassals chose to establish their own kingdoms, and Dasha split into 5 countries, with the people still living in poverty, corpses floating everywhere. That same year, you descended the mountain again to visit the people of Chimo village. However, you found that all the people of Chimo village had mysteriously disappeared. Upon seeing the mysterious disappearance of Chifeng and the entire Chifeng family, Wang Chen's pupils suddenly contracted. However, he didn't dwell on it and continued to gaze at the screen, seeking answers. Upon this, you immediately thought it was the Li family's doing. You were very angry, donned a mask, and confronted the Li family. When questioned why you came knocking, you remained silent, only indicating that the Li family deserved to perish, and you struck fiercely. Being at the pre-celestial realm, you slaughtered most of the Li family. While you were wreaking havoc at the Li family, the ancestral patriarch of the Li family finally emerged from seclusion to battle you. Due to your breakthrough to the spiritual origin realm and your comprehension of sword intent, even though the Li family's ancestral patriarch had reached the spiritual origin realm triple, he was still no match for you and was slain by your hand. Subsequently, you completely wiped out the Li family, leaving no one alive. Then, you searched the underground chamber, hoping to find the figures of Chifeng and the others, but to no avail, leaving you restless. Eventually, you discovered the secret technique of blood demon tracking, intending to use the blood pool in the underground chamber to locate the Chifeng family. Yet, you still found nothing, as if the Chifeng family had vanished into thin air overnight, shrouded in mystery, sending chills down your spine. What's going on? If it's not the Li family's doing, why did Chifeng and the others suddenly disappear? Wang Chen pondered incessantly. Although the sword spirit sect master was also under suspicion, he didn't have such capabilities. After all, with his current status and power in this simulation, any slight movement by the sword spirit sect master couldn't escape his notice. To make all the Chifeng family members disappear without a trace was too terrifying a method. Could it be the terrifying existence cursing the bloodline of the Chifeng family making a move? Wang Chen's expression fluctuated, unable to calm down. If it was that horrifying unknown entity, indeed, they had the ability to accomplish such a feat. Moreover, if they wished, they could easily trigger the bloodline curse, causing the demise of the Chifeng family. But could someone truly live for so long? After all, the Chifeng family had fled to the Central Plains 1,000 years ago. If you counted the time before the Chifeng family's escape, could the other party have lived for 1,000 or 2,000 years? Even with extraordinary abilities, it was impossible to possess such astonishing longevity. It's time to ask Brother Kai. Wang Chen's eyes flickered as he contemplated silently. The disappearance of the powerful beings of the pre-celestial realm from the central continent had been too long, leading to the loss of many records. Although the Chifeng family, where the village chief resided, had a glorious past, according to the village chief, the Chifeng family had almost been wiped out several times, and many things had been lost, possibly even the secrets of the pre-celestial realm. Therefore, it was best to ask Kai Yonglong directly. However, since he was still in the simulation and it was nighttime, Wang Chen had no intention of contacting Kai Yonglong immediately. Of course, if he could get answers during the upcoming simulation, that would be the best outcome. But considering his situation in the simulation, it seemed unlikely. Wang Chen pushed aside his numerous thoughts and continued to focus on the screen. As he gazed, the text on the screen reappeared.
Next, you recalled that the Sword Spirit sect master and his wife were also suspicious characters, believing they might have been involved in secretly gathered information to investigate the Sword Spirit sect master. However, the Sword Spirit sect master noticed your actions and was greatly enraged, questioning why you were investigating him. No longer concealing your intentions, you directly interrogated him. In response, the Sword Spirit sect master was astonished, unable to comprehend how you knew he was searching for the whereabouts of the Chiefing family. Nevertheless, the Sword Spirit sect master thought that if he found the Chiefing family, he would eventually need your help in alchemy, so he admitted to his investigation but had gained nothing. Upon hearing the Sword Spirit sect master's words, you were filled with suspicion and astonishment. You had no idea who else could have orchestrated all this if it wasn't the Sword Spirit sect master acting covertly. Soon, you calmed down and thought about the secrets of the Chi family, falling into silence. The master of the Sword Spirit sect spoke again, hoping you would keep the secret.
In response, you chose to ignore it. Soon, the whole world knew about the Chi family being destroyed by you. Everyone was shocked beyond belief, not expecting you to be so fierce and ruthless. At the same time, Lu Yu, who established the Shu Kingdom, was very displeased with you because the Chi family stood on his side, and now that the Chi family was destroyed, his power was weakened. However, Lu Yu also remembered your identity as the Elder Supreme of the Sword Spirit sect and a fourth-grade alchemist, so he couldn't blame you much. Not only was Lu Yu dissatisfied with you, but the master of the Sword Spirit sect was also furious. Because his wife was from the Chi family was like his political ally. As for the master's wife, she hated you to the core, wishing to devour your flesh and blood. The two wanted to deal with you and had the Elder Supreme judge. In response, you coldly stated that the Chi family had destroyed my disciples' family, so they deserved their fate. The Elder Supreme was very surprised. In the end, you revealed the whole story, leaving the Elder Supreme and others dumbfounded, not expecting such past events, nor that the Master and the Chi family had colluded in many things. The Master was furious and argued his case. Those in the Master's faction also supported him, feeling you were too ruthless. But the Elder Supreme, who owed you a favor, sided with you against the Master's faction. In the end, both sides argued fiercely but reached no resolution. The Master and his wife harbored deep hatred towards you, plotting to get rid of you to ease their minds. And you were also thinking about how to get rid of this pair of despicable individuals. In the year 502 of the Dixia calendar, 3 kingdoms were destroyed, leaving only Lu Yu of the Shu Kingdom and Sun Chang of the Wu Kingdom. At this point, the combined population of the two countries had plummeted from the original 100 million in Dixia to just over 10 million, with widespread suffering. Not only did ordinary people suffer immense casualties, but even innate and spiritual realm cultivators found it hard to protect themselves, suffering heavy losses. Despite this, the two countries showed no signs of stopping the war until one swallowed the other, vowing not to give up. And you, watching the suffering of the people, could only drink in front of your dear friend by Tianhong's grave, feeling lost, lonely, and regretful, saying things like if you were still alive, the world would have been peaceful long ago. In the year 503 of the Dixia calendar, the strongest Elder Supreme of the Sword Spirit sect, by Tianhong's master, could no longer stand by and watch the two countries continue to wage war. Sensing the omen of extermination, he led the way in abandoning the Sword Spirit sect's thousand-year neutral stance, choosing to intervene and help the Shu Kingdom against the Wu Kingdom. With the participation of many strong members of the Sword Spirit sect, the balance of victory instantly shifted towards the Shu Kingdom, and it seemed that peace was about to return to the Dixia world. However, it was precisely when the Shu Kingdom had just defeated the Wu Kingdom and was striving for unification that the Sword Spirit sect leader colluded with foreign tribes and began to invade. The invasion of the foreign tribes, marked by burning, killing, and looting, spared no evil, treating the people of Shu Kingdom as mere sheep to be devoured, almost erasing their humanity. This enraged King Lu Yu of Shu, who urgently mobilized all forces to suppress them. Yet, due to the strength of the foreign tribes and the long-standing turmoil in the land of Dixia, despite once again unifying the rivers and lakes, the glory of the past was long gone, and the power had weakened to the extreme, making it impossible to be a match for the foreign tribes. Faced with this, King Lu Yu of Shu had no choice but to seek the help of the Sword Spirit sect to deal with the foreign tribes. Confronted with the rampant foreign tribes, the Sword Spirit sect was equally furious. All the senior elders of the sect descended the mountain, intending to exterminate the foreign tribes. In the same year, you descended the mountain to gather herbs. However, the sect leader of the Sword Spirit sect sneered, secretly contacted the foreign tribes, and sold you to them. Subsequently, a powerful figure from the foreign tribes intervened, seeking to make you submit and refine medicine for them. With your unyielding spirit, how could you ever submit to the foreign tribes? In the end, you died in battle.
Due to your death, this simulation comes to an end. Has the Sword Spirit sect always been neutral for 1,000 years? It seems that most of the high-ranking members of the Sword Spirit sect are good. Wang Chen watched the simulation, his impression of the Sword Spirit sect changing significantly, quite surprised. However, no matter how good a force is, there will always be some bad elements. This sect leader of the Sword Spirit sect is undoubtedly one of those bad elements. Wang Chen squinted, recalling the actions of the sect leader of the Sword Spirit sect, his eyes revealing a hint of killing intent. While the Sword Spirit sect fought for the world, he, on the other hand, colluded with foreign tribes, plunging the hard-won piece of the land back into chaos, all just to get rid of him. Judging from the current situation, even if the foreign tribes were eventually repelled, it would be difficult for the Shu Kingdom to recover. In the end, it was highly likely to be annexed by the Chu Kingdom. After all, despite the involvement of the Zhao Kingdom, the Shu Kingdom had become too weak, and the Chu Kingdom could easily conquer it with just a small force, with the Zhao Kingdom unable to stop it. However, being annexed by the Chu Kingdom would probably be the best outcome. Without the Chu Kingdom, the Shu Kingdom would likely be directly wiped out by a foreign tribe, leading to a massacre. In addition, the sect leader of the Sword Spirit sect was also a ruthless person, as even the simulated Wang Chen failed to kill him. It seemed that dealing with him using conventional methods would be difficult. No matter how cunning and vicious you are, as long as my strength is sufficient, I can break through all obstacles, and no one can stop me, Wang Chen snorted coldly, dismissing further thoughts. Ding, reward generation successful. The host can choose 2 rewards from the following. Lower grade earth level technique, sword element technique. Lower grade earth level martial arts, sword control technique. Green talent, beast tamer. White talent, lucky star. White talent, plain dressing. Insights into sword intent. Life experience. First level spiritual realm cultivation. These reward options are quite numerous. And being able to choose 2 rewards again, the system is becoming more generous, Wang Chen remarked as he looked at the series of reward choices. Then, he began to think carefully. The white talent, lucky star, to be honest, he felt like the system had given him the wrong talent at the beginning of this simulation. After all, he had been too lucky in killing Bai Tianhong, and all the people from Chimu village had disappeared, which was quite absurd. As for the beast tamer talent, it really had no presence at all. He had obtained a cub of the silver moon wolf, but the system's simulation did not even mention how to cultivate it, which was quite absurd. None of these 3 talents are of much use, so I'll skip them directly. The cost-effectiveness is too low. Wang Chen's eyes flickered as he looked at the techniques, martial arts, and insights into sword intent. These 3 rewards were all quite good. However, after some contemplation, Wang Chen's gaze shifted to the 7th option, his eyes gleaming. Life experience. This option, he had chosen before. He was well aware that selecting this option would allow him to personally experience this simulated life from a first-person perspective. By then, his martial will would become even more resilient, his martial arts and combat experience, the techniques and martial arts he had learned, would all be synchronized. He would also know all the details that were missed in the simulated text. Undoubtedly, experiencing such a life would bring him immense benefits, not to mention the advantages it would bring to his future martial arts practice. This time, he had lived for a long time, and through this life experience, he could directly learn the Earth-grade inferior technique, the sword origin technique, the Earth-grade inferior martial arts, the sword control technique, and other martial arts he had cultivated in the simulation. It was very likely that even his alchemy skills would improve. Furthermore, he would gain all the insights into the swordsmanship he had grasped, and he could directly master the sword intent. It could be said that the life experience reward option was definitely the best choice that encompassed many rewards besides cultivation, with an incredibly high cost effectiveness and a relatively low probability of refreshment. However, Wang Chen had reviewed the content of this simulation. He was well aware that there were too many regrets and sorrows in this simulated version of himself, several instances of decadence, and nearly falling into demonic ways. Life experience would make him feel as if he had personally experienced this life, which would undoubtedly affect him, and might even lead to the possibility of him falling into demonic ways. After all, he already knew about the future developments but could only watch helplessly, unable to change anything. Perhaps the impact would be even greater than imagined. This reward is undoubtedly the best, Wang Chen murmured to himself. If I fear even this bit of tempering, even with the simulator, I cannot achieve great success. If my state of mind cannot keep up, trouble will come sooner or later. For example, in this simulation, I have been unable to break through to the spiritual Yuan realm due to issues with my Tao heart and state of mind. Therefore, I need not fear but must consider this life experience as the best tempering for myself. As long as I can stabilize my mind and elevate my state of mind, great opportunities will come.
As Wang Chen spoke, his expression became resolute, his eyes shining brightly. System, I choose options 7 and 8. With that, Wang Chen silently said in his heart. As Wang Chen made his choice, he felt a moment of dizziness, a change taking place. From then on, everything was beyond his control. He watched everything from a first-person perspective but could not alter anything, like a ghost. The sights and sounds of another Wang Chen, the joys and sorrows, the insights gained from cultivation, all resided in his heart. This feeling was truly extraordinary. Soon, he personally experienced the poignant parting in Chimu village and the uncertainties about the future. Next, it was a year later in Haifeng town, joining the Sword Spirit sect, becoming an honorary elder, and meeting Bai Tianhong. As each scene flashed before him, Wang Chen's mind was greatly moved. Until the end, as everything concluded, Wang Chen's spirit also emerged from it. His face was full of confusion as he scanned the wooden house, feeling like he was in a dream. Everything seemed unreal. This intertwining of time and space, of lives, was too contradictory, giving him a feeling akin to Zhuangzi's dream of the butterfly, or the butterfly's dream of Zhuangzi. Life simulator. It took Wang Chen a long time to come back to his senses, murmuring to himself, is each simulated life really just words? Is it a simulated future? Or is it that each simulated life's development is real, branching into parallel worlds? That sense of reality is truly unforgettable. I'm overthinking it, associating a fantasy world with parallel worlds. Ultimately, the simulated world is just too real, making it hard for me to distinguish between reality and simulation. Wang Chen regained his senses, tapped his forehead, and chuckled. This life experience had a profound impact on him, making it hard for him to forget many scenes, always feeling a blur between the real world and the simulated one. The Wang Chen in the simulation is a condensed reflection of a future life, hating his own incompetence, hating his own weakness. Wang Chen pushed open the door, gazing up at the starry sky, whispering, in the end, what I need to do remains unchanged. I must become stronger. That way, I won't die, nor will I watch loved ones wither away helplessly. It was at this moment that a majestic force surged within Wang Chen, his cultivation directly soaring to the first level of the spiritual origin realm. This powerful feeling fascinated him. However, Wang Chen was well aware that his current foundation was quite shaky. After all, he had taken too many pills. Since he started cultivating, he had never stopped using elixirs. From this day on, he couldn't randomly take pills anymore, or his foundation would become too unstable, eventually getting stuck at a certain realm, unable to progress. Like Bai Tianhong, he was in a powerful sect like the Sword Spirit sect, with his master being the Grand Elder. What resources did he lack? Yet, he remained true to himself, never taking pills, focusing solely on cultivation and sword practice. Even so, his progress was rapid, easily breaking through any bottlenecks. Nothing could hold him back. This was Bai Tianhong's foundation, not flawless but absolutely solid to the extreme. Breaking through bottlenecks was perhaps a matter of course for Bai Tianhong. Wang Chen had a hunch that this overseas island was too small, with a weak martial arts heritage or a fragmented one. Talents from impoverished areas were not necessarily weaker than those from major sects, they just lacked opportunities. If Bai Tianhong were in the eastern wilderness as Kai Yonglong mentioned, with his talent and temperament, he would probably rise astonishingly. There are few people like Brother Bai in this world, Wang Chen mused. Cheers! The next day, Wang Chen walked through Chima village, watching the children drinking beast milk, playing and laughing, and the older children like Chifeng sweating profusely, diligently practicing martial arts. His mind gradually calmed down. He enjoyed the feeling of profound cultivation and high status, as well as this peaceful atmosphere. However, now he preferred this peaceful feeling that could gradually dispel his complex emotions and bring tranquility. Hey, Wang Chen, stop wandering around aimlessly. Sometimes it's better to practice with me or go hunting. Shihu patted his shoulder and shouted in his loud voice, even though you have a special physique and your cultivation progresses rapidly, without a solid foundation in martial arts and practical combat experience, you'll definitely run into trouble in the future. My practical combat experience is very solid, Wang Chen said with a smile. Since you revealed your ability to absorb spiritual stones to enhance your cultivation, you haven't come to practice with me. Still think it's solid? Red Tiger sneered and said disdainfully, I see you, all bark and no bite, a gust of wind would knock you down. Well, how about we spar a bit? Wang Chen didn't care about Red Tiger's mockery, he said with a smile. He knew very well that the men of Chiku village were straightforward and hardy men. Red Tiger wasn't mocking him. He just wanted to goad him into practicing more boxing and gaining more combat experience. All right, Red Tiger grinned, showing his white and sturdy teeth, getting ready with clenched fists. Even though our skills are the same, I think I can defeat you in just 3 moves. Wang Chen chuckled. I can't accept that. How about we make a bet? I bet that all your meat and drinks today will be mine. Damn, you're ruthless. I'll go crazy if I don't eat meat or drink today. Red Tiger twitched his face. You said you could defeat me in 3 moves. Where's your confidence? Wang Chen retorted, eager to try. Are you afraid of me? Who's afraid of you, you skinny stick? Red Tiger glared, getting ready with clenched fists. Since you said that, don't blame me for being tough. Today, I'll show you the gap in combat experience. Let's fight. Let's fight. Some children cheered. It's on, it's on. Some older children shouted even louder. I bet a piece of meat, Uncle Red Tiger wins. I bet 2 pieces of meat, Uncle Red Tiger wins. I bet a bowl of beast milk, Big Brother Wang Chen wins. Red Fong raised his hand. Red Fong, why are you betting on Big Brother Wang Chen to win? Big Brother Wang Chen has never fought before. I always feel that under the same circumstances, even we can't beat him. A little girl from Chiku village with a twisted braid blinked her bright eyes and muttered. Exactly. Other children chimed in, not believing that Wang Chen would win. I believe in Big Brother Wang Chen. Red Fong said firmly, like Uncle Red Tiger, using Big Brother Wang Chen's storytelling words. He looks like a background character, while Big Brother Wang Chen has a mysterious background, clearly not simple. Wang Chen was speechless. You, always telling Red Fong stories, actually saying I'm a background character, what's that about? Red Tiger was exasperated, glaring at Wang Chen with his large eyes. Wang Chen was speechless. This kid Red Fong, always pestering him to tell stories, had picked up a lot of slang expressions, surprising but not unexpected. Forget it, let's start. Today, I want to see who's just a background character and who's something else. Red Tiger stepped back, assuming a stance, and snorted. The children around them stopped their martial arts practice, laughing and surrounding the two. I'm going in. Seeing all the flaws in Wang Chen's body, Red Tiger felt that he could probably defeat Wang Chen with just one move, becoming the most eye-catching person in the children's eyes. He couldn't help but shout loudly, charging directly at Wang Chen and throwing a punch. This punch was powerful, with a strong innate fire-type true energy surrounding it, making it extremely hot. At a critical moment, Wang Chen remained calm, slightly dodging the punch. Then, with a casual palm strike, he sent Red Tiger flying, crashing to the ground and unable to get up. This dumbfounded Red Tiger. Just now, Wang Chen didn't move at all. He thought Wang Chen was scared stiff, so he was about to hold back. But who knew Wang Chen remained calm, dodged his punch with a slight movement, and then casually slapped him, sending him flying. If it were a life-and-death battle, Wang Chen's previous palm strike would have been enough to take his life. For a moment, Red Tiger began to doubt Life, who was the elite hunter in the village, and who was just a rookie who had recently started practicing martial arts. You little rascals, who allowed you to set up your own gambling den? Red Tiger frowned and scolded the children. And at such a young age, not focusing on learning but getting involved in gambling, you really deserve a good scolding. It's all because we learned from Uncle Red Tiger. That's right. Some older kids chimed in. This made Red Tiger twitch his face, unable to argue back. Big Brother Wang Chen, can you teach us that lifting light is heavy, lifting heavy is light thing? At this moment, children like Red Tong gathered around, blinking their bright eyes full of anticipation, staring at him. Of course. Wang Chen patted Red Tong's head in front of him and agreed with a smile. Yay! The children cheered and jumped with joy. Uncle Red Tiger, you don't have to teach us anymore, we want Big Brother Wang Chen to teach us. An older child shouted at Red Tiger. You little brat, feeling all grown up, huh? Red Tiger laughed and scolded, then kicked his butt, sending him flying and causing him to scream, which made the other children burst into laughter. Watching the chattering and laughing children, Wang Chen couldn't help but laugh too, all negative emotions in his heart completely disappearing, feeling light and uplifted. Such an atmosphere, how wonderful. Next, Wang Chen began teaching the children cultivation, while Red Tiger slipped away early to join the hunting team for their daily hunt. One day quickly passed, the children finished their training at dusk, playing and laughing in the village, running around or teasing the village's geese. Wang Chen returned to the courtyard. Woof! Just as he returned, the little yellow dog Huang wagged his tail happily, running over to Wang Chen, circling around him and occasionally tugging at his pants leg. Wang Chen squatted down, smiling, and patted the dog's head. Being patted on the head, Huang became even happier, licking Wang Chen's hand, feeling ticklish. Alright, go play, I have something to do. Wang Chen said to Huang. Woof! Huang barked, seeming to understand Wang Chen's words, and happily ran off to play with the geese in the yard. Wang Chen then moved a wooden chair from inside to the front door, lazily stretched, sat down, gazing at the setting sun's afterglow, enjoying this moment of tranquility. He no longer had any spirit stones for simulation on him.
The number of spirit stones he needed for the next simulation was not something the village chief could help him with, as it would expose Red Village to some risks. Therefore, he planned to leave Red Village tomorrow, earn enough spirit stones in Dasha to help himself with a new simulation, and incidentally wipe out the Lee family. Of course, before that, he had some things to take care of. Lost in thought, Wang Chen opened the chat group page, wanting to see if there were any new messages in the group and to ask Kai Yonglong some questions. Soon, he found the group was very lively, with many people chatting. The initiator of the conversation was Zhang Hu. As soon as Zhang Hu spoke up, he mentioned unlocking a group task and revealed that he had received a group task yesterday. This immediately caused a stir in the group, with many onlookers joining in. Wu Jun, 20 damn, when was the group task activated? Wasn't it supposed to require 10 people? Lu Mei, 15 upon closer inspection, it seems quite normal, because last time 3 new members joined the group, making up the 10 people. Although 2 new members died quickly, the number of live members in the Transcenders chat group temporarily reached 10, hence unlocking the group task. Fang Yun, 3 Lu Mei makes a good point, I also think so. Kai Yonglong, 1 unlocking a group task unexpectedly? Quite interesting, it looks like there's another way to become stronger, I'm looking forward to it. Wu Jun, 20 Wowo, Brother Kai, I'm so nervous. After all, I'm just a weakling, if the group task is too dangerous, I might have to give up directly. Fang Yun, 3 Your world has a modern background, what danger could there be? They wouldn't send you to sell things. Tom's evil grin. JPG. Wu Jun, 20. Zhang Hu, 5 Regarding group tasks, I can only say that the first group task is not that difficult. However, the release of group tasks should be based on your current situation. And from what I've researched, it seems that group tasks are divided into individual tasks and collective tasks. Kai Yonglong, 1 Hu Zi, are you saying that individual tasks are given to you alone to complete, while these collective tasks are the real group tasks that we need to complete together, right? Zhan Hu, 5 Although we haven't had a collective task yet, that's how I see it. Before crossing over, I've read novels about chat groups. Perhaps, when group tasks appear, it's when we cross over to other people's worlds. Wu Jun, 20. Kai Yonglong, 1 It's very likely. Great, I'm looking forward to it. Different worlds, what kind of sparks will fly? Lu Mei, 15 As an ordinary person like me, I'm not looking forward to it at all. I just want to know what was the first task Zhang Hu received. Zhang Hu, 5 Nothing much, just a simple hunting task, to hunt down a monster. Hunting this monster might be a bit troublesome for me now, but I can easily handle it. And there's no rule in the chat group against asking for help or anything. Of course, whether this is a newbie task, and the chat group made it so simple, I'm not sure. Fang Yun, 3 I see, that's still acceptable. Another question, is there a reward? Zhang Hu, 5 My reward is group points, which seem to be related to the system mall that hasn't opened yet. For now, it's useless. For all, Wu Jun, 20 System mall. Doesn't it require 15 group members to unlock? Wow, did the chat group mess up the order of unlocking? Shouldn't they unlock the group mall first, and then the group tasks? Kai Yonglong, 1 Chat group, are you teaching me how to do things? Sharp gaze. JPG. Wu Jun, 20 I dare not. Kai Yonglong, 1 In this chat group of travelers, anything can happen, so just get used to it, and adapt. After all, we don't even know why the chat group made us crossover, or why it randomly gave us cheat codes. Whatever happens in the future is normal, we can only hope that no one dies. Wu Jun, 20 Brother Kai, the more you say, the more nervous I get. Oh. Lu Mei, 15 Panicking is useless, we can only adapt. If we die, we can only lament our misfortune. And this day will come sooner or later. For the early members who joined the group, death had become a familiar sight. After all, too many compatriots had joined the group only to quickly perish. Perhaps they were deeply touched at first, but eventually, they must have become numb. Even though the group's chats were usually cheerful, there was always a fear and confusion about the future in their hearts. Perhaps, in the eyes of Lu Mei and others, their unexpected deaths would come sooner or later. Wang Chen looked at the chat content in the group and shook his head slightly. He, too, was no exception. If it weren't for the life simulator, he would have died quickly as well. He had gone through so many life simulations, each ending in an accidental death, never reaching a good ending. And this was without even considering the factor of the chat group. Even Wang Chen did not believe that having a life simulator would prevent unexpected deaths. The Transcenders chat group was cruel and indifferent to the deaths of its members. The life simulator was just a cheat derived from the Transcenders chat group. If he were to die in the chat group's mission, it would be considered normal. However, after experiencing 2 simulations of Wang Chen's life, especially this one today, Wang Chen still held a reverence for life and death, but he was no longer afraid and lost about the future. With the advantages brought by the life simulator, his state of mind had been elevated, surpassing the other group members.
When the group fell slightly silent after Lu Mei's statement, Wang Chen spoke up.
Wang Chen, 66, at Kaiyonlong, 1 Kaigu, I have something to ask you.
Kaiyonlong, 1, what is it?
Wang Chen, 66, I want to ask, how long can a cultivator in the transcendent realm live? Kaiyonlong, 1, the lifespan of a cultivator in the transcendent realm. The lifespan in the spirit sea realm is 400 years, while in the spirit embryo realm and spirit nurturing realm, it is 500 years.
However, once in the spirit nurturing realm, the soul becomes exceptionally strong.
Even if the body is destroyed, with some luck, one can rely on soul-nourishing spiritual tools to survive in the world. I have read some ancient records of the sect, or some old monsters survived by clinging to their souls, eventually seizing others' bodies and starting a new life.
Fang Yun, 3 Wow, living for 400 to 500 years, truly enviable. You and me under the lemon tree. JPG.
Zhang Hu, 5 truly a fantasy world, even body possession is possible.
Wu Jun, 20 quietly commenting, isn't body possession also a thing in the magical world?
Zhang Hu,
5 that's the business of magicians, what does it have to do with us knights?
Lu Mei, 15 whether it's a fantasy world or a magical world, they are both fascinating and awe-inspiring. The powers in both worlds are strong, and there are various means that are hard to defend against. I can accept death, but if someone seizes my body, that would be too tragic.
Kaiyonlong, 1 it's not that bad. Although body possession is possible, it's not easy to erase each person's soul imprint.
The outcome of forcibly seizing a body can only result in the fusion of 2 souls, driving them mad. At that point, the new soul can only be described as a mixture.
So, unless absolutely necessary, cultivators in the spirit nurturing realm cannot easily possess others.
Zhang Jun, 70 this situation is quite favorable for those geniuses.
Otherwise, if the old monsters in the spirit nurturing realm could freely possess others, there would be no nurturing environment for those geniuses.
Kaiyonlong,
1 not necessarily. Babies in the womb, whether in body or soul, are pure and innocent. If an old monster in the spirit nurturing realm were to possess such a baby, it wouldn't affect their own soul and personality.
Fang Yun, 3 Damn, doesn't this mean that the powerful beings in your world spirit nurturing realm can survive for a long time by crazily possessing babies? Zhang Hu, 5 Goodness, this method of taking over bodies reminds me of a certain anime's Twisted Count crazily taking over descendants to survive in this world. I wonder if our world also has such magic. After all, death always instills fear in people, and I wouldn't be surprised at the crazy things those mad magicians do to stay alive.
Kaiyonlong, 1 people can do anything to survive.
Watching their bodies age, decay, and eventually wither away, those ancient monsters who hold power over millions of lives are truly insane. Although not all, but most are. Unfortunately, fate is kind. In this world, powerful cultivators can take over others' bodies, live another life. But no matter whose body you take, you can only do it once.
Wang Chen, 66 I see, that's not bad. It's fortunate too,
or else I'd feel like there are hidden old monsters everywhere.
500 years. Wang Chen's eyes flickered as he murmured.
He thought that transcendent beings could live for thousands of years, but it seems he was mistaken.
However, the enemies of the Qi family must have existed 1,000 years ago. How else could they have survived until now and wiped out the entire Qi village?
Or perhaps it's not the work of the Qi family's enemies as he imagined, but there's another hidden truth. Maybe the Qi family's foes have lived for over 1,000 years through body possession, surpassing the realm of transcendent beings.
Kaiyonlong,
1 Yes, when I read ancient texts before, I also thought there were old monsters everywhere. It was quite a shock. Luckily, I read further and felt relieved.
Shen Yao, 71. Fang Yun, 30. Shen Yao is online. From your expression, did something happen to you? Or have you been sliced already?
Smirk.
JPG. Shen Yao, 71 blocked. Fang Yun, 3 Damn, don't be like that, I was just joking.
Zhang Hu, 5 Ha, serves you right, your mouth is so foul. By the way, with a mouth like yours, dreaming of wandering the world and winning over beauties, you must be daydreaming.
You foul-mouthed fellow, destined to be alone.
Fang Yun, 3 Damn, why am I foul-mouthed?
Kaiyonlong, 1 Some people are just asking for trouble, just ignore them. By the way, Shen Yao, can you tell us what you've encountered now?
Shen Yao, 71 Nothing much, it's just that demons are becoming more rampant. 100,000 people in a small county were slaughtered and devoured by a great demon.
And this is just the beginning. Wang Chen, 66 100,000 people. Is the situation in your world already this dire? Wang Chen's gaze sharpened, showing surprise.
Although he had already learned from Chun Yao's brief words that the situation in her world was dire, Seeing this situation, it was even worse than he had imagined. In a world like this, Chen Yao's life was truly hanging by a thread. Even the cultivators of that world might not be able to protect her from the demons.
Chen Yao, 71. I can only say, it's worse than I imagined.
So, I'm well aware of my current situation. I've directly revealed my golden finger. And then, they treated me like some kind of savior, saying they would spare no effort to nurture me.
Fang Yun, 3. Damn, I'm jealous. With a system upgrade and access to a world's resources, won't I soar high? Soon, in front of Chen Yao, Brother Kai will also be a loser, right?
I'm so shocked my sunflower seeds fell on the ground.
JPG. Kai Yonglong, 1. You little brat really deserve a beating. If you hadn't joined the group with me, I would really want to kill you.
Zhang Hu, 5. This guy is too despicable. I also want to beat him up. Wu Jun, 20. Don't worry. When the arena unlocks or group tasks appear, there will be plenty of opportunities for you guys to beat him up.
Let him have no descendants, see how he can still act recklessly. Kai Yonglong, 1. Good idea.
I have to say, this is for his own good. By then, give him some evil-defying sword techniques or something, his cultivation will definitely skyrocket.
Fang Yun, 3. Fang Yun, 3. Wu Jun, you little rascal. Wang Chen, 66.
Lu Mei, 15. This guy is really despicable, only bullying the weak and fearing the strong, completely ignoring Brother Kai and Zhang Hu, and targeting Wu Jun. Wu Jun, 20. Kai Yonglong, 1. Indeed despicable. However, Wu Jun is too weak. For some reason, he always makes people want to bully him.
Fang Yun, 3. Hee. Brother Kai, you really have ideas about little Jun, trying to make things difficult for him. Wu Jun, 20. #XX. Wang Chen, 66. Is this off topic? Fang Yun, 3. Off topic?
Not at all. Let's get back to serious matters.
Smirk. JPG.
Ding, group member 3 has been muted by administrator Kai Yonglong, 1 for 24 hours. As this group message popped up, everyone was shocked.
Fang Yun was dumbfounded, almost falling off his horse. Kai Yonglong, 1. Phew, the world is finally quiet. Chen Yao, 71, serves him right. Zhang Hu, 5. Oh my goodness, Brother Kai, when did you become an administrator?
Lu Mei, 15. Equally surprised.
Wang Chen, 66. Agree +1.
Kai Yonglong, 1. Zhang Hu mentioned that the group task function has quietly unlocked. I'll go check if there are any other features.
Then, I found out I inexplicably became an administrator.
I have to say, this chat group is really silent, no notifications given, and no green hats either.
Shrugs. JPG. Wang Chen, 66. Indeed quite silent. By the way, what permissions do group administrators have? Can they kick people out?
If so, it could save many regretful group joiners. Kai Yonglong, 1. Sorry, currently only have muting privileges and a slight discount on purchasing items in the system store compared to other group members. Oh, and from now on, only I can post group announcements.
Zhang Hu, 5. Is that all? Wu Jun, 20. It's already pretty good, right?
The joy of being an administrator is in muting. Oh, ***. Oh.
Lu Mei, 15. I always feel Wu Jun is very happy. Chen Yao, 71. Someone got muted, I'm also happy.
But the mute time is still too short. I suggest a year of muting. No, a year is still too short. How about 10 years?
Everyone. Holding grudges really depends on the woman.
Muting for 10 years or something. Whether Fang Yun can survive 10 years is a question.
Zhang Jun, 70. Is no one paying attention to the 9% discount? I think this benefit is quite good. In the system mall, there must be a lot of good stuff. A 10% discount can save a lot of group points. Zhang Hu, 5. What's the use of paying attention?
I'm not a group manager, it's none of my business.
Zhang Jun, 70. Alright. Kai Yonglong, 1. By the way, Zhang Jun, how are you doing now? Do you need any help? Zhang Jun, 70. Thanks for caring.
I'm fine for now, no need at the moment. Wang Chen, 66. You guys continue chatting, I'll take my leave first. Seeing this group of people starting to chat, Wang Chen, having achieved his goal, had no intention of continuing to chat in the group. After closing the chat group page, Wang Chen left the courtyard and leisurely walked towards the village entrance. At this time, the hunting team should also be back.
It was time for dinner.
As expected, as soon as Wang Chen reached the village entrance, he saw the men of the hunting team entering the village with some prey. This hunting trip was also successful, with no casualties, making the village lively and happy.
Seeing Wang Chen's arrival, the men of the hunting team warmly greeted him.
Wang Chen, I can't believe it, you're so strong, you even defeated the Red Tiger in just a few moves.
Who got defeated? I just went easy.
Red Tiger blushed and protested.
Tisk, obviously there's a gap in strength between you and big brother Wang Chen, don't deny it.
Red Tiger is really shameless. Some children teased, making Red Tiger glare.
Wang Chen, you're so capable, it's not good to stay in the village, why not join us for hunting?
The captain of the hunting team, Red Iron, walked over, patted Wang Chen on the shoulder, and said with a smile,
"Next time, for sure, next time." Wang Chen replied with a smile, "Then it's a deal." Red Iron gave a thumbs up. Wang Chen was speechless.
He made a habitual joke, but these men obviously didn't get it, making the situation awkward.
"Village chief, I have something to tell you." Wang Chen approached the village chief and spoke. "Are you leaving?"
Without waiting for Wang Chen to speak, the village chief sighed.
"Village chief, how did you know?" Wang Chen was surprised. "Your physique is special, destined to need a large amount of spirit stones to assist in cultivation. So, you are destined to leave the Red Village." The village chief shook his head. "But, it's for the best. Compared to the Red Village, the outside world is more suitable for you. Our village is only suitable for retirement in seclusion." The village chief sighed. "I see." Wang Chen nodded in understanding.
Indeed, the village chief was a wise person, able to see through many things.
"I just hope that after you leave, you won't disclose the village's affairs." The village chief gazed at Wang Chen and said, "I won't disclose them." Wang Chen shook his head, smiling and said, "And I will also ensure that you have enough self-protection ability. I believe in you." The village chief smiled and nodded.
"Village chief, I have something to discuss with you in private." Wang Chen suddenly spoke seriously to the village chief.
"Village chief, Qifeng should have a latent spirit body. Are there any techniques in the village that can awaken it?"
Even though this matter had been confirmed in the simulator, Qifeng did not have any techniques, but he still wanted to ask.
"Yes and no."
Wang Chen suddenly transmitted his voice, causing the village chief to be slightly startled.
After a moment of silence, he gave this answer.
The village chief was not surprised. Evidently, he had long known about Qifeng's extraordinary constitution.
"What do you mean?" Wang Chen asked in confusion.
The current development was clearly different from the life simulation. It seemed that the village chief in the simulation had concealed something.
"Our village's fire spirit technique was once adapted from an earth grade technique. That technique was originally practiced by the ancestors of the Chitsi tribe."
The village chief sighed. "However, it has lost most of its content and is severely incomplete, making it impossible to cultivate.
That's why it was adapted." "I see." Wang Chen nodded in understanding.
It made sense why the village chief had spoken in such ambiguous terms. If the truth was as such, then everything could be explained.
"That child has a latent spirit body. It's truly a pity.
Nowadays, no matter what method we use, it's impossible to awaken the spirit body." The village chief recalled Wang Chen's words and sighed deeply.
"Not now, not even 300 years ago." Wang Chen nodded.
This was something he had confirmed in the life simulation as well. About the Li family, Wang Chen looked at the morning glow and slowly spoke. "This time when I go out, I will make sure they no longer pose a threat to our village."
"What?"
The village chief looked at Wang Chen in astonishment, almost thinking he had misheard.
"Wait, your cultivation."
Finally, the village chief noticed something amiss.
Wang Chen looked even younger, his skin unusually fair, exuding an otherworldly aura. Besides, the village chief couldn't see through Wang Chen's cultivation level.
Normally, one could only not discern another's cultivation if it was equal to or higher than their own.
"I made a breakthrough," Wang Chen said, revealing a hint of his aura. "Spirit Yuan realm." The village chief's pupils contracted suddenly, showing an expression of disbelief. In such a short time, Wang Chen had actually reached the Spirit Yuan realm. Even with the ability to devour spirit stones, it shouldn't be possible to progress at such a speed. Clearly, Wang Chen had secrets unknown to others. However, in this world, who didn't have secrets? Wang Chen held great goodwill and trust towards their village, so the village chief naturally wouldn't pry into his secrets, nor dare to.
"Now, I have the ability to eliminate the Li family. Once I deal with them, our village can live in peace," Wang Chen said confidently.
"With your unique constitution, it's better to cultivate for a while first.
Wait until you are truly invincible before causing trouble for the Li family."
The village chief expressed gratitude and quickly added, "Our village already owes you too much, and we truly don't want any harm to befall you because of us." "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing," Wang Chen reassured with a nod. He wouldn't recklessly go and wipe out the Li family.
After all, there was still the relationship with the sword spirit sect to consider.
After the village chief nodded and breathed a sigh of relief, he walked ahead and said, "Wang Chen, come with me. There are two things that might be of great help to you." "What things?" Wang Chen asked in surprise, following along. Soon, Wang Chen followed the village chief to his house. There, Wang Chen saw the village chief retrieve a sparkling pure white ancient jade from a hidden compartment under his bed. The pure white jade had red flame patterns on it, making it quite beautiful. "What is this?" Wang Chen was very surprised. I don't know its origin.
The village chief gently stroked the ancient jade and reminisced, "This is the heritage of my Chizu village, also the token of the clan chief. Only the clan chief knows its secret. On the day of the clan's destruction, the clan chief only had time to let me take this thing and a few people from the clan to escape through the secret passage. Although I don't know what secret this ancient jade holds, I only know it has a mysterious power. 50 years ago, I was overwhelmed by the tragic situation in the clan, harboring deep hatred towards the Li family, and my cultivation went astray, almost falling into demonic ways. In the end, it was this ancient jade that emitted a glow, waking me up. Handing over such an important thing to me doesn't seem right." Wang Chen's eyes showed surprise as he shook his head. Since this ancient jade is the heritage of the Chizu clan, it must be extraordinary, surely hiding a great secret. He was just an outsider and couldn't casually take the clan's heritage. Keeping this thing with me serves no purpose either. The village chief looked bitter, slowly speaking, "Our Chizu clan will one day fall into mundanity because..." Listening to the village chief recounting the past of Chizu village, Wang Chen fell silent. He already knew about the clan's past from the simulation. The bloodline curse of Chizu village had always been affecting them. The former glory of Chizu village was now difficult to surpass, even reaching the innate realm. If the bloodline curse couldn't be lifted, one day they wouldn't even be able to cultivate, completely becoming ordinary people. Even Wang Chen couldn't guarantee to lift the bloodline curse on the Chizu clan now. There were too many unsolved mysteries and deep entanglements. Although Wang Chen had the life simulator, he didn't believe he could always turn bad luck into good and live forever. "Wang Chen, you are the most suitable person to hold this thing. After all, your cultivation progresses too fast, inevitably leading to issues with your Dao heart. This thing can save your life at a critical moment. This is our Chizu clan's way of repaying you, so please accept it. Moreover, even though our Chizu clan had a glorious past, it will eventually come to an end. This thing is of no use to us anymore." The village chief placed the ancient jade in Wang Chen's hand, sighing. "Besides, although it may sound shameless, I still hope that you will protect our clan's descendants as much as possible in the future. You don't need to make them outstanding, just prevent others from bullying them. The future members of the Chizu family are destined to abandon martial arts for scholarly pursuits or become merchants." By the end, the village chief's expression was extremely desolate and sorrowful. The once glorious days were like smoke in the wind, now a choice made out of helplessness. "Village chief." Wang Chen handed back the ancient jade, speaking with complex emotions, "You don't have to do this. In this world, who can escape withering away?" Even though the Chizu clan was once incredibly glorious, they had ultimately reached this point, which was lamentable. Moreover, the inexplicable disappearance of the Chizu villagers in the life simulator left him unsettled. "I've said it before, we won't need this thing in the future, so you should keep it. If you become stronger, our Chizu family will be safer, enjoying wealth and prosperity." The village chief stepped back again, shaking his head. "To be honest, I'm very grateful that you appeared in our Chizu village. Otherwise, I can't imagine what would happen in the future. Even if we weren't exterminated by the Li family, the road ahead would still be extremely difficult, struggling in the mortal world. Perhaps, one day, an accident will lead to the complete extinction of Chizu village." The village chief's gaze was profound, looking far into the distance. Wang Chen remained silent. The village chief spoke the truth. If he hadn't appeared, even if they escaped the calamity of the Li family, there was still the beast tide in the Black Wind Forest. Surviving the beast tide, there was over a decade of continuous warfare. The future held unknown dangers. Living in this world was too difficult. That's why the average lifespan of ancient people was so short. This is just a world without extraordinary powers, like this fantasy world, where the average lifespan will only be shorter. "In that case, I will accept this ancient jade." Wang Chen's thoughts were somewhat complicated. Without further refusal, he held the ancient jade and placed it into the low-grade storage ring. "I have something else for you." At this moment, the village chief spoke again, taking out a yellowed book from another hidden compartment under the bed. "This is..." Wang Chen was surprised. "This is the cultivation technique passed down by our Chizu clan 1,000 years ago. It's the incomplete technique I mentioned before," the village chief said earnestly. "This is the incomplete cultivation technique?" Wang Chen's expression turned surprised and curious at the words. The ancient technique passed down from 1,000 years ago had an astonishing origin. A millennium was too long, causing many things to be lost in the river of history. Just like the history of China, ancient and profound, full of brilliance, but it was difficult to ascertain whether some historical events were real or fabricated by later generations. Time was ruthless, burying many things and leaving future generations unaware of the truth of history. This technique had been preserved for 1,000 years, and being a technique passed down by the Qi clan, even in its incomplete state, its value was remarkable.
Village chief, what grade is this technique? Wang Chen asked with a hint of regret.
Earth grade top tier, the village chief replied.
This technique is divided into upper, middle, and lower volumes. Each volume contains incredible secrets.
The incomplete ancient text you have is the lower volume. If it were the upper volume, one could still cultivate it, although only the first 3 layers of the technique. But as an earth grade top tier technique, its power ultimately surpasses other techniques, standing above earth grade middle tier techniques. Only those who have cultivated to a deep level with earth grade top tier techniques can compare. The village chief gently caressed the yellowed ancient book, sighing. This incomplete technique carried too much history, and every time he looked at it, he couldn't help but imagine how glorious the Qi clan had been in the past, how invincible his ancestors had been after practicing these incredible techniques, defeating all enemies. However, as his fantasies faded, looking at the current state of the Qi village, he could only feel a sense of desolation.
It's a pity it's the lower volume, Wang Chen expressed some regret.
If it were the upper volume, his cultivation speed would undoubtedly increase significantly. Although the earth-ranked lower-tier technique of the Sword Spirit sect, the Sword Yuan technique, was excellent, the grade of a technique was as crucial as one's cultivation level.
The gap between each grade was immense, not to mention the difference between earth-grade lower-tier and earth-grade top-tier techniques.
Even an incomplete earth-grade top-tier technique was incomparable to an earth-grade lower-tier one. However, it was normal for the village chief not to have the upper volume. If he did, he would have long used it to help the villagers cultivate, rather than practicing the self-created fire spirit technique. This technique is called the Crimson Flame technique, most suitable for fire-based cultivators. If you have great luck and can find the other 2 volumes of the technique, you will surely surpass opponents of the same level and be invincible. The village chief handed the yellowed ancient book to Wang Chen, speaking earnestly.
Thank you, village chief,
Wang Chen replied solemnly, placing the book into his storage ring. Although he didn't believe he had exceptional luck to easily find the other 2 volumes, he had a life simulator. By simulating multiple times, he might find some clues. In that case, there was hope to gather all 3 volumes of the technique and revive the formidable Crimson Flame technique. Next, the village chief and Wang Chen returned to the others, preparing to have dinner together.
Come on, Wang Chen, you're leaving soon, we won't stop until we're drunk tonight, Shihu hooked his arm around Wang Chen's neck, enthusiastically saying. You've already lost all the meat and wine to me today, so you're not qualified to drink, Wang Chen said seriously to Shihu.
What are you saying? We just made a verbal agreement back then, it doesn't count for anything. Shihu's expression stiffened, then he started winking at Wang Chen, completely lacking the demeanor of an elder. He was willing to go to great lengths for meat and wine. The crowd let out a collective sigh at his words.
Uncle Shihu, although I never intended for you to fulfill the agreement, it was just a joke, but you really have no shame, Wang Chen said speechlessly. Dealing with someone who was so devoted to alcohol, it seemed they were willing to throw away all dignity just for a drink.
Of course, Wang Chen's words had been just a jest, not meant seriously.
Cough, you little rascal.
Shihu's face turned red, he coughed awkwardly, feeling extremely embarrassed. Knowing this, he wouldn't have said those words, now he's lost face. Seeing Red Tiger like this, everyone burst into laughter, creating a lively atmosphere. The next day, early in the morning, Wang Chen bid farewell to the people of Red Village and left.
Of course, this was the deeper part of the Black Wind Forest, where even ordinary innate realm experts would face danger traveling alone. However, with Wang Chen's current cultivation, as long as he didn't venture too deep, there wouldn't be much danger. Moving forward, Wang Chen encountered no threats along the way.
Although he came across a 5th-level demonic beast, it had some intelligence and knew not to provoke Wang Chen, so it didn't attack him. As the sun set, casting a beautiful glow across the sky, Wang Chen arrived at Black Wind Town. Due to his past experiences, he was quite familiar with the town. After all, he had lived there for a year.
Soon, Wang Chen entered the inn's first floor and ordered many dishes. Brother, dining alone is rather dull. Why don't we share a table?
Sir, it's not appropriate. Your status is noble, you shouldn't share a table with commoners. A man at the table opposite Wang Chen, along with 2 women, one young and the other an elderly lady, expressed their opinions. The man, a handsome youth with a phoenix-patterned folding fan, dressed in pristine white, exuding an air of elegance, caught the attention of many with his exceptional beauty. The 2 women with him seemed to be a maid and an elderly lady, who, despite her age, had sharp, thoughtful eyes fixed on Wang Chen. The young man and the maid were the ones who spoke earlier. Wang Chen looked at them with a deep gaze and was surprised to encounter such skilled individuals right after leaving the Black Wind Forest for Black Wind Town. The young man, despite his age, had reached the 7th level of the acquired realm, while the maid was at the 2nd level, displaying exceptional talent. The elderly lady's strength was unfathomable, as she was a spiritual realm expert. In his previous experiences, Wang Chen had never encountered such a trio after leaving the forest and dining at the inn.
I am Yuan Xia. May I know your name, sir? The handsome youth asked Wang Chen.
I am Wang Chen, he replied, sensing no malice from the youth.
Wang Chen, fate has brought us together.
Let's be friends, Yuan Xia said with a smile, fanning himself with the folding fan.
Sure, Wang Chen replied calmly, glancing at the elderly lady before nodding.
Then let's dine together and make it livelier, Yuan Xia suggested enthusiastically, combining 2 tables and instructing the waiter to bring the best food and wine.
Certainly,
the waiter responded cheerfully.
By the way, where are you from, Wang brother? Yuan Xia asked curiously after speaking to the waiter. You are so young yet possess a cultivation level even I can't see through. Your talent is extraordinary. Why have I never heard of you before?
Wang Chen looked like he was in his 20s, with a cultivation level of at least above the 7th level of the acquired realm. Although his talent probably couldn't compare to those like himself and Bai Tianhong, who were exceptionally gifted individuals, he shouldn't be unknown. I consider the world my home and never seek conflict with others, so it's natural that Brother Yuan hasn't heard of me, Wang Chen casually replied, then countered, on the contrary, Brother Yuan, your talents are extraordinary, rarely matched by anyone.
I, too, have not heard of your reputation, which is quite peculiar. Yuan Xia choked on his words. Being questioned in return was indeed a bit awkward.
Like Brother Wang and I also consider the world my home and avoid conflicts, hence my lack of renown, Yuan Xia said with a smile, fanning himself.
I've come to the Black Wind Forest this time for experience. Would Brother Wang be interested in accompanying me?
Upon hearing this, Wang Chen looked at Yuan Xia, shook his head, and said, as I've mentioned, I do not enjoy competing with others.
Also, Brother Yuan, is your demeanor perhaps a bit too effeminate? Is it?
Yuan Xia was momentarily stunned, then his face flushed red.
How dare you accuse my young master of speaking in an effeminate manner?
The maid sitting beside them couldn't hold back and scolded. This remark made Yuan Xia furrow his brows and shoot her a glance. She immediately fell silent. Apologies, she's a bit ignorant. Brother Wang, there's no need to pay attention to her, Yuan Xia said, coughing lightly and rolling his eyes at Wang Chen. However, Brother Wang, your previous words were indeed a bit excessive.
I did not mean to sound effeminate. Observing Yuan Xia's expression and gaze, Wang Chen's eyes grew even more peculiar. The way Yuan Xia carried himself, his gestures, and tone were indeed somewhat feminine, quite odd. Could this person in front of him be a young lady from a prominent family or sect, disguised as a man to roam the martial world? This thought flashed through Wang Chen's mind. At that moment, other diners were discussing. The successor of the Sword Spirit sect, Bai Tianhong, is truly remarkable. Not long ago, he even killed a strong innate realm expert. I've heard about this incident as well. Rumor has it that an old innate realm expert attacked him but was killed in return. Tisk Tsk, Bai Tianhong, only 18 years old and already at the peak of the post-innate realm. He can even kill old innate realm experts, truly a monstrous talent.
Yes, Bai Tianhong is indeed extraordinary, but still not on par with my young master. Hearing the other diners' comments, Yuan Xia's maid glared and retorted, your young master looks delicate and weak, clearly not as strong as Bai Tianhong.
Exactly, if he were that powerful, how come we've never heard of him before?
Little girl, you shouldn't speak recklessly. Upon hearing this, the other diners couldn't help but look at Yuan Xia, teasing him. In their eyes, Yuan Xia was just a handsome young man, incomparable to Bai Tianhong.
Comparing him to Bai Tianhong would be an insult.
How dare you speak ill of my young master? The maid was furious, her palms filled with true energy, ready to strike. The other diners were shocked to see the maid, so young yet possessing post-innate realm cultivation, truly terrifying. If this was just a maid, one could only imagine how noble and powerful her master must be. For a moment, the diners who had spoken earlier turned pale, showing fearful expressions. They had offended these people, and even if they were beaten or killed, there would be no one to seek justice for them. Donger, do not cause trouble, Yuan Xia frowned and said as the maid looked aggrieved. If this is considered an insult, then should I not retaliate wherever I go? Yuan Xia reprimanded, we are here to gain experience, not to harm others indiscriminately. I know I was wrong. Seeing Yuan Xia angry, the maid could only lower her head, not daring to argue. Although her mistress was usually gentle and kind to her, she understood the distinction between ranks and dared not confront her mistress.
Sorry for the embarrassment, Brother Wang.
After glaring at the maid, Yuan Xia turned to Wang Chen and said, Come, let's continue eating and drinking. Today, meeting Brother Wang feels like an old friend. We must drink until we drop. Seeing this, the other diners breathed a sigh of relief, showing gratitude to Yuan Xia before hastily leaving, not daring to stay longer.
Wang Chen shook his head in response, indicating that he was not bothered, but he glanced at the maid Donger.
People of noble status and exceptional talent were often arrogant, but Yuan Xia's character was different. She did not boast about her abilities or abuse others because of her status. However, her maid Donger had a somewhat different temperament, typical of someone who believed her mistress was powerful and untouchable, enjoying harming others at will.
Of course, Donger's behavior had nothing to do with Wang Chen.
Yuan Xia continued chatting with Wang Chen enthusiastically about various topics. After a satisfying meal and drinks, Wang Chen returned to his room.
Young master, this Wang Chen is quite extraordinary.
After Wang Chen went upstairs, the old woman who had been silent finally spoke up.
Oh, how so?
Slightly flushed from the alcohol, Yuan Xia asked curiously, fanning herself. In Xia, it was rare for someone to be considered extraordinary by the old woman, as they were all top-tier geniuses.
He gives me a sense of danger. It feels like if I were to face him, I would meet my end.
The old woman's gaze was profound as she spoke. This statement surprised Yuan Xia, and Donger beside her also looked incredulous.
How could this be possible?
The old woman was a cultivator in the Ling Yuan realm.
Someone who could make a Ling Yuan realm expert feel threatened must also be a Ling Yuan realm expert.
Initially, she had not paid much attention to Wang Chen, thinking it was an honor for such a small figure to be associated with her mistress, who he seemed to ignore.
However, she did not expect the high regard the old woman held for Wang Chen.
It was more like terror.
He is a Ling Yuan realm expert?
But judging by his appearance, he seems too young,
Yuan Xia said in disbelief. The age of a cultivator cannot be judged by appearance.
Those in the innate realm have a lifespan of 200 years, while those in the Ling Yuan realm have a lifespan of 300 years. He may look around 20 years old, but his actual age could be 60 or 70. The old woman shook her head as a reminder.
True. Yuan Xia nodded in admiration.
A Ling Yuan realm expert in his 60s or 70s, although his talent may not surpass mine and Bai Tianhong's, he is definitely the number one below us. Both she and Bai Tianhong were confident of breaking through to the Ling Yuan realm before the age of 40, so Wang Chen in his 60s or 70s was indeed inferior to them.
However, he was still exceptional.
After all, in today's Xia, considering the older generation and reclusive experts, the number of Ling Yuan realm experts did not exceed 200.
The publicly known Ling Yuan realm experts were only around 100. Considering the Ling Yuan realm experts' lifespan of 300 years, one could imagine how difficult it was to break through to that realm.
The old woman nodded in agreement, praising, "We have only just come out, and we have encountered such an obscure Ling Yuan realm genius.
Truly, this world is filled with extraordinary individuals."
Going through experiences, indeed, was the right choice, Yuan Xia said with a smile, waving her fan.
Yuaner, you should deepen your relationship with him.
Perhaps he could be a great help to you, the old woman suggested earnestly. Now, Xia is becoming increasingly chaotic. Those vassals are all ambitious, and those princes are all useless, not worthy of much. You are Xia's hope, the old woman sighed, her voice filled with genuine concern. Pausing for a moment, she continued, "It's a pity that the Sword Spirit sect remains aloof. They have always maintained neutrality for 1,000 years.
If you could gain their support, you could suppress everything."
The old woman spoke again, sounding regretful. It's normal not to be able to win over the Sword Spirit sect. If they were easy to win over, Xia might not have lasted 500 years, Yuan Xia said nonchalantly.
I actually think it's fortunate that the Sword Spirit sect has remained neutral, she added.
True, the old woman nodded. The Sword Spirit sect, a 1,000-year-old sect with profound heritage, if they hadn't stayed neutral 500 years ago, Xia might not have successfully changed dynasties. It must be said, this little girl sees things clearly. Her appearance is Xia's last hope. Perhaps she can revive the country's fortune and extend it for another 300 years. The only regret is that the one who is about to pass away has left her with too little time. Thinking about this, the old woman felt somewhat anxious.
In the inn room, Wang Chen accessed the life simulator page.
Although he no longer had enough spirit stones to pay for simulations, he still had one free simulation left. He needed to use this free simulation to find out some things, such as whether Yuan Xia and the others posed a threat to him, or if he would encounter any dangers on the road ahead.
System, start the life simulation, Wang Chen said in his mind. As Wang Chen spoke, the life simulator screen appeared before him. Life simulation initiated. Host has 0 remaining free simulation attempts, the system's voice sounded.
Then, text began to appear on the screen. March 14, 480 of Disya calendar, nothing of note happened. March 15, 480 of Disya calendar, Yuan Xia warmly invited you to stroll through Black Wind Town. After several refusals, you were eventually persuaded to agree. You and Yuan Xia strolled through Black Wind Town, enjoying various snacks. At dusk, Yuan Xia reserved a private room at the best eatery in Black Wind Town and asked you some questions about Disya. You calmly answered, surprising Yuan Xia with your insightful responses. Through your conversation, you probably guessed Yuan Xia's identity. Without surprise, Yuan Xia should be Princess Xia Yuan of Disya. Her current name is pronounced backward. With this, you also speculated about the future of this Princess Xia Yuan of Disya. Princess Xia Yuan of Disya, gifted and talented, known for her cultivation talent not inferior to Bai Tianhong, highly valued by the Disya Emperor. However, the power struggle within the royal family is often brutal, as all Disya princes aspire to become the new emperor. Among them, the powerful third prince Xiafeng considers the ninth princess a major threat and secretly conspires with the vassals, sending a spirit realm expert to assassinate Xia Yuan during her training, resulting in her death. The assassination of the ninth princess shocked the world, enraging the Disya royal family. The strongest elder personally took action, killing the spirit realm expert. Nevertheless, regardless of the efforts, the ninth princess was dead, unable to come back to life. Disya's last hope was thus shattered. So, it's her. Wang Qin looked at the contents emerging in the simulator, lost in thought. When he conversed with Yuan Xia before, he had already associated her with the ninth princess of Disya, but with limited information, he couldn't be certain. In the life simulator, the two engaged in a deep conversation, confirming each other's identities. Trouble has found me, Wang Qin sighed inwardly. He remembered that Princess Xia Yuan died 10 days later. Now that he had spoken with Xia Yuan, he might be implicated. The first time he received a life experience reward, he heard occasional discussions about the assassination of Princess Jiu, but back then, he was just a small figure focused on martial arts training and didn't pay much attention. After all, it had been several months since he arrived in Haifeng Town, and the storm of that major event had long subsided, becoming old news. I hope this won't affect me in the future, Wang Qin could only think as he continued to gaze at the screen. If he was indeed implicated, he would immediately go to the Sword Spirit sect. Only a transcendence sect like the Sword Spirit sect could ensure his safety. Otherwise, facing the imposing figure of the great Xia imperial family, even the Lingyuan realm cultivation was not safe. As Wang Qin gazed at the screen again, the text appeared once more. After guessing Yuan Xia's identity, you didn't expose her and planned to leave after the dinner party. However, due to your pleasant conversation, Yuan Xia revealed her identity and invited you to be her right-hand man. You chose to refuse, stating that you only seek peace in life. To prevent any implications, you subtly suggested to Yuan Xia that she should return to the palace soon. Yuan Xia was surprised but didn't mind. You didn't say anything more about it. The next day, you hurried to the Sword Spirit sect. However, Yuan Xia seemed to have taken a liking to you and followed you closely, claiming to be on the same path. You were speechless and could only ignore her. Finally, you arrived at the Sword Spirit sect. Yuan Xia and her companions were shocked, not understanding why you came to the sect. You revealed your identity and purpose, astonishing the sect guardian, who quickly contacted the sect master. At the same time, Yuan Xia and her companions were also extremely shocked to learn that you were skilled in alchemy, a fourth-grade alchemist at that. Impressed, Yuan Xia once again invited you to be her right-hand man, making an astounding promise. You still chose to refuse, stating that you didn't want to get involved in the royal family's disputes. The old woman became anxious, revealing that Yuan Xia was highly valued and was the designated next empress, trying to lure you away. However, you remained unmoved, frustrating Yuan Xia and the old woman. Soon, the sect master of the Sword Spirit sect arrived and was surprised to see Yuan Xia and her companions. He quickly invited all of you to enter the sect together. Although you harbored ill intentions towards the sect master, you didn't show it and chose to follow him into the sect. Next, you successfully joined the Sword Spirit sect. After Yuan Xia stayed with you for half a month without moving you, she could only leave helplessly. However, now she has lost interest in continuing her training and has chosen to return to the imperial palace. Due to Yuan Xia's sensitive identity, a senior elder from the Sword Spirit sect secretly escorted her to ensure her safety on the way back to the palace. On the journey back, Yuan Xia was attacked. Thanks to the senior elder's timely intervention and the assistance of an old woman, they managed to defeat the enemy and she narrowly escaped with her life. At that moment, Yuan Xia remembered your words and felt a sense of fear, silently grateful that she had come to the Sword Spirit sect with you, otherwise, she might have died at the hands of the assailants. she secretly vowed to uncover the mastermind behind the attack and eliminate them. Upon hearing about Yuan Xia's attack and survival due to the senior elder's intervention, you were greatly surprised, realizing the emergence of a butterfly effect, unsure if it was a blessing or a curse. However, you ultimately believed that as long as you stayed in the Sword Spirit sect and as long as Bai Tianhong did not fall midway, there would be no major issues. Over the next few years, Xia Yuan frequently wrote letters to you, still trying to win you over. In the year 486 of Xia's history, turmoil struck as the third prince was killed by the ninth princess in the capital city, shocking the entire nation with the strength and tough demeanor of the ninth princess, Xia Yuan. The actions of the ninth princess Xia Yuan left all other princes and princesses trembling with fear. They jointly petitioned to have the old emperor punish the ninth princess, believing that her ability to kill her own brother was excessively cruel. Faced with the joint petition of the princes and princesses, the ninth princess remained resolute, presenting evidence of several attempts on her life by the third prince's men, silencing the court. In the end, the old emperor stood firmly by the side of the ninth princess, making it clear to the courtiers who the rightful successor was, prompting them to align themselves and cease wavering. Upon hearing about the ninth princess Xia Yuan of Xia, you shook your head in disbelief, never expecting her to be so domineering. Truly, appearances can be deceiving. In the year 487 of Xia's history, you and Bai Tianhong appeared together in the Black Wind Forest, where you defeated the 7th-level demon beast, Silver Moonwolf, preventing a beast uprising. At the end of the year 492 in Xia, the old emperor abdicated, and the ninth princess Xia Yuan ascended the throne, becoming an empress and commanding respect throughout Xia. In the same year, your cultivation reached the second level of the spiritual Yuan realm. In the early months of the year 493 in Xia, chaos erupted in the country, with bandits running rampant and uprisings breaking out everywhere, causing great suffering among the people. The Empress Xia Yuan was furious and swiftly dispatched a large army to suppress the unrest. She began implementing reforms, issuing a series of policies beneficial to the country and the people, executing numerous corrupt officials without hesitation. Xia showed signs of improvement, with the people beginning to praise Empress Xia Yuan, who was gaining popular support. However, her domineering style alienated many officials and noble families, leading them to secretly conspire against her. Undeterred, Empress Xia Yuan became even more forceful, enlisting the invincible ancestors of the Xia royal family to suppress many dissenters. She was well aware that Xia was in its twilight years, on the brink of collapse at any moment. Therefore, she believed that strong measures were necessary for governance, with no room for hesitation. This behavior left many nobles shocked, angry, and fearful, but in the face of the invincible ancestors' power, they could only lie low, avoiding any overt actions to prevent the empress from seizing an opportunity to eliminate them. At the end of the year 494 in Xia, the empress began restructuring the imperial examination system, selecting talents nationwide to infuse fresh blood into Xia and break through the rigid class system. Many scholars were excited, seeing hope for official positions. However, this move offended a group of officials who harbored extreme dissatisfaction towards the empress but dared not show it openly due to her domineering nature, choosing instead to cooperate. In the late 494th year of the Great Xia calendar, the empress ruled the country wisely, and a gradual turnover of old and new officials began, bringing forth fresh blood. The Great Xia showed signs of revival, and the people's lives gradually improved. Although you are in the Sword Spirit sect, you are well aware of the situation in the Great Xia. However, you know very well that the Empress's ability to overhaul the court and suppress many petty officials stems from the invincible ancestor of the royal family. This invincible ancestor had reached the peak of the Spirit Yuan realm, making him unmatched. But if he were to die, chaos would surely ensue, and the foundation of the Xia garden would crumble. In the end, strength speaks volumes in this world. In the late 495th year of the Great Xia calendar, the invincible ancestor of the Great Xia royal family passed away. The long-suppressed forces could no longer be restrained, uniting together to launch a rebellion, seizing cities and plunging the realm into chaos. At the same time, the two elders of the Sword Spirit sect discovered traces of the Fire Spirit flower and planned to join other senior elders to harvest it. You appeared at the right moment, revealing that you had also seen the Fire Spirit flower and recounting the terrifying power of the fire-marked demon tiger and the existence of another 7-level demon beast, the double-tailed snake tiger, leaving Bai Tianhong and the other senior elders astonished. Ultimately, they believed your words, and more senior elders mobilized. To be safe, they even took the sect's treasured artifact, the Azure Spirit Sword. With thorough preparations, the hunting process went smoothly, and the senior elders easily killed the two demon beasts and harvested the Fire Spirit flower. Seeing Bai Tianhong and the others return safely, you breathed a sigh of relief. In the year 496 of the Great Xia calendar, the imperial army engaged in fierce battles with the vassals, resulting in heavy casualties on both sides. However, due to the empress's wise governance, the imperial army, unlike in the past, remained strong and did not show signs of decline. Nevertheless, as dissatisfaction with the empress's policies grew, more forces joined the vassals for their own interests, increasing the pressure on the imperial army. In the late 496th year of the Great Xia calendar, in a risky move for victory, the empress ventured into the forbidden grounds of the Great Xia royal family. In a life-threatening situation, she successfully passed the trials and obtained the spiritual artifact, the ice-condensing mirror, making it acknowledge her as its master. With the ice-condensing mirror's assistance, the empress personally led the troops.
Even the formidable 9th-level spirit Yuan realm experts were extremely wary and dared not confront her head-on.
This increased the pressure on the vassals, leading to signs of defeat.
Upon hearing this news, you were greatly surprised.
You had not expected the Great Xia royal family to possess a spiritual artifact, explaining their bold reforms. However, you were also puzzled as to why there was no information about the Great Xia royal family having a spiritual artifact in your memories. Forced into a corner, the vassals resorted to madness, uniting with the Chu kingdom and calling upon an invincible figure from Chu, armed with a quasi-spiritual artifact. The invincible figure from the state of Chu arrived with a precise spiritual weapon. Even the empress holding the ice-condensing mirror was no match. The disparity in their cultivation levels was too great, with a huge gap in their understanding of martial arts concepts. In the fierce battle that ensued, the empress was defeated and forced to retreat, suffering severe injuries.
Due to the empress's retreat, the morale of the imperial army plummeted, and the vassals began to exert their strength, launching a counterattack. On the other hand, in the state of Zhao, angered by Chu's support for the state of Xia, they were unwilling to let Chu interfere and form an alliance with the vassals of Xia, which would be highly disadvantageous to Zhao. Therefore, without hesitation, the Zhao army advanced, initiating an attack on Chu. As the Zhao army advanced, even the invincible figures from both sides made their move, forcing Chu's invincible figure to return home to confront Zhao's invincible figure. Thus, chaos erupted in all three states. You observed the chaos unfolding at the Sword Spirit sect, feeling a sense of helplessness. Xia Yuan survived because of you, but ultimately, it was powerless to change the course of events. The three states engaged in fierce battles, resulting in countless casualties. The depletion of national strength was severe, prompting neighboring tribes to stir, eager to seize the opportunity and annihilate the native population. You tried to foresee the future but could only sigh deeply, as your cultivation was only at the second level of the spiritual origin realm, unable to alter the course of events. Even Bai Tianhong, in such turbulent times, could do little, being too young and lacking sufficient strength. Despite wielding the spiritual weapon, the Azure Spirit Sword, to assist the Empress, he could only ensure her survival. Moreover, the elders of the Sword Spirit sect would not allow him to leave with the Azure Spirit Sword. As for aiding the vassals, Bai Tianhong had no such intentions. He admired the Empress's governing abilities and grandeur, showing disdain for the vassals' treachery. Listening to Bai Tianhong's evaluations of both sides, you felt a subtle understanding, realizing that his assistance to King Luyu of Shu in the past was merely a matter of choosing the lesser evil, a gesture of resignation. At the end of the year 496 in the Great Xia calendar, the Empress succumbed to her severe injuries in the Imperial Palace, plunging Great Xia into further chaos. The Imperial army lost all morale, with everyone feeling endangered, leading to a catastrophic defeat. The vassals rejoiced at this turn of events and pursued their advantage. Eventually, the kingdom of Great Xia fell, vassals proclaimed themselves kings, and conflicts among them began. Witnessing this situation, you could only lament that Xia Yuan's fate was doomed. If the invincible ancestor of Xia had lived 10 more years, she could have truly quelled all disturbances and turned the tide. Is this how it all ends in the end? Nevertheless, Xia Yuan was indeed a wise ruler. Wang Chen gazed at the simulation's content, unable to suppress a sigh. It was truly regrettable. In a normal ancient setting, with the Empress's governing abilities and the people's support, the vassals would not dare rebel suddenly. The power of the people's hearts was terrifying, capable of uniting in unparalleled force. However, in this fantasy world, the strength of ordinary people was truly insignificant. A strong individual in the spiritual origin realm could easily wipe out thousands of ordinary people with a single strike. And those vassals naturally cared little for the so-called people's hearts. What use was there without the people's hearts? Once I ascend the throne, I will govern as I see fit. If I fail to become emperor, what use is the people's support? What does it matter if the common people die in droves?
In turbulent times, human lives are as insignificant as grass and weeds, Wang Chen muttered to himself. Then, he turned his gaze back to the screen, eager to know the unfolding events. Although he could probably guess what would happen next. In the year 500 of the Great Xia calendar, you made progress in your cultivation, breaking through to the third level of the spiritual origin realm. In the same year, Bai Tianhong's cultivation advanced to the seventh level of the spiritual origin realm. Unable to bear the sight of the people's suffering, Bai Tianhong defied the elders of the Sword Spirit sect, descended the mountain against their wishes, and helped the vassal Lu Yu to slay all other spiritual origin realm powerhouses, enabling him to ascend the throne successfully and change the country's name to Great Shu. In the midst of the war between the Chu and Zhao kingdoms, the Sword Spirit sect abandoned its neutral position. De Xia also underwent a complete change of dynasty, putting an end to meaningless wars and focusing on self-cultivation.
You were not surprised by these developments.
On the 1st of June in the first year of Dishu's calendar, you descended the mountain to visit Qifeng. However, Qifeng and the crimson figure disappeared abruptly before your eyes.
You found it hard to believe.
In your opinion, even if the sworn enemies of the Qi family were acting through a blood curse, it should not have been so eerie. Even in sudden death and turning to ashes, there should have been a process.
Ultimately, you could only seek solace in drinking with Bai Tianhong. Is it really so eerie? Wang Chen furrowed his brow, his expression grave.
The inexplicable disappearance right before his eyes, leaving not even a trace of ash, was truly uncanny. He couldn't fathom what kind of method this was.
Could it be that I am destined to fail to protect the people of Qi village? Wang Chen frowned, feeling very unsettled.
After a long silence, Wang Chen could only continue to gaze at the screen. The text on the screen continued to appear. In the second year of Dishu's calendar, neighboring tribes took advantage of Dishu's weakness, invading and committing atrocities, leaving no one alive in their wake.
This enraged the Shu kingdom, prompting them to dispatch a large army to suppress the invaders.
The Sword Spirit sect was also furious, with the elders descending from the mountains.
Among them, Bai Tianhong also descended once again, intending to suppress the invaders.
In the end, with Bai Tianhong's invincible strength, the invaders were all annihilated, bringing peace to the land once more. In the 10th year of Dishu's calendar, Bai Tianhong's cultivation reached the peak of the spiritual realm, beginning to break through to the extraordinary realm. That same year, chaos erupted in the Dishu martial world, with numerous powerful individuals disappearing, and even entire villages mysteriously vanishing. This caught the attention of the Dishu court, leading to an investigation. However, the powerful individuals sent out by the Dishu court to investigate also disappeared mysteriously. Emperor Shu Lu Yu was shocked and enraged, sending out spiritual realm experts to investigate.
Yet, they too quickly lost contact, with no news able to be relayed back. Only a few years of peace, and now trouble arises again?
Truly a fantasy world, Wang Chen muttered as he stared at the screen in silence. Shu's founding emperor, Lu Yu, in fear, urgently sent people to the Sword Spirit sect at night, seeking their help. Upon receiving the news, the Sword Spirit sect was also greatly puzzled. After all, the mysterious individual who silently caused the death of a top expert of the Great Shu in the Triple Spirit Realm, without even a trace of information returning, displayed a power that was shocking.
Even a 7th-level expert of the Spirit Realm might not be a match for this person.
Faced with Shu's emperor seeking help, the elders of the Sword Spirit sect, after much consideration, decided to lend a hand to prevent the situation from deteriorating further. After all, the world had just achieved peace and was in a phase of recovery, and more casualties could not be afforded. Moreover, the style of that mysterious expert resembled that of a demonic cultivator. Only a demonic cultivator would massacre villages and towns, using blood to cultivate. Confronted with such a brutal demonic cultivator, it was necessary to suppress them with thunderous means, or the consequences would be unimaginable. In the following days, some elders of the Sword Spirit sect descended the mountain together to hunt down the demonic cultivator. However, the demonic cultivator was very cunning, making it difficult to trace their whereabouts. This cast a shadow of unease over both the Great Shu court and the high ranks of the Sword Spirit sect. In the 11th year of Great Shu, the Wu family, with a 7th-level expert of the spirit realm overseeing them, was uprooted by the demonic cultivator, not a single survivor left, shaking the world. No one had expected that the lurking demonic cultivator had grown to such an extent, capable of silently wiping out even a large clan, displaying extreme terror in their methods. For a moment, the world was in shock. Everyone understood that this was no longer just a matter for the Great Shu court but a matter of life and death for everyone. As a result, everyone began voluntarily searching for the demonic cultivator's trail. Even the Chu and Zhao countries heard the news and wanted to help. After all, if the demonic cultivator grew stronger, they would also be in great danger. With everyone searching for the demonic cultivator, the trail was finally found, and dozens of spirit realm experts joined forces to confront them, including experts from Chuan. However, this battle left the world in awe. Because, facing the siege of dozens of spirit realm experts, the demonic cultivator single-handedly killed them all, not a single survivor. Moreover, the demonic cultivator carved words in blood, shaking the world. I am Mo Fan, all beings in the world, all cultivators, are food for me, waiting to be devoured, to achieve transcendence. With these words in blood, the world was terrified, everyone felt threatened, not only in Shu but even the cultivators of Chuan were extremely fearful. Rarely, they wanted to unite completely and discuss countermeasures. They knew very well that the demonic cultivator had become a force to be reckoned with, and if not eliminated, a great demon would truly be born, uncontrollable by anyone. Feeling oppressed, you knew this was perhaps the greatest threat encountered so far and began discussing countermeasures. In the end, you couldn't think of any solutions and could only hope that Bai Tianhong would come out of seclusion and kill the demonic being Mo Fan. However, Bai Tianhong had already begun to prepare for breaking through to the transcendent realm and could not be disturbed by anyone, leaving you with no choice but to sigh helplessly. If Bai Tianhong had come out of seclusion a bit later, perhaps this demon could have been eradicated. 3 days later, Mo Fan attacked the gathering place of numerous spirit realm experts, killing and devouring all the experts, including the Grand Elder of the Sword Spirit sect. This news once again shook the world. Countless people were horrified and desperate, finding it hard to believe. After all, the experts gathered together this time included 5 ninth-level spirit realm experts, yet they were all wiped out, not a single one survived. The terror of Mo Fan was beyond imagination. Upon hearing the news, you were also greatly frightened, realizing that Mo Fan had become even more terrifying, and only Bai Tianhong held some hope of slaying him. The other elders of the Sword Spirit sect were also shocked and angry, thinking about the matter. Unable to do anything else, they decided to disturb Bai Tianhong and make him come out of seclusion. Bai Tianhong was also taken by surprise. He had just closed himself off for a year when this unexpected event occurred, with even his master falling at the hands of the demon. This rare display of anger made Bai Tianhong unsheath his sword and descend the mountain, intent on slaying the demon. The news of Bai Tianhong descending the mountain shook the world, with everyone hoping that the invincible Bai Tianhong would be able to kill the demon Mo Fan. However, a few, including you, harbored some hidden worries. The demon's wings were now fully developed, having devoured numerous powerful individuals. Even Bai Tianhong might not necessarily be a match for him. A week later, Bai Tianhong found Mo Fan and engaged in a fierce battle. However, Mo Fan's cultivation had already surpassed the spiritual Yuan realm, reaching the half-step transcendent realm. His demonic techniques were terrifying, wielding a fearsome demonic weapon, leading to Bai Tianhong's defeat. The news of Bai Tianhong's defeat spread, causing despair throughout the land. If even Bai Tianhong had fallen, who could slay the demon? Upon hearing of Bai Tianhong's death, you felt a heavy heart. 3 days later, Mo Fan stepped into the Sword Spirit sect and single-handedly fought all its experts. You and many other masters rose to attack, but to no avail. In the end, you perished at the hands of Mo Fan. With your death, this life simulation came to an end. This Mo Fan demon, where did he come from? It's too terrifying. Even Brother Bai was killed when he came out. Wang Chen looked at the simulation content, his eyes twitching slightly, his expression grave. Although this guy's cultivation was higher than Bai Tianhong's, his terrifying strength was evident. If allowed to continue devouring strong individuals, he would undoubtedly become the first to enter the transcendent realm in hundreds of years. When he breaks through to the transcendent realm, it will be a disaster for the entire world. It should be said that even in the simulation, he had already caused turmoil, making everyone in the Central Plains feel insecure. If he breaks through, he is likely to devour all living beings and turn them into blood food. After all, he himself had said, all living beings in the world, all cultivators, are food for me to devour. He must be found and killed before he can cause harm. Wang Chen muttered to himself with a serious expression. If he couldn't quickly become stronger through the life simulator, Wang Chen would only rely on the free simulation to know the future, willing to make mistakes rather than let him go. Anyone named Mo Fan must be killed. But there's still 30 years, no rush. Wang Chen breathed a sigh of relief, calming his mind and his gaze flickering. In 30 years, he didn't know what level his cultivation would reach. By then, when Mo Fan emerged to devour strong individuals, he could immediately rush over and kill him, no longer a threat. Indeed, this guy's existence posed a great threat to Wang Chen in his life simulation. How should I treat Princess Xia Yuan? Wang Chen thought of Princess Xia Yuan again, pondering slightly. Through this simulation, it can be seen that as long as he joins the Sword Spirit sect, Princess Xia Yuan poses no threat to him.
The premature death of a generation's empress is truly a pity.
If she had not died, Great Xia would have been able to revive, and the people of Xia would have lived in peace and prosperity, without the need for the deaths of millions. In the end, Wang Chen made up his mind. Not to mention, by saving her, I can also make her owe me a great favor, which will be beneficial for the future. As for using her to find Mo Fan, it's just an incidental matter. The next day, when Wang Chen came down to the first floor of the inn for breakfast, he saw Xia Yuan and two others already seated there, with a variety of breakfast dishes on the table, the aroma wafting through the air. "Good morning, Wang Xiong, would you like to join us for breakfast?" Xia Yuan waved her folding fan, smiling as she extended the invitation. "Sure." Wang Chen nodded and sat down. "The sun is shining today, I would like to invite Wang Xiong to explore Haifeng town together. Do you have free time today, Wang Xiong?" After finishing breakfast, Xia Yuan smiled and extended the invitation once again. "If Brother Yuan invites, then I certainly have time." Wang Chen nodded slightly, his gaze deep and meaningful as he said, "However." "However what?" Yuan Xia asked curiously, while the old woman and Donger also looked at Wang Chen. "However, Princess 9, I advise you to return to the palace sooner rather than later." Seeing the three looking over, Wang Chen did not say it directly but transmitted his message to Princess Xia Yuan. When these words came out, Xia Yuan's pupils involuntarily contracted, staring at Wang Chen in astonishment, her face full of surprise. Seeing Xia Yuan's change in expression, the old woman furrowed her brows slightly, giving Wang Chen a deep look. "How did you figure out my identity?" Xia Yuan asked in amazement through her true energy. "Xia Yuan, Yuan Xia, plus having such cultivation at a young age, your identity was quite easy to guess," Wang Chen transmitted. Xia Yuan had nothing to say. The name she used when traveling the Jianghu was indeed too casual, without any intention of hiding her cultivation. However, being easily seen through by Wang Chen still surprised her. But what surprised her even more was what Wang Chen said. "You suggest I return to the palace sooner. What do you mean?" Xia Yuan asked in confusion. "The situation in Great Xia is not optimistic, the current emperor is getting old, and all the princes are ambitious," eyeing the throne greedily, Wang Chen continued to transmit calmly, "and you, with your intelligence and extraordinary aptitude, are highly favored by the current emperor and are the most likely candidate to succeed. Do you think, once people discover you are wandering outside, what will happen?" Xia Yuan furrowed her brows, her expression changing constantly. "Are you suggesting that my royal siblings will come after me?" Xia Yuan asked in a deep voice. "I didn't mean that," Wang Chen replied with a deep gaze, "but in my opinion, returning to the palace is the best choice for you." There were some things Wang Chen did not explicitly say. Although he knew through simulation that Xia Yuan was a good person, he couldn't guarantee that his words wouldn't provoke her. Although he wanted to do Xia Yuan a favor, he also didn't want to take any risks because of it. "Thank you for the reminder." Xia Yuan furrowed her delicate brows, her phoenix eyes flickering, contemplating something. Seeing this, Wang Chen said no more. Xia Yuan was still too young and somewhat naive, not the peerless empress in the life simulator. The struggle for power in the royal family is extremely cruel, and she seemed to have never considered that her royal siblings would come after her. "Yuaner, what did he say to you?" Seeing Xia Yuan's expression change several times, then fall into contemplation, the old woman gave Wang Chen a deep look and inquired through true energy transmission. Donger, on the side, glanced at Wang Chen, then at her own master, but ultimately remained silent. Knowing Wang Chen's talent, both the old woman and her own master held him in high regard, and she had no right to interrupt. "It's nothing," Xia Yuan shook her head slightly, not revealing the conversation between the two to the old woman. "Brother Wang, with your extraordinary talents, it's a pity to confine yourself to the 4 seas. Why not follow me and become my right-hand man?" Xia Yuan's expression turned serious as she spoke to Wang Chen. "When I ascend the throne, I will not let Brother Wang down. Thank you, 9th Princess, for your kindness, but I am used to leisure and have no interest in holding office." Wang Chen shook his head and declined directly. Staying in the Sword Spirit sect was comfortable, as long as he didn't attract the attention of the sect master Zhang Yuan, he could develop peacefully until death. If he entered the capital to serve as an official, he would be entering a whirlpool of power where his current strength would not guarantee his safety. Even if he revealed his identity as a 4th-grade alchemist, it might not ensure his well-being and could even bring disaster upon him. "I see, that's a shame," Xia Yuan expressed regret and asked, "What are your plans next, Brother Wang?" To join the Sword Spirit sect and seek peace, Wang Chen revealed his next plan. The Sword Spirit sect. Xia Yuan's eyes flickered, and she smiled helplessly. It seemed that the chances of successfully recruiting someone like Wang Chen with his temperament were very low. Although she had been discussing worldly matters with Wang Chen all along, trying to impress him like her ancestors did with great individuals to make them follow her. This method seemed unsuitable for Wang Chen.
She could see that Wang Chen's will was firm and unchangeable.
Moreover, Xia Yuan recalled Wang Chen's earlier suggestion for her to return to the capital quickly, which gave her much to think about.
If Brother Wang changes his mind, feel free to seek me out at any time, and I will welcome you with open arms, Xia Yuan said earnestly, bowing slightly.
This time, she did not use true energy transmission but spoke directly.
Wang Chen, although unlikely to change his mind, nodded gently, unwilling to embarrass her. Yuaner, what did he say to you?
Why did you suddenly change your mind, leave Haifeng town, and give up the idea of going to Haifeng forest for training? The old woman asked in confusion on the way out of Haifeng town.
He just speculated that someone might target me and advised me to return to the capital quickly.
Xia Yuan squinted, gazing towards the direction of the imperial city, and slowly spoke. However, I will not return to the capital immediately. I want to ask Grandpa to come out and see who wants to kill me.
Can his words be trusted?
The old woman frowned.
Summoning your grandpa might be a bit exaggerated.
Her seniority was great, already 160 years old, and the grandpa mentioned by Xia Yuan was even older than her, already 200 years old, a powerful figure ranked high in the great Xia royal family. I don't fully believe his words, but I also think that if my royal siblings find an opportunity to kill me, there is indeed a possibility of them taking action.
It's best to summon Grandpa just to be safe.
Xia Yuan shook his head, his expression gradually turning cold. If someone dares to lay a hand on me, I won't hesitate even if they are my brothers or sisters in the future.
Ah.
The old woman fell silent for a moment, shook her head, and could only sigh. Having been through it herself, she knew what these people were capable of in their quest for the throne. Therefore, whenever the throne changed hands, there would inevitably be bloodshed, with many princes and princesses meeting a tragic end in the vortex of the struggle for power.
While Xia Yuan planned to enforce the law by fishing, Wang Chen also left Haifeng town and headed to the Sword Spirit sect.
The next day, at dusk, Wang Chen arrived at the entrance of the Sword Spirit sect. Located on the Qingyuan Mountains, the Sword Spirit sect boasted beautiful scenery and rich spiritual energy, making it an ideal place for cultivation. Here, it was the most coveted place for cultivators of the Great Xia. After all, despite the Great Xia's history being only 500 years old, showing signs of the end of a dynasty, the Sword Spirit sect had a 1,000-year history, standing tall at the peak of the Qingyuan Mountains, overlooking the land. Even during the peak of the Great Xia, the imperial court preferred not to provoke the Sword Spirit sect but rather sought to win them over, indicating the sect's lofty status.
This is the entrance to the Sword Spirit sect. Stop here, visitor.
Shortly after, Wang Chen walked along the mountain stone steps and arrived at the entrance of the Sword Spirit sect, where two disciples guarding the gate shouted,
I am Wang Chen, a fourth-grade alchemist. I wish to join the Sword Spirit sect. Please inform your sect master. Wang Chen looked at the two disciples and spoke calmly. What? A fourth-grade alchemist?
The two disciples showed surprised expressions, finding it somewhat unbelievable.
Are you really a fourth-grade alchemist? You seem a bit too young. One disciple questioned skeptically.
There were only a few fourth-grade alchemists in the entire Great Xia, and the Sword Spirit sect currently had only one.
Being young doesn't mean my alchemy skills are low. Wang Chen remained calm and composed, saying, Or do you think I have the audacity to deceive my way into the Sword Spirit sect? The two Mountain Gate disciples exchanged glances, finding Wang Chen's words quite reasonable.
Indeed, in this world, no one had dared to deceive their way into the Sword Spirit sect. It was as rare as an old tortoise hanging itself, finding life too long.
Wait here for a moment, I will inform the sect master.
Immediately, one disciple respectfully said to Wang Chen and ran towards the gate, displaying remarkable lightness skills. Soon, two figures appeared within the Sword Spirit sect. A middle-aged man with a slightly refined appearance, riding a flying sword, arrived with the disciple guarding the gate. Wang Chen looked at the man flying with his sword in the sky and narrowed his eyes. The sect master of the Sword Spirit sect, Zhang Yuan, appears gentle and refined on the surface, but in reality, he is ruthless and malicious, with a deeply hidden nature. He is also someone that Wang Chen has been wanting to get rid of recently. However, in the last free simulation, Wang Chen's growth was too slow, and he never made a move against Zhang Yuan.
Of course, Wang Chen could understand.
After all, without taking drugs, his cultivation speed was indeed slower, but his solid foundation allowed him to go further. Unfortunately, in the last free simulation, Wang Chen never found a proper opportunity to take out Zhang Yuan and was instead killed by the sudden appearance of the demon Mo Fan.
Of course, with Mo Fan attacking the Sword Spirit sect, Zhang Yuan was undoubtedly doomed as well. Fellow Taoist, you claim to be a fourth-grade alchemist, is that true?
Zhang Yuan flew on his sword and arrived in front of Wang Chen, curiously inquiring. Initially, when his disciple reported the news, he didn't care about Wang Chen's appearance or age. After all, innate realm experts had a lifespan of 200 years, and spiritual realm experts even had a lifespan of 300 years. Some who appeared to be only 20 years old might actually be 50 or 60 years old, or even over 100 years old. With his cultivation at the third level of the spiritual realm, he could tell at a glance that Wang Chen had spiritual realm cultivation. Therefore, he believed Wang Chen's true age should be over 70. Of course, at the age of 70, with spiritual realm cultivation and being a fourth-grade alchemist, it was already extraordinary. Such a figure had never appeared in the history of the Great Xia. Is it true? I'll know when I start refining the medicine later, no need to doubt. Wang Chen looked at Zhang Yuan and spoke calmly. I didn't mean to doubt the intentions of Taoist friend, just a normal inquiry. Even if Taoist friend is not a fourth-grade alchemist, based on Taoist friend's cultivation alone, you could become an elder of my sword spirit sect. Zhang Yuan nodded with a smile, extending an invitation. Taoist friend, would you accompany me to the alchemy room? Sure, Wang Chen nodded. Sword control technique, gathering spirit. Immediately, Zhang Yuan raised 2 fingers, and there was a brilliant surge of true energy on his fingertips. Then, a large sword formed from true energy appeared before everyone's eyes. Seeing this white sword, the 2 mountain guarding disciples showed expressions of admiration and envy. Generally, only spirit realm experts could fly in the air. However, there were exceptions. The sword spirit sect's main martial arts, the sword control technique, could control thousands of swords and allow flying in the air. Even those in the prenatal realm or postnatal realm could fly using this technique. In battles, not only was it incredibly powerful, but it also allowed for easy maneuvering, giving a significant advantage. If they could learn it, not only would their combat strength be unparalleled, but they could also fly in the air, which was quite stylish. By then, there would be nothing they couldn't achieve, even catching the attention of junior sisters. After that, Zhang Yuan flew with his sword, disappearing into the sky, and Wang Chen also flew up to follow. Seeing this scene, the 2 mountain guarding disciples were wide-eyed, showing expressions of shock. They had never expected that Wang Chen, who looked so young, was actually a spirit realm expert. No wonder even the sect master referred to him as Taoist friend. This was a title reserved for spirit realm experts of the same level. In the alchemy room, Zhang Yuan brought Wang Chen here, attracting the attention of the alchemists present. Greetings, sect master. An old man approached, bowing to Zhang Yuan and then looking at Wang Chen and the others, asking in confusion, Sect master, who is this? This Taoist friend is Wang Chen, a fourth-grade alchemist who has come to join our sword spirit sect. Zhang Yuan glanced at Wang Chen, smiling as he said to the old man, Elder Wu, as a third-grade alchemist, you can exchange ideas with Taoist Wang and perhaps gain something. A fourth-grade alchemist? Elder Wu was stunned, looking at Wang Chen in disbelief. These days, all sorts of people exist, he chuckled. If he's a fourth-grade alchemist, then I must be a fifth-grade alchemist. I really don't know what the sect master is thinking, actually believing this liar and bringing him to our alchemy room to disturb our work. The others in the alchemy room overheard the conversation and looked at Wang Chen with skeptical eyes. These days, all sorts of people indeed existed, they even managed to deceive their way into the sword spirit sect. In the entire Great Xia, there were only a few fourth-grade alchemists, and they all reached this level when they were over 100 years old. Even if Wang Chen had exceptional talent, it was impossible for him to become a fourth-grade alchemist in his 20s, no matter how early he started practicing alchemy. You fools, even the sect master calls the senior Taoist friend, indicating that the senior is a spirit realm expert. How dare you insult him, Elder Wu angrily rebuked. Upon hearing this, everyone realized their mistake and quickly apologized, fearing that Wang Chen would blame them. A spirit realm expert was not someone they could afford to provoke. Moreover, with the status of a fourth-grade alchemist, the position was highly respected. Do you have the materials to refine the fourth-grade pill, spirit realm pill? If you do, bring them out, Wang Chen asked Elder Wu. You want to refine the spirit realm pill? Elder Wu was astonished. The difficulty of refining the spirit realm pill was not insignificant among fourth-grade pills, and its effect could help a spirit realm expert advance a small realm. Moreover, due to the rarity of the materials and the relatively low success rate of the fourth-grade alchemists in Xia Kingdom in refining the Spirit Yuan pill, this pill appears even more precious. Therefore, the Spirit Yuan pill is fervently sought after by many strong individuals in the Spirit Yuan realm. Even the eccentric fourth-grade alchemist of the Sword Spirit sect has a success rate of no more than 40% in refining the Spirit Yuan pill. Senior, the herbs are naturally available, but I wonder if I can assist Master Wang in refining the pill. Elder Wu blushed and said awkwardly. He had been stuck at the third-grade alchemist level for decades. The fourth-grade alchemist of the Sword Spirit sect had a strange temper and showed no intention of teaching him. If he had to figure it out on his own, he might never reach the level of a fourth-grade alchemist in his lifetime.
However, suggesting to observe the alchemy process would be suspicious of learning without permission.
Even Elder Wu, who had lived for over 100 years, felt extremely embarrassed.
Sure, Wang Chen glanced at Elder Wu and nodded.
I heard that Elder Wu has been stuck at the 3rd grade for many years. If Elder Wu is willing to assist me in alchemy in the future, I can give you some guidance. Elder Wu's character was actually quite good and he had been his best assistant in his previous life experiences.
Therefore, Wang Chen had no intention of refusing.
Master Wang's generous guidance, I am deeply grateful. If Master Wang needs anything in the future, just call me, Elder Wu said joyfully.
The kindness of passing on knowledge and skills was deeply appreciated.
Elder Wu never expected that Wang Chen would be so generous, which made him admire him greatly. At the same time, he firmly kept this favor in his heart.
If Wang Chen could help him progress further, he would even be willing to follow Wang Chen.
Hurry and bring the precious herbs, Elder Wu urged his disciple.
Master, the 4th-grade precious herbs require an application, what do you think?
Then, Elder Wu looked at the sect leader. I permit Master Wang to use them, the sect leader Zhang Yuan nodded.
This made Elder Wu overjoyed.
Next, after Elder Wu harvested the precious herbs, Wang Chen and Elder Wu went to a sealed alchemy room to prepare to refine the 4th-grade pill, the Spirit Yuan pill. A 1st-grade pill could be refined by a high-grade alchemist even in a noisy environment without any issues, but when refining a high-grade pill, there must be no disturbances, as any carelessness could lead to failure. Zhang Yuan watched the two enter the sealed alchemy room and couldn't help but smile. I hope he succeeds. By then, our Sword Spirit sect will have truly struck gold. During his tenure as the sect leader, having a Spirit Yuan realm genius voluntarily come to join, especially one who was a 4th-grade alchemist, was undoubtedly a credit to him, which would enhance his prestige. In a transcendent sect like the Sword Spirit sect, not every sect leader could serve until death or voluntarily step down. It was a 50-year cycle. After 50 years, if more than half of the elders supported him to continue as the sect leader, he could remain in office, otherwise, he had to step down. Now, during his term as the sect leader, with a 4th-grade alchemy genius voluntarily joining, he believed that the elders would support his re-election as the sect leader. It had to be said that Wang Chen was truly his lucky star. It remained unknown where this genius alchemist had emerged from. He had never heard of such a figure before. An hour later, Elder Wu looked at the white pill emitting a white fluorescent glow in the pill furnace, his face full of astonishment.
Wang Chen's method of refining the Spirit Yuan pill was too skillful. The process was smooth, making him doubt if it was not a Spirit Yuan pill being refined, but a top-grade pill. However, the scent of the pill, emitting a white fluorescent glow, placed in front of him was a 4th-grade pill, the Spirit Yuan pill, proving that Wang Chen had indeed refined a 4th-grade pill, and it looked quite good, at least a top-grade Spirit Yuan pill. The key to refining a 4th-grade pill lies in controlling the fire. Wang Chen looked at Elder Wu, pointing out, the fire must be controlled perfectly. Any mistake will lead to a decrease in quality, and in severe cases, a waste pill will be produced. I understand the importance of controlling the fire, Elder Wu smiled bitterly. However, the changes in the fire for a 4th-grade pill are too complex. Ordinary people find it difficult to master. Even with your guidance several times before, I have not fully grasped it. It can be considered complex. However, the difficulty cannot be compared to a 5th-grade pill. Wang Chen shook his head. To become a 4th-grade alchemist, precise control of the fire is crucial. As for a 5th-grade alchemist, not only do they need perfect control of the fire, but their cultivation is even more important. Without reaching the transcendent realm, one can never reach the 5th grade. Yes, Elder Wu nodded, somewhat longing and regretful. Unfortunately, not to mention a 5th-grade alchemist, even a powerhouse in the transcendent realm has not appeared for hundreds of years. The level of cultivation does not have much impact on alchemists below the 5th grade. Those in the innate realm can refine 4th-grade pills. Even the flames used for alchemy can be assisted by external flames. Therefore, theoretically, those in the acquired realm also have the potential to become 4th-grade alchemists. However, it is not possible for the 5th grade. 5th-grade treasures already possess spirituality, strong vitality, and ordinary flames cannot melt them into liquid medicine. Moreover, ordinary flames lack spirituality and their temperature is not high enough. Only the terrifying temperature of the flames condensed by transcendent realm cultivators, possessing spirituality, can be called spirit fire, which can refine 5th-grade pills with spirituality. Therefore, 5th-grade alchemists are considered legendary on the Xiangui continent, only mentioned in ancient texts. The 4th-grade alchemist from the Sword Spirit sect is striving to become a 5th-grade alchemist.
He has been seeking opportunities outside for years, hoping to quickly improve his cultivation and break through the transcendent realm in his lifetime, aiming to become a fifth-grade alchemist. For 1,000 years, the limitations of cultivation have blocked all historical fourth-grade alchemists, Elder Wu sighed. Of course, he was just lamenting. After all, his talent was limited, and he only hoped to reach the fourth grade in his lifetime. The fifth grade was something he didn't dare to think about. However, perhaps Elder Wu has hope of reaching the fifth grade. Elder Wu looked at Wang Chen with reverence, speaking up. Although it was flattery, he truly felt that Wang Chen had a glimmer of hope. After all, Wang Chen became a fourth-grade alchemist at such a young age. As long as he successfully entered the transcendent realm in the future, becoming a fifth-grade alchemist would be a sure thing. By then, the entire Xiangui continent would look up to Wang Chen. Whether it was due to his strength or his skills as an alchemist, it would be the same. If it's about the future, who can say for sure? Wang Chen shook his head, calm and composed, putting away the spirit yuan pill and placing it in a white jade bottle. Seeing Wang Chen so indifferent, Elder Wu sighed inwardly. Those who achieve great things at a young age are often arrogant. However, Wang Chen, despite his young age, had such a calm personality, not arrogant or impatient, truly admirable. It could be said that even without his talent as an alchemist, Wang Chen would still become a great figure in the future. Characters like this, we also have one in the Sword Spirit sect, and that is the disciple of the Grand Elder, Bai Tianhong. However, compared to Wang Chen, Bai Tianhong is still younger, and now he is showing a bit too much sharpness. Next, Wang Chen and Elder Wu left the alchemy room. As soon as they came out, everyone in the alchemy room looked at them, wanting to know the result. Senior is truly a remarkable person, effortlessly refining a top-grade spirit yuan pill. Seeing everyone looking over, Elder Wu stroked his beard, full of respect, and said with some enthusiasm, "Hiss." As these words fell, there was an instant gasp in the room, faces full of shock. They did not expect that Wang Chen had actually succeeded, and even refined a top-grade spirit yuan pill. This level of alchemy was somewhat terrifying. For a moment, many old alchemists couldn't help but have a thought in their hearts. This senior is truly terrifying. He's actually a fourth-grade alchemist, and his alchemy skills are even above that of the fourth-grade alchemist in our Sword Spirit sect. Zhang Yuan's eyes also lit up, a smile on his face, clenching his fist. Truly a talented fourth-grade alchemist picked up by chance. With this achievement, a brilliant feat can be added to his sect's history. I must make sure to win him over in the future. If I can make him lean towards our faction, then my position as the sect leader will be secure. Even if Bai Tianhong grows stronger, he won't be able to shake my position. Zhang Yuan thought to himself, pondering what good things their faction could offer to attract Wang Chen. Friend, I was short-sighted. I didn't know there was such a talent in the world. I offended you just now, please forgive me. Zhang Yuan looked at Wang Chen, who approached, smiling elegantly, apologizing with a bow. Master, in my hometown, when someone apologizes, they usually bring a gift to show sincerity. Wang Chen looked at Zhang Yuan, his face warm. Zhang Yuan was taken aback, then smiled and said, bringing a gift is indeed appropriate. In Zhang Yuan's view, Wang Chen was expressing his dissatisfaction towards him. After all, when they arrived at the alchemy room earlier, he did indeed have doubts about letting Elder Wu follow Wang Chen to learn. Fourth-grade alchemists are proud, let alone a talent like Wang Chen. It was quite normal for the other party to feel dissatisfied. This rejuvenating herb was obtained by chance. I wonder if you are satisfied. In front of everyone's eyes, Zhang Yuan somewhat reluctantly took out a white jade box from his storage ring and opened it, revealing a golden herb emitting a strange fragrance. Rejuvenating herb. Looking at this entirely golden herb, just the scent alone made one's body feel restless. Elder Wu and the others all exclaimed in excitement, showing fanatic expressions. The rejuvenating herb was a fourth-grade treasure medicine, known for its healing properties. Even if a powerful expert in the Lingyuan realm suffered severe injuries, consuming the rejuvenating herb could quickly restore their condition, making it a life-saving treasure. By using the rejuvenating herb as the main ingredient to refine a furnace of rejuvenation pill, the healing effects would be even more astonishing, capable of reviving even the most severely wounded. Of course, the rejuvenating herb and rejuvenation pill also had another miraculous effect, an incredible aphrodisiac property that countless men dreamt of. It could be said that the value of the rejuvenating herb was immeasurable, even more precious than the Lingyuan pill. While the Lingyuan pill was valuable, it could only elevate one's cultivation by a small realm and became ineffective after the second consumption, limited to enhancing realms below the 7th level of the Lingyuan realm. The rejuvenating herb, on the other hand, could be considered as a second life for those in the Lingyuan realm, incomparable to the Lingyuan pill. The sect master is indeed generous, murmured a disciple.
Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. Generous? Apologizing alone required compensating with a rejuvenating herb? It was evident that the sect master wanted to win over senior Wang Chen. However, this was normal. A young fourth-grade alchemist like Wang Chen held immeasurable value. It was not surprising to offer a rejuvenating herb, let alone something more precious. The sect master is indeed generous. Wang Chen did not express surprise when Zhang Yuan presented the rejuvenating herb. He accepted it and said, "I admire it. As long as the master likes it. Later, I will discuss with the elders and strive to secure the position of chief elder for you. If all goes well, tomorrow I will announce it to the entire sect and appoint you as the chief elder, holding a grand induction banquet for you." Seeing that Wang Chen did not blame him further, Zhang Yuan smiled and said, "Then I will trouble the sect master." Wang Chen smiled and replied, "If there is anything you need in the future, feel free to come to me. I will make sure to handle it properly for you." Zhang Yuan warmly expressed, trying to win over Wang Chen. "Certainly." Wang Chen glanced deeply at Zhang Yuan and nodded. "Elder Wu, according to the rules of our sword spirit sect, how should I handle the Lingyuan pill I refined?" Next, Wang Chen suddenly turned to Elder Wu, asking knowingly. "This?" Elder Wu glanced at the sect master and helplessly said, "Friend, according to the sect's rules, if the pill is refined from your own materials, it belongs to you. However, if it is made from sect-owned herbs, it should be split evenly." "Ha, that is indeed the sect's rule, but there are always exceptions." As Elder Wu finished speaking, Zhang Yuan smiled and said, "Friend, you have come a long way to join our sword spirit sect. If we still quibble over such herbs, it would be unbecoming of a great sect. Therefore, friend, this Lingyuan pill belongs to you." Zhang Yuan looked at Wang Chen and said, "I believe no one will object. Then I thank the sect master." Wang Chen smiled lightly and put the white jade box into his storage ring. This Zhang Yuan really went to great lengths to win him over. However, this guy didn't know that he had information about his greedy red tribe in his possession. Otherwise, he would have definitely made a move. Next, Zhang Yuan smiled and said, "By the way, friend, since you are new to the sword spirit sect, you must not have a place to stay yet. Coincidentally, I still have some time to choose the best residence for the Taoist friend and introduce the various pavilions of my sword spirit sect to the Taoist friend. Then I'll trouble the sect master." Wang Chen nodded. Next, Zhang Yuan directly took Wang Chen away from the alchemy room, chatting with him all the way, trying to deepen their relationship. This Zhang Yuan is ruthless and deep-minded. In the face of insufficient strength, one must still be cautious in front of him. Wang Chen stood on the balcony of the classical pavilion chosen for him by Zhang Yuan, watching Zhang Yuan ride away on his sword, squinting his eyes. In the main hall of the sect, Zhang Yuan summoned all the elders and inner disciples to inform them about Wang Chen's induction into the sect. The whole hall was shocked for a moment. None of the elders had expected that a fourth-grade alchemy genius would voluntarily join. It was like a heaven-sent gift. Truly a blessing for our sword spirit sect. In the spirit Yuan realm at around 70 years old, and still a fourth-grade alchemist, this is truly unprecedented. Yes, as far as I know, the fastest person in history to become a fourth-grade alchemist was around 100 years old. Not to mention, Wang Chen is also a fourth-grade alchemist. Tisk tsk, with such a genius joining the sect, our sword spirit sect will continue to prosper. If one day he can reach the 5th grade, our sword spirit sect will become even more prosperous. It's hard to imagine. The 5th grade is too difficult, one must reach the transcendent realm. With his talent, it's very low. Of course, the main reason is the current Xiangui continent, lacking the necessary conditions to give birth to the transcendent realm. It's fine if he can't become a 5th grade alchemist. With one more genius alchemist, our sword spirit sect will also thrive even more. The elders discussed eagerly. The 4th grade alchemist of their sword spirit sect was already a familiar figure to them. Unfortunately, in pursuit of the possibility of breaking through to become a 5th grade alchemist, he was often absent from the sect. Therefore, the sect's 4th grade elixirs were actually very scarce. Sometimes they had to purchase from the royal family or the medicine alliance, which was quite embarrassing. There was no way around it, as there were too few 4th grade alchemists, only 3 in the entire Disya. One from their sword spirit sect, one from the Disya royal family, and one from the medicine alliance. Now, with an additional 4th grade alchemist, they were naturally overjoyed. As long as they treated him well, they would have the hope of obtaining precious 4th grade elixirs. Whether for cultivation assistance or healing injuries, everything would be readily available. Sect Master, you promised Wang Chen the position of elder, well done. The second elder beamed with satisfaction. He was also from the Zhang family faction of the Sword Spirit sect and naturally felt pleased with the actions of his junior. The position of elder was not something the sect master could hold, it had to be determined by the elders' meeting. In other words, Zhang Yuan had overstepped his authority. By overstepping, he was the first to win over Wang Chen, which was of great benefit to their faction. In normal circumstances, such overstepping behavior would surely be met with dissatisfaction from the elders of other factions. However, with someone like Wang Chen joining, who was sure to be given the position of elder, the other elders had little to say. Elders, tomorrow we will hold a grand banquet for the induction of Elder Wang Chen into the sect. Please prepare your gifts in advance, so we can get acquainted and also have Elder Wang help with alchemy in the future. Zhang Yuan blushed, addressing those present. Everyone nodded, pondering what gifts to prepare. The next day, Zhang Yuan had someone ring the bronze bell, summoning all the elders, deacons, and disciples, appointing Wang Chen as the chief elder. At the same time, today, the whole sect celebrated Wang Chen's joining of the Sword Spirit sect. This news shocked everyone, followed by great joy. After all, such a major event was rare in 100 years, and this grand feast offered spirit wine that was usually hard to come by, greatly beneficial for cultivation. As the feast began, the rarely seen chief elders also appeared one by one, warmly presenting gifts to Wang Chen. Each gift was extremely precious, with several strains of fourth-grade precious herbs, leaving people amazed. Wang Chen was not surprised by this. After all, he had experienced such things in his previous life simulation. Next, after Wang Chen and other important figures of the Sword Spirit sect had drunk and conversed, they did not neglect any etiquette. By Tianhong, I have met the chief elder. At this moment, a handsome young man in white clothes walked over, bowing slightly to Wang Chen. It is said that Bai Tianhong is the #1 genius of the Great Xia. Truly a pleasure to meet you. Wang Chen looked at Bai Tianhong with a smile on his face, admiringly said, "You are probably just a step away from comprehending the sword intent." This statement surprised everyone. Elders and disciples alike showed astonished looks. The chief elders who already knew were even more surprised that Wang Chen could see through Bai Tianhong. Soon, a chief elder frowned, showing a look of surprise, seeing through Wang Chen's true abilities. "How did you figure it out?" Bai Tianhong looked at Wang Chen in surprise, not expecting this new chief elder to see through his true abilities at a glance. "Because I have comprehended the sword intent." Wang Chen chuckled, his momentum suddenly changing, like a drawn sword, sharp and ready to cut through everything, as if it could destroy all. At the same time, the swords of the disciples of the Sword Spirit sect present all vibrated, emitting the sound of swords, showing a tendency to unsheath themselves. It could be said that with the sword intent out, all swords submitted. Sword intent. Feeling Wang Chen's sword intent, Bai Tianhong's pupils contracted, full of surprise. He did not expect that Wang Chen had actually comprehended the sword intent, and not just recently, but had already reached the realm of 20% sword intent, very powerful. Not only Bai Tianhong was surprised, but all the elders, deacons, and disciples present also showed shocked expressions, looking at Wang Chen in disbelief. Wang Chen, a fourth-grade alchemist. And now, he had even comprehended the sword intent. This person was indeed a bit too abnormal. Hiss. Although they had speculated earlier, when Wang Chen revealed his sword intent, even the chief elders could not help but widen their eyes, involuntarily gasping. A genius in alchemy was one thing, but to also be a genius in swordsmanship, his talent was probably not inferior to Bai Tianhong. A fourth-grade alchemist, comprehending 20% of the sword intent, this talent was truly a bit too terrifying. Truly a heaven-sent genius. They had truly struck gold with him in the Sword Spirit sect. Bai Tianhong, if you have time, you can come to me for a sword discussion, and I can give you some guidance. Wang Chen smiled at Bai Tianhong. In the life simulation, Bai Tianhong had guided him many times. Now that his cultivation and swordsmanship surpassed Bai Tianhong, it was natural for him to guide Bai Tianhong. After all, although the Sword Spirit sect was powerful, there were no one who comprehended the sword intent except him. Only he could guide Bai Tianhong in understanding the sword intent faster and becoming stronger. "Thank you, Chief Elder." Bai Tianhong's eyes lit up, full of joy, quickly expressing his gratitude. Wang Chen nodded. Although he wanted to have an equal exchange with Bai Tianhong, he did not want to reveal too much. The people of the Sword Spirit sect believed he was in his 60s or 70s, so let them think that way. If one exposes oneself at the age of 25, it is inevitable to attract some people's covetousness, which may pose some danger. Anyway, survival comes first. After the banquet, Wang Chen gave Bai Tianhong some pointers, allowing Bai Tianhong to gain a lot and deepen his understanding of sword intent. Without any surprises, Bai Tianhong would definitely comprehend the sword intent in the next 2 months. This banquet has brought quite a lot of gifts, enough to support me in several more simulations. If I manage it well, like refining some precious medicines into pills and then auctioning them in Daxia, I could earn even more spirit stones.
Inside the pavilion, although Wang Chen had experienced such a life event before, he couldn't help but glance at his storage ring and sigh. Now, his storage ring had upgraded to a higher-grade medium storage ring, with a larger space and less prone to damage, a gift from a senior elder. However, even though I have enough spirit stones now, as long as I continue alchemy, I can continuously gain more spirit stones.
But, I mustn't waste them. Wang Chen's eyes flickered with various thoughts.
After all, the amount of spirit stones spent on each simulation was exponentially increasing.
With more attempts, the cost of each simulation would eventually reach a staggering amount.
Therefore, although it seemed that there was no limit to the number of simulations set by the life simulator, with the increase in simulations, he would eventually run out of spirit stones, unable to simulate for a long time, and the following simulations would become increasingly difficult. Each payment for a life simulation was precious and should not be wasted. Perhaps I can first use the free simulations to find the most suitable development path, and then proceed with paid simulations for more security.
Wang Chen thought to himself.
Over the next month, while Wang Chen engaged in his daily cultivation, he also converted some unimportant items into low-grade spirit stones through the sex channels. As a result, the number of low-grade spirit stones on him reached a staggering amount, exceeding 50,000. In Daxia country, low-grade spirit stones were possessions only a few postnatal realm-strong individuals could have.
Having a few pieces on one's person was already considered good.
Postnatal realm-strong individuals could possess more spirit stones, and it was normal for an average postnatal realm-strong individual to have a few hundred low-grade spirit stones. As for the top postnatal realm-strong individuals, having over 1,000 spirit stones was also considered normal. As for the spirit realm-strong individuals, standing at the peak of Xia country, each of them was wealthy, and having over 10,000 spirit stones was quite normal. This time, in order to curry favor with him, the elders and senior elders of the spirit element sect spared no effort, each bringing out many good items. After exchanging these items, it was normal for him to obtain 50,000 low-grade spirit stones. If he were to convert those precious items into spirit stones as well, the quantity would only increase. I have saved 4 free simulation attempts this time. I must find the best path for survival and growth.
If I can directly reach the transcendent realm, that would be the best thing. Wang Chen thought to himself, ambitious. Of course, Wang Chen also knew that reaching the transcendent realm was an unrealistic goal. After all, if breaking through to the transcendent realm were that easy, Xian Gui continent would not have remained unentered for hundreds of years. Ding, detected an anomaly in the world where Zhang Jun is located. Group task issued: eliminate the anomaly. This group task is mandatory, with a participation of 10 people. Since the number of group members is less than 10, unable to select randomly, all members are required to participate. Ding, teleportation will occur in 10 minutes, please prepare accordingly, group members. Just then, a pop-up window abruptly appeared in front of Wang Chen, causing his expression to change drastically. The chat group had been silent for over a month, and now suddenly a group task emerged? And it's a mandatory task at that. This is troublesome, it will definitely be very dangerous.
No, I must enhance my strength.
Wang Chen clenched his fist, feeling a sense of crisis surging within him.
He didn't even have time to check the chat group. Without hesitation, he accessed the life simulator page.
System, I want to proceed with a paid simulation, Wang Chen said in his mind. Ding, this life simulation will cost 256 low-grade spirit stones. Do you want to proceed with the simulation immediately? The system's voice rang out. Payment, Wang Chen replied. Ding, life simulator activated, talents refreshing. Talents refreshed successfully. Congratulations host for refreshing white talent escape artist. Green talent immune to poisons.
White talent escape artist, host gains a speed boost when escaping. Green talent immune to poisons. Possessing this talent grants the host powerful poison resistance.
System, I choose the second talent.
Wang Chen looked at these two talents, especially when he saw the green talent immune to poisons, his eyes instantly lit up. After all, the world where he would be carrying out the group task this time is the zombie world where Zhang Jun is located.
If he accidentally gets bitten by a zombie, he would turn into one.
It can be said that this talent came just in time. Ding, talent selection successful, life simulation begins. April 20th, 480 AD in Daxia calendar, you diligently cultivate. In the year 486 AD in Daxia calendar, turmoil in Daxia, the third prince was killed by the ninth princess in the capital, shocking the entire nation with the strength and tough attitude of the ninth princess Xia Yuan. The actions of the ninth princess Xia Yuan made all other princes and princesses shudder. They jointly petitioned to have the old emperor punish the ninth princess, believing that she was too ruthless to even kill her own brother without reason. Facing the joint petition of the princes and princesses, the ninth princess was extremely dominant, directly presenting evidence of the third prince's several attempts to assassinate her, leaving the court in silence. In the end, the old emperor stood firmly by the side of the ninth princess, making it clear to the ministers in the court who the rightful successor was. Their minds became clear, no longer wavering, and they began to take sides. In the year 487 AD in Daxia calendar, Yuan Bai Tianhong appeared together in the Black Wind Forest, whereby Tianhong forcefully killed the 7th-level demon beast Silver Moon Wolf, preventing a beast-tide outbreak. You also took a look at the village chief and others. At the end of the year 492 AD in Daxia calendar, the old emperor abdicated, and the ninth princess Xia Yuan ascended to the throne of Daxia, becoming an empress, shaking Daxia. At the beginning of the year 493 AD in Daxia calendar, chaos erupted in Xia kingdom, bandits roamed, uprisings began in various places, and the people suffered. Empress Xia Yuan was furious and swiftly dispatched a large army to suppress them. At the end of the year 494 AD in Daxia calendar, with the empress's wise governance, old and new officials began to alternate, fresh blood emerged, Daxia showed signs of a rebirth, and the people's lives gradually improved. Although you are in the Sword Spirit sect, you are well aware of the situation in Daxia. At the same time, you have long been planning and searching for certain elixirs. At the end of the year 495 AD in Daxia calendar, your cultivation reached the peak of the second level of the spiritual element realm, and by combining the young returning grass with other 3rd and 4th grade elixirs, you successfully refined a 4th grade pill life-prolonging pill capable of extending the life of the invincible ancestor of Daxia by 20 years. You arrived at the imperial city, met Empress Xia Yuan of Daxia, handed over the pill to her, and received many benefits in return. She is very grateful to you for allowing you to enter the royal secret pool. You washed your body in the spiritual pool, absorbed spiritual energy, and gained great benefits, continuously breaking through your cultivation, reaching the 4th level of the spiritual origin realm. On the other hand, due to your elixir, the invincible ancestor of Daxia was able to survive and did not pass away, still dominating all directions, making everyone hesitant to act rashly. Not long after, the elders of the Sword Spirit sect killed the 2 demonic beasts and took the Fire Spirit Flower. In the year 496 of Daxia's history, the empress continued her reforms, gradually weakening the strength of the vassals, causing chaos and bloodshed in Daxia. Unable to tolerate this any longer, the vassals finally rebelled, leading to intense battles between the imperial army and the vassals, resulting in heavy casualties on both sides. However, due to the effective governance of Xia Yuan, the imperial army did not decay as before, remaining strong and not showing signs of decline for the time being. Not long after, the invincible ancestor of Daxia emerged, suppressing all directions, overpowering the major vassals who could not resist and were beheaded. The vassals dared not act recklessly and had to submit to the empress, cooperating with her reforms just to preserve their lives. After a tumultuous reform, Daxia resolved many issues and began to prosper, causing Zhao and Shu to feel uneasy. Next, you returned to the imperial city, where the Empress Xia Yuan sought Mo Fan, intending to eliminate him while he was still young. The Empress Xia Yuan did not question your actions and publicly announced the search for Mo Fan's whereabouts. However, to your dismay, despite gathering all Mo Fans from around the world, no abnormalities were found. It was an unavoidable situation. You only knew the name but not the appearance or age of Mo Fan, making it as difficult as finding a needle in a haystack. On June 1, 500 AD, you made progress in your cultivation, reaching the peak of the 4th level of the spiritual origin realm. That year, the Red Clan mysteriously disappeared again, leaving you sighing in resignation. Disappeared again. Wang Chen looked at the screen, sighing at the outcome. In the year 510 of Daxia's history, you successfully broke through to the 5th level of the spiritual origin realm, while Bai Tianhong reached the peak of the spiritual origin realm, preparing to close in on the transcendent realm. Although your cultivation speed was much slower compared to reckless drug consumption, you could feel your foundation gradually solidifying, paving the way for a brighter future. However, you knew that a great turmoil was about to occur in Daxia. You asked Bai Tianhong not to close up for now and accompany you on a journey, which he agreed to, realizing that blindly cultivating might not lead to a breakthrough into the transcendent realm without seizing opportunities. That same year, chaos erupted in the martial world, with many powerful individuals disappearing, and entire villages mysteriously vanishing. This caught the attention of the Empress, who initiated an investigation. However, the strong individuals sent by the Daxia court to investigate also mysteriously disappeared. Enraged, the Empress dispatched spiritual origin realm experts to investigate, but they too quickly lost contact, with no news returning. You heard the news with a heavy heart, knowing that the demon was about to be born, and chaos would soon engulf the great Xia. With Bai Tianhong by your side, you headed to the imperial city and met Empress Xia Yuan, sharing the information you had. Empress Shaoyuan immediately understood why you were looking for someone named Mo Fan, and Bai Tianhong also realized why you wanted him to accompany you on your journey. However, both were puzzled as to how you knew about these things in advance, but out of friendship, they did not delve deeper.
In the following days, Empress announced a reward for capturing dark sorcerers. However, the dark sorcerers were cunning and hard to track down.
You knew that Mo Fan was planning to target the Wu family. Therefore, in the year 511 of the Great Xia calendar, you decided to bring Bai Tianhong and skilled fighters from the Great Xia royal family to the Wu family to lay in wait.
In the year 511 of the Great Xia calendar, the Wu family was eradicated by the dark sorcerers without a sound, not a single survivor. After the dark sorcerers struck, Bai Tianhong and the elite fighters of Great Xia also joined the battle, hunting down the dark sorcerers. However, what you did not expect was that the dark sorcerers' dark arts were terrifying. Although they were no match for Bai Tianhong and the Great Xia elders, they managed to escape. You were deeply regretful that you could not eliminate them, a shadow of disappointment looming over you. The failure of Bai Tianhong's hunt for dark sorcerers shocked the world, drawing attention to the fact that as long as the dark sorcerers remained, there would be no peace, and it concerned everyone's life and death. As a result, everyone began actively searching for the dark sorcerers. Even the Chu and Zhao kingdoms heard the news and wanted to help. After all, if the dark sorcerers were allowed to grow stronger, they would pose a significant threat. However, due to past setbacks, the dark sorcerers became more cautious, striking less frequently and covering their tracks effectively. Bai Tianhong expressed his intention to continue seclusion, aiming to break through to the transcendent realm before the dark sorcerers, or else it would be troublesome. You could only agree.
However, deep down, you knew that competing with Mo Fan's speed and breaking through the barriers was incredibly challenging. A year passed, and the Great Xia remained peaceful, as if Mo Fan had stopped killing.
However, you were well aware that this was just the calm before the storm. In December of the year 512 of the Great Xia calendar, the demon reappeared.
This time, the demon descended directly upon the imperial city, reaching the transcendent realm, and slaughtered everyone in the palace, leaving no survivors, shocking the world. Upon hearing the news, you felt a heavy weight in your heart, knowing that the demon was once again invincible. Faced with the invincible demon, you had no way to fight back, so you advised the Sword Spirit sect to relocate, or they would sooner or later fall victim to the demon Mo Fan's wrath. The elders of the Sword Spirit sect did not agree with your proposal.
In their view, although the demon was rampant, the sect possessed spiritual weapons, and as long as Bai Tianhong wielded one, even in the transcendent realm, they could fight. Therefore, they actually hoped that the demon Mo Fan would come to the sect's doorstep and be completely eliminated to prevent future troubles. Seeing the reluctance of the Sword Spirit sect's high-ranking members to listen to reason, you sighed and made a decision. 3 days later, the demon set foot in the Sword Spirit sect, single-handedly taking on all the sect's powerful warriors. Bai Tianhong emerged from seclusion but still failed to break through to the transcendent realm, not even reaching the half-step transcendent realm. Therefore, even with Bai Tianhong wielding the spiritual sword and collaborating with many elite fighters of the Sword Spirit sect, they were still no match for the demon. In the end, Bai Tianhong perished, and the Sword Spirit sect was destroyed. In the midst of this chaos, you revealed your identity as a fourth-grade alchemist, voluntarily joining forces with the demon, intending to bide your time, gain his trust, and then poison him. After learning of your identity as a fourth-grade alchemist, the demon considered you a talent and accepted you as his subordinate. However, he didn't believe in you, planting a demonic mark in your heart. Wherever you flee, as long as he activates the secret technique, he can make your heart burst. 20 years passed in the blink of an eye.
In these 20 years, the demon established a demonic kingdom on the surface, starting to hunt down powerful individuals across the entire Xiangui continent, causing heavy casualties among the strong, even those hiding in deep mountains and old forests. 6 months later, the demon devoured all the cultivators he had hunted, practicing demonic arts to break through to the transcendent realm. You knew that when he broke through, whether it was you or other demons, all would be mere food. Therefore, you had to seize the opportunity to offer refined elixirs, attempting to disrupt the demon's breakthrough and make him fall. In the end, the demon was disturbed and angrily crushed your heart.
Due to your death, this life simulation ended. So, I'm dead. Wang Chen looked at this ending, unsurprised.
The Sword Spirit sect was ultimately not like the Red Village, where you could just move away.
The vast family business could not be abandoned. Moreover, with so many people in the Sword Spirit sect, even if the entire sect relocated, it wouldn't be easy to hide. Therefore, if the demon didn't die, this would be the outcome.
However, the demon who attacked the Wu family back then actually managed to escape from Bai Tianhong's hands, which is beyond my expectations.
Wang Chen furrowed his brow, feeling heavy-hearted.
At that time, Bai Tianhong probably didn't bring the green spirit sword, but still possessed invincible strength, accompanied by experts from the great Xia imperial family. Despite the attack by these experts, the demons still escaped. Their means of survival were truly astonishing.
I really don't know how to deal with this demon. Wang Chen felt a headache coming on.
However, Wang Chen soon remembered the upcoming system mission, which made him even more troubled.
He didn't have time to think about so many things now. Ding, reward generated successfully. Host can choose one of the following rewards. White talent, escape artist. Green talent, immunity to poisons. Martial arts practiced. Life experience. These 4 rewards. Wang Chen's gaze flickered. He wanted all 4 of these rewards. Whether it was being an escape artist or immune to poisons, they would enhance his survival ability. As for the 4th life experience, Wang Chen also desired it. With life experience, he could better understand the demon's strengths and weaknesses, witness his appearance and demonic abilities. Only then could he better eliminate him in his infancy or take out others during the battle with Bai Tianhong. Unfortunately, this time, he didn't get the cultivation he wanted the most.
System, I choose. After some thought, Wang Chen still chose, because he really needed the immunity to poisons talent, and it might not be available next time. Next, Wang Chen instructed the maids in the pavilion, indicating that he would be in seclusion for a period of time, then directly entered the seclusion room in the pavilion and locked the door.
System, I want to start a paid life simulation. Wang Chen glanced at the time, realizing there were only a few minutes left, and spoke again. Ding, this paid simulation requires 512 low-grade spirit stones. Will you pay immediately? The system's voice rang out. Payment. Wang Chen's face twitched slightly as he spoke. Exponential consumption growth was truly unbearable.
However, to become stronger and survive the upcoming group tasks, he could only afford such extravagant expenses. Hopefully, this time he would receive a cultivation reward, otherwise, it would be troublesome.
Preface to the shelf. First of all, I would like to thank all the readers for their support.
Secondly, this book was shelved in the early morning. From the release of this book until now, it has been smooth sailing at the beginning.
However, in the past 10 days, the performance has started to decline. To be honest, it's quite helpless. I am well aware of where the problem lies. There were issues with the plot, and I also made some missteps. However, I can't completely change it.
Because I have too many drafts saved, I can only try my best to make changes, which has caused some readers to have a bad reading experience and left some bugs that can only be fixed slowly. However, it's too late, and this book didn't make it to the 3rd round of recommendations. To be honest, I feel quite lost, and my mindset has even collapsed at times.
Nevertheless, since things have come to this point, I have no intention of giving up, and I will continue to write.
Next, regarding the updates after the book is shelved. This book will be updated with a large chapter of 6,000 words every day in the future, which means one update of 6,000 words. Unfortunately, the performance of this book is too poor, and the estimated subscriptions after being shelved are probably only 1 or 200. In order to increase the average subscriptions, I can only update with fewer words. Otherwise, if the average subscriptions are less than 500, I won't even get the full attendance bonus, and I will starve sooner or later.
In conclusion, I hope everyone can show more support.
Ding, expenditure successful, life simulator activated, talent refreshing. Ding, talent refreshed successfully, congratulations to the host for refreshing the green talent extraordinary constitution.
The system's voice rang out again.
Green talent extraordinary constitution, with this talent, the host's constitution aptitude will be greatly improved, becoming a genius in the eyes of ordinary people.
System, you really are. Wang Chen was speechless. Just when I need cultivation, you refresh me with this super practical green talent. Isn't this just pure provocation?
I hope this time I can choose 2 rewards, but if I can only choose one, I probably won't be able to choose this talent this time. However, with this talent, the cultivation I gain from receiving rewards will be higher, which is also a fortunate thing.
Wang Chen comforted himself in this way.
Ding, talent selection successful, life simulation begins. It was at this moment that the system's voice rang out again, and words began to appear on the screen.
April 20th, 480 AD in Daxia calendar, you went into seclusion for cultivation.
May 1st, 5th year of Daxia calendar, Bai Tianhong emerged from seclusion during the day, successfully comprehended the sword intent, and was very pleased.
He challenged you, and even though you suppressed your cultivation, you still easily defeated Bai Tianhong.
However, Bai Tianhong also gained a lot from the battle, deepening his understanding of sword intent under the pressure brought by the fight with you.
After the battle, you and Bai Tianhong enjoyed a drink and had a great time.
In the year 486 of Daxia calendar, turmoil struck Daxia as the third prince was killed by the ninth princess in the capital, shocking the world. The court officials began to take sides. At the end of the year 492 in Daxia, the old emperor abdicated, and the ninth princess of Daxia, Xia Yuan, ascended to the throne, becoming an empress and dominating Daxia. At the beginning of the year 493 in Daxia, chaos erupted in Xia Kingdom, bandits roamed the mountains, uprisings began in various places, and the people suffered. Empress Xia Yuan, enraged, swiftly dispatched a large army to suppress them. At the end of the year 494 in Daxia, under the wise rule of the empress, new and old officials began to alternate, fresh blood emerged, and Daxia showed signs of revival, gradually improving the lives of the people. At the end of the year 495 in Daxia, your cultivation reached the fourth level of the spiritual element realm, and by using the yang grass with Chiyu's third and fourth grade precious medicines, you successfully refined a fourth grade elixir, the life-prolonging elixir, which can extend one's life by 20 years. You arrived at the imperial city, met Empress Xia Yuan of Daxia, handed over the elixir to her, and received many benefits in return. She was very grateful to you and allowed you to enter the spiritual pool in the imperial secret treasury. You cleansed your body in the spiritual pool, absorbed its essence, gained great benefits, broke through in cultivation, and successfully advanced to the sixth level of the spiritual element realm. Meanwhile, thanks to your elixir, the invincible ancestor of Daxia was able to survive and continue to dominate, intimidating all directions. Not long after, the elder Tai Shang discovered the fire spirit flower, and you and the other elders easily killed 2 demon beasts and picked the fire spirit flower. In the year 496 of Daxia, the empress continued her reforms, gradually weakening the strength of the vassals, causing turmoil in Daxia. Unable to tolerate this any longer, the vassals rebelled, and fierce battles broke out between the imperial army and the vassals, resulting in heavy casualties on both sides. Not long after, the invincible ancestor of Xia Kingdom emerged, suppressing all directions, and the major vassals were no match for him, being forcefully suppressed. After experiencing a tumultuous reform, Daxia resolved many issues and began to flourish, which made the neighboring Zhao and Shu countries wary. However, you did not go to the imperial city to find Xia Yuan next, letting her announce to the world to search for Mo Fan. You suspected that Mo Fan might not be the true name of the demon, or that doing so might have a butterfly effect. On June 1, 500 AD in Daxia calendar, your cultivation made further progress, successfully breaking through to the 8th level of the spiritual element realm. That year, the Chizu people mysteriously disappeared, leaving you in a bad mood. Due to your foul mood, you found a way to kill the couple who were the leaders of the Sword Spirit sect. In the year 510 of the Daxia calendar, both you and Bai Tianhong reached the peak of the spiritual realm. Aware of the impending chaos in the world, you asked Bai Tianhong to accompany you on your journey. Bai Tianhong agreed, realizing that relentless cultivation alone might not be enough to break through to the transcendent realm. During the same year, chaos erupted in the martial world, with many powerful individuals vanishing, and entire villages disappearing mysteriously. This caught the attention of the Empress, who began an investigation. However, even the powerful individuals sent by the Empress to investigate vanished mysteriously. Enraged, the Empress dispatched experts of the spiritual realm to investigate, but they too lost contact swiftly, with no news returning. Upon hearing the news that a demon was about to emerge and chaos would ensue in Daxia, you borrowed the Qingling sword from the Sword Spirit sect and, accompanied by Bai Tianhong, went to the imperial city to meet Empress Xiayuan and shared the information you knew. At that moment, Bai Tianhong understood why you had asked him to accompany you on your journey. The Empress also grasped the severity of the situation. However, both were puzzled as to how you had foreknowledge of these events, but out of friendship, they did not delve deeper. In the following days, you and Bai Tianhong searched for the demon cultivator. However, the demon was cunning and hard to track. Yet, you knew that Mo Fan was about to target the Wu family. In the year 511 of the Daxia calendar, you, Bai Tianhong, and experts from the Daxia royal family arrived at the Wu family's residence to lay in wait. Before long, the Wu family was eradicated by the demon cultivator without a sound, not a single survivor left. After the demon made a move, you all joined the fight, hunting down the demon cultivator. Despite the demon's best efforts against your combined assault with spiritual weapons, it could not escape and was ultimately slain by you. Subsequently, you discovered terrifying demonic techniques on the demon's body. To prevent further harm, Bai Tianhong reduced it to ashes. Oh, it worked! Wang Chen looked at the contents in the simulator, utterly astonished. He had thought he would fail again this time, relying on future life experiences, but unexpectedly managed to kill the demon Mo Fan. His growth rate in this simulation was truly terrifying. However, this was quite normal. After all, his martial heart was now very resilient, having spent so many years in the simulator, further toughening it. Additionally, this time he had drawn the green talent extraordinary constitution, enhancing his physical aptitude significantly, along with numerous resources. Reaching the peak of the spiritual realm was also quite normal. Not to mention, he had brought spiritual weapons this time. 3 experts at the peak of the spiritual realm, armed with spiritual weapons. If they couldn't kill this demon Mo Fan, then there was truly no way. It seems like this time will bring me a big surprise. Perhaps there is hope to break through to the transcendent realm. Wang Chen thought with great anticipation. As Wang Chen anticipated, the text on the simulator continued to appear. After the demon was vanquished, peace returned to the land. You and Bai Tianhong returned to the sect, continuing your secluded cultivation, aiming to break through to the transcendent grand realm. However, 30 years passed, and neither you nor Bai Tianhong could cross the threshold, not even reaching half a step into the transcendent realm. Feeling helpless, you and Bai Tianhong realized that to break through to the transcendent realm, they needed a vast amount of high-quality spiritual stones. Additionally, they required a secret method to expand their elixir field. Without the ability to expand the elixir field and lacking a large supply of high-quality spiritual stones to support the cultivation of high-quality spiritual energy, it was impossible to break through to the transcendent grand realm solely by absorbing spiritual energy. They couldn't even reach half a step into the transcendent realm. Perhaps, this is also the reason why no one has broken through to the extraordinary realm in the Chuan continent for hundreds of years. Because the secret techniques have been lost, and the resources of the Chuan continent are too barren. The medium-grade spiritual stone veins are very rare, and as for the high-grade spiritual stone mines, they were already depleted in ancient times. In such circumstances, how could one break through? After you and Bai Tianhong reached this conclusion, both of you felt a sense of loss and melancholy because the path of martial arts had been cut off. Eventually, Bai Tianhong made the decision to travel overseas to seek a way out. However, you advised Bai Tianhong not to act impulsively. After all, overseas is too dangerous, and those who went there never returned alive, they all perished. Nevertheless, Bai Tianhong remained resolute, unwilling to live a mediocre life in the Chuan continent. In response, you could only smile wryly and accompany Bai Tianhong on the journey overseas, aiming to seek a path of martial arts. As you left the Chuan continent by ship, in the first 3 days, you encountered attacks from sea monsters but managed to emerge unscathed due to your strong abilities. However, on the 4th day, you faced a terrifying sea monster attack that instantly devoured you. Due to your death, this simulation ends. Is it impossible to break through to the extraordinary realm by staying in the Chuan continent? Wang Chen frowned as he looked at the simulation content. In the previous simulation, the demon Mo Fan successfully broke through to the extraordinary realm. However, his methods were too brutal. He almost captured all the martial artists in the Chuan continent to train. He might have even targeted the monsters and many ordinary people. In such circumstances, it took him many years to barely break through to the extraordinary realm. This shows how difficult it is to break through to the extraordinary realm. No wonder the Chuan continent had not seen anyone reach the extraordinary realm for hundreds of years. Considering that the Red Village was just visitors and the Sword Spirit sect had only produced an extraordinary ancestor 1,000 years ago, it had been a millennium since anyone reached the extraordinary realm. Even he and Bai Tianhong were stuck at this point, unable to step into the extraordinary realm. Ultimately, the lack of resources and missing secret techniques were the reasons. However, in terms of secret techniques, perhaps we can gain some insights from the demonic techniques practiced by Mo Fan. Besides, we can also seek help from Brother Kai. Wang Chen also remembered Mo Fan, his eyes flashing. Mo Fan broke through to the extraordinary realm by practicing demonic techniques, indicating that his techniques contained secrets that could expand the Dantian. If they could obtain it, there would be some hope. In this simulation, Bai Tianhong destroyed the demonic techniques, which was a pity. Of course, if he were more ruthless and practiced the demonic techniques, he would have a stable path to the extraordinary realm. However, Wang Chen really did not want to go down that path until it was a matter of life and death. After all, it was too brutal and went against the natural order. As for finding Kai Yonglong, to be honest, it was very difficult to obtain the secret techniques. After all, Kai Yonglong's current cultivation and status were far from the extraordinary realm. It was impossible for him to obtain them. Ding, reward generated successfully. Host can choose one of the following rewards. Perfect completion of the spiritual origin realm cultivation. Martial arts practiced. Techniques practiced. Sword intent. Green talent exceptional physique. Life experience. System, I choose. Wang Chen looked at the rewards, glanced regretfully at the green talent exceptional physique,
and then chose the cultivation without hesitation.
After all, his main goal in this simulation was cultivation.
With strong cultivation, the chances of survival in this group task would be the highest.
However, the direct rise to the perfect completion of the spiritual origin realm in this cultivation was truly a pleasant surprise. As Wang Chen made his choice, he felt a terrifying power emerging within him. His physical body was getting stronger, and his cultivation was skyrocketing again, directly reaching the peak of the spiritual origin realm, which was truly terrifying. Moreover, this advancement did not feel superficial but rather very solid. After all, Wang Chen believed in Bai Tianhong's words and relied solely on his own diligent cultivation. The only time he rapidly improved his cultivation was when he soaked in the spiritual spring of the great Xia imperial family. This spiritual spring had no side effects and even had some effects of enhancing aptitude. The peak of the spiritual origin realm, such a powerful feeling. Wang Chen marveled at the majestic power within him. He had a feeling that as long as he wanted, he could easily shatter a small mountain with a wave of his hand. Ding, time's up, the crossing begins. Just then, the system's voice rang out, and white light began to emanate from Wang Chen's body. This brought Wang Chen back to his senses, causing him to restrain his breath, feeling a sense of solemnity in his heart. Shortly after, Wang Chen felt a momentary dizziness and disappeared into the closed doorroom. In the next instant, Wang Chen's vision brightened once again as he found himself in a house. In this room, a young man with bloodstains on his body and wearing glasses was sitting on the sofa wiping a long knife.
Zhang Jun?
Wang Chen looked at the young man with green eyes and asked.
Yes, who are you? Zhang Jun stared at Wang Chen with a flickering gaze and inquired. I'm Wang Chen, Wang Chen replied.
I didn't expect you to be the first one to arrive, Zhang Jun sighed. At that moment, more light appeared, and two more people appeared there.
Hey, I'm Zhang Hu. Which one of you is Zhang Jun?
Zhang Hu, a rough-looking man without a knightly demeanor, looked at the two and said casually.
I'm Fang Yun.
Fang Yun shrugged and curiously glanced at Wang Chen and Zhang Jun, then at Zhang Hu, and said, Zhang Hu, you really are not serious.
You're the one who's not serious, Zhang Hu retorted. Keep your voices down.
Although I've cleared out the zombies in this area, making too much noise might attract some monsters, Zhang Jun said with a headache, looking at Zhang Hu and Fang Yun.
Sorry, Fang Yun said apologetically.
Zhang Hu fell silent. At that moment, 4 more light clusters appeared, and 4 people appeared out of thin air. One was a young man in white robes with a long knife at his waist. Another was a peerless beauty in phoenix robes with golden hairpins on her head. The third was a nervous and bewildered young man. The last one was a slightly aloof girl with long black hair, dressed neatly.
Seeing the attire of these 4 individuals, Wang Chen and the others exchanged glances and instantly guessed their identities: Brother Kai, Sister Lu, Little Junzi, and Chen Yao. If nothing unexpected happens, you guessed right. Kai Yonglong grinned, glanced at Sister Lu, Wu Jun, and Chen Yao, then looked at Wang Chen and the others, and said, It's time for some introductions from you all.
I'm Zhang Jun, Zhang Jun said quietly. Although meeting face to face is a happy and memorable occasion, remember not to make too much noise.
Brother Kai, you didn't recognize me at first sight. That's really heartbreaking.
Fang Yun made a sad expression and said, Friendship over.
I'm Zhang Hu, Zhang Hu grinned. I'm Wang Chen, Wang Chen smiled slightly, introducing himself briefly.
At the same time, Wang Chen looked at Kai Yonglong's expression, feeling quite surprised. Kai Yonglong's cultivation had improved significantly, reaching the half-step spiritual origin realm. It had not even been 2 months since he joined the group for the crossing. In less than 2 months, he had progressed from the 7th stage of the innate realm to the half-step spiritual origin realm, a rather astonishing cultivation speed. Obviously, his golden finger was extremely powerful, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to achieve such a feat. At this moment, Kai Yonglong raised an eyebrow, nodded to the crowd, then swiftly moved to stand in front of Fang Yun. With a kick to Fang Yun's backside, he sent him flying, crashing into the wall.
Ouch, my butt, Fang Yun cried out in pain. Dare to mock me in the group chat. Let's see if you'll still be so cheap, Kai Yonglong sneered. I won't dare, Fang Yun chuckled awkwardly, clutching his butt. Damn it, who knew we would meet so soon? Now I've really been taught a lesson. I hate you, chat group. Seeing this scene, Zhang Hu couldn't help but smirk with schadenfreude.
Wang Chen glanced at Fang Yun, thinking he deserved a beating for being so annoying and always provoking others.
Wu Jun suppressed a laugh, wishing Kai Yonglong would kick a few more butts. Zhang Jun looked helpless. Well, being dismissed as talking nonsense was quite uncomfortable. I think we should discuss the system tasks now. After all, we all come from different worlds and can't stay in this world for long, Lu Mei sighed, sounding somewhat worried. This sudden system task really caught her off guard. Her sudden disappearance could potentially bring danger upon herself.
Although the emperor favored her, it was not guaranteed that this incident wouldn't lead to trouble. Lu Jie is right, we should indeed focus on important matters, Fang Yun quickly spoke up, fearing another reprimand from Kai Yonglong. By the way, Lu Jie, can you deactivate your golden finger ability? Your current appearance makes it hard for me to focus, Zhang Hu looked at Lu Mei, teasingly. With that said, everyone turned to look at Lu Mei. Indeed, Lu Mei's current appearance was stunning, with a significant impact on everyone. Even Shen Yao, who was considered a goddess in her past life due to her exceptional beauty, paled in comparison to Lu Mei. Zhang Jun, who was a playboy in his previous life and had been in this world for over a month without any female contact, felt a surge of excitement and restlessness. Sorry, I forgot, feeling the strange gazes, Lu Mei silently toned down her appearance to appear more ordinary. Although the atmosphere in the chat group seemed harmonious for now, no one truly knew the real personalities and thoughts of the group members. After all, familiarity breeds contempt. During this mission, they were unable to return, making it easy for those with power to take advantage of those without. Truly a miraculous golden finger, Wang Chen couldn't help but marvel as Lu Mei's appearance returned to normal. Zhang Jun and Zhang Hu's gazes also returned to normal. Wu Jun smiled shyly, not daring to say much, appearing honest and straightforward. Chen Yao also withdrew her gaze, remaining silent. Lu Mei's golden finger was probably a dream come true for many women. After all, every woman cares deeply about her appearance and figure, and Lu Mei had the ability to freely adjust hers. However, compared to Lu Mei's golden finger, she was more grateful for drawing the skill point system, which allowed her to quickly become stronger and protect her life. Ahem, let's discuss the group task next. Kai Yonglong cleared his throat, redirecting everyone's attention, speaking with a serious expression. Next, let's proceed as we discussed in the chat group before. Agreed, everyone nodded. I didn't pay attention to the chat group before, what did you guys talk about? Wang Chen raised his hand quietly to inquire. Hearing Wang Chen's words, everyone twitched their mouths, staring at him with strange looks. Goodness, it's a matter of life and death, yet Wang Chen is not paying attention to the chat group, not even looking at their conversation, which is quite unusual. I'm preparing some life-saving methods for after the time travel, Wang Chen coughed lightly. Well, I'll repeat it again. Kai Yonglong sighed, then said, the group task this time is to eliminate the mysterious zombies. There's no time limit, but we must complete the task to return to our respective worlds. From our analysis, this so-called mysterious zombie should not be a regular mutated or enhanced zombie. As we all know, regardless of the type of novel, the word mysterious always sends shivers down the spine, its existence being truly terrifying. Perhaps the chat group that brought us to different worlds is to have us deal with these mysteries. Of course, all of this is speculation and not particularly important for now. Next, the question is how to complete the task. Kai Yonglong paused, then continued. Since we currently have no leads, we can only rely on your ability to foresee the future to safely locate the mysterious zombie, while avoiding some dangers that may come in the future, minimizing casualties. Once you find the mysterious zombie, we will take action, with me taking the shot to eliminate it. That's settled then, Wang Chen nodded. However, I want to tell you something. Pausing, Wang Chen scanned the group and said, I can only use my abilities 4 times. Using them more will come at a cost. Why? Kai Yonglong frowned. Once a day, and only 4 times? Is it a system limitation? The group's expressions turned serious. They were counting on Wang Chen's abilities to safely pass through. If one attempt failed, they would have to wait a few more days for the cooldown time to refresh. After all, life is precious, and no one wants to die. My cooldown time is now once every 10 days. In return, I can store uses and use them more in a day, Wang Chen explained concisely. He currently had no intention of revealing his full strength. Solving problems without exposing his abilities and completing the system's tasks without revealing too much power would be the best outcome. Once his overwhelmingly strong abilities were exposed, the group would suspect that his golden finger was not just about foreseeing the future but something more extreme. Before the group task, Wang Chen had a good impression of the members, but after what happened with Lu Mei earlier, his impression changed. At least Zhang Jun and Zhang Hu, these 2 guys, were most likely not good people. Although they hit it well, Wang Chen, now at the peak of the Lingyuan realm, could see their movements in slow motion. He observed clearly the strange looks in their eyes towards Lu Mei and the abnormal flow of blood and energy. These 2 had ill intentions towards Lu Mei. While it's normal for men to react to a stunning woman, their behavior exceeded the norm. Therefore, Wang Chen heightened his vigilance towards his groupmates. I see, Kai Yonglong heard Wang Chen's explanation, looked at each other, unsure whether to be happy or worried. Being able to use 4 abilities at once but with a cooldown time of 10 days. In the short term, it seemed safer, but in the long run, the cooldown time was too long. If they didn't complete the task in a short time, the task deadline would be extended too much.
Why would your golden finger change? Zhang Hu asked suspiciously. It's my choice. Wang Chen didn't want to elaborate. Hearing this, Zhang Jun raised an eyebrow, looked deeply at Wang Chen, and didn't say much. TSK. Zhang Hu clicked his tongue, showing no intention to ask further. After all, Wang Chen didn't want to elaborate. Pressing for answers would only offend people. And the current Wang Chen was not someone he could afford to offend. Not to mention, he had never revealed the details of his golden finger. Wang Chen, could you please give us a hint about the future?
Kai Yonglong gazed at Wang Chen, speaking earnestly.
He couldn't discern Wang Chen's cultivation level, assuming him to be an ordinary person. Although swordsmen could sense if the other had comprehended the sword intent, if one could conceal it, others couldn't sense it.
Unless there was a significant gap in their swordsmanship, the stronger one could still see through the weaker one. Despite Kai Yonglong's understanding of the blade intent, he was not in that league.
Wang Chen glanced at everyone, said nothing more, and pretended to close his eyes.
Even with his eyes shut, he could see the text in the life simulator. He was just more accustomed to keeping his eyes open. As Wang Chen closed his eyes, the others' expressions turned serious, hoping for a positive outcome. Fang Yun, Zhang Hu, and Zhang Jun exchanged glances, silently positioning themselves in different spots, either peering through the peephole or slightly drawing the curtains to watch out for any potential monster attacks. Evidently, they had planned this during their chat group discussions. As for Wu Jun and Lu Mei, who lacked combat abilities, they paced nervously. Meanwhile, Kai Yonglong and Chen Yao sat quietly, awaiting the outcome. System, I want to start a free simulation, Wang Chen said in his mind. Ding, free simulation initiated, the system's voice echoed in Wang Chen's mind, and the text reappeared. Day 1, Kai Yonglong and others hoped you could predict the future and achieve a good result. However, you stated that you couldn't foresee anything, and your golden finger was ineffective in this world. This news disappointed everyone greatly, making them feel heavy-hearted, sensing an unexpected turn at the beginning, which could lead to potential danger.
Next, you discussed the upcoming plans.
After the discussion, Kai Yonglong suggested that you, Wu Jun, and Lu Mei, who had no combat abilities, stay at this temporary base to prevent any hindrance.
Wu Jun and Lu Mei gladly agreed, knowing they were safer here due to their lack of combat skills. However, you had a different idea, requesting to join the team to eliminate the eerie zombies.
Kai Yonglong and the others were puzzled by your proposal, considering your useless golden finger and lack of combat skills.
They believed your insistence on joining the team would only be a liability and unsafe.
In response, you suppressed your cultivation level, deliberately revealing your perfect innate realm. This revelation shocked everyone, as they had never expected your cultivation to reach the innate realm. Yet, due to your display of cultivation, doubts and wariness arose among the group, suspecting you were hiding your true golden finger, deeming your future predictions as deceitful. Sensing their skepticism, you felt helpless but had anticipated this reaction. In the end, you could only explain it as a stroke of luck. Despite your words, no one believed you, including Kai Yonglong. Seeing this, you refrained from further explanations, reiterating your intention to join the team. Ultimately, due to your formidable strength, Kai Yonglong chose to let you join the team. Subsequently, you left the temporary base to hunt down the eerie zombies, aiming to exterminate them. After deliberation and analysis, you concluded that the eerie zombies were likely similar to the mutated zombies, possessing unusual characteristics. In addition, since the group task was suddenly issued, it is very likely to appear in the city where Zhang Jun is located. Otherwise, without any clues, it would be like finding a needle in a haystack, and the task would never be completed. Therefore, you all believe that the task at hand is to kill all the mutated zombies in this city. Better to kill by mistake than to let any escape.
You set out to find the mutated zombies and eliminate them.
Along the way, after killing the zombies, you obtained a special kind of crystal. Through Zhang Jun's explanation, you learned that these crystals can enhance human physical strength and are a specialty of this world. It was through relentlessly hunting and killing zombies that he acquired these crystals, and now his physical strength has reached an astonishing level. At that moment, you were all deeply moved. If you could obtain many high-quality crystals, perhaps you could enhance your physical strength to an astonishing degree.
Even Kai Yonglong couldn't help but be tempted. You couldn't help but marvel at how different worlds produce different things with endless uses. To think there's something like this. It's safe to say it's the zombie world. Wang Chen thought to himself as he read this. If these things were useful for high-level cultivators, it would be incredible.
Of course, even if they weren't useful, using them for body tempering for those people would probably have amazing effects, saving them a lot of time compared to using qi and blood pills. It's just unknown if there are any side effects to this stuff. After his reflections, Wang Chen calmed his mind and focused again on the simulator, where the text reappeared. Next, you all felt that continuing this way was too inefficient, so you decided to split up for hunting. However, to prevent accidents, you formed into 3-person teams. You, Chen Yao, and Fang Yin formed one group. Kai Yonglong, Zhang Hu, and Zhang Jun formed another group. In case of emergencies, you would use the voice transmission talisman brought by Kai Yonglong to communicate. A day passed, the sun set in the west, and you killed many mutated zombies, with some gains, but you couldn't find the elusive strange zombie, which made you slightly anxious. At the same time, you also noticed something very strange. It seemed that you hadn't seen a living person, as if everyone in this world had died. Zhang Jun could only remain silent about this. He had initially thought that he hadn't encountered many people because he hadn't explored enough areas, but now it seemed otherwise. After Zhang Jun explained that after dark, the zombies would become extremely aggressive and dangerous, he suggested returning to the temporary base first. You could only sigh and head back to the base. However, when you returned to the base, something that made your hearts race happened. Lu Mei and Wu Jun had turned into zombies and lunged at you, trying to infect you all. Faced with this, you could only mercilessly suppress and kill the two. The sudden transformation of the two filled you with a sense of gloom, and your hearts were heavy. 2 people had died in less than a day, which was too strange. Moreover, upon inspection, you found that there were no signs of forced entry from the outside in the entire house. The doors and windows showed no traces of tampering, and even the toilets and drains were sealed off, making it impossible for any strange creatures to sneak in unnoticed. Yet, despite this situation, the two still underwent a mysterious transformation, leaving you deeply puzzled and chilled to the core. At this moment, even you, Kai Yonglong, and Shen Yao, who possessed great strength, were not as composed. After all, even with great power, it's difficult to defend against mysterious occurrences. Zhang Jun remained very calm and asked Chen Yao if the demon world also had such mysterious abilities. Chen Yao replied that she didn't know. Upon this, everyone was disappointed, with nothing to refer to. Next, you asked Zhang Jun again if it was a virus testing airborne transmission. Zhang Jun shook his head, indicating it should not be possible, because if it were a viral infection, he would have turned into a zombie long ago. Zhang Jun's words made sense, weighing heavily on your minds. The unknown was becoming too terrifying for some. What's going on? Seeing this, Wang Chen's expression also changed, instinctively clenching his fists. As the simulation said, facing a strong enemy was not frightening, at least there could be a fight, but this kind of eerie situation was truly unsettling, making it hard to stay calm. Wang Chen had a premonition that if they didn't figure out this eerie situation, they might all perish in this world. The change in Wang Chen's expression did not go unnoticed by those present. Their pupils contracted, their faces changed, and they had a sense of impending doom. After all, if the future scenes were smooth sailing, Wang Chen wouldn't have such an expression. For a moment, everyone felt a heaviness in their hearts. However, none of them dared to disturb Wang Chen. If Wang Chen didn't open his eyes, they wouldn't make a sound. At this moment, Wang Chen also gazed at the simulator with a heavy heart. Because they couldn't come to any conclusions, you all went to sleep with heavy hearts, planning to take turns resting in shifts. However, after 2 hours passed, the eerie thing happened again. Kai Yonglong, Zhang Hu, Fang Yin, Chen Yao, and Zhang Jun abruptly turned into zombies and lunged at you. You were extremely shocked but unleashed your true strength, suppressing them all. Although you managed to suppress them all, your heart was filled with fear. The situation before you was too eerie. Even though you were on duty and vigilant, not sensing any zombies entering the room, these 5 people were mysteriously infected and turned into zombies, even Kai Yonglong and Chen Yao, who were powerful. It's worth noting that Kai Yonglong still had a cultivation level of half-step spirit Yuan realm, and Chen Yao had a point-adding system, coupled with official cultivation from the demon world, growing rapidly and possessing strength comparable to the innate realm of the fantasy world. Yet, these 2 individuals were infected without a sound, sending shivers down your spine. For a moment, you were restless, attributing it to the room, and decided to escape the room overnight, searching for a new place to stay, staying awake all night, fearing you might also suddenly turn into a zombie. You even doubted that without the immunity of the green talent of being immune to all poisons, you might have silently turned into a zombie like Kai Yonglong and the others. As the night passed without infection, you breathed a sigh of relief, but your heart grew heavier, because next, you would have to survive alone in this eerie apocalyptic world. Afterward, you took all the supplies brought from the crossing and stored them in the storage ring before wandering around the city. You no longer hunted mutant zombies. Although you wanted to deal with that eerie zombie, your own life was more important.
Watching the words on the simulator, Wang Chen's expression changed several times, becoming extremely ugly, tightly clenching his fists.
The thing they feared the most had happened.
Eerie. Eerie. Involving the word eerie was not just about strength.
Quietly, even Kai Yonglong had been infected and turned into a zombie, a method that was too terrifying. Seeing Wang Chen's expression change drastically again, the people in the house's pupils contracted, feeling even more uneasy. However, they could only stare at Wang Chen, not daring to make a sound, afraid of disturbing him and causing a disruption in his abilities.
At this moment, the words continued to appear before Wang Chen's eyes. On the second day, you were safe and sound. On the third day, you were safe and sound.
On the 10th day, you encountered a terrifying mutated zombie, with a combat power reaching an astonishing innate realm. You fought and killed it, obtained a crystal stone, and enhanced your physical strength. On the 20th day, you noticed an increasing number of mutated zombies appearing, some becoming stronger. Worried about the escalating threat to your life from these zombies getting stronger, you decided to leave the city and head to the wilderness for survival where zombies were scarce. Due to your ability to fly with a sword, you avoided the zombie tide and successfully escaped. On the 21st day, you arrived in a rural area, cleared out all the zombies, and began a lonely life. With no spiritual energy in this world, you dared not casually consume the spirit stones in your storage ring for cultivation.
At your current level of complete spiritual realm, unable to break through to the quasi-transcendent realm, cultivation seemed meaningless.
On the 160th day, while meditating on the sword, you were suddenly awakened by a great commotion outside.
Stepping out, you felt a chill down your spine. Countless zombies filled your sight. In the sky, there were also numerous bird-like mutated zombie monsters.
You tried to escape but faced significant resistance.
After a fierce battle, you slew many zombies.
However, due to the overwhelming number of zombies, most mutated zombies had combat power reaching the postnatal realm, some even reaching the innate realm, and some terrifying mutated zombies even reached the spiritual realm. Facing such a terrifying zombie army, you fought desperately but ultimately could not break through the terrifying encirclement, your spiritual energy depleted and on the verge of exhaustion. Feeling extremely desperate, you never expected to meet such a fate. Moments before death, you saw a tentacle burst from the ground, piercing through your body. Soon after, you lost consciousness, your vision engulfed in eternal darkness. With your death, this simulation comes to an end.
Wang Chen stared at this simulated ending, his eyelids twitching.
Although he knew he would definitely die at the hands of zombies in this simulation, he never expected to die so quickly, lasting only 160 days.
The speed of these zombie mutations was truly terrifying.
By the 160th day, even the postnatal realm combat power was inferior, and the innate realm combat power was everywhere. Even the spiritual realm was not uncommon. The combat power of this zombie tide was simply too terrifying. Perhaps all the warriors in the Great Xiao world where he was would not be enough to handle this zombie tide.
Different worlds, different leveling systems, truly diverse.
Wang Chen muttered to himself in his heart. In the Great Xiao where he was, becoming a strong innate realm practitioner was difficult, not to mention a spiritual realm practitioner, probably not even 100 spiritual realm practitioners in the entire Great Xiao, even after centuries of accumulation. However, in the zombie world where Zhang Jun was, these zombies had grown to this level in such a short time.
Although the methods of these zombies were definitely not as good as the experts in the fantasy world, their rapid growth was still terrifying. However, the appearance of these zombie tides is somewhat strange. Wang Chen furrowed his brow, lost in thought. He had already secluded himself, so logically, it should have taken a long time before they could affect him. Yet these zombies completely disregarded reason and formed a terrifying zombie tide to besiege him. Behind this, there must be a highly intelligent mutated zombie leading it all. Most likely, it is the mastermind behind the tentacles that pierced him in the simulator. Wang Chen exhaled lightly, opened his eyes, and scanned his teammates who were looking at him with seriousness and tension on their faces. What's the situation? What will happen in the future?
Seeing Wang Chen open his eyes, Kai Yonglong asked heavily.
Total annihilation. Wang Chen fell silent for a moment, only uttering these two words. In an instant, the pupils of everyone present contracted sharply, their faces turning pale. Although they had already guessed from Wang Chen's previous reactions that the outcome would not be too wonderful, they really did not expect to face total annihilation. The first meeting, the first team task, ended in total annihilation, sending shivers down their spines and fear into their hearts. What happened? Kai Yonglong sighed and inquired.
Wang Chen paused, looked at Wu Jun and Lu Mei, making the two instantly nervous to the extreme.
Then, Wang Chen spoke slowly. Next, we will proceed according to the plan.
Because the future I foresaw cannot use abilities, we can only explore the situation in this world. Wu Jun and Sister Lu stayed here due to their weak combat power, while the 6 of us went out together to hunt and kill mutant zombies, trying to find out the mysterious zombies. However, due to the perceived inefficiency along the way, we split into groups of 3 for hunting. In the end, we achieved nothing all day. And when our 2 groups returned to this temporary base separately, Wu Jun and Sister Lu had already been infected and turned into zombies. As Wang Chen's words fell, the pupils of the crowd contracted suddenly. Among them, Wu Jun and Lu Mei's expressions turned extremely pale, full of fear. Neither of them had expected to die directly on the first day, being infected and turned into zombies.
Were we attacked by zombies? Lu Mei asked bitterly.
No, Wang Chen said calmly, explaining the analysis in the simulator.
Everyone fell silent. Eerie. It was truly eerie. It's over, I'm going to die.
Wu Jun held his head, full of fear, falling into a strange state. I'm young, I don't want to die.
I still want to experience love. Shut up.
Zhang Hu looked at Wu Jun's appearance, his expression turning fierce, and shouted. Zhang Hu's shout startled Wu Jun, who then looked at Zhang Hu's fierce expression, closed his mouth, and remained silent with his head down. This made everyone frown slightly. Lu Mei looked at Zhang Hu, silently moved a bit away, came to Kai Yanglong's side, and fell into silence as well.
Zhang Hu, what do you mean by shouting like that?
It's normal to feel scared when hearing such things as a regular person, Fang Yan frowned, speaking coldly. Zhang Hu also came to his senses, his expression returning to normal. He scratched his head awkwardly and said, Sorry, Wu Jun, I was a bit on edge.
It's okay.
Facing Zhang Hu's words, Wu Jun lowered his head and said softly, It's my fault. For a moment, the atmosphere became somewhat oppressive. Chen Yao looked at Zhang Hu and Fang Yan, then at Zhang Jun who was silently wiping his knife, and finally at Kai Yonglong, who had a serious and furrowed brow, then turned to Wang Chen, her gaze flickering, her expression still cold. However, she sat on the sofa next to Wang Chen, moved her body slightly towards him, almost touching his skin.
What happens next? Kai Yonglong asked calmly. Next, we take turns keeping watch.
2 hours later, all 5 of you suddenly turn into zombies.
Wang Chen surveyed the group and spoke slowly.
As he said this, Wu Jun and Lu Mei's faces turned even paler. As for Zhang Jun, Zhang Hu, Kai Yonglong, and Fang Yun, their expressions turned pale, looking extremely unpleasant. Even Chen Yao, who usually had a cold and calm demeanor, had a pale expression. After all, they were different from Wu Jun and Lu Mei, who possessed strong abilities. Yet, they were suddenly infected and turned into zombies, which was unbelievable, unacceptable, and incomprehensible. For a moment, the shadow of death lingered over them, impossible to shake off. Especially for Kai Yonglong, who believed he was the strongest and should have the highest survival rate. However, Wang Chen told him that strength was of no use, shattering his composure, making him look as if he had seen a ghost.
You're not dead? After the initial fear, Zhang Jun seemed to realize something and stared at Wang Chen with a firm gaze, asking, why? This question made everyone look at Wang Chen, eager to hear his explanation. There are 2 reasons. First, my cultivation may have reached the peak of the spiritual Yuan realm. Second, I may have an immunity to all poisons. Of course, I lean towards the second reason. Wang Chen calmly looked at everyone, no longer concealing anything as he spoke slowly. As he said this, Wang Chen also released a bit of his aura, making it hard for everyone to breathe. This silence filled the entire room. Feeling the terrifying aura leaked by Wang Chen, the crowd reacted differently. Some were horrified, some were stunned, some were dumbfounded. Wang Chen, your cultivation.
Kai Yonglong looked at Wang Chen in disbelief, his body trembling slightly. Because only he and Wang Chen came from the same world, the impact was the deepest, and he could roughly guess at what level Wang Chen's cultivation was. It was the Spirit Yuan realm, and not just an ordinary one, at least above the 7th level of the Spirit Yuan realm. He had once seen an elder of the sect make a move, but the aura displayed was not as solid and powerful as Wang Chen's.
That elder's cultivation was at the 6th level of the Spirit Yuan realm.
Compared to Kai Yonglong's shock, others just felt that Wang Chen was very strong, extremely strong, to the point of making them tremble, but they didn't know what level of cultivation Wang Chen had.
Perfected Spirit Yuan realm, Wang Chen calmly uttered these 6 words. For a moment, Kai Yonglong's pupils contracted, and he took in a sharp breath. The others also looked at each other, unable to calm down.
After all, through the chat group conversations, they also knew the cultivation levels in the fantasy world where Kai Yonglong and Wang Chen were. Tempering, acquired, innate, Spirit Yuan, transcendent.
Perfected Spirit Yuan realm, wasn't that just a step away from entering the realm of the transcendent? Truly terrifying. Wang Chen, you've hidden it really well.
Kai Yonglong looked deeply at Wang Chen and spoke slowly.
It takes one to know one.
Kai, you've hidden many things yourself. Wang Chen looked at Kai Yonglong and smiled. Seeing that Wang Chen was still willing to call him Kai, Kai Yonglong's mood was particularly subtle, looking at Wang Chen with a complex expression. Obviously, Wang Chen was not someone like Tang San, who, with great strength, disregarded others. Ha, I never expected this. Wang, you're actually this strong. Zhang Hu's eyes showed surprise as he approached, handing Wang Chen a bottle of drink unique to their world, saying with a smile, "This is a special potion from our world, it can restore mental strength. You must have consumed a lot just now, maybe you can use it." Wang Chen glanced at the rough-looking Zhang Hu's smile, nodded, took the potion, and didn't say much. Although he didn't have much fondness for Zhang Hu, this potion from the world of swords and magic was worth studying.
Wang, we're counting on you this time.
Zhang Jun also approached, showing respect, treating Wang Chen as their leader. Fang Yan looked at Wang Chen, then at the complex-faced Kai Yonglong, sighed, patted Kai Yonglong's shoulder, and didn't say much. Wu Jun still kept his head down, silent, seeming to be in a daze. Lu Mei opened her mouth, not knowing what to say, and finally could only smile bitterly.
None of them asked about Wang Chen's golden finger.
Although they guessed that Wang Chen's golden finger was definitely more than just predicting the future, otherwise he wouldn't have become so strong in a short time. However, now Wang Chen was the strongest, their hope for completing the mission, so they wouldn't be so tactless, and they were also afraid of offending Wang Chen.
Chen Yao's eyes flickered as she stared at Wang Chen and asked, "Wang Chen, when you say wiped out, does that mean you died too?" Wang Chen praised Chen Yao and nodded. Among them, only this girl's character remained consistent.
Although his strength shocked her, her attitude towards him remained unchanged, just as before.
"After you all died, I left the city and went into seclusion in a rural area.
However, on the 160th day, I was suddenly surrounded by a terrifying tide of corpses. The zombies in the tide were extremely terrifying, with acquired realm strength worse than dogs, innate realm strength running rampant, and even some in the spirit Yuan realm. Then, I was overwhelmed by the tide of corpses and perished from exhaustion." Pausing for a moment, Wang Chen's face turned serious as he spoke again. "Before I died, I saw a strange tentacle emerge from the ground and pierce through my body. I suspect that was our mission target." Hearing this, everyone's spirits lifted, even Wu Jun couldn't help but look up at Wang Chen. Although the predicted future ended in annihilation, at least there was a clue, which was considered a good thing. The real despair would be dying in vain without any clue at all. "Wang Chen, based on your description, the entity behind the tentacle could indeed be our target, but it could also be a corpse tide controlled by some intelligent zombie." Kai Yonglong calmed down and said in a deep voice. "Regardless, we have to take it down, don't we?" Fang Yun shook his head and interjected. However, this creature appeared on the 160th day, and by then, it could already control such a terrifying corpse tide. "How do we deal with it?" Zhang Hu frowned, his expression grim. "And this creature's strength is definitely not weak. Instead of that, I think we should consider how to solve the mysterious infection issue. After all, I don't want Sister Lu and Wu Jun to turn into zombies," Wang Chen said, looking at Wu Jun and Lu Mei before speaking slowly. This statement left everyone stunned. By singling out Lu Mei and Wu Jun, Wang Chen was clearly reminding them that he didn't want to abandon them. This action left Zhang Hu feeling frustrated. He knew he had messed up earlier, and Wang Chen was now reprimanding him. Lu Mei and Wu Jun both looked at Wang Chen gratefully. "I never thought of abandoning my comrades," Kai Yonglong said after a moment of silence. "Instead of that, we should indeed think about how to solve the mysterious infection issue. Only then can Wang Chen continue to use his abilities. Otherwise, it would waste valuable opportunities." This statement made everyone furrow their brows, lost in thought. Wang Chen also fell into contemplation, analyzing the contents of the simulation, not wanting to miss any details. "I have a question." At this moment, Chen Yao scanned the group and spoke in a cold, clear voice. "What question?" Everyone looked over. "Why weren't you infected all day while hunting outside, but got infected 2 hours after returning? Could it really be a problem with the house?" Chen Yao's gaze was profound as she spoke slowly. "If there was a problem, Zhang Jun, as the temporary base, should have been infected long ago." This statement sent shivers down everyone's spines. Yes, they had been worried about the house being the issue and had considered finding a new base. Now it seemed not entirely the case. "I have a guess," Wang Chen said, looking at Chen Yao with a slight smile. "Funny enough, I have a guess too," Chen Yao said, meeting Wang Chen's gaze and giving a rare playful smile, a departure from her previous cold demeanor, which was quite captivating. "You go first?" Wang Chen gestured for her to speak. "Sure," Chen Yao nodded. The conversation between the two sparked anticipation among the others, hoping to find a breakthrough. "Based on my analysis, the ability of that mysterious zombie to control others is likely triggered when an even number of humans gather together for an extended period, Chen Yao said with a wise gleam in her eyes.
Zhang Jun wasn't infected when he was alone. You weren't infected when you split into groups of 3. Sister Lu and Wu Jun got infected because they were in a group of 2, an even number. And when you returned and rested in this room, the number of people became even, leading to infection 2 hours later. As soon as these words were spoken, apart from Wang Chen showing a smile and looking at Chen Yao with admiration, everyone else either looked astonished or had a sudden realization. Indeed, if we analyze it this way, it can explain the mysterious infections. Furthermore, it can also explain why everyone in this world has disappeared. The ability of the rule system, who can withstand it? Even if one survives the initial infection, as long as they don't associate it with this ability, they will be in trouble or get bitten by the infected. The ability of the rule system is truly disgusting. The crowd was excited yet fearful, filled with lingering dread.
The zombie virus itself is terrifying, but combined with the bizarre ability of the rule system, it becomes even more terrifying.
How could ordinary people possibly survive? There is one more thing.
Wang Chen pondered slightly and continued, his peculiar ability does not directly turn people into zombies. Instead, in situations where an even number of humans gather, the virus silently enters their bodies to infect them.
Otherwise, even if I have a body that is immune to all poisons, I wouldn't be able to withstand the rule system's ability. I also think so. Chen Yao blinked at Wang Chen.
Now that we have figured out his ability, it will be easier from now on, Fang Yun exclaimed excitedly.
As long as we split into groups, it will be fine.
But we are 8 people, an even number, it's not easy to balance the groups. Zhang Hu glanced at Lu Mei and Wu Jun, shrugging his shoulders. I'll stay here alone, I won't be a hindrance to everyone, Wu Jun spoke up, sounding somewhat dull.
There's no need for that, Wang Chen frowned slightly and said. It's not necessary. I'm a burden, can't help much, it's better if I stay here. It would be too troublesome otherwise.
Wu Jun looked gratefully at Wang Chen and spoke again. Since Xiao Junzi said so, let him stay, Zhang Hu quickly agreed.
It's better to have 7 people for easier movement.
3 people in a group, 5 people in a group would also be easier to move, Wang Chen said coldly, looking at him calmly. With these words, Zhang Hu was directly silenced, smiling wryly. I agree with Wang Chen's idea, Kai Yonglong expressed. Seeing this, the others also voiced their agreement. I just think it's safer to leave those without combat abilities here.
Otherwise, if we encounter a horde of zombies, we might not be able to protect Xiao Junzi during the fight.
If he gets bitten, it will be troublesome, that's all I'm thinking, Zhang Hu said with a bitter smile.
But since everyone agrees, then we'll stick together.
It's too early to say all this, Wang Chen ignored Zhang Hu's words and continued, next, we need to continue avoiding danger and find a safe route to pass through.
Otherwise, life and death will still be uncertain.
Chen Yao nodded, her face serious.
Moreover, the even number we just mentioned is only our speculation, it may not be accurate.
Even if it is, we might have missed something.
Wang Chen nodded, then closed his eyes, indicating that he was going to continue using his ability.
Zhang Hu, Fang Yun, Zhang Jun, the current situation is uncertain.
To prevent any accidents, you should go rest in other rooms, the farther the better. That way, it's equivalent to having 2 odd numbers.
Seeing this, Kai Yonglong said seriously. Although he wanted Zhang Hu to go out alone, it seemed like he was driving Zhang Hu away, so he called the other 2 as well.
No problem.
The 3 nodded without saying much, and left the room directly. At this moment, Wang Chen also said in his mind, System, I want to start a new free simulation. Ding, free simulation activated, the host has 2 remaining free simulation attempts. With the system's voice, familiar images and text appeared before Wang Chen once again. On the first day, you grouped together for an experiment, and after 2 hours, nothing unexpected happened, and no one got infected. This news excited you all, confirming your previous speculations. On the second day, still no surprises, and you all breathed a sigh of relief.
You then began analyzing where the eerie zombies might appear.
Chen Yao believed they could be hiding underground. Moreover, in the future you foresaw where you flew away and got attacked on the 160th day, it might be the mastermind behind the scenes tracking you underground since your departure. In other words, the mysterious creature initially sensed your power, hence refrained from acting rashly. It only gathered enough strength later on to devour the flesh and blood of a powerful cultivator like you. Therefore, you must not expose yourself to its sight next time, let others lure it out instead. Chen Yao's analysis seemed reasonable, prompting you to consider conducting an experiment.
Otherwise, endlessly searching would be like finding a needle in a haystack. Thus, you initiated the plan.
Chen Yao, Kai Yonglong, Fang Yun, Zhang Hu, and Zhang Jun went out hunting to see if they could draw it out. On the third day, no success, but you all remained calm. By the 18th day, still no progress, and anxiety started creeping in. You were well aware of the rapid mutation of the zombies. Continuing like this, you might not stand a chance against them. Moreover, at this point, mutated zombies with the strength of the day after tomorrow began to increase, posing a significant threat to the other three besides Kai Yonglong and Chen Yao. On the 20th day, still no results. The atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive, and everyone, including you, became more anxious. On the 21st day, Kai Yonglong couldn't take it anymore and suggested you join him in using all your power to completely destroy the city. You remained calm, choosing to refuse and wait a little longer. Seeing your refusal, Kai Yonglong left alone and started using powerful martial arts to bombard the city. With his strength, it would only take a bit more time to raise the city to the ground. As for the energy consumption, it could be restored through spirit stones. The display of power by Kai Yonglong shocked everyone except you, causing the entire city to tremble as if an earthquake had struck. However, due to the commotion caused by Kai Yonglong, the zombies in the city were drawn towards it, forming a terrifying horde. Helpless, Kai Yonglong had to flee, unable to stay in one place. During this process, he was attacked. Numerous tentacles emerged from the ground, engulfing Kai Yonglong. Despite his struggles, it was futile. Anxious, Kai Yonglong contacted you through a voice transmission symbol, indicating the appearance of the mastermind behind the scenes and hoping you would come and kill it. Receiving the message, you swiftly flew over and witnessed the scene from the sky. You rescued Kai Yonglong and then used a technique from the sword art to strike at the monster, causing the earth to split open, injuring it severely. The enraged tentacled monster counterattacked, but you effortlessly severed its tentacles, continuing to wound it. Infuriated, the monster unleashed its power. Kai Yonglong was directly infected and turned into a zombie, launching an attack on you. Horrified, you had no choice but to kill Kai Yonglong. At that moment, you realized this was your target. Seeing your immense strength, the eerie zombie immediately fled underground. Anxious, you unleashed your sword intent, delivering the most powerful blow, but still, it wasn't enough to kill it, only inflicting severe injuries. In the end, you failed to kill it and returned heavily hearted to the temporary base. When everyone learned of Kai Yonglong's death and your inability to kill the mysterious monster, they were both terrified and surprised. Shocked by the horror of the eerie zombies, the infection time in even-numbered cases was unexpectedly shortened, infecting Kai Yonglong, yet there was a mix of surprise and relief at finally having some clues, making the mood particularly complex. Next, you began discussing strategies again, feeling the weight in your hearts once more. You were well aware that the eerie zombies possessed astonishing intelligence. Once injured, they wouldn't easily reappear, they would develop in secret and then strike forcefully. Yet, you had not found a good way to deal with them. This made you particularly uneasy. If you had the Li family's blood demon tracking technique, perhaps you could trace its location through its blood. Although the eerie zombies were not spirits, they were stronger than ordinary creatures, with a huge body and a lot of blood. Unfortunately, there were no ifs, so you could only discuss strategies. In the end, there was still no solution. Chen Yao suggested not hiding somewhere, as it would only repeat the same mistakes. Instead, you should take the initiative to hunt and kill zombies madly to become stronger. You strongly agreed with Chen Yao's words and began actively hunting, aiming to enhance everyone's strength for when the eerie zombies reappeared. On the 31st day, through the crystal stones, your physical strength improved significantly. However, you also discovered a problem. Although the crystal stones could enhance physical strength, they would make the body impure again, requiring purification to expel impurities and should not be used long-term. But in the current situation, you had no choice but to use them. On the 32nd day, in the early hours of the morning, everyone except you was abruptly infected and turned into zombies in their sleep, rushing towards you. You were terrified and killed them all. After dealing with everyone, you felt extremely heavy-hearted, unable to understand why this had happened. There were 7 people, not an even number, yet they all got infected. In the end, you didn't find an answer and could only continue hunting zombies with a heavy heart, trying to improve your strength even a little bit. On the 200th day, the eerie zombies reappeared, leading a terrifying horde of zombies to besiege you. You fought desperately, trying to break through the encirclement. Due to the remarkable increase in your physical strength this time, the horde couldn't stop your progress, and you almost succeeded in breaking free, flying away with your sword. However, the eerie zombie made a move, unleashing a terrifying power that struck you down in midair. Because of your death, this simulation ended. Wang Chen looked at the simulation content, furrowing his brows, speechless for a long time. In this simulation, although it confirmed the existence of eerie zombies in the city, it ultimately ended in complete annihilation. How did it go? Seeing Wang Chen's expression so heavy again, Kai Yonglong and the others felt a knot in their hearts.
It's not as bad as you imagine.
Call back Fong Yun and the others. Wang Chen exhaled lightly, speaking slowly. Seeing Wang Chen's words, Kai Yonglong and the others breathed a sigh of relief.
Soon, Fong Yun and the others were called back. Wang Chen then detailed the content of the simulation. Another complete annihilation.
But this time we gained a lot of intelligence, which is something to be happy about, Fong Yun said with a complex expression.
This group of tasks was simply outrageous. Without Wang Chen, there wouldn't have been enough lives to fill in.
According to the intelligence, we have the possibility of killing the eerie zombies. We just need Brother Kai to cause a commotion in the city to lure it out. As for avoiding infection, Wang Chen can take me or someone else with him, forming an odd number, thus avoiding the infection issue, Chen Yao said sternly, her voice cold. Although it's dangerous, I can do it, Kai Yonglong said after a moment of silence.
In the future that Wang Chen saw, he died. However, there was no other way. Without luring the snake out of its hole, there was no way to complete the mission.
But in the end, Odd was suddenly infected too.
Zhang Jun's expression was grim. Despite having hope of completing the task, Zhang Jun couldn't find joy. Even after completing the group task, he couldn't leave this world. According to Wang Chen's description, the rapid evolution of the zombies was hair-raising, and with no living people around, his situation remained very dangerous. Without any living people, they could only vent through the chat group, or they would surely go crazy. Zhang Jun's words silenced everyone, their expressions turning grim. Odd being infected was indeed eerie.
There must be some mistake or omission, Chen Yao muttered to herself.
Could his ability be changing? For example, odd numbers in January, even numbers in February. Impossible, Wang Chen shook his head.
If that were the case, Zhang Jun would have died long ago. After all, he has been in this world for over a month.
True.
Chen Yao furrowed her brows, lost in thought. Everyone's faces were twisted in confusion, feeling anxious and unable to comprehend. Even with hope of killing the eerie zombies, they were still uncertain.
I have a guess.
At this moment, Wu Jun, who had been silent all along, finally spoke up, his voice trembling. This made everyone turn to look at him.
Don't be nervous, feel free to speak your mind.
Everyone can share their opinions, Wang Chen reassured Wu Jun, who seemed very anxious and timid.
Is it possible that the strange zombie's ability changes with the seasons? Or perhaps, every 6 months?
Wu Jun took a deep breath and spoke courageously. As soon as he said this, everyone's eyes lit up, finding it quite reasonable. They had overlooked this time algorithm before. Go find something that can tell us the current time, and we'll have our answer, Wang Chen scanned the group and said. No need to look, I have it here. Zhang Jun quietly took out an exquisite electronic watch from his pocket, displaying the corresponding time.
Is this something you found in this world? Fong Yun raised an eyebrow.
Yes, Zhang Jun nodded and continued. This world seems to be a parallel one to Earth, with the same time algorithm.
The current time is May 30th. In 32 days, it will be July.
That means, the second half of the year. The group was shaken, all eyes turning to Wu Jun.
Without a doubt, Wu Jun's guess was correct.
The strange zombie's ability probably changes every 6 months. Even numbers for the first half of the year, odd numbers for the second half. This could explain why they were mysteriously infected and turned into zombies. Instantly, a chill ran down their spines, a sensation of dread creeping up.
This ability was too twisted. Who could withstand it?
Even those lucky enough to survive the first round of infection and make it to the second half of the year would eventually succumb to the changing abilities of the strange zombies.
No wonder they couldn't find any living person, giving off an eerie atmosphere.
Perhaps only a few lucky ones naturally immune to the zombie virus could survive in this world.
But how many of these lucky ones were there? Even if they were lucky enough not to be infected, how long could they survive in this wasteland world?
For a moment, Kai Yonglong and the others looked at Zhang Jun with pity in their eyes.
Zhang Jun was in a dire situation. Even if they completed the system's tasks, Zhang Jun couldn't leave this world. Just the thought of surviving in this world was enough to drive anyone insane. Not to mention, the terrifying speed at which the zombies mutated.
If Zhang Jun didn't get stronger faster, he probably wouldn't last long. Seeing everyone's gaze on him, Zhang Jun's expression was grim, not saying a word.
I'll activate my ability.
You all should continue to disperse. Wang Chen scanned the group, not saying much, and continued. Everyone nodded, and then Zhang Jun, Zhang Hu, and Fong Yun left the room together. In his mind, Wang Chen said, System, I want to start a free simulation.
Ding, free simulation initiated, remaining attempts, 1.
After the familiar mechanical voice of the system sounded, a light blue screen appeared on Wang Chen's retina, and text began to appear. On the first day, you initiated action, believing that the earlier you lure out the strange zombie, the safer it is. After all, the longer you wait, the stronger it becomes, making it easier for it to escape like in the last simulation. Next, you took action. Kai Yonglong directly caused chaos in the city, successfully luring out the strange zombie, which then targeted Kai Yonglong. However, this time the strange zombie that appeared, although still powerful, was undoubtedly weaker than in the previous simulation. Kai Yonglong was in mortal danger but managed to survive the first attack without being severely injured, relying on a secret technique. In response, you also took action. This time, you directly took Fong Yun with you and wielded your sword, arriving at the battlefield. Bringing Fong Yun along was to prevent the strange zombie from fully utilizing its abilities, shorten the activation time, and prevent Kai Yonglong from being infected. Your arrival alerted the eerie zombies to your danger, making them want to flee. However, as soon as you stepped onto the battlefield, you wasted no time and unleashed the strongest blow, directly killing it. Your terrifying strike shocked Kai Yonglong and the others, leaving them dumbfounded. Then came the ecstatic joy because the eerie zombie was dead, and they had successfully completed the mission. Next, you all returned to the temporary base. Due to the completion of the mission, you, Kai Yonglong, and the others were all transported by the system, leaving this world. This simulation ends here. That was short. Wang Chen muttered to himself as he looked at the content of this simulation. Then, Wang Chen smiled. This time, everything went smoothly. He thought there might be some unexpected events leading to a failed kill. He was even mentally prepared to continue strengthening his power through paid simulations. Although it was a bit wasteful to engage in paid simulations in other worlds without being able to improve his cultivation, he had no choice but to do so to survive. Fortunately, things didn't escalate to that point. At this moment, when Kai Yonglong, Lu Mei, Wu Jun, Shen Yao, and others saw Wang Chen smile, they were all shaken but then showed joy. They knew very well that this time should go very smoothly. This time, we successfully dealt with the eerie zombie, completed the mission, and each of us will leave this world. Wang Chen scanned the four people, smiling, and said these words. This made Kai Yonglong and the others excited, finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. Completing the mission was all that mattered. They were truly afraid of failure. After all, the remaining chances were few. I'll go call them over. After saying this, Kai Yonglong left and brought Fong Yun and the others back. Upon hearing the good news, the three of them showed great excitement, relief evident on their faces. Thank goodness you were here this time, otherwise we would have all perished here. Then, Kai Yonglong looked at Wang Chen, full of gratitude and a sense of relief. This group task was too difficult. Even with the ability to foresee the future in Wang Chen's cultivation reaching the level of great perfection in the spiritual realm, they still wiped out twice, which was quite absurd. Thank goodness for Brother Wang. Wu Jun quickly spoke, looking at Wang Chen with admiration. In the future, I will look up to Brother Wang. Zhang Hu also smiled. Shen Yao, Lu Mei, and the others nodded in agreement. Talking about this is meaningless. Let's finish the task early and leave this world sooner. Wang Chen shook his head and spoke. We must work hard to become stronger when we return. The first group task was so dangerous, it's hard to imagine how terrifying the future group tasks will be. After a pause, Wang Chen said with a serious expression. This statement made everyone's expression turn grave once again. Indeed, if the first group task could easily wipe them out, it was hard to fathom how difficult the future group tasks would be. Although after joining the Crossers chat group, everyone knew they would face life and death crises in the future, the extreme danger of the first time caught them off guard, leaving them feeling desperate. Becoming stronger. Lu Mei smiled bitterly. She was just an ordinary person from ancient times, how could she become stronger? Wu Jun gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. It seemed he couldn't just work day in and day out, only thinking about survival. He had to find a way to become stronger. Although there were no extraordinary powers discovered in his world at the moment, the technological level far exceeded that of Earth before the crossing. Perhaps he could start from this aspect. Unable to become stronger through cultivation, he would resort to mechanization. Becoming stronger in a short time seems difficult. However, through the teacher's connections, maybe we can get some forbidden spell scrolls. Zhang Hu's expression kept changing. Forbidden spells can only be used by great sorcerers. The scroll of forbidden spells seals these powerful incantations, allowing them to be used as tools. The value of this item is truly immeasurable. However, in order to stay alive, he had no choice but to ask for it shamelessly. Shen Yao remained silent. The world she was in was dangerous but also full of opportunities. Her talent was exceptional, and despite only having the strength of an innate realm warrior for this mission, it had only been a little over a month since she crossed over. Given more time, her power would surely soar. Kai Yonglong glanced at Wang Chen, smiling helplessly. Initially, he had planned to break through to the spiritual element realm before seeking opportunities in his secret realm.
But now, he couldn't delay any longer.
The appearance of group missions had sparked a strong sense of crisis within him.
It was a pity that he couldn't enter the instance with Wang Chen.
With Wang Chen's abilities, they would surely reap great rewards without much danger. Even if he only obtained a small portion of the resources while Wang Chen took the lion's share, he would still be able to break through to the spiritual element realm.
Unfortunately, there were no ifs. It was unclear if they were in the same plane. Zhang Jun remained expressionless, not saying a word. Although Fang Yun's expression remained unchanged, a shadow loomed over his heart. In the world of martial arts, the power ceiling was too low, and there was no way to transcend with technology. Soon, his ranking within the group would likely plummet. At best, he would only be slightly stronger than Wu Jun and Lu Mei.
Honestly, the mortality rate for the three of them in the future was extremely high.
Kaiga, let's get moving.
You go out and cause chaos, lure out the eerie zombies, and then I'll take Fang Yun to kill it. Ignoring the changing expressions of the others, Wang Chen looked at Kai Yonglong, signaling him to act. After all, he didn't want to stay in this world any longer than necessary.
Alright, Kai Yonglong nodded. Why do you need me?
Fang Yun was a bit confused. My innate realm strength won't be of much help. Everyone turned to look at Fang Yun, their gazes subtle. This made Fang Yun snap out of it, feeling embarrassed.
Okay, that was a silly question. If they didn't bring him along, how would they have an odd number to prevent Kaiga from getting infected?
Use your brain more often, stop fixating on trivial matters, Kai Yonglong said with a look of disappointment, patting Fang Yun's shoulder before leaving the room directly.
Fang Yun's face twitched at this, unable to retort, muttering to himself, what does this have to do with women?
On the side, Zhang Hu glanced at Fang Yun, then at Wang Chen. He wanted to suggest letting Fang Yun go if he didn't want to, perhaps contributing more to the mission and receiving additional rewards.
However, he didn't dare speak up.
After all, due to their previous conversation, Wang Chen didn't have a favorable impression of him.
If he now tried to vie for benefits, he would undoubtedly be even more disliked.
Soon, Kai Yonglong struck from a location thousands of kilometers away from the temporary base. His body was enveloped in a dark true energy as he moved through the air, slashing the ground with his blade. Each strike carried a powerful intent, tearing the earth apart, causing buildings to collapse with continuous loud noises, shaking the entire city. Watching the terrifying power displayed by Kai Yonglong, everyone except Wang Chen couldn't help but show envy to varying degrees. This was the cultivator of the fantasy world, capable of unleashing astonishing destructive power with a mere gesture.
Kaiga has quite a bit of luck.
His cultivation has reached the half-step spiritual element realm, and the martial arts he practices are at the level of the earth.
In addition to comprehending the Tao intent, his strength should be able to rival Bai Tianhong in the half-step spiritual Yuan realm period and fight against 7th-level demonic beasts.
Of course, if the 7th-level demonic beast is not in a weakened state, it is estimated that he would still end up defeated in the end. Wang Chen looked through the window at Kai Yonglong, who was flying empty-handed and wielding his sword frantically, and made a comment. In the simulation, if it weren't for that eerie zombie being too tough, even if Kai Yonglong used his secret technique, he probably wouldn't last a few seconds. After all, half a month later, the eerie zombie could withstand his full-strength sword strike. Even though he specialized in defense and vitality to an extreme degree, his own strength probably reached the level of above the 7th stage of the spiritual Yuan realm. Of course, the current strength of the eerie zombie is definitely not as terrifying, but it still has the combat power of above the 4th stage of the spiritual Yuan realm. However, even so, if he were to go all out, wanting to kill Kai Yonglong would only take a few seconds.
Listening to Wang Chen's words, everyone fell silent.
Kai Yonglong was indeed very strong.
But you are the most abnormal one.
The cultivation of the complete spiritual Yuan realm is enough to make one's scalp tingle. Even Kai Yonglong, with such terrifying combat power, if Wang Chen were to make a move, he could probably easily destroy a small city.
Boom!
Just at this moment, the ground cracked, and a strong and decaying aura emerged from the ground. Numerous tentacles also appeared from the underground, curling towards Kai Yonglong in the sky. This not only made Kai Yonglong delighted but also changed his expression drastically. After all, the speed of these tentacles was too fast for him to evade. Although he had reached the half-step spiritual Yuan realm, allowing him to briefly fly in the air, he was ultimately not as agile as a true spiritual Yuan realm expert. Immediately, without hesitation, Kai Yonglong unleashed his secret technique, forcibly enhancing his strength at a cost to evade the attack, avoiding the fate of being pierced by his own attack.
It's our turn now.
Seeing this scene, Wang Chen twisted Fang Yun's neck, tore through the wall of this temporary base, turned into a swordlight, and dashed out, leaving everyone stunned. In less than half a minute, Wang Chen had crossed thousands of meters and appeared in the sky above the battlefield. Ugh! At this moment, Fang Yun was completely numb, feeling like he wanted to vomit. Although he was a pre-celestial realm expert, under the terrifying speed just now, he almost ran out of breath and felt extremely uncomfortable. Wang Chen paid no attention to Fang Yun's condition, just overlooking the battlefield below. A long sword suddenly appeared in his hand, emitting a dazzling light. This sword was a gift he received at the sex banquet. Although it did not reach the level of a quasi-spiritual weapon, it was enough for an ordinary spiritual Yuan realm expert to use. At the same time, Wang Chen's imposing pressure erupted. The powerful spiritual Yuan within him burst out like waves, suppressing this area, causing a large number of ordinary zombies to burst open. In the eyes of the weak, the imposing pressure emitted by the strong is fatal.
Under Wang Chen's pressure, those below the pre-celestial realm would burst on the spot, and even those in the post-celestial realm would be severely injured.
Only those in the pre-celestial realm could stand, but they would find it difficult to move. Even Kai Yonglong's body trembled violently, his face showing a look of horror, feeling immense pressure. Gritting his teeth, Kai Yonglong erupted with an astonishing Dao intent to resist this terrifying pressure, finally feeling better.
Is this the imposing pressure of the complete spiritual Yuan realm? It's truly terrifying.
Kai Yonglong gazed at Wang Chen in the sky, shocked yet extremely envious. The complete spiritual Yuan realm, also known as the peak of the spiritual Yuan realm, is just one step away from the transcendent realm, truly terrifying. In front of a complete spiritual Yuan realm expert, even multiple experts above the 9th stage of the spiritual Yuan realm would be easily killed by them. The difference of a small realm is so significant. The great perfection is a leap within a great realm, incomparable to what came before. Even in the region where he was located, reaching the great perfection in the spirit Yuan realm could be considered top-tier strength. After all, transcendent realm experts are aloof and rarely show themselves. Therefore, achieving the great perfection in the spirit Yuan realm makes one an invincible powerhouse in the world, a leader of major sects, with both status and strength towering above others. I was the first to join the group, and I've been struggling in this world for years, yet Wang Chen easily surpassed me, creating such a huge gap. It truly stirs up complex emotions. Kai Yonglong sighed inwardly, mobilizing his power and swiftly arriving in front of Wang Chen. If he continued to stay below, he would undoubtedly be affected and even killed by the aftermath.
Compared to Kai Yonglong's shock, the eerie zombie was terrified. It sensed Wang Chen's unparalleled power.
Although its genes craved Wang Chen's flesh, telling it that devouring him would lead to further evolution, its primary feeling was fear of death.
This human before it could kill it.
Having just arrived in this world, causing a catastrophe, it desired the perfect evolution and did not wish to die just yet. Suppressing its trembling body and inner fear, the eerie zombie began to wriggle underground, attempting to escape.
Can it escape?
Wang Chen looked down at the ground, his eyes cold, swinging the long sword in his hand.
In an instant, a strong and absolute sword intent intertwined on Wang Chen's blade, sharpening the entire sky.
Both Kai Yonglong and Fang Yin felt a stinging pain on their faces as if being cut by a sword countless times, making their faces pale. Especially the sword intent on Kai Yonglong's long knife was directly suppressed, losing its former dominance and seemingly trembling. This made Kai Yonglong even more uncomfortable, stirring up turbulent waves in his heart. He thought Wang Chen was only exceptionally strong in cultivation, nothing more, but he never expected that in a short time, Wang Chen not only reached the terrifying great perfection in the spirit Yuan realm but also comprehended sword intent, surpassing his own blade intent. Wang Chen paid no attention to Kai Yonglong's thoughts. His premeditated sword move erupted at that moment. The sword light covered the sky completely, blocking out the sunlight. At that moment, even the sun paled in comparison to the dazzling sword light. Following that, the sword light tore through the air and landed on the ground. Wherever the sword light reached, the earth cracked, forming a gigantic ravine stretching thousands of meters wide and tens of thousands of meters long, causing all the tall buildings along its path to disappear. In the huge ravine, the eerie zombie let out a miserable scream before being torn apart by the sword light, leaving no trace.
Is it over just like that?
Fang Yun, whose neck was twisted by Wang Chen, stared blankly at the scene below, completely stunned. He knew Wang Chen was strong, but causing such terrifying destruction in an instant almost scared him out of his wits.
Kai Yonglong was equally shocked, unable to utter a word.
The 5 people at the temporary base were even more frightened, all visibly shaken. While everyone was shocked, Wang Chen lowered his head to look at the long sword in his hand, which was already covered in numerous cracks, on the verge of shattering at any moment, and shook his head slightly. His current strength was too overwhelming. Even a sword made of precious metal, capable of making an ordinary spirit Yuan realm expert fight at full strength, could not withstand his power. For a sword cultivator, not having a suitable treasure sword was undoubtedly a disadvantage. It seemed he needed to go back and get a quasi-spirit weapon long sword. Of course, it would be even better if he could get a spirit sword. However, that was probably just wishful thinking. After all, there were currently only 2 spirit weapons known to exist. One of them was the green spirit sword of the Sword Spirit sect. One of the items was the ice-condensing mirror brought out by Empress Yuan after experiencing a life-threatening situation in a forbidden place in the simulation. Ding, the eerie zombie has been defeated, the group task is completed, rewards have been distributed individually, group members can claim their rewards on the group reward page.
Friendly reminder, the amount of task rewards is based on the contribution of each group member in the group task.
Ding, the group task is completed, all group members can silently think of returning in their hearts, and then return to their own world. If they do not return within 24 hours, the system will forcibly return them to their original world.
Listening to the voices in his mind, Wang Chen's eyes sparkled with determination, a smile on his face. The group task was finally successfully completed. Now, he could finally relax. At the same time, what pleased Wang Chen the most was that the rewards for the group task were distributed based on contribution. If he averaged it out, Wang Chen would really be frustrated. He put in the most effort, while others coasted along, yet the rewards were the same as his. Any normal person would feel a sense of imbalance. The eerie zombie is dead, let's go back. Immediately, Wang Chen glanced at the 2 of them and flew directly towards the direction of the temporary base with Fang Yun. Kai Yonglong nodded and followed closely behind Wang Chen. When the 2 returned to the temporary base, everyone's faces lit up with joy. Boss Wang Chen, we really appreciate your help this time. Wu Jun spoke first. The others quickly nodded in thanks. Now that the mission is completed, do you want to stay in this world or leave directly? Wang Chen nodded and addressed the group. I want to go back. If I'm late, it could be very dangerous for me, Lu Mei quickly added. The others exchanged glances and also expressed their desire to return immediately. They had no interest in staying long in this desolate and dangerous zombie world. Soon, beams of light appeared, and one by one, everyone except Kai Yonglong, Zhang Jun, and Wang Chen disappeared. Brother Wang, if we happen to be in the same world and have time, let's explore some dungeons together. I can find many hidden treasures, Kai Yonglong said earnestly to Wang Chen. Wang Chen raised an eyebrow. Clearly, after seeing his strength, Kai Yonglong no longer dared to address him as brother. However, this was normal. After all, in the world of fantasy, strength was respected, and weaker individuals instinctively revered the strong. Kai Yonglong's words, however, made Wang Chen speculate about his golden finger. Either Kai Yonglong coincidentally knew about these hidden treasures, or his golden finger could locate opportunities. Of course, there were other possibilities, but Wang Chen didn't want to delve deeper. If there's a chance, it's possible, Wang Chen nodded. Okay, Kai Yonglong smiled and disappeared in a beam of light. Zhang Jun, take care and survive well. We can make some trades in the future. You help me hunt some high-quality crystal stones, and I can provide you with some good items in exchange, Wang Chen said, patting Zhang Jun's shoulder before he too vanished in a beam of light. In the seclusion room of the Sword Spirit sect, Wang Chen suddenly appeared. Although the time spent in other worlds was brief, it was quite perilous. If I hadn't simulated twice before the group mission started, forcibly advancing my cultivation to the peak of the spiritual Yuan realm, it would have been truly dangerous this time. Wang Chen surveyed the seclusion room, sighing inwardly. Initially, he had planned to save some spirit stones and simulate later. Before that, he wanted to explore a safe path to become stronger through free simulations. It seemed that occasional simulations were necessary. However, the exponential increase in spirit stone consumption was truly overwhelming. Forget it, let's see what rewards the group mission offers. Wang Chen shook his head slightly, refocused his thoughts, accessed the group chat page, and claimed the mission rewards. Instantly, the system's voice rang out. Ding, congratulations to the host for the most outstanding performance in this group mission, with a contribution rate of 96%, earning 100,000 group points. Ding, congratulations to the host for the most outstanding performance in this group mission, with a contribution rate exceeding 90%, earning the position of deputy group leader. Ding, congratulations to the host for becoming the deputy group leader, receiving a 10% discount coupon. When purchasing an item from the system store, you can enjoy a 10% discount. 100,000 group points, deputy group leader position, 10% discount coupon. Wang Chen was extremely astonished, his face beaming with a smile. The rewards from this group mission were truly astonishing. 100,000 group points, no matter how you looked at it, was a lot. In addition, there is also a discount voucher, equivalent to the purchasing power of 1,000,000 points. This time, it's like taking off, right?
Unfortunately, the system mall needs to wait until the number of people in the group reaches 15 before it can be opened.
Otherwise, Wang Chen really wants to splurge. Immediately, Wang Chen entered the chat page. The chat group at this time was very lively. Fong Yun, 3 my contribution is only 0.4% and I got 400 points. It's really nerve-wracking. Zhang Hu, 5 forget it, I'm only 0.1% and I got 100 points. However, this group task, we are all just lying back and winning, so such a small reward is normal. Wu Jun, 20 sweat, I'm 0.2%. Lu Mei, 15 I'm 0.1%. Kai Yonglong, 1 I'm 2%, got 2,000 points. Shen Yao, 71 0.2%. It seems that the slightly higher contribution is due to the discussion. Zhang Jun, 70 0.1%. If you calculate it like this, Brother Wang occupies 97%. However, this time Brother Wang is leading us, we are completely lying back and winning, so this distribution is normal. Zhang Hu, 5 by the way, have you noticed that Brother Wang's prefix has turned into a golden agent group leader? Moreover, it seems that the system mall has opened. Kai Yonglong, 1-0, it seems to be true. It seems that this group task is also selecting positions for agent group leaders. Fortunately, although there are agent group leaders, my administrator position is still there. Wang Chen, 66-0, has the system mall opened? It seems that the opening of system functions does not necessarily require the group number to meet the standard. Group tasks can also be unlocked. I'll go take a look first. After leaving this sentence in the group, Wang Chen found the system mall page and opened it. Then, Wang Chen saw what was inside the system mall. There were only 2 things. 1. Resurrection symbol. After a group member dies, they can be resurrected with the resurrection symbol. Price, 100,000 group points. 2. Golden Finger Optimizer. After purchase, it can optimize your own golden finger, making it more powerful. Price, 1 million group points. Looking at these 2 items, Wang Chen's eyes lit up with joy. The resurrection symbol, which can bring people back to life, is so precious, it's like having a second life, a must-have in the future. The second item made Wang Chen even more ecstatic. After all, although his simulator was powerful, it was like a gold-devouring beast. With increasing simulation times, no amount of spirit stones would be enough to fill it. Now, with the appearance of a product that can optimize the golden finger, it can solve this problem, undoubtedly relieving Wang Chen's worries. Immediately, Wang Chen unhesitatingly used a discount voucher to purchase the golden finger optimizer. In an instant, a golden light appeared on Wang Chen's palm, with text floating above. Do you want to use the golden finger optimizer to optimize your system? Use, Wang Chen said decisively in his mind. As the words fell, the golden light disappeared, and 2 options appeared before Wang Chen. Ding, successful optimization of the golden finger. The host can choose one of the following options. 1. Consume spirit stones to continue showing exponential improvement, but the multiplier will decrease. 2. Simulate the consumption of spirit stones, increasing with the improvement of strength. System, I choose option 2. Wang Chen looked at these 2 options and chose the second one without hesitation. Although the first one would reduce the multiplier, as long as it didn't decrease by much, the amount of spirit stones consumed in each simulation would still be massive. With the second option, the consumption of spirit stones would increase with the improvement of strength, providing more operational space and being more cost-effective. Ding, congratulations to the host for a successful selection. Life Simulator optimization in progress, will be optimized successfully in 3 days. The mechanical voice sounded, making Wang Chen very excited. 3 days later, since the life simulator cannot be used in the next 3 days, I should also take care of some things during this time. Wang Chen muttered to himself, restrained his breath, and left the seclusion room. Watching Wang Chen come out, the maids who served him all bowed respectfully, not daring to show any negligence. In response, Wang Chen nodded slightly at them, made his sword disappear in the air, and flew towards the outskirts of the Sword Spirit sect. Sensing Wang Chen's aura, the elders and grand elders of the Sword Spirit sect were very surprised, not knowing why Wang Chen had come out. However, everyone has their own private matters, so they did not inquire further. Elder Wang's aura seems to have become much stronger. With his cultivation, even I can't see through it. A grand elder at the 6th level of the spiritual Yuan realm exclaimed. Not only you can't see through it, even I can't. In theory, the only way for me not to see through one's cultivation is if they have reached the complete stage of the spiritual Yuan realm. However, Elder Wang's cultivation cannot skyrocket from the 1st level of the spiritual Yuan realm to the complete stage in just 1 day. Bai Tianhong's master, the Grand Elder of the Sword Spirit sect, pondered. If nothing unexpected happens, Elder Wang should have practiced a secret method to conceal his aura. I also think so. Traveling the world with a hidden cultivation is indeed safer. The Grand Elder at the 6th level of the spiritual Yuan realm also agreed. Deep in the Black Wind Forest, Wang Qin flew through the air, overlooking a red medicinal herb swaying like flames in a pit below, revealing a smile. He had been flying in the depths of the Black Wind Forest for some time and finally found it. Human, this is not a place where you can act recklessly. Leave quickly. Just as Wang Qin was gazing at the fire spirit flower, a giant tiger-like beast with fiery patterns on its body below couldn't sit still and roared at Wang Qin, releasing a powerful aura. He could tell that the human in front of him was extremely powerful. However, since the powerful human in front of him had set his sights on the fire spirit flower he guarded, he would not back down and would do his best to kill him. After all, the fire spirit flower was too important to him. When his cultivation advanced further, he could swallow the fire spirit flower and reach the level of a complete 8th level demonic beast. Faced with the warning from the fire pattern tiger, Wang Qin remained calm, conjuring a sword constructed of spiritual elements. Although the fire pattern tiger was powerful and required the Grand Elders of the Sword Spirit sect to come out in full force to kill it in the life simulation, it was nothing to Wang Qin now. After all, his cultivation was at the complete stage of the spiritual Yuan realm, and he had comprehended 20% of the sword intent. In the current Xiangui continent, he was invincible. Fire pattern tiger, I'll give you a chance. If you submit to me and become my mount, I can help you advance further in the future and become a transcendent level demonic beast. Wang Qin pointed his sword at the fire pattern tiger and spoke. Wang Qin was not surprised that the fire pattern tiger could speak. After all, a 7th level demonic beast capable of speaking was not uncommon, let alone a top-tier 8th level demonic beast like the fire pattern tiger. Human, you seek death. The fire pattern tiger roared in anger, leaping into the air and spewing powerful flames towards Wang Qin. A mere human dared to try to tame him as a mount, truly seeking death. Hee, it seems I have to subdue you first. Wang Qin chuckled lightly, bursting out with 20% of his sword intent, then swung his sword fiercely, tearing apart the flames and relentlessly slashing towards the fire pattern tiger. This caused the fire-marked demon tiger's pupils to contract, roaring fiercely as it erupted with a powerful flame force covering its huge claws, fiercely striking towards the sword energy, intending to shatter it. However, the sword energy interwoven with 2 layers of sword intent was something the fire-marked demon tiger could actually shatter. At the moment of collision, the fire-marked demon tiger was directly injured, its claws almost being severed before barely blocking the attack. Roar! The fire-marked demon tiger roared in fear. The human in front of it was far more powerful than it had anticipated, completely outmatching it. If they continued to fight, it would undoubtedly meet its end. However, as a powerful 8th level demon beast, the fire-marked demon tiger would not submit to humans. It roared once again, charging towards Wang Qin, wanting to engage in close combat relying on its powerful demon beast body. Sword Control Art, Gathering of 10,000 Swords. Wang Qin watched the charging fire-marked demon tiger and condensed thousands of spiritual long swords in the air, shooting towards the fire-marked demon tiger overwhelmingly. Faced with this overwhelming array of spiritual long swords, the fire-marked demon tiger looked terrified, only able to roar and cover itself with its demonic energy, trying to block the attacks. However, it was clear that the fire-marked demon tiger could not easily withstand this move. Under the onslaught of the countless spiritual long swords, the fire-marked demon tiger was heavily injured, blood spraying, its aura reaching its lowest point. I'll give you one more chance, submit to me, and I can help you achieve greatness in the future, Wang Qin said in a deep voice. Or, you can choose death. I submit. The fire-marked demon tiger floated in the air, ultimately choosing to submit. Demon beasts only submit to humans far stronger than themselves. Wang Qin's displayed strength clearly earned its respect. In addition, the promise of the human powerhouse in front of it truly moved the fire-marked demon tiger. If it could become a transcendent realm demon beast, then submitting to humans was not a big deal. Of course, if an elderly human powerhouse said the same, it would have scoffed and not believed it at all. But the human powerhouse in front of it looked very young, yet possessed the cultivation of a complete spiritual Yuan realm, with a great chance of becoming a transcendent realm powerhouse in the future. That's why it believed in the grand promises Wang Qin painted for it. Demon beasts, always asking for trouble. Wang Qin nodded in satisfaction as the fire-marked demon tiger submitted. Demon beasts were like that. You had to show them a power far greater than theirs, give them a good beating, for them to possibly submit. Otherwise, just talking was impossible. Fire-marked demon tiger, where is your wife? After picking the fire spirit flower, Wang Qin sat on the back of the fire-marked demon tiger,
patting his tiger head curiously.
What wife?
The fire-marked demon tiger looked puzzled at Wang Chen, not understanding why he would say such a thing.
That double-tailed snake tiger, isn't she your wife? Wang Chen asked, quite surprised. Could it be that at this point in time, the two of them hadn't even? Well, it's true that it would be a few years before the elders of the Sword Spirit sect would attack the fire-marked demon tiger. She's just an ordinary 7th-level demon beast, how could she be worthy of being with me?
The fire-marked demon tiger snorted disdainfully, his face full of contempt.
Who was he?
A demon beast with extraordinary bloodline within him, far beyond the reach of ordinary demon beasts.
An ordinary 7th-level demon beast couldn't catch his eye. Wang Chen was speechless. It seemed that either they would, later on,
or perhaps, in the simulation of life, the double-tailed snake tiger was simply a loyal beast who came to rescue the fire-marked demon tiger when he was being attacked by the elders.
Forget it, no matter what the situation is, it's not worth worrying about. What I have to do next won't change. Wang Chen looked into the distance, sensing the aura of a 7th-level demon beast approaching rapidly, and couldn't help but smile. It's the double-tailed snake tiger, why is she running over here?
Wang Chen could sense the 7th-level aura, and naturally, so could the fire-marked demon tiger, who frowned and asked,
what else could she do, but come to help you? Wang Chen said playfully, with her limited strength, she wants to help me? She's just causing trouble.
The fire-marked demon tiger sneered. But since I've been tamed by you, Master, her presence here doesn't count as trouble.
Master, do you want to take action against her?
After a pause, the fire-marked demon tiger spoke again. I want to tame her, to protect a village.
Wang Chen nodded, speaking.
Oh, being tamed by Master is also her honor. The fire-marked demon tiger said with a lick of his face.
By the way, Master, how old are you? 25, why do you ask? Wang Chen replied. The fire-marked demon tiger looked stunned.
He had thought Wang Chen was in his 60s or 70s. A spirit realm at the peak of 60 or 70 years old was simply incredible, which was why he believed Wang Chen had a great chance of achieving extraordinary feats. But he never expected Wang Chen to be only 25. A spirit realm at 25 was quite intimidating, not just in terms of the potential for extraordinary achievements, but likely a certainty. Submitting to Wang Chen was indeed the right choice. As a demon beast who had been hiding in the Black Wind Forest, the fire-marked demon tiger was clearly unaware of how desolate the cultivation world had become. Lacking resources, no matter how high one's talent was, it was impossible to break through to the extraordinary realm. Of course, following the demonic path was a different story. Roar! At this moment, the double-tailed snake tiger also arrived, and when she saw Wang Chen riding on the heavily injured fire-marked demon tiger, she was filled with anger, roaring at Wang Chen, releasing a powerful demonic aura, seemingly ready to attack. Why are you roaring? It's my honor to submit to Master, you stupid tiger. Come over here and apologize to Master, then submit willingly. The fire-marked demon tiger scolded the double-tailed snake tiger. Hearing this, the double-tailed snake tiger looked puzzled, unable to believe that the fire-marked demon tiger had submitted to a human, feeling a bit aggrieved. She came to help the fire-marked demon tiger, only to be scolded. This arrogant male demon was going too far. But since he was the demon beast she liked, she could only suppress her grievances, come to Wang Chen's side, and choose to submit. Since the mythical beast she liked had submitted, it wasn't a big deal for her to submit as well, as long as she could be with the fire-marked demon tiger. This is really being a lapdog. Wang Chen looked at the changes in the demeanor of the double-tailed snake tiger, his gaze subtle. It seemed that whether human or mythical beast, there were quite a few lapdogs around. Fire-marked demon tiger, since you are both mythical beasts I have subdued, you should get closer in the future. Also, fire-marked demon tiger, she is after all a tigress, don't keep roaring at her, understand? Wang Chen said to the two beasts. The fire-marked demon tiger was full of black lines, dissatisfied, saying, why can't I roar? In contrast to the fire-marked demon tiger's dissatisfaction, the double-tailed snake tiger looked at Wang Chen with gratitude on her face. Initially, she was quite dissatisfied with this human, submitting only for the fire-marked demon tiger, but now, submitting seemed like a good thing after all. After all, this master clearly spoke up for her and even tried to match her with the fire-marked demon tiger. You can't be too fiery, it's a waste of your fur. Wang Chen rolled his eyes at the fire-marked demon tiger's straightforward nature, unable to help but sigh. This remark left the fire-marked demon tiger even more speechless. What did it have to do with his fur? Next, Wang Chen didn't say much more. He led the two beasts out of the depths of the Black Wind Forest and arrived at the Crimson Village. Big brother Wang, you're back. Seeing Wang Chen descending from the sky with two mythical beasts, the people of Crimson Village were all shocked. Although they couldn't tell how strong the two mythical beasts before them were, they could tell that these two beasts were definitely 7th-level mythical beasts. Wang Chen had gone out for a while and actually subdued two 7th-level mythical beasts, truly astonishing them. "Yes, I'm back." Wang Chen looked at the shocked crowd, nodded at Crimson Wind, then looked at the village chief and others, smiling as he said, "These two mythical beasts were just subdued by me. One is the double-tailed snake tiger, and the other is the fire-marked demon tiger. Their strengths are equivalent to the 6th and 7th levels of the spiritual realm in humans, respectively." This statement further shocked the crowd, leaving them somewhat dazed and incredulous. After all, when Wang Chen left the village, he was only at the 1st level of the spiritual realm, and now, after leaving for just over a month, he could subdue mythical beasts with strengths equivalent to the 7th level of the spiritual realm, which was truly terrifying. This meant that Wang Chen's current cultivation level was at least at the 7th level of the spiritual realm, if not even higher than just an ordinary 7th level. This rate of growth was simply unbelievable. For a moment, the village chief and others could guess that Wang Chen's physique was definitely not as simple as just a spiritual body. However, they didn't delve deeper into it. "Village chief, the double-tailed snake tiger will stay in the village to protect you. Whether you rely on her to seek revenge from the Li family or continue to live in seclusion, it's up to you." Wang Chen looked at the village chief and others, slowly speaking. The people of the Crimson Tribe would eventually disappear, and this was the last thing he did for them. He couldn't stop the disappearance of the Crimson Tribe, nor did he want to delve into the root cause. After all, the powerful individual who could wipe out the Crimson Tribe and make the current Crimson Tribe mysteriously disappear was too dangerous. One wrong move could cost him his life. The stronger one became, the more one understood what such a powerful individual represented. Therefore, having received many favors from the Crimson Village, now offering them the opportunity for revenge and protection through the double-tailed snake tiger could be considered settling the debt and clearing any lingering obligations. Hearing Wang Chen's words, all the adults, including the village chief, were both shocked and delighted, and somewhat embarrassed. After all, Wang Chen had done too much for them, and they owed him too much. However, although they were embarrassed, they couldn't find the words to refuse, because they had been waiting for this day for too long. Faced with the enemy, the Li family, they had thought they could only avoid them in this lifetime, unable to seek revenge. Unexpectedly, Wang Chen appeared in their Chimu village, rising at an astonishing speed and even subduing a powerful 7th-level monster, granting them the ability for revenge. "Child, thank you. Only by seeking revenge can some of us in the Chimu tribe rest in peace." The village chief was in tears, unable to control his emotions any longer. Seeing the village chief and others in such a state, Wang Chen sighed. These 50 years in Chimu village have indeed been tough, always yearning for revenge but powerless to act. Now, with the ability for revenge, emotions naturally ran high. Next, the village chief and others, overwhelmed with joy, chatted with Wang Chen and had the village women prepare a lavish feast. The next day, the village chief eagerly rode on the back of the double-tailed snake tiger, heading to Baiwa City to seek revenge on the Li family. Soon, news spread that someone had controlled a powerful 7th-level monster to attack the Li family, wiping them out. Even the Li family's ancestor, with a cultivation at the 2nd level of the spiritual element realm, was no match for the formidable 7th-level monster. What was even more shocking was that on that day, the sect master of the Sword Spirit sect, Zhang Yuan, and his wife, who happened to be the daughter of the Li family's ancestor, appeared at the Li family to try to stop the invading enemy. As a result, sect master Zhang Yuan also fell victim to the rampage, unable to be stopped even by the old man controlling the 7th-level monster. In no time, the world was shaken, a storm was brewing, and the Sword Spirit sect was furious. After all, the sect master was a symbol of power for a faction, and being killed was a great humiliation. "Wang Chen, I'm sorry for causing you trouble." Upon returning to the village chief confessed the situation, his face filled with shame. The double-tailed snake tiger was a monster subdued by Wang Chen, and its accidental killing of the sect master of the Sword Spirit sect undoubtedly stirred up trouble. If something happened to the double-tailed snake tiger, it would bring great trouble to Wang Chen. Is Zhang Yuan dead? Wang Chen's gaze was peculiar. He had been thinking of how to deal with Zhang Yuan, a malicious person who colluded with outsiders, but he never expected Zhang Yuan to meet his end so suddenly. "It's my fault." The village chief, full of shame, took a deep breath and said, "I will commit suicide in front of the Sword Spirit sect's gate to minimize the impact on you." "Master, I'm truly sorry. That guy threatened me, even ambushed and injured me, nearly killing the village chief, so I acted out of rage." The double-tailed snake tiger also spoke nervously, aware of its grave mistake. "It's not necessary." Wang Chen shook his head. "One Zhang Yuan, dead or alive, doesn't matter. Next, you can hide in the territory of the fire-marked tiger with the double-tailed snake tiger.
I believe even the Sword Spirit sect won't dare to intrude into the fire-marked tiger's territory. After a pause, Wang Chen spoke again. Master, aren't you taking me out of the Black Wind Forest? The fire-marked tiger understood Wang Chen's intention and asked. Taking you out won't help. Wang Chen nodded and continued, so, you should stay in your own territory. Then why did you subdue me? The fire-marked tiger's face twitched. I don't like senseless killing, Wang Chen said earnestly. The fire-marked tiger looked skeptical, not fully believing him. Actually, I was just trying it out, Wang Chen smiled, not elaborating further. Having read many fantasy novels, he naturally wanted to experience what it was like to subdue a monster as a mount. After all, powerful individuals often had impressive mounts. Like the gods and Buddhas in Journey to the West, each had a mighty monster as a mount. Originally, Wang Chen just wanted to give it a try and see if promising a monster a bright future would work, but he didn't expect it to be effective, which was a pleasant surprise. Just trying it out. The fire-marked tiger's face twitched. So, you weren't really sincere about wanting to subdue me as a mount, it was just out of curiosity. At one point, the fire-marked demon tiger began to doubt whether Wang Chen's promise was true. Well, it's just that the fire-marked demon tiger didn't know about painting cakes. If it did, it might have cursed directly. Next, the Chizu tribe moved to the cave where the fire-marked demon tiger lived. Wang Chen also left the Chizu village and returned to the Sword Spirit sect. When Wang Chen returned to the Sword Spirit sect, he felt a heavy atmosphere, with both elders and disciples being very angry. Elder Wang, come to the main hall of the sect quickly. Seeing Wang Chen return, a senior elder transmitted his voice. In response, Wang Chen's eyes flickered, and he quickly went to the main hall of the sect. At this time, in the main hall of the sect, all the senior elders gathered, their faces grim. Elder Wang, Master Zhang was killed by someone. It was seen that the two-tailed snake tiger entered the Black Wind Forest. We are discussing whether to use the sect's power to attack the Black Wind Forest, find the two-tailed snake tiger and the old man, and kill them. What is your opinion? After Wang Chen entered, the senior elder asked solemnly. Although the deceased this time was not from their faction, Zhang Yuan was ultimately the sect master of the Sword Spirit sect, representing the face of the sect, and they could not turn a blind eye. Internal conflicts could exist, but when faced with an external enemy, unity was necessary. Therefore, the Sword Spirit sect recalled all the senior elders to discuss countermeasures. I heard that an old man controlled the two-tailed snake tiger to attack the Li family. So, has the identity of that old man been investigated? Wang Chen asked without changing his expression. When this was said, the senior elders present were all stunned. One of the senior elders said in a deep voice, that old man, unless there are unexpected circumstances, should be a former elder of the Chizu family. Chizu family. Wang Chen pretended to ponder and said, I have heard that the Chizu family and the Li family were once the two major families of Baiyun City. However, after the ancestor of the Li family broke through to the spiritual Yuan realm, he wiped out the Chizu family. Could it be that the Chizu family has come for revenge this time? Indeed. A senior elder nodded. He wiped out the Li family, and we didn't care. But if he killed our Sword Spirit sect master, that is something we cannot tolerate. The second senior elder said with a grim face. However, I heard that it was the master who made the first move, almost killing the old man and preventing him from seeking revenge. Our Sword Spirit sect's stance is neutral, and the sect rules prohibit involvement in the disputes of other forces. Isn't the master violating the rules of the sect? Wang Chen shook his head. Elder Wang, what do you mean by this? Are you speaking up for the Chizu family? The second senior elder rebuked. I'm just stating the facts. Wang Chen said calmly. Elder Wang, are you not in favor of using the sect's power to attack the Black Wind Forest? The senior elder's gaze flickered as he spoke. Leaving aside the issue of right and wrong, just using the sect's power to attack the Black Wind Forest is not a wise move. After all, the Black Wind Forest is home to many powerful demon beasts. Attacking the Black Wind Forest and targeting the two-tailed snake tiger may provoke the anger of high-level demon beasts. By then, the Sword Spirit sect may suffer heavy casualties. At that time, the Sword Spirit sect's position in Daxia may become unstable. Not to mention, if too many strong individuals enter the Black Wind Forest, it may trigger a beast tide, affecting millions of people. Wang Chen scanned the crowd and spoke slowly. Wang Chen makes a valid point. The senior elder nodded. Including the newly joined Wang Chen, the Sword Spirit sect only had 12 spiritual Yuan realm powerhouses. With the death of Zhang Yuan, there were only 11 left. One of them, the fourth-grade alchemist other than Wang Chen, had been absent from the sect for years and his current status was unknown. If they were to attack the Black Wind Forest and lose a few more spiritual Yuan realm powerhouses, the sect would truly suffer a severe blow. After all,
the Black Wind Forest was not a place where human powerhouses could act recklessly. As the demonic beast forest that spans the three kingdoms, in the depths of the Black Wind Forest, there is not just one demonic beast with the complete combat power of the spirit Yuan realm. Coupled with other powerful 7th and 8th level demonic beasts, venturing deep into the Black Wind Forest is too dangerous. Although he relies on his cultivation at the 9th level of the spirit Yuan realm, wielding the Azure Spirit Sword can match and even slay a powerhouse at the complete spirit Yuan realm, but this is only in a one-on-one situation. Once other terrifying demonic beasts are provoked, it becomes equally perilous. Not to mention, all factions are currently watching from the sidelines. Once they all come out in force, they might even take away spiritual treasures, causing some factions to have ulterior motives. At that time, the Sword Spirit sect will be in danger. Of course, all of this is based on the assumption that the twin-tailed serpent tiger turtle remains hidden in the deepest part of the Black Wind Forest. If they stay in the deep area, they might be left alone. Elder, are you suggesting we just let it go like this? The second elder was full of anger. If we let the sect master of the Sword Spirit sect be killed and just let it go, how will the world view our Sword Spirit sect? By then, it's not impossible for anyone to ride on our heads. After the second elder spoke, 4 other elders echoed his sentiments. 3 of them belonged to the faction of the second elder. I will go into the Black Wind Forest to kill some 7th level demonic beasts. It may not be necessary to kill the twin-tailed serpent tiger, but we must make it look like we did. The Grand Elder scanned the second elder and others, calmly speaking. If you truly want revenge, wait until our strength is sufficient. In the end, this is because Zhang Yuan violated the rules of the sect, putting us in a difficult position. Over the years, your factions have had close ties with the outside world, making it hard for the Sword Spirit sect to maintain a neutral stance. Remember, I do not wish to see these things happen again. Otherwise, I don't mind clearing out the internal issues first. Pausing, the Grand Elder looked at the second elder and others, his face cold and ruthless. The reason the Sword Spirit sect was once so prestigious, with a high status and numerous strong individuals, able to become a millennium-old sect, was not just about heritage but also about maintaining a neutral stance. However, the current Sword Spirit sect has become somewhat decadent. The faction of the second elder is now well-versed in internal strife, and the factional disputes have become deeply entwined with external forces, leading to a change in the overall atmosphere of the Sword Spirit sect. This is why the Sword Spirit sect has fallen into the predicament of having only around 10 Spirit Yuan realm powerhouses. 200 years ago, the Sword Spirit sect would not have been so desolate. At that time, although it was not as prosperous as before, there were still over 20 Spirit Yuan realm powerhouses. The second elder was furious at the Grand Elder's warning, but when he felt the Grand Elder's stronger aura, he could only snort coldly and leave, saying, "Since you are unwilling to seek revenge deep in the Black Wind Forest, I will go myself." Seeing the second elder leave, the other 3 elders from his faction followed suit, leaving the hall with grim expressions. Watching the backs of the 4 departing figures, the Grand Elder sighed deeply. Previously, he had not suppressed the faction of the second elder. After all, there were too few Spirit Yuan realm powerhouses in the current Sword Spirit sect. If he suppressed the faction of the second elder, who had 5 Spirit Yuan realm powerhouses, the entire Sword Spirit sect would be thrown into chaos, risking annihilation. However, it seems that the time has come to address internal issues. Otherwise, even if nothing happens while he is alive, it may not be the case after his death. His disciple, Bai Tianhong, although exceptionally talented, was solely focused on sword cultivation and lacked the necessary leadership qualities to lead the Sword Spirit sect. Elder Wang, do you think I did the right thing? The Grand Elder looked melancholic as he asked Wang Chun. Absolutely. Wang Chen nodded. The actions of the Grand Elder aligned with his interests. Apart from that, there are indeed some issues within the Sword Spirit sect. In his past life experiences, he knew that the faction of the second elder of the highest elder was somewhat involved with the outside world. Of course, apart from Zhang Yuan, the second elder and others are not considered bad. At least, during the invasion of the foreign tribes, they also fought with all their might to protect the people of Dashu. However, if things continue like this, with a few more individuals like Zhang Yuan who are in high positions and selfish, the Sword Spirit sect will sooner or later encounter trouble. Soon, 2 days passed. During these 2 days, the entire Daxia once again trembled. The second elder and the Grand Elder of the Sword Spirit sect successively appeared deep in the Black Wind Forest, searching for the traces of the double-tailed snake tiger, killing fiercely in the forest. In the end, they attracted several powerful 8th-level demon beasts before leaving the Black Wind Forest and returning to the Sword Spirit sect. For a while, many people were discussing whether the double-tailed snake tiger had been killed. Some believed it was dead, while others believed it was not, causing various opinions and no definitive conclusion. At the same time, the matter of the death of the sect master of the Sword Spirit sect gradually subsided. Many forces, seeing the strength of the Sword Spirit sect, also retracted their hidden intentions. Within the Sword Spirit sect, Wang Chen gazed at the optimized life simulator in the pavilion, a faint smile playing on his lips. The cost of each simulation after optimization was now determined based on his current cultivation level. With his current cultivation at the peak of the Spirit Yuan realm, each simulation now required the consumption of 2,000 low-grade spirit stones. Although the price was slightly higher than before optimization, running 2 simulations with the previous life simulator and then optimizing again would undoubtedly be more cost-effective, saving some spirit stones. However, Wang Chen had no regrets about not optimizing earlier, as he was unaware that it would be priced at 2,000 low-grade spirit stones, and he currently had no shortage of these spirit stones. Therefore, there was nothing to regret. System, I want to proceed with a paid simulation, Wang Chen said after some contemplation. While he could explore using free simulations first, after the recent group mission experience, he felt it was better to save the free simulations for later. After all, using paid simulations in other worlds would be a waste of spirit stones. Some worlds lack spirit stones, and simulating there would not significantly enhance his strength. Using free simulations to explore was the most suitable and cost-effective approach. Of course, once he had accumulated enough free simulation opportunities, he would use them for exploration. In any case, he would find ways to save spirit stones. System, I want to proceed with a paid simulation, Wang Chen muttered in his mind. Ding, this simulation will require the consumption of 2,000 low-grade spirit stones. Proceed with the expense? The system's voice rang out. Proceed, Wang Chen nodded. Expense successful, life simulator activated, talent refreshing, the system's voice echoed once more. Ding, talent refresh successful, congratulations, host, you have refreshed the white talent boxing genius. Another white talent boxing genius. Wang Chen sighed silently. He couldn't help but feel that the probability of refreshing high-level talents in the life simulator was excessively low, as he had yet to refresh any talent above the green grade. Perhaps he needed to optimize again to increase the chances of obtaining higher grade talents. Otherwise, he would end up like in his past life, playing card games where quantity trumped quality, relying on sheer numbers and safety nets. Ding, talent selection successful, life simulation commencing. As Wang Chen silently grumbled to himself, the screen of the life simulator appeared before him, and the text began to materialize. In the 480th year of the Dasha calendar, on April 23rd, you began to comprehend the sword, aiming to grasp 30% of the sword intent. By the end of the 495th year of the Dasha calendar, you successfully comprehended 30% of the sword intent. As turmoil swept the land, you arrived in Dasha, concocted the yang restoring pill, and sought to trade with Empress Xia Yuan to enter the forbidden grounds of Dasha. Regarding your trade request, Empress Xia Yuan was deeply conflicted. However, for the sake of the ancestors' lives and the prosperity of Dasha, she ultimately agreed. Nevertheless, she warned you that the forbidden grounds were extremely perilous, and even a spirit Yuan realm cultivator might not survive. You remained composed, unfazed by her warning. After all, if Xia Yuan could survive, your chances of death were slim. You entered the hidden forbidden grounds of the Dasha royal family and faced the trials. In the end, you easily passed the tests, received rewards, and obtained a spiritual sword. You were astonished by this unexpected acquisition, realizing that the treasures hidden in this forbidden land were more than what you had anticipated. Although you were eager to unravel the secrets of this forbidden land, you were well aware that it was established by transcendent experts. With your current strength, attempting to force your way in would undoubtedly lead to certain death. Ultimately, you left the imperial capital with the spiritual sword, leaving the members of the Dasha royal family with mixed emotions. They had not expected you to effortlessly pass the trials and acquire a spiritual treasure. After all, the spirit sword, kept in the Sword Spirit sect, is the treasure of the sect, something even the great Xia imperial family does not possess. Following this, due to the fact that the old ancestor of Great Xia did not pass away, the Empress continued her reforms as usual, suppressing all directions, and the Great Xia territory began to stabilize. In the year 510 of Great Xia's history, you tried to comprehend 40% of the sword intent, aiming to achieve a minor success, but you still failed, stuck firmly at the peak of 30%, leaving you deeply regretful. At the same time, by Tianhong's cultivation sword, reaching the pinnacle of the spiritual Yuan realm. That same year, chaos erupted in the martial world, with demonic cultivators appearing, and you knew exactly what was about to happen next.
In the year 511 of Great Xia's history, Yuan by Tianhong descended the mountain, waiting around the Wu family's vicinity for an opportunity. Before long, the Wu family was annihilated, and you both took action. With your joint efforts, the demonic cultivator was slain. From his body, you also discovered the demonic techniques he practiced. Bai Tianhong, in order to prevent further harm to the world, wanted to turn him to ashes, but you stopped him, suggesting that perhaps you could find a method within to expand your dantian, giving you hope of breaking through to the extraordinary realm. Bai Tianhong found your idea reasonable. Therefore, you both decided to bring the demonic techniques back to the sect for research. In the end, you found a method to expand the dantian from the demonic techniques. However, the cultivation method was extremely bloody, which Bai Tianhong found disgraceful. Thus, he chose to destroy it. You didn't say much about it, only proposing that the method could be improved upon. By the end of the year 530 in Great Xia's history, you and Bai Tianhong had been exploring and researching the method to expand the dantian through the demonic techniques, and finally succeeded in creating a technique to expand the dantian. In the year 540 of Great Xia's history, both you and Bai Tianhong broke through to the half-step extraordinary realm, also known as the half-step spiritual sea realm. However, due to the lack of high-quality spiritual stones to supply the spiritual yuan, you were stuck at this stage, unable to maximize the expansion of your dantian, and your spiritual yuan within could not liquefy, forming into a sea of liquid spiritual yuan. Both of you were quite helpless about this. In the year 545 of Great Xia's history, the Grand Elder and the Second Grand Elder successively passed away. After a period of silence, Bai Tianhong expressed his desire to go overseas to seek opportunities and break through to the spiritual sea realm. But you knew the consequences of going out to sea and advised Bai Tianhong against it, as going out to sea would undoubtedly lead to death. However, Bai Tianhong's determination to seek the Tao was unwavering, believing that cultivators must contend with the heavens and not fear death. In the end, he chose to go out to sea alone. You felt melancholic about this decision, believing that Bai Tianhong's choice would undoubtedly lead to his death. In the year 580 of Great Xia's history, you successfully comprehended 40% of the sword intent, reaching a minor success in the sword intent. You were very pleased with this achievement. That same year, you finally took on 2 disciples, diligently teaching them cultivation. This brought joy to both the upper and lower levels of the Sword Spirit sect. With your help, the sect continued to grow stronger. Although several elders had passed away in recent years, the number of spiritual Yuan realm experts had not decreased but increased, reaching 25 in total. Moreover, with an invincible expert like you presiding, no one dared to invade the Sword Spirit sect. They believed that the sect would prosper even more and perhaps reach the peak of its prosperity from 1,000 years ago. In the year 620 of Great Xia's history, a century of rise for the Lin family, a top family in Great Xia, saw the emergence of a peerless genius, Linifei, rising with astonishing momentum. However, he aimed to overturn Great Xia and change the dynasty. Standing in the Sword Spirit sect, you paid no attention to him and had no desire to get involved in the struggles of the major powers. However, the Empress of Great Xia, Xia Yuan, was furious and wanted to uproot the Lin family completely. Unexpectedly, the spiritual Yuan realm experts sent by the Great Xia imperial family were all defeated by Lin Yifei with a single move, displaying his invincible demeanor. For a moment, Great Xia was shaken. Empress Xia Yuan of Xia erupted in anger once again. With her cultivation reaching the peak of the spiritual origin realm, she wielded her spiritual weapon and personally moved to suppress Lin Yifei. The two engaged in a fierce battle, where Lin Yifei displayed astonishing prowess, reaching the peak of the spiritual origin realm, shocking many experts. However, due to Empress Xia Yuan wielding a spiritual weapon, she managed to strike down Lin Yifei, leading to the complete downfall of the Lin family, bringing peace to the land once more, with no one daring to provoke the Xia royal family again. This Lin Yifei really knows how to court death, Wang Chen remarked as he watched the simulation content, unable to contain his emotions. Talented and powerful as he was, his personality was completely different from Wang Chen and Bai Tianhong, too reckless to understand the principle that there will always be someone stronger in the world. In the year 655 of Xia's history, at the age of 200, you are no longer young. During these years, both the Chu and Zhao nations have fallen into chaos, with the ancient ancestors who once suppressed all directions at the peak of the spiritual origin realm having long perished, and no new peak cultivators emerging. Perhaps due to no longer being young and gradually entering old age, Empress Xia Yuan desired to achieve greater things and leave a mark in history. She chose to mobilize troops, invading the Chu nation with the intention of annexing it before moving on to conquer the Zhao nation. Xia's actions shook both nations, causing them to join forces against the powerful Xia.
However, under the leadership of Empress Xia Yuan, Xia had grown significantly stronger and was no longer a force that the two nations could resist, even if they united their armies. In the year 656 of Xia's history, Xia successfully annexed both nations, achieving the long-awaited unification of the Central Plains. Yet, Empress Xia Yuan's ambitions extended far beyond this, as she aspired to become the greatest ruler of all time. By the year 660 of Xia's history, having fully absorbed the resources of the two nations, Xia launched an expedition against the foreign tribes, aiming to eradicate those who frequently harassed the borders, ensuring the complete unification of the entire Xiangui continent. Over the next 2 years, Xia engaged in a major war with the foreign tribes, achieving repeated victories that boosted the morale of the Xia soldiers. Empress Xia's prestige soared, earning her the title of the greatest ruler of all time. However, fate took an unexpected turn. Xia's counterattack against the foreign tribes led to the emergence of a formidable opponent who had secluded himself for many years. Armed with a spiritual weapon, he single-handedly decimated the Xia army, even killing high-ranking generals at the peak of the spiritual origin realm with a single blow. News of this incident reached Xia, causing a great stir. Empress Xia Yuan herself was astonished, well aware that such a figure was not an opponent that ordinary peak cultivators could handle. Consequently, she personally led the charge once again, wielding the spiritual weapon Ice Mirror to confront the foreign tribe's formidable opponent, intending to strike him down. However, Empress Xia Yuan underestimated the opponent's strength. In their fierce battle, neither could overpower the other. In the end, the old man chose to perish alongside Empress Xia Yuan. With Empress Xia Yuan's fall, Xia was shaken, and the world was in an uproar. No one had anticipated such an outcome. You heard the news without much emotional fluctuation. After all, in this lifetime, you were not close to Empress Xia Yuan. Presently, you had developed a deep bond with the Sword Spirit sect and cared only about safeguarding its transcendent status, indifferent to the power struggles of the world. Due to Empress Xia Yuan's demise, Xia no longer dared to recklessly attack the foreign tribes and instead chose to fortify its defenses. Furthermore, her fall led to internal issues resurfacing in Xia, with some young princes and princesses rallying ministers to expand their influence, preparing for the succession to the throne. Meanwhile, the nobles who survived in the Chu and Zhao nations began plotting the restoration of their countries. In the late year 660 of the Daxia calendar, the ruthless fifth prince of Daxia eliminated all 5 princes and princesses who could contend for the throne with him, successfully seizing the throne and proclaiming himself emperor, taking the title Xia Wendi. However, due to the illegitimacy of Xia Wendi's ascension, in order to secure his position, he disregarded the interests of the royal family and began to win over many civil and military officials. In the year 700 of Daxia, you successfully grasped 50% of the sword intent. However, your cultivation was still stuck at the half-step transcendent realm. You were well aware that if you continued to stay in the Xiangui continent and did not choose to cultivate demonic techniques, you might never reach the transcendent realm in this lifetime. In the same year, a genius cultivator in the Lingyuan realm with consummate cultivation appeared in Daxia and challenged you. Using sword gestures, you easily defeated him. He acknowledged your skill and chose to join the Sword Spirit sect, becoming the sect's elder to learn the ways of the sword from you. In the year 750 of Daxia, under the rule of the tyrant Xia Wendi, less than 100 years after the fall of the Empress Xia Yuan, the court factions in Daxia were numerous, the vassal states were in turmoil, the aristocratic families were rampant, and on top of that, the descendants of the Chu and Zhao states who had been plotting to restore their countries were causing trouble. Daxia was in a state of great suffering, resembling the end of a dynasty. You saw everything clearly, knowing that Daxia was on the brink of chaos again, and this time, a change of dynasty was likely. However, you were indifferent to it all. At the same time, you were well aware that your time was also coming to an end. Despite nearing the end of your life, you were not worried about any issues arising in the Sword Spirit sect. Under your leadership, the number of Lingyuan realm experts in the Sword Spirit sect had already reached nearly 50. Your disciples and descendants were also outstanding, capable of effectively leading the Sword Spirit sect. In the year 756 of Daxia, you passed away at the peak of the Sword Spirit sect, causing sorrow throughout the sect and shaking the world. With your death, this simulation comes to an end. This time, did he really die of old age? It's quite surprising. Wang Chen looked at the simulation content and couldn't help but sigh. Because every simulation had ended in accidental death, he instinctively believed that it was impossible to die of old age in the simulation of life. Obviously, that was not the case. As long as one didn't act recklessly, it was still possible to live to a ripe old age. Of course, the premise was that his strength was invincible in the Xiangui continent. Ding, reward generated successfully. the host can choose one of the following rewards.
Half-step Transcendent Realm Cultivation. 50% Sword Intent. Sword Element Technique. Sword Control Technique. Dan Tian Secret Technique. White Talent Boxing Genius. System, I choose the Dan Tian Secret Technique, Wang Chen said after scanning through the rewards and making his choice. If the life simulator still consumed spirit stones exponentially, he would definitely prioritize cultivation. However, the current life simulator's spirit stone consumption depended on cultivation level. Therefore, in a completely safe situation, it was better to choose other rewards first, map out the route, and transform oneself into a hexagonal warrior to save spirit stones more efficiently. Of course, if circumstances changed, such as facing danger, encountering group tasks, or needing to improve cultivation to clear a certain event in the life simulation, he would not hesitate to choose cultivation. Wang Chen was well aware of the pros and cons.
As Wang Chen made his choice, a new secret technique appeared in his mind. This secret technique was the method he and Bai Tianhong had created together to expand the Dan Tian. Although it can expand the Dan Tian, the grade is probably not high, Wang Chen muttered to himself after studying the technique. With this secret technique, he could break through to the half-step Transcendent Realm and even advance to the Transcendent Realm with sufficient resources. However, according to Wang Chen's speculation, the foundation of the Transcendent Realm would also vary in strength. If one broke through using lower-level techniques, the expanded Dan Tian might not be as strong as those who practiced higher-level techniques, possibly only half as effective or even less.
Therefore, among peers, those who broke through to the Transcendent Realm using advanced techniques would be stronger and could go further in the future.
It seems that I can break through to the half-step Transcendent Realm with this secret technique, but to establish a solid foundation and achieve a perfect breakthrough, I not only need to acquire enough resources but also obtain a high-level technique to break through, Wang Chen thought, his eyes flickering with determination. He didn't want to be stuck at the Transcendent Realm in the future, he aimed to reach the peak and achieve true immortality. Therefore, he wouldn't sacrifice his potential and foundation for temporary cultivation improvements.
Perhaps I can make a deal with Kai Yonglong.
Well, it's probably futile to seek him out. Wang Chen thought of Kai Yonglong but shook his head helplessly. The realm where Kai Yonglong resided surely had higher-level techniques.
However, such techniques were the true heritage of a major sect and wouldn't be easily shared.
Currently, Kai Yonglong only had a half-step spiritual element realm cultivation, far from reaching the complete spiritual element realm. It was impossible for Wang Chen to learn the techniques of the sect Kai Yonglong belonged to unless he had his own lucky encounter to obtain higher-level techniques.
Perhaps, this is not impossible.
After all, his golden finger is likely related to seeking opportunities. Wang Chen thought of Kai Yonglong's golden finger, his eyes brightening slightly. Immediately, Wang Chen opened the chat group and started typing.
Wang Chen, 66, at Kai Yonglong, 1 Kai Yonglong, can you get the secret technique to expand the Dan Tian? I can trade with you using equivalent items.
As Wang Chen mentioned Kai Yonglong also responded.
Kai Yonglong, 1 I can't get my hands on such a precious secret technique. At least, not at the moment. Wang Chen, 66 alright, when you manage to get it, we can discuss a trade. Kai Yonglong, 1 okay, I'll do my best.
Soon, the chat ended, and the group fell silent once again. After closing the chat group, Wang Chen felt somewhat disappointed but not surprised by Kai Yonglong's response. After all, if this kind of secret technique were so easy to obtain, that would be unrealistic. If Kai Yonglong could easily get hold of this secret technique, he would have long been able to acquire a large amount of cultivation resources through it and easily break through to the spiritual Yuan realm.
Forget it, let's continue simulating. Wang Chen calmed his mind and simulated again. Ding, the paid simulation requires the consumption of 2,000 low-grade spirit stones, do you want to proceed? The system's voice sounded. Proceed. Wang Chen nodded. Ding, life simulator activated, talents refreshing.
Congratulations, host, you have successfully refreshed the White Talent Born Rebel, Green Talent Escape Genius.
White Talent Born Rebel, you are naturally rebellious, disregarding morality for profit.
Green Talent Escape Genius, with this talent, you will have a knack for escaping, being able to find a way out in a crisis better than ordinary people and run faster.
Wow, this White Talent Born Rebel is totally a negative buff, can you even have such a talent? Wang Chen's eyes were subtly profound.
Then, he looked at the Green Talent Escape Genius.
Isn't this talent an upgraded version of the White Talent Escape Artist?
The Escape Artist can be effective at low cultivation levels, but at his realm, it's not very useful. Obviously, low-level talents become less effective as cultivation level increases. However, this green talent should be effective beyond the spiritual Yuan realm.
Wang Chen's eyes flickered, chuckling lightly.
After all, the several green talents he had chosen before had quite an effect by now. Of course, except for the beast-taming genius talent, which had no presence at all after being selected once. System, I choose the green talent escape genius.
Wang Chen said in his mind. Talent selection successful, life simulation begins.
The system's voice rang out again, and the familiar screen appeared once more. April 23, for 80 of the Dasha calendar, you began seclusion cultivation. In the year 490 of the Dasha calendar, you successfully broke through to the half-step transcendent realm.
However, you still concealed your true cultivation level and did not reveal it.
After the breakthrough, you went to the Dasha imperial capital, traded with the Dasha royal family, entered the forbidden area of Dasha, and successfully obtained a spiritual weapon. At the same time, you increasingly felt that this forbidden area was very strange and dangerous.
In the year 511 of the Dasha calendar, you went down the mountain alone.
Before the demonic cultivator could lay hands on the Wu family, you had already discovered them and took action to kill them. The Wu family was grateful and invited you as their guest. Although you wanted to leave directly, the Wu family's hospitality was hard to refuse, so you eventually accepted. Subsequently, the Wu family presented you with a set of cultivation techniques as a token of gratitude, hoping you would accept their genius girl as your disciple. Seeing through the Wu family's intention to ally with you, you initially wanted to refuse. However, upon seeing the cultivation techniques, you were surprised to find the middle volume of the Crimson Flame technique hidden by the Wu family, which was a complete unexpected joy. At that moment, you were filled with mixed emotions, realizing how different developments in an event could lead to such significant changes. If you hadn't preemptively eliminated the demonic cultivator, revealing your invincible strength, you would probably never have obtained this middle volume technique in your lifetime. In the end, you accepted the cultivation techniques and took the Wu family's genius girl as your disciple. However, you warned the Wu family that once she entered the Sword Spirit sect, she would need to maintain a neutral stance. If the Wu family acted too aggressively, you would expel the genius girl from the sect. Although disappointed, the Wu family did not say much. After all, being associated with a powerful figure like you and having their daughter accepted as a disciple meant a lot. As long as the Wu family did not overstep, even the royal family would not easily suppress them. In the year 545 of the Dasha calendar, the Supreme Elder and Second Supreme Elder passed away, and Bai Tianhong intended to go overseas. Regarding this, you are well aware that Bai Tianhong is bound to die on this journey. Despite benefiting from the Sword Spirit sect's cultivation for so many years, you abandoned the sect for selfish reasons and intercepted him.
Bai Tianhong could only smile bitterly.
Although he believed that with you and the many powerful Lingyuan realm experts who had risen in recent decades, nothing could go wrong at the Sword Spirit sect, he was still convinced by you to stay. In the year 580 of the Dasha calendar, due to your reduced time spent on creating secret techniques and Bai Tianhong not going out to sea, your comprehension of sword intent became even deeper this time, successfully grasping 50% of the sword intent. In the year 620 of the Dasha calendar, Lin Yifei was killed by the Empress, and the Lin family was wiped out. In the year 655 of the Dasha calendar, Empress Xiaoyuan initiated a war. A year later, Dasha annexed 2 countries. In the year 660 of the Dasha calendar, a foreign powerhouse emerged, killing the Grand General of Dasha's northern expedition, causing a sensation throughout the land. Upon hearing the news, you remained unfazed, continuing your search for the first volume of the Crimson Flame technique and the opportunity to break through the transcendent realm. You believed that as a top-tier technique at the Earth level, the Crimson Flame technique likely contained advanced methods for expanding the elixir field. However, you chose not to make a move, while Bai Tianhong decided to act. The Sword Spirit sect, with its transcendent status and neutral stance, would not interfere in the power struggles of Dasha. However, they would not show mercy towards the foreign tribes that had been invading and pillaging the Central Plains for thousands of years.
Acquiring spiritual artifacts from the foreign powerhouses would further enhance the Sword Spirit sect's strength.
In the end, Bai Tianhong emerged and displayed invincible power, killing the foreign powerhouse with a single sword strike and taking their spiritual artifact, shocking the world. Empress Xiaoyuan was also astonished by Bai Tianhong's strength. At the same time, she thought of you, feeling both complex emotions and immense relief.
Fortunately, the Sword Spirit sect was a neutral and transcendent sect.
Otherwise, with you and Bai Tianhong there, it would have been too easy to overthrow the Dasha dynasty. Due to Bai Tianhong's intervention, the Empress did not fall, Dasha did not descend into chaos, and the conquest of the foreign tribes continued. Therefore, in the year 663 of the Dasha calendar, the foreign territories were successfully conquered.
Thus, Dasha completely ruled the Xiangui continent. Empress Xiaoyuan was hailed as the Empress of the Ages, highly respected in holding a transcendent position.
In the year 720 of the Dasha calendar, you finally comprehended 60% of the sword intent. You could only sigh at this, realizing that the deeper one delved into sword intent, the harder it became to break through. It was not something that could be achieved through seclusion and cultivation alone. Only by engaging in life and death battles with strong opponents could one more easily break through.
In the same year, after outliving numerous princes and princesses, the empress finally chose to step down and relinquish the throne. For a while, Dasha experienced turbulence, but with Empress Shayuan secretly in control, there were not many disturbances. In the year 745 of the Dasha calendar, a prodigy suddenly rose to prominence, undefeated along the way, defeating all the geniuses of the same realm and reaching the peak of the Lingyuan realm at the age of 50. Upon hearing this news, you were greatly surprised as it did not align with your memories. However, you attributed it to the butterfly effect. In the year 750 of the Dasha calendar, this talented individual suddenly appeared at the Sword Spirit sect, intending to challenge the renowned and invincible Bai Tianhong. Bai Tianhong accepted the challenge. Their battle was earth-shattering. The prodigy's cultivation had reached the half-step transcendent realm, and being able to match Bai Tianhong was truly astonishing. However, you soon discerned the truth. You realized that the person in front of you practiced the Crimson Flame technique, and the techniques they used were likely from the Crimson Flame technique as well. That was why they were so powerful. At the same time, you were certain that the first volume of the Crimson Flame technique definitely contained advanced methods for expanding the elixir field. Otherwise, the prodigy before you could not have broken through to the half-step transcendent realm and been so formidable. At that moment, you were both shocked and delighted, never expecting that in your later years, the upper volume of the Crimson Flame technique, which you needed most, would appear so abruptly before your eyes. As you marveled at this surprise, the two engaged in a fierce battle that escalated to a white-hot intensity. Bai Tianhong finally unleashed all his combat power during the confrontation, employing the six-fold sword intent to defeat his opponent. The talented individual was deeply unwilling to accept this outcome, believing that the defeat was not due to lack of strength but rather age. Next, as the talented individual intended to leave the Sword Spirit sect, you intercepted him and proposed in exchange for the Crimson Flame technique. He was astonished and wary, realizing that his practiced technique had been exposed. Sensing his caution, you directly proposed exchanging the upper volume for the middle volume. The talented individual was greatly surprised that you had obtained the middle volume technique. Ultimately, you successfully exchanged with him, acquiring the upper volume of the Crimson Flame technique. With this, you completed the collection of all the techniques of the Crimson Flame technique, bringing the Earth-grade top-tier technique back into the world. After the exchange of techniques, the talented individual descended the mountain, while you chose to seclude yourself for rigorous cultivation, focusing on the Crimson Flame technique and its secret arts. In the year 756 of the Great Xia calendar, you mastered all 3 volumes of the Crimson Flame technique, and your elixir field expanded once again. However, your lifespan had reached its end, and you passed away at the peak of the Sword Spirit sect. Due to your death, this simulation comes to an end. Another ending in death from old age, not bad at all, Wang Chen chuckled lightly. Moreover, this simulation had indeed undergone astonishing changes. By eliminating the demonic cultivator early on, he obtained the middle volume of the Crimson Flame technique from the Wu family. By preventing Bai Tianhong from setting out to sea, under the butterfly effect, Empress Shayuan did not die in battle. Subsequently, the entire Xuantu continent was unified, with abundant luck for future talents, who acquired the upper volume of the Crimson Flame technique. This led to the complete emergence of the Earth-grade top-tier Crimson Flame technique, resolving his previous hidden concerns. It looks like in future simulations, I'll have to explore different paths more. Since I'm already invincible, there's no need to continue muddling through life simulations. By interfering with development and taking different paths, I can bring out more possibilities, gain more opportunities, and increase the probability of breaking through to the extraordinary realm, Wang Chen thought to himself. Anyway, his golden finger had been optimized, so as long as he didn't advance his cultivation, the amount of spirit stones consumed each time would remain at 2,000 pieces. Just 2,000 low-grade spirit stones didn't concern him. With his current abilities, it wouldn't be difficult for him to obtain tens of thousands, or even over 1,000,000, low-grade spirit stones from the Xian-Gue continent. The Xian-Gue continent lacked mid to high-grade spirit stones. Low-grade spirit stones were abundant and considered renewable resources. Of course, if overexploited and consumed, the number of low-grade spirit stones on the continent would undoubtedly decrease. Ding, reward generation successful. Host can choose 2 of the following rewards. Half-step extraordinary realm cultivation. Earth-grade top-tier martial art, Crimson Flame technique. Sword control technique. 60% sword intent. Green talent, escape artist. Alchemy experience. 2 rewards this time?
System, I choose in. Wang Chen scanned the rewards, surprised but quickly made his choices. The Crimson Flame technique could shine in this simulation and might not in future ones, so it was the obvious choice. As for the green talent, escape artist, although it had no presence in this simulation, it didn't mean it was useless. This was because Wang Chen's strength in the simulation had already reached its peak, and there would be great use for it if needed to escape. Therefore, it was a natural choice. After all, it might not appear next time. As Wang Chen made his selection, he felt a green light entering his body. At the same time, a brand new martial art appeared in his mind, and the spiritual energy in his body began to boil. The sharp spiritual energy condensed from the sword element transformed into a terrifying fire-type spiritual energy, radiating extreme heat. Not only that, he also mastered the secret techniques recorded in the Crimson Flame technique, reaching a state of proficiency.
Is this an Earth-grade top-tier martial art?
It's much more terrifying than I imagined. Wang Chen felt the intensity of the spiritual energy in his body, his face full of shock. Although he knew that the gap between different grades of martial arts was huge, he didn't expect the difference between Earth-grade low-tier and Earth-grade top-tier to be so significant. The intensity of the spiritual energy in his body had at least increased tenfold compared to before. Such an improvement was simply astonishing.
Wang Chen even wondered if he could now defeat a half-step extraordinary realm expert.
When his sword intent reached 60%, he felt he could even defeat a spiritual sea realm expert.
I must be getting ahead of myself.
However, Wang Chen quickly regained his composure and chuckled. The half-step extraordinary realm and the spiritual energy realm were completely different levels, and it wouldn't be so simple to kill a half-step extraordinary realm cultivator. After all, beneath the extraordinary realm were just ants, not to be underestimated.
Extraordinary, reaching the extraordinary realm marked the beginning of transcending the mundane.
Even a half-step extraordinary realm cultivator was just an ant to an extraordinary realm expert, easily crushed with a casual palm. Moreover, the martial arts practiced by extraordinary realm cultivators wouldn't be inferior. Even if it wasn't an Earth-grade top-tier martial art, it would at least be a mid to high-grade Earth-grade martial art.
The gap in martial arts wouldn't be that significant.
I need to be cautious, can't let my strength surge inflate my ego.
Inflation can truly be deadly, Wang Chen reminded himself in his mind.
Soon, Wang Chen recalled the secret techniques recorded in the Scarlet Flame art once again, feeling extremely amazed. The Scarlet Flame art, consisting of upper, middle, and lower volumes, all contained a tremendously powerful secret technique. The upper volume detailed a technique named Dragon of Scarlet Flame, capable of summoning a Scarlet Flame dragon with some intelligence to engage in battle. The middle volume described a technique called Soaring Scarlet Flame, which could create a set of wings constructed from Scarlet Flame, significantly enhancing cultivation speed and enabling combat with agility and strength. The lower volume documented a technique named Seed of Scarlet Flame, allowing the condensation of a spiritual fire seed within the body for nurturing, which would bloom into a spiritual fire when matured. The spiritual fire was named Scarlet Flame Spiritual Fire, and only when the spiritual fire was fully developed could the power of the Scarlet Flame art be maximized, making it unmatched among peer-level techniques until reaching the celestial level. Although practitioners in the transcendent realm could also condense spiritual fires, they were merely ordinary spiritual fires born from their strong cultivation, incomparable to the spiritual fires naturally existing in the world. While the Scarlet Flame spiritual fire was artificially nurtured, its power could rival that of natural spiritual fires, making it exceptionally potent. Of course, mastering this technique was relatively simple at the entry level, as condensing the spiritual fire seed was not overly challenging. The difficulty lay in nurturing it to bloom and transform into spiritual fire. It was estimated that even in the past Scarlet Clan, not many individuals could condense the Scarlet Flame spiritual fire. If I were to cultivate normally, I would probably find it challenging to condense the Scarlet Flame spiritual fire. However, with my life simulator, success can be achieved through time and perseverance, Wang Chen thought, chuckling softly.
Let's continue the simulation.
This time, let's take a different path and see if we can break through to the great transcendent realm. If unsuccessful, I'll focus on accumulating sword intent or enhancing all aspects of my strength through other means. Otherwise, if the strength is not significantly improved by the time the group missions reappear, it could be quite dangerous. Just as Wang Chen was about to resume the simulation, the voice in the chat group suddenly rang out, causing him to pause slightly, revealing a surprised expression. Ding, Wang Shuqi, 74, joined the group chat.
Ding, Yi Xiaofan, 75, joined the group chat.
Ding, Yu Chang, 76, joined the group chat. Ding, Qin Tian, 77, joined the group chat.
After more than a month, Are there finally new members joining the group?
And this time, for new members joined at once, seems like the chat group is stepping up its game, Wang Chen sighed.
I wonder how many of these 4 newcomers will survive.
Speaking to himself, Wang Chen opened the chat group page. At this moment, the chat group became lively once again, with almost all the old members chiming in. The familiar rounds of welcoming.
The familiar and kind explanations from Lu Meishan. Then, the newcomers were left bewildered and numb. Wang Shuqi, 74. Can I quietly leave the group? Fang Yun, 3. Hey, good question. Of course not. Qin Tian, 77. What a coward. If you're going to die, just die. It's not easy to have a chance to travel through time and space, so why not take the opportunity to venture into a different world, have some fun? It's better than being a worker on that crappy earth. Zhang Hu, 5. TSK, newcomer, you're quite something, braver than other newcomers. Yu Chang, 76. Do you guys have time to discuss this? The smart ones have already gone to get equipment.
Yi Xiaofan, 75. Wow, guns.
What are you doing?
Yu Chang, 76. Mercenary, get to know me. Yi Xiaofan, 75. Impressive, I envy you. Watching the chat in the group, Wang Chen raised an eyebrow slightly. This time, a mercenary joined the group, adding an interesting twist. Perhaps he is the first-time traveler to cross with modern weapons. I wonder what his fate will be.
Then, Wang Chen looked at Yi Xiaofan and stroked his chin.
Yi Xiaofan, with the surname Yi and the word Xiaofan, just adding a Xiao, made him think of a certain Yi emperor.
The surname Yi, a prominent surname, not to be trifled with. Of course, Wang Chen also remembered Yi Chun from his previous life simulation.
At that time, he thought this guy was the protagonist template, but he never appeared in the subsequent simulations, as if he had disappeared from everyone's memory or perhaps died. After all, if they were important characters, the system wouldn't miss them.
In addition, the surname Lin is also a prominent surname, but the Lin Yifei in the life simulation, although performing well, had nothing to do with the protagonist template.
Maybe I've read too many online novels and jumped to conclusions, Wang Chen muttered. Next, Wang Chen chose not to continue chatting with others in the group like everyone else but opted to lurk. As for those newbies, it would take some time for them to cross, and only time would tell if they would live or die. Of course, surviving the first hurdle raised the question of how long they would survive afterward. System, I want to start another paid simulation, Wang Chen said in his mind. Ding, paid simulation, consuming 2,000 low-grade spirit stones. Ding, life simulation initiated, talent refresh in progress. Unfortunately, the host did not refresh any talents. The system's voice rang out. No talent. Wang Chen's face twitched slightly. His luck was really running out. However, Wang Chen could only console himself that this was just a setback, and sooner or later, a safety net would appear, revealing a powerful talent. Ding, life simulation starting. The system's voice sounded again, and the familiar screen appeared with floating text. Wang Chen calmed his mind and awaited eagerly. In the year 482 of the Great Xia calendar, you successfully broke through to the half-step transcendent realm, entered the forbidden land of Great Xia, and obtained a spiritual weapon. The speed of breaking through to the half-step transcendent realm this time is really fast. Indeed, martial arts not only enhance combat power but also significantly improve cultivation speed and breakthroughs. Wang Chen couldn't help but sigh as he read the first line of text. In the year 511 of the Great Xia calendar, you killed a demon cultivator. In the year 545 of the Great Xia calendar, the Grand Elder and the Second Grand Elder passed away, and Bai Tianhong intended to go overseas but was stopped by you. In the year 580 of the Great Xia calendar, your sword intent cultivation reached its peak at 50%. In the year 620 of the Great Xia calendar, Lin Yifei was forcefully killed by the Empress, and the Lin family was exterminated. In the year 655 of the Great Xia calendar, Empress Xia Yuan initiated a war. A year later, Great Xia annexed 2 countries. In the year 660 of the Great Xia calendar, Great Xia unified the Xian Gui continent, and you successfully comprehended 60% of the sword intent. Feeling that the time was ripe, you once again entered the forbidden land of Great Xia, seeking the opportunity to break through to the transcendent realm. However, the forbidden land was too terrifying, and even though you were invincible in strength, you almost perished in the forbidden land, making your heart race. For this reason, you began to recuperate and continue to cultivate in seclusion. In the year 720 of the Great Xia calendar, you tried to comprehend 70% of the sword intent but remained unable to do so, stuck at the peak of 60%, unable to make progress. You sighed inwardly, realizing that 70% of the sword intent had reached the realm of mastery, and without a chance encounter, it was difficult to comprehend through sword enlightenment alone. At the same time, you also noticed your own aging, not far from passing away. Therefore, you wanted to make one last gamble, taking the equally aged Bai Tianhong with you to see hoping to find a way to survive, not wanting to continue living until death in this world. Bai Tianhong was delighted, saying he had been waiting for this day for too long. In the end, the two of you set out to sea together. On the first day, you both were safe. On the third day, you both were safe. On the fourth day, you noticed that the spiritual energy between heaven and earth suddenly became much denser, which surprised you greatly. However, soon you felt a terrifying aura emerging from the sea, rushing towards you. Facing this, your expression changed drastically as you guessed that it was an extraordinary oceanic monster, and you hurried to escape. However, in the presence of an extraordinary monster, even a half-step extraordinary was insignificant. Bai Tianhong was directly killed, turning into a mist of blood. But you, with the talent for escape, quickly analyzed that the sea creature's speed in the sky was definitely slower than in the ocean. Therefore, you swiftly soared into the sky, unleashing the full power of the Crimson Flame soaring technique. In the end, with the secret technique of Crimson Flame soaring and the speed boost from your escape talent, you managed to escape the pursuit in the sky. Just as you breathed a sigh of relief, you noticed a large number of terrifying auras appearing in the sky. Soon, streaks of light appeared before you, sending shivers down your spine. It was a group of flying monsters, with the lead monster exceeding 100 meters in length, exuding a terrifying aura, unmistakably an extraordinary monster. Surrounded by them, you bitterly smiled, knowing that this time you were truly doomed. With flying monsters in the sky and terrifying creatures in the sea, there was no way out, even with talent. In the end, you chose to erupt and confront the flying monster group. You were formidable, cutting down a monster with a strong extraordinary bloodline with just one sword, enraging the monster group. In response, the extraordinary monster personally engaged in combat with you. Fearless, you pushed your combat strength to the limit, intending to fight the extraordinary monster. You fought fiercely with the extraordinary monster, ultimately falling and being devoured by the monsters. However, in this battle, you also severed one claw of the extraordinary monster, showcasing your strength. Due to your death, this simulation ends. Forbidden Land, is it so dangerous? Also, realizing the sword intent to 60% peak, combined with practicing the Crimson Flame technique, is already enough to battle an extraordinary. Although in the end, you will still fall, you can also injure the opponent, no longer a mere ant to be crushed at will. Wang Chen looked at the contents of this simulation, amazed. Of course, in this simulation, his mastery of the Crimson Flame technique must be deeper, and his control over secret techniques must be far stronger than his current self. Therefore, he cannot impose the strength of the dying Wang Chen in this simulation on himself when breaking through to a half-step extraordinary. However, as the simulation progresses, he will surely attain the strength of the Wang Chen in this simulation, or even surpass it. Speaking of which, the monsters encountered after going out to sea are truly terrifying. Wang Chen recalled the sea voyage, furrowing his brow. The first 3 days were uneventful, but on the fourth day, they encountered extraordinary monsters one after another, which was simply too terrifying. It should be noted that on the Xuanqiu continent, whether human or monster, extraordinary beings had not appeared for hundreds or even thousands of years. Yet, on the fourth day at sea, encountering extraordinary beings in succession, both in the sea and in the sky, was too numerous. Moreover, by the fourth day, the spiritual energy between heaven and earth had also become much denser, which is also extremely unusual. Besides, if there are so many extraordinary monsters in the ocean and sky, why have they never set foot on the Xuanqiu continent? Wang Chen narrowed his eyes, tapping his fingers on the table, silently analyzing one piece of information after another. Could it be that the Xuanqiu continent is very special, with something that makes these monsters extremely fearful, preventing them from approaching? It even affects the surrounding spiritual energy density, keeping it much lower than the outside world's level. It seems that the Xuanqiu continent still holds many secrets unknown to me. I had been neglecting one thing before, that Xiangui continent, as an isolated land in the ocean, has been safe and sound for thousands of years without powerful monsters invading. It's quite unusual. However, many people have gotten used to such days, making it easy to overlook without much thought. Wang Chen stopped tapping on the tabletop, raised his glass, and drank the spiritual wine in one gulp. Perhaps this is why the Chizu tribe chose to come here to seek seclusion. Well, no matter what secrets there are, I will dig them out through countless simulations. Perhaps, these opportunities can not only help me break through to the spiritual sea realm but also further advance my strength. As Wang Chen's thoughts surged, the system's voice sounded. Ding, reward generated successfully. The host can choose one of the following rewards. Sword technique. Only one reward this time? What else can I choose? Wang Chen was somewhat speechless and could only choose the sword technique. After selecting it, Wang Chen found that this reward was not bad either. Because the experience value of the sword technique reward was very high, it made his control over the sword technique very strong, indirectly enhancing his strength.
System, I want to proceed with paid simulation.
Next, Wang Chen started another simulation, and the mechanical voice of the system rang out again. Ding, paid simulation costs 2,000 low-grade spirit stones, life simulator activated, talent refreshing. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully refreshing the green talent exceptional physique, white talent beast tamer. Green talent exceptional physique, with this talent, the host's physique aptitude will be greatly improved, becoming a cultivation genius in the eyes of ordinary people. White talent beast tamer, the host will have a certain talent in beast taming.
Oh, this talent refreshed again?
Wang Chen's eyes lit up slightly as he looked at this talent. Before embarking on the group task, Wang Chen had refreshed this talent. It was precisely because of this green talent that Wang Chen's cultivation speed could progress rapidly, quickly reaching the great consummation of the spiritual Yuan realm, teaming up with Bai Tianhong to defeat the demonic cultivator and complete the group task. It could be said that Wang Chen was deeply impressed by this talent, but at that time, he could only choose one reward and had to give up this talent for the sake of cultivation. Unexpectedly, this talent had refreshed again.
Naturally, Wang Chen would not hesitate and chose the green talent exceptional physique without any hesitation. With this talent, Wang Chen believed that he could more easily break through to the transcendent realm.
And once in the transcendent realm, his cultivation speed would also increase. After all, his current cultivation talent was quite slow without relying on the life simulator to boost his cultivation. By the time he reached the transcendent realm, his progress would probably be as slow as a tortoise, and the ceiling would be capped. After all, in the fantasy world, physique aptitude was truly important. Without sufficient physique aptitude, many people would get stuck at a certain realm even if they had opportunities. Unless one obtained a world-shaking opportunity, it would be difficult to rise from a mediocre state. However, that was completely the template of the traditional fantasy genre's protagonist, and ordinary people could not possibly obtain such opportunities. Ding, talent selection successful, simulation begins. The system's voice rang out again, and the screen displayed floating text.
You will go into seclusion for cultivation.
3 months later, you will successfully break through to the half-step transcendent realm and enter the Great Xia Forbidden Land, where you will obtain a spiritual weapon.
My cultivation speed has increased a lot again.
The effect of this enhanced physique aptitude is indeed significant.
Wang Chen looked at the text, his eyes flickering, expressing his admiration.
In the following years, you will travel across various places in the Xiangui continent, exploring hidden areas to uncover the secrets of the continent and seize opportunities. At the same time, you have been studying the precious bead given to you by the old village chief, aiming to discover its secrets. However, even with your strong abilities, you still find it difficult to harm it in the slightest, unable to uncover its secrets. You may consider this thing to be at least a spiritual weapon, perhaps surpassing the level of spiritual weapons, but you cannot unearth its secrets, only able to sigh in resignation. In the year 620 of the Great Xia calendar, the butterfly effect occurred, and Lin Yifei believed himself to be invincible, casually killing a true disciple of the Sword Spirit sect. You initially didn't want to bother with him, thinking that Bai Tianhong could come down from the mountain and take care of him, but you suspected that since he was specifically mentioned in your memories, he might be an important figure, so you descended the mountain to personally suppress him. In the end, you obtained a martial art manual from him. It was a defensive martial art manual, surprisingly of the lower grade of Earth level, named Golden Light Shield. Realizing this, you understood why the Empress Xia Yuannai in your memories couldn't deal with him and had to use a spiritual weapon to defeat him. Having a defensive martial art of Earth level was indeed like having a turtle shell. However, this turned out to be a stroke of luck for you. Next, you continued to focus on cultivating diligently and seeking opportunities. In the year 660 of the Great Xia calendar, you once again entered the forbidden area in search of opportunities but returned heavily injured. However, this time, thanks to the Golden Light Shield martial art, your injuries were not as severe. Still, you needed to rest for a month. During your recovery, you felt that you lacked a healing martial art of Earth level. Otherwise, you would still not be able to become a hexagonal powerhouse. In the year 680 of the Great Xia calendar, you ultimately failed to unravel the secrets of the Xiangui continent, and you were getting older. Because of this, you felt that you could not delay any longer. If you continued to wait for another 40 years, you would be completely old, and your combat power would decline. Therefore, you decided to take advantage of your peak combat strength and set sail with Bai Tianhong. This time, in order to be able to fight side by side after setting sail, to deal with extraordinary realm monstrous beasts together, you had long taught Bai Tianhong the red flame technique and many secret techniques, greatly increasing his strength.
3 days before setting sail, you were still safe and sound. Even if powerful monstrous beasts appeared, you could easily kill or intimidate them. On the 4th day, the spiritual energy became dense, and an extraordinary realm monstrous beast attacked. In response, the two of you did not flee but brought the battle to the sky, facing the enemy together. However, to avoid flying too high and being targeted by the flying monstrous beasts in the sky, you fought the extraordinary realm sea beast at a height of about a kilometer. In the end, with the two of you working together and paying a considerable price, you managed to repel the extraordinary realm sea beast and continue your voyage. On the evening of the 4th day, you were attacked again, this time by 2 extraordinary realm sea beasts, one of which was the one you had repelled before. You could sense that the newly appeared sea beast was even more powerful, feeling extremely fearful. Helpless, you could only flee. However, after escaping to a high altitude for a while, you were targeted by avian extraordinary monstrous beasts. Unable to match their strength and with the flying monstrous beasts being faster, you were no match and could only join forces to wound them, ultimately falling. Due to your death, this simulation ends. Is it a dead end to set sail without reaching the extraordinary realm? Wang Chen sighed as he looked at this simulated outcome. It was indeed too dangerous after setting sail, with so many powerful monstrous beasts. Reward generation successful. The host can choose 2 rewards from the following: 1. 60% peak sword intent. 2. Earth grade low grade defensive martial skill, golden light shield. 3. Green talent, exceptional constitution. System, I choose 2 and 3. After looking at the rewards, Wang Chen made his choice. With these 2 rewards, he could focus on sword intent in the next simulation, trying to reach 70% sword intent through practice. If he could comprehend 70% sword intent, perhaps he could truly possess the strength of the extraordinary realm, increasing his survival rate at sea. As Wang Chen made his choice, he felt a warmth in his body, with a higher efficiency in absorbing and converting the spiritual energy of the world. Clearly, this was a manifestation of his improved constitution. Next, Wang Chen's mind gained some memories, his insights into the Earth-grade low-grade martial skill, Golden Light Shield from years of practice in the life simulation. After absorbing it, Wang Chen was quite satisfied. The Golden Light Shield, as an Earth-grade low-grade technique, was indeed a good defensive skill. After absorbing the gains, Wang Chen simulated 3 more times. However, it was extremely unusual that he did not refresh any talents in these 3 simulations. Moreover, the content of these 3 life simulations was similar, and he still did not find any opportunities, as if all the chances in the Xiangui continent had been exhausted. As for his comprehension of sword intent, although he chose the sword intent reward 3 times in a row, he was stuck at 60% peak, unable to make progress and step into the realm of mastery. Wang Chen could only smile helplessly at this. Indeed, from proficiency to mastery, it was a qualitative change, a leap. Without sufficient talent, it was impossible to comprehend through hard practice alone. Only through battles could there be a chance of insight. Moreover, the probability of understanding the mysteries was much higher when fighting against stronger swordsmen rather than monstrous beasts. Talent. Wang Chen could only shake his head. It seemed that this was the limit of the green talent, sword talent prodigy. Even with the white talent, sword talent, he found it difficult to comprehend sword intent. The green talent, sword talent prodigy, being able to comprehend up to 60% peak sword intent, was already quite remarkable. I can only hope for a breakthrough soon to gain stronger talents, giving me a better chance to break through, murmured Wang Chen to himself. Then, he refocused his thoughts and stopped simulating. Today's luck was quite bad, and with no clear path in his current life simulation, there was no need to continue. What he needed now was change. Whether in the chat group or in his actions, causing significant changes could be another way to break through. Perhaps, next time I can take the Imperial route, Wang Chen suddenly thought aloud. By intervening in Dixia in the life simulation, becoming the helmsman of Dixia, and consolidating all the resources of the Xiangui continent, it might be possible to break through the extraordinary realm by sheer quantity if quality was lacking. Wang Chen thus planned for the upcoming life simulation, opening the chat group, sipping wine, chatting with the group members, and awaiting the fate of the 4 newcomers. Ding, group member Yu Chang, 76, has died, death replay recording in progress, hope everyone takes this as a warning. Nearly half an hour later, a message popped up, momentarily quieting the group. Chen Yao, 71 just lost one. And it was the strongest mercenary among the newcomers. Fang Yun, 3 what else can we say, it's just too classic. Lu Mei, 15 losing one is fine, just hope they don't all die. Zhang Jun, 70 whether early or late, death is death. Fang Yun, 3 TSK, Zhang Jun, you've become quite pessimistic. Of course, after the last group task, not being pessimistic would be abnormal, right? Epsilon Sadface Omicron asterisk, Psi. Wang Shuqi, 74. The mercenary boss is dead? Quite scary. I thought you were all just scaring us before. Yi Xiaofan, 75 +1 to the above. By the way, what was the last group task about? It's making me nervous. Kaio Long, 1 group task. You better focus on staying alive first. Only by staying alive can you qualify to understand and despair, for all. Wang Shuqi, 74. Yi Xiaofan, 75. Lu Mei, 15. In the past, I might have comforted. Now, I can't bring myself to say it anymore. The sooner you get used to it, the better for newcomers. Fang Yun, 3. Wow, even Sister Lu is giving up? By the way, the 2 newcomers are still leisurely chatting in the group, which means the situation is not bad. Unlike Yu Chang, who died so quickly. Also, that Qin Tian who kept shouting about how fun it is to time travel hasn't shown up, probably in trouble. Wang Chen, 66. Fang Yun, watch your words, don't curse others. The Qin family is famous in online literature for being reckless, but the person who can't die, be careful, he might come after you for a PK in the future. Fang Yun, 3. Ahem, no more to say. Fang Yun, 3. 2 newcomers, quickly tell us what your trump cards are. Wang Chen is the strongest in this group, with formidable strength. If you reveal your trump cards, maybe he'll cover for you. Yi Xiaofan, 75, that strong? I don't believe it. That year, I stood with my hands in my pockets, not knowing what a rival was. JPG. Zheng Hu, 5. TSK Tisk, truly a Yi, so arrogant. Wang Shuqi, 74. Hello, boss, take me with you. The trump card I drew allows me to significantly boost my defense on top of my strength. Wu Jun, 20. This one is quite realistic. But having this kind of trump card for survival is not bad. I envy it. Sob. Wang Chen, 66. Boosting defense. Looks like you're the tank of this group. I have high hopes for you. Omega. Wang Chen couldn't help but smile. It seems like there are all kinds of lucky breaks out there. Wang Shuqi, 74. Thanks for the encouragement, boss. Fang Yun, 3. At Yi Xiaofan, 75. Look how cooperative he is, you better speak up too. Yi Xiaofan, 75. I'll be honest, I'm afraid to scare you with what I have to say. Feeling proud. JPG. Kaio Long, 1. Wow, so confident, huh? Fang Yun, 3. Stop showing off, just spill it. Yi Xiaofan, 75. Hey, my lucky break is a sacred body. In the future, consult me as Yi Hei number 2, thank you. As Yi Xiaofan spoke, the group fell silent. Even Wang Chen was slightly stunned, his gaze becoming more subtle. Wow, a sacred body, Yi Xiaofan. Is he really going for the unconventional Yi Hei template? But that path is not easy, one misstep and it's over. Of course, if he can rise above, that would truly be impressive. A sacred body, he didn't specify what kind, but being linked to a sacred body means he's not weak. Just don't know which world he crossed into. Even with a sacred body, the likelihood of growing strong enough to dominate is slim. Wang Chen sighed and shook his head. After all, not everyone has the protagonist's luck like Yi Hei. Without that luck, it's hard for a sacred body to grow. For example, if his lucky break is a sacred body and he's dropped in the Shangue continent, he'd probably need more spirit stones than the entire continent has to offer, and in the end, he'd either die at someone else's hands or grow old on the continent. Of course, without a life simulator, he also failed in the last group task. In this world, only lucky breaks that increase the likelihood of survival are truly valuable. This is the profound realization Wang Chen gained after so many simulations. Fang Yun, 3. Damn, a sacred body, I'm jealous. If you cross into a fantasy or martial arts world, you'd soar instantly. Kai Yong Long, 1. Are all newbies this fierce nowadays? It's tear-inducing. JPG. Zhang Hu, 5. Hilarious. Kai Bro remembers the fear of being dominated by Wang Bro. Kai Yong Long, 1. Just as Kai Yonglong was left speechless by Zhang Hu, another message popped up. The death replay of Yu Chang was complete. Without hesitation, Wang Chen and the others clicked to watch. There, Wang Chen saw Yu Chang before crossing over, armed as a mercenary with all sorts of weapons, pistols, submachine guns, grenades. He even had special compressed biscuits and energy drinks for sustenance. One could say his equipment was much more luxurious than the others in the group before crossing over. However, the world he crossed into was no ordinary one, and the location wasn't just any place on Earth. But the moment he crossed over, he was crushed into a mist of blood. Faintly, from his death scene, one could see towering beasts like mountains. Fang Yun, 3. Wow, that's brutal. Being crushed like that, was it due to gravity? Kai Yonglong, 1. Very likely. After all, that world is clearly not simple. Wang Chen, 66. The world is indeed complex, but it might not necessarily be gravity. Don't forget, in some novel settings, the spiritual energy in certain high-level planes is too dense and violent, not suitable for ordinary people to survive. Of course, even though these worlds have ordinary people, they are only ordinary in a relative sense, not comparable to weaklings like Earthlings. Fong Yun, 3 Wang Bro makes a good point. Zhang Hu, 5 It's a bit regrettable. If these group members hadn't died, perhaps we could have gained a strong member, making future group tasks safer for everyone. Shen Yao, 71 The departed are gone, there's nothing more to say. Wang Shuqi, 74. After seeing the miserable situation of the new companions, why do I feel like I'm also in danger? Although I didn't land in a box, the place I crossed was a desolate area, and I cried. Yi Xiaofan, 75 Damn, this is dead, scaring people to death. Oh, I have the holy body, and not far away, I can see a fairy gate, so it's fine. Zhang Jun, 70 What kind of shitty luck is this of yours? Many people in the group were also amazed. Isn't this Yi Xiaofan the typical protagonist template, with both the holy body and landing not far from a fairy gate? Can heaven favor him anymore? Kai Yonglong, 1 Damn, it's really unfair. I spent 2 years before crossing running for my life, only later luckily joining a sect. But you cross and have the holy body, bumping into a fairy gate. Fong Yun, 3 Alright, Kai Ji's mentality is breaking again. Why did I say again? Ridiculous. JPG. Qin Tian, 77 TSK, after reading the group messages, I thought I was the luckiest, but turns out there are even luckier ones. Wu Jun, 20, newcomer, so you're fine. Qin Tian, 77 What do you mean I'm fine? Do you want me to be in trouble? Rolling my eyes. Wang Chen, 66 Are you quite confident? What kind of golden finger did you get? Qin Tian, 77 Hey, I won't talk about the golden finger. I'll just tell you guys, I had just crossed not long ago when I met an old man who said I had exceptional talent and forcibly took me as his disciple. Oh, he said he's a big shot from the Thunder Universe Holy Land. Listening to Qin Tian's words, including Wang Chen, all the old group members' mouths twitched fiercely. Wow, another lucky one. Today's lucky ones seem to be a bit too many. Yi Xiaofan, directly with the holy body in the fairy gate. Qin Tian, directly taken as a disciple by a big shot from the Holy Land. The Holy Land, a powerful force in any world. The starting point for these two is really too good. Yi Xiaofan, 75 TSK, just a Holy Land, nothing special. Qin Tian, 74 just a holy body, without growth, what's the point? Not everyone is Yi Hei. Watching the two newcomers boast, everyone rolled their eyes, pretending to be cool, right? As for Wang Shuqi, he was completely silenced. It seems that he is relatively miserable and has completely lost his presence. Wang Chen, 66, at Qin Tian, 74 Ask your master about the cultivation system in your world, I want to confirm something. Qin Tian, 74 Oh, I'll ask. Soon, Qin Tian spoke up again. Qin Tian, 74 Got it, it's the cultivation system of cultivating immortality. Qi refining, foundation building, golden core, nascent soul, soul transformation, unity, tribulation crossing, great vehicle. Fong Yun, 3 Damn, even the cultivation world has appeared? I envy it to death. Not only Fong Yun, but also people like Wu Jun, Lu Mei, who are not very good at crossing worlds, are very envious. Cultivation, immortality, is the dream of many people. Of course, in this chat group, immortality is secondary, the most important thing is that the cultivation world has strong combat power, can become strong enough, and it will be safer for future group tasks. Wang Chen, 66 The cultivation world, not bad. Watching Qin Tian's response, Wang Chen's eyes lit up slightly. Qin Tian's appearance, for Wang Chen, is another turning point. After all, the cultivation world definitely does not lack high-quality spirit stones. Moreover, the cultivation world also has various teleportation arrays, which can give him hope to leave the Xian continent, without having to use dangerous methods like crossing the sea. Of course, Zhang Hu's world should also have teleportation magic, but the fantasy world and the fantasy world don't seem to match, always feeling unusable. Although Wang Chen has also thought about it, he has never approached Zhang Hu for a trade. Unless he can't find any other way, he will speak up. Now, with the appearance of Qin Tian, there is one more cultivator crossing over from the world of cultivation, which is naturally more reliable than the fantasy world where Zhang Hu is. Besides, it's unknown what situation the world where Yi Xiaofan is in. If it's also a fantasy or martial world, then that would be the best scenario. One more fantasy martial world means one more choice. Of course, Wang Chen doesn't have anything to exchange with Qin Tian right now, so he can only wait for the group tasks to appear again and then trade using group points. All of this is based on the fact that I still can't break through the extraordinary realm in the days to come without leaving the Xian continent.
If I can handle it myself, then it won't be so troublesome. Wang Chen chuckled and closed the chat group. Let's go to the Imperial City, explore the forbidden places hidden by the great Xia royal family, and then talk about getting the spirit sword. Next, Wang Chen directly rode his sword and left the building, flying towards the outside of the sword spirit sect.
The forbidden place hidden by the great Xia royal family is a place of opportunity.
Although it's called a forbidden place, Xia Yuan once survived a simulation with a slim chance of survival, but for Wang Chen, there is no danger.
As long as he doesn't intrude forcefully, nothing will happen.
Therefore, it's definitely better to get the spirit sword sooner. This way, he can effectively enhance his strength. If the group task suddenly appears again, he won't be without a sword to participate. The Imperial City of Great Xia is not peaceful,
because many significant events have occurred recently.
The current emperor of Great Xia is old and about to abdicate, leading to fierce competition among the various princes and princesses. Some time ago, the 9th Princess Xia Yuan was attacked, suspected to be related to a certain vassal lord and prince. As for another matter, the Li family, which was still in turmoil, was annihilated, the sect master Zhang Yuan of the Sword Spirit sect was killed, and the 2 elders of the Sword Spirit sect jointly ventured deep into the Black Wind Forest to kill others. These events combined have stirred up the entire Imperial City, causing great unrest among the people. Just when the Imperial City was somewhat restless, a powerful cultivator was shocked to see a sword light flying at an astonishing speed from a distance and landing in the Imperial City. Spirit realm experts are rare in the Imperial City. They did not expect that a spirit realm expert would openly appear in the Imperial City today, undoubtedly making the situation in the Imperial City even more chaotic.
Wang Chen did not fly high profile over the royal palace but walked on the streets of the Imperial City, experiencing the local customs and observing the situation in the Imperial City.
Wang Chen was well aware that it wouldn't be long before the royal family would come to him and escort him into the palace. After all, a spirit realm expert suddenly descending on the Imperial City, and his identity as the new elder of the Sword Spirit sect and a 4th-grade alchemist, was too noble and sensitive.
Wang Xiong, we meet again.
No, I should address you as senior now.
Just then, a playful voice sounded.
Wang Chen turned to see Xia Yuan, still dressed as a man, walking towards them with an old woman.
Didn't expect you to come find me first, Wang Chen said with a faint smile.
Well, I am most familiar with the senior, Xia Yuan chuckled.
Senior, you are not familiar with the Imperial City. How about I show you around? What do you think?
After a pause, Xia Yuan extended the invitation.
Alright, Wang Chen nodded.
The 2 of them strolled through the Imperial City.
May I ask what brings the senior to the Imperial City this time? It can't be just for sightseeing, right? After a while, Xia Yuan finally asked. Your great Xia is reminiscent of the end of the Wang dynasty. The reason it can still maintain stability is that the old ancestor has not passed away yet, Wang Chen said calmly. I came to the Imperial City to enter the forbidden area of the royal family. In exchange, I can refine a rejuvenation pill for senior Xiaowen Chang, extending his life by 20 years. Is what the senior said true? Hearing Wang Chen's words, Xia Yuan was first stunned, then filled with joy. She didn't mind that Wang Chen knew about the forbidden area. After all, it wasn't a secret among the top powers. The old woman beside her was also overjoyed and excited. Their biggest concern now was the imminent passing of Xiaowen Chang, the powerful Grand Perfection Realm expert. Although they had tried everything to prolong his life, it was futile. They could only delay his aging and declining strength, but not extend his life. Because life-extending elixirs were extremely rare, it might take centuries for one to appear, and even the great Xia royal family would struggle to find one. It is indeed true. I already have rejuvenation grass in my possession.
As long as you provide other precious herbs, I can refine a rejuvenation pill for him, Wang Chen said nonchalantly. Xia Yuan and the old woman exchanged glances, overwhelmed with joy. The rejuvenation pill was a 4th-grade elixir that could extend life. Its difficulty lay not only in the complexity of its refinement but mainly in the rarity of rejuvenation grass. Now that Wang Chen claimed to have it, how could they not be delighted? If the senior can really refine a rejuvenation pill for the old ancestor, I believe he will allow the senior to enter and exit the forbidden area at will, Xia Yuan said earnestly. What she and the great Xia royal family lacked at the moment was this elixir. As long as the old ancestor remained strong after she took the throne, she could implement reforms boldly. Perhaps this elixir could truly stabilize the great Xia for another few hundred years. Therefore, no matter the cost, the great Xia royal family had to obtain this rejuvenation pill. Then lead the way, Wang Chen nodded and said no more. Xia Yuan and the old woman exchanged a glance and quickly led Wang Chen to the palace. With Xia Yuan and the old woman, entering the depths of the palace was smooth sailing.
Soon, Wang Chen met the great Xia ancestor, Xiao Wenchang. He was a man with all white hair, showing his age. However, despite his old age, some remnants of his former power still lingered on his face. Seeing is believing, friend. You've hidden quite well. Despite having reached the grand perfection realm, you once roamed the world with only the cultivation of the first realm. The sword spirit sex luck is truly profound. As Wang Chen observed the old man also observed Wang Chen, his cloudy eyes widening in amazement and envy. Only someone with the same cultivation level or higher could discern another's true cultivation level. Therefore, the great Xia ancestor, Xiao Wenchang, saw through Wang Chen's true cultivation level. Of course, this was also because Wang Chen did not practice any concealment techniques. Otherwise, Xiao Wenchang wouldn't be able to see through it. What? Senior has reached the pinnacle of the Lingyuan realm cultivation. Xia Yuan looked at Wang Chen in astonishment, somewhat incredulous. The old woman beside her also gasped in shock. Wang Chen's appearance was so young, yet he had already reached the pinnacle of the Lingyuan realm cultivation, truly terrifying. Such talent could be said to be extremely rare in the world. I was too arrogant back then. Xia Yuan sighed again. Initially, she thought Wang Chen's talent was inferior to hers and by Tianhong's. She was confident she would reach the Lingyuan realm in her 40s or 50s. As a result, Wang Chen, at such a young age, had already reached the pinnacle of the Lingyuan realm. The pinnacle of the Lingyuan realm was an invincible synonym in Daxia. The reason why Daxia could still be stable was because the old ancestor had not yet passed away. Even though the old ancestor was advanced in age, nearing his end, no one dared to act recklessly. This was the deterrent power of a strong cultivator at the pinnacle of the Lingyuan realm. It seems necessary to cultivate a type of breath-hiding secret technique. Only then can one's true strength be concealed, ensuring greater safety. Seeing that the Daxia ancestor Xiao Wenchang had discerned his cultivation level, Wang Chen also remembered something, and this thought flashed through his mind. I came here this time to make a deal with Taoist friend. Next, Wang Chen went straight to the point. I will refine a revitalizing young pill for Taoist friend in exchange for the qualification to enter the forbidden area. In fact, there is no need to trade with the revitalizing young pill. There is a method that can allow Taoist friend to freely enter and exit the forbidden area. The Daxia ancestor Xiao Wenchang shook his head, speaking meaningfully. Ancestor? Seeing Xiao Wenchang say this, Xia Yuan became anxious, not knowing what the ancestor was thinking. The old woman beside her remained silent. Being a shrewd old person, she naturally knew what Xiao Wenchang was scheming. Oh, what method? Wang Chen looked at the old man playfully, seeing through his thoughts. Ahem, why not leave the sword spirit sect, marry Yuaner? In that case, Daxia will be my Daxia's territory, as well as yours. Isn't that wonderful? Xiao Wenchang coughed lightly, smiling as he spoke. Such a young cultivator at the pinnacle of the Lingyuan realm, and also a fourth-grade alchemist, joining the sword spirit sect, was truly enviable. Therefore, he had to find a way to recruit him. After all, Wang Chen had only been in the sword spirit sect for a short time. There couldn't be any deep feelings. Ancestor. Hearing the ancestor directly offering him up, Xia Yuan's face turned red instantly, gritting her teeth and glaring at him. To be honest, the ancestor's words were not without allure. After all, Wang Chen, being so young and already at such a cultivation level, was one of the few who could match her. If she could win him over to the Daxia royal family, then Daxia would be secure. However, being sold off like this, she was still displeased with the ancestor. He had completely disregarded her thoughts. Sorry, not interested. Wang Chen glanced at Xia Yuan and calmly declined. Although Xia Yuan was outstanding, noble in status, beautiful, and with decent talent, he no longer wanted to step into that pit. In the life simulator, the law of marriage and death had caused him trouble several times. Moreover, he would eventually leave the Xiangui continent, so getting married was even more unnecessary. Ah, what a pity. The Daxia ancestor sighed, looking regretful. Such a good person, but unable to be brought to the Daxia royal family. On the side, seeing Wang Chen's calm rejection without a hint of interest, Xia Yuan felt a bit uneasy in her heart. Was she not charming enough? It must be said that a woman's mind is complex. Taoist friend, I'll say it again. Trade for the revitalizing young pill, you can choose again. Wang Chen shook his head and spoke again. Alright, then I'll ask Taoist friend to refine a revitalizing young pill for me. I will quickly gather the other necessary treasures. Grand Ancestor Xiao Wenchang of the Great Xia dynasty could only nod helplessly. When will the Forbidden Land be opened? Wang Chen spoke again, inquiring. Are you in such a hurry to enter the Forbidden Land? Xiao Wenchang was surprised, then said with a serious expression, although there is an opportunity in that place, in the 500 years since the founding of the Great Xia dynasty, no one has ever been able to complete the trial.
Even I, in my old age, almost perished in it.
Oh, is it that dangerous? What exactly is the trial in the Forbidden Land? Wang Chen furrowed his brows slightly, asking.
The trial is not complicated, it simply tests the strength of your cultivation at the same level, Xiao Wencheng sighed. When I entered the Forbidden Land back then, I was besieged by 5 shadows at the same level, and I almost died there. Although I barely lasted until the end of the trial, it was just delaying time, not passing the assessment.
Testing the strength of cultivation at the same level? That sounds simple, Wang Chen pondered.
No wonder he had obtained a spiritual weapon so easily in the life simulation.
After all, his strength at the same level was definitely among the best in the Xiangui continent.
Even Xia Yuan, who barely survived the trial, he could pass it easily, which was normal. Hearing Wang Chen so calm, Xiao Wencheng, Xia Yuan, and the old woman were speechless. After all, if Wang Chen entered, he would at least encounter the siege of 5 peak-level spiritual realm experts, which was extremely dangerous.
The higher the cultivation, the more dangerous the battle.
After all, when you are weak, you can easily kill several at the same level with powerful techniques and martial arts, but at the peak of the spiritual realm, it becomes difficult. However, since Wang Chen was a monster who had reached the peak of the spiritual realm at such a young age, they couldn't say much.
The Forbidden Land can be entered at any time. If the Taoist friend wants to enter now, that's fine too. However, I hope the Taoist friend will refine some pills first and prepare a letter before entering. I'm not afraid that the Taoist friend will go back on their word, but just as a precaution, Xiao Wencheng said calmly, his meaning clear. He wasn't afraid that Wang Chen would go back on his word. Wang Chen, as a peerless expert at such a young age, had always kept his promises and wouldn't break his word. But he was afraid that Wang Chen would die inside. If Wang Chen died, it would be a big problem. Without the reviving Yang pill, they would also incur the wrath of the Sword Spirit sect. In that case, the great Xia imperial family would have nowhere to cry, and they could only swallow their bitterness. Of course, Wang Chen didn't blame Xiao Wencheng at all, it was human nature. Besides, although he did need the spirit sword, he could still wait a little longer. In that case, the Taoist friend can refine the medicine now. In fact, our great Xia imperial family has been searching for elixirs for years, but we have never found the reviving Yang grass. Xiao Wencheng nodded with a smile, standing up. I see. Wang Chen was somewhat surprised but not unexpected.
After all, for the sake of Grand Ancestor Xiao Wencheng, the great Xia dynasty must have tried all kinds of methods, and collecting herbs was naturally not neglected. I wonder if the imperial family has any spare fire element elixirs, or if they know where the fire element elixirs are located. At this point, Wang Chen seemed to remember something and asked. To cultivate the crimson flame spirit fire, many fire element spiritual materials were needed. The fire spirit flower was one of them, but just one fire spirit flower was not enough to make it transform. To cultivate the crimson flame spirit fire, at least a 5th grade fire element spiritual material was needed, along with a large amount of 4th grade materials to have a chance of success. A 5th grade material was a rare treasure that even transcendent beings could use, and it was not easy to obtain. However, with 4th grade materials, there was still hope of finding some in the Xiangui continent. Anyway, he would collect them first and decide later. Whether it was to cultivate the crimson flame spirit fire or to use them for alchemy in the future, it was all possible.
The 4th-grade precious medicinal herbs are already rare.
If they are specific to the fire element, even my great Xia royal family does not have them, sighed the great Xia ancestor Xiao Wencheng.
Alright, Wang Chen shook his head, not disappointed.
The 4th-grade precious medicinal herbs are indeed rare in the Xiangui continent, so it's normal for the great Xia royal family not to have them. Of course, they might have had them before, but they used them up. It can only be said that the Xiangui continent is still too small, with too few natural treasures. Soon, Xiao Wencheng and Wang Chen arrived at a certain alchemy room. Xia Yuan and the old woman did not come here, each going their separate ways. After all, there was no point in them staying for what was to come, and they couldn't interfere. Old lady, this is Wang Chen, a friend of mine. He brought back yang grass to help me refine the yang pill, so he came here to get the medicine, Xiao Wencheng said to one of the white-haired female cultivators as they entered the alchemy room. This female cultivator was a 4th-grade alchemist of the great Xia royal family and Xiao Wencheng's Tao companion, renowned in the great Xia. Wang Chen, the recently famous 4th-grade alchemist of the Sword Spirit sect? Do you have yang grass on you? Xiao Wencheng's Tao companion was first stunned, then immediately moved in front of Wang Chen, looking surprised. Yes, Wang Chen nodded and took out the yang grass from his storage ring. It's really yang grass, which is quite surprising. Xiao Wencheng's Tao companion's eyes lit up with joy as she reached for the yang grass. Wang Chen furrowed his brows slightly and dodged her hand.
What do you mean by this?
She asked, displeased.
This is my yang grass.
I said I would refine the young pill, not give it to you to refine, Wang Chen said calmly. Of course, if you want to refine it, that's fine too. If it fails, it's not my problem. I've been refining medicine for over 200 years and became a 4th-grade alchemist 100 years ago. If I fail, why should you succeed? Xiao Wencheng's Dao companion snorted, feeling underestimated by Wang Chen. Old lady, he's a strong expert at the peak of the spiritual Yuan realm. Seeing that the old lady wanted to say something more, Xiao Wencheng smiled bitterly, holding her back as a reminder. She was good at everything, but too obsessed with alchemy, ignorant of worldly matters. Even though she was over 200 years old, she still didn't understand many social norms and was too straightforward in her actions. Just now, reaching out directly for the medicine was clearly impolite. Peak of the spiritual Yuan realm? The old lady was surprised, staring at Wang Chen with wide eyes, finding it unbelievable. A young expert at the peak of the spiritual Yuan realm? Truly astonishing. Her cultivation was only at the first level of the spiritual Yuan realm, and she thought Wang Chen's cultivation might be higher but not by much, never expecting it to be this terrifying. Therefore, although she wanted to say that being at the peak of the spiritual Yuan realm didn't mean high alchemy skills, she realized the consequences of offending Wang Chen and remained silent. She might not understand social norms, but she wasn't foolish. Friend, my wife meant no harm. Please forgive her, Xiao Wencheng said to Wang Chen. It was my fault, the old lady apologized. Please let the friend handle the alchemy. At this point, the old lady also realized the implications and knew she had made a big mistake. It would be more reasonable to let Wang Chen handle the refining. Even the strongest 4th-grade alchemist couldn't guarantee 100% success in refining the young pill. If it failed, it would be a big problem. Because if Wang Chen failed, it wouldn't be the fault of their great Xiao royal family. In that case, Wang Chen would owe a favor to their great Xiao royal family, which might be useful in the future. Realizing this, the old lady was truly frightened and obediently apologized. Wang Chen nodded calmly and said, "Since you're not confident in refining, please make way." The old lady felt embarrassed and had to step aside, leaving the alchemy room with Xiao Wencheng to wait outside. 2 hours later, a refreshing scent of elixir filled the air, causing both of them to be amazed. The door then opened, and Wang Chen tossed a jade bottle containing the elixir to Xiao Wencheng, smiling, "This is your revitalizing pill. Now, my friend, you can lead the way." Xiao Wencheng took the jade bottle, opened it, and his face lit up with joy. It was indeed the revitalizing pill. The old lady beside them was also shocked. They had actually succeeded in refining it, and the quality was excellent. Wang Chen's alchemy skills were definitely not inferior to hers, even surpassing her. What kind of monster was he? Possessing not only a high cultivation level at a young age but also such terrifying alchemy skills. For a moment, the old lady's gaze towards Wang Chen changed, becoming reverent. Her previous retreat was out of respect for Wang Chen's cultivation level, but now, it was genuine awe from the heart. After Xiao Wencheng stored the elixir, he smiled and left with Wang Chen, heading towards the location of the forbidden area. The entrance to the forbidden area was underground. As they entered the underground passage, Wang Chen sensed a dangerous aura rushing towards him, making his heart race. This made Wang Chen squint his eyes. Although he had known from many simulations that this forbidden area was not simple, experiencing it firsthand was quite different. I wonder what secrets this forbidden area holds. Why does it present such trials and use precious spiritual artifacts as rewards? Wang Chen muttered to himself. Spiritual artifacts were treasures only qualified for those in the transcendent realm. A force possessing spiritual artifacts without being in the transcendent realm either luckily obtained one or had ancestors who were transcendent realm experts and passed them down. The Sword Spirit sect was the former, having had a transcendent realm powerhouse 1,000 years ago. However, no one could escape mortality in this world, and even the transcendent realm experts eventually passed away. Even the Sword Spirit sect, like the Qi clan, had faced the crisis of annihilation and lost many inheritances in history. Otherwise, the Sword Spirit sect would not lack even the method to expand the Dantian. History could bury many things. Many cultivation techniques and secrets had been lost, either completely disappearing or becoming unattainable. Those who could find inheritances through fate and luck in life simulations often rose to fame. Like the demonic cultivator Mo Fan and those talented individuals in the transcendent realm, all were the same. As thoughts raced through Wang Chen's mind, he followed Xiao Wencheng to the depths of the passage and saw a door engraved with ghastly patterns. Staring at the ghastly patterns on the door, a chilling aura washed over Wang Chen, making his spine inexplicably cold and his temples throb wildly. At that moment, Wang Chen had a strong intuition that there was definitely something ominous inside this forbidden area. Don't stare at this ghastly pattern for too long, it will affect your mind. Some have developed inner demons from staring at it too long. Besides, to open the forbidden area and enter the trial, you need to use 50,000 low-grade spirit stones and wait for half an hour, Xiao Wenqing solemnly reminded Wang Chen, seeing him fixated on the ghastly pattern.
Phew! Wang Chen snapped out of it and nodded.
Although uneasy, Wang Chen recalled that nothing had gone wrong in his many simulations, calming his emotions and waiting quietly. Half an hour later, the voice of Xiao Wenchang, the ancestor of the great Xia, sounded, causing Wang Chen, who was resting with his eyes closed, to open his eyes. Friend, the gate to the Forbidden Land has been opened, you can go in now. After nodding to Xiao Wenchang, Wang Chen's figure moved and leaped in. Soon, Wang Chen arrived in a very strange space. In the sky, there was a blood moon, giving an ominous feeling. On the ground, there were many dry bones, some human, some animal.
Wang Chen stood in the sky, squinting at these bones. This Forbidden Land was indeed peculiar. In ordinary trial grounds, the assessment location is unlikely to be set up like this. The feeling here was more like an ancient battlefield. The trial begins. The cultivator's cultivation level is at the great perfection of the spiritual Yuan realm. Bone age is 25. Talent evaluation is average. The trial target will be positioned as great perfection of the spiritual Yuan realm. Quantity, 15. Race, zombie. Please kill them within 10 minutes to pass the trial. Failure will be declared if all zombies are not killed within 10 minutes. Just then, a slightly cold voice echoed in the space. A 25-year-old at the great perfection of the spiritual Yuan realm with only an average talent evaluation. What kind of place is this? Listening to this cold voice, Wang Chen's heart surged with unrest. Suddenly, the earth trembled, rocks split open, and zombies filled with corpse energy crawled out from the ground, staring at Wang Chen in the sky. Roar! As these zombies emerged from the ground, all with green fiery eyes, they roared at Wang Chen and charged towards him. Wang Chen remained unfazed, raised his palm, and directly unleashed the sword control technique. In an instant, the majestic crimson flame within him burst out, forming crimson swords that rained down on the zombies. Under Wang Chen's formidable strength, all the zombies were instantly killed, turning into dust. The crimson flame technique was already a top-tier earth-grade technique, making Wang Chen far stronger than an ordinary great perfection of the spiritual Yuan realm cultivator. Even though the zombies' bodies were tough and far stronger than ordinary cultivators, they were no match for Wang Chen. Moreover, fire techniques were particularly effective against these sinister creatures. Therefore, even without using sword intent, just employing the sword control technique was enough for Wang Chen to effortlessly kill them. Although the sword control technique was only a lower-tier earth-grade technique, it was stylish and efficient for mowing down enemies, leaving the zombies no advantage against Wang Chen. Trial successful. Would you like to proceed to the second round of the trial? Upon completion, a great opportunity will be granted. As Wang Chen easily killed all the zombies, the cold voice sounded again, this time tinged with temptation. Wang Chen's eyelids twitched. In his previous life simulations, Wang Chen had also ventured through forbidden lands, but those instances almost cost him his life. At that time, Wang Chen was at the half-step transcendent realm. Even at the half-step transcendent realm, Wang Chen almost perished, let alone his current state. At the same time, Wang Chen sensed a difference in the cold voice, indicating intelligence rather than a rigid mechanism. Pretending to contemplate, Wang Chen revealed a look of interest but muttered to himself, "The next trial will surely be more difficult. It's not too late to come back when I'm stronger." The moment Wang Chen spoke these words, the cold voice sounded again, faintly tinged with regret. As the trial participant refuses to proceed to the second round, the trial ends here. With those words, Wang Chen felt the space fluctuate. Shortly after, Wang Chen found himself in the passage outside the Forbidden Land, where a spiritually radiant red sword floated before him. This was a spiritual sword. Looking at the floating spiritual sword in the air, Xiao Wenchang, the ancestor of the great Xia, was first stunned, then his eyes lit up. A spiritual sword, that was something only cultivators in the transcendent realm were qualified to possess. Any faction that had one could suppress its foundation. A cultivator in the 9th level of the spiritual origin realm possessing a spiritual sword could easily kill a cultivator in the complete stage of the spiritual origin realm. It was not difficult to break through the 9th level of the spiritual origin realm, but reaching the complete stage was extremely hard. If the great Xia royal family had a spiritual sword, perhaps they could endure for thousands of years like the Sword Spirit sect. However, Xiao Wenchang quickly came to his senses and sighed. Treasures tempted the heart, but he didn't have the courage to covet Wang Chen's belongings. After all, it had only been about a minute since Wang Chen entered. In such a short time, he had passed the trial. This indicated that Wang Chen not only had strong cultivation but also possessed formidable combat power, reaching an astonishing level.
Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to kill 5 enemies of the same realm in an instant.
Such strength was quite terrifying.
Perhaps only those geniuses who had broken through to the transcendent realm in ancient times could match him in the complete stage of the spiritual origin realm. Therefore, coveting Wang Chen's belongings would be seeking death, and the entire great Xiao royal family would be in danger. However, when Xiao Yuan grows up, the great Xiao royal family might have a chance to obtain a spiritual weapon.
But by then, I may have already passed away. Xiao Wencheng thought of Xiao Yuan again, feeling gratified yet somewhat regretful. A fire-type spiritual sword, quite suitable for the cultivation technique I practice. Wang Chen held the spiritual sword, feeling the burning sensation it emitted, nodding in satisfaction. Some spiritual weapons had their own attributes. A fire-type spiritual sword could unleash powerful flames, enhance the strength of fire-type spiritual energy, and allow fire-type cultivators to exert even greater power. However, for a cultivator in the spiritual origin realm to obtain a spiritual sword was already a great opportunity. It was very difficult to acquire a spiritual weapon that matched one's own attributes. Only cultivators in the transcendent realm could actively seek out a spiritual weapon that matched their attributes and combat style. The sword is named Blazing Fire? A good name.
Wang Chen saw the 2 characters Blazing Fire on the hilt and chuckled lightly before storing it in his storage ring.
Friend, since our transaction is complete, I will take my leave.
Then, Wang Chen looked at Xiao Wencheng, the ancestor of the great Xia, and spoke.
Xiao Wencheng nodded first and then said, "If you still wish to enter the forbidden area, I will guide you." Wang Chen did not refuse. After all, he would eventually come to explore this forbidden area. Of course, until his strength was sufficient, he was not prepared to enter the forbidden area personally but through simulation. Clearly, there were some secrets involved, and entering in person could be dangerous. If a butterfly effect occurred and something went wrong, it would be a sightless death. By the way, friend, I have a favor to ask of you. At this moment, Wang Chen remembered another matter after descending the mountain and said to Xiao Wencheng, "What is it?" Xiao Wencheng was somewhat surprised and curious. "If it is within my power, I will do my best.
I have a spiritual origin pill here and would like the great Xiao royal family to host an auction for me."
Wang Chen took out the spiritual origin pill from his storage ring and spoke.
The spiritual origin pill was of no use to him, so he might as well auction it off to exchange for a large amount of spiritual stones. Although he still had over 30,000 spiritual stones on him, his frequency of life simulations was quite high, and he would soon run out. Therefore, accumulating more spiritual stones was crucial. In Daxia, there are many auction houses, but the largest one is operated by the Daxia royal family. Therefore, entrusting the elixir to the Daxia auction house for auction is the most suitable choice and can maximize profits.
Spirit Origin Elixir. Xiao Wencheng's face was full of surprise.
Although the value of the Spirit Origin Elixir in Daxia is not as high as the Return Yang Elixir, it is still a very precious elixir that can drive cultivators below the Spirit Origin realm, 6th stage, into a frenzy, often fetching a sky-high price. Speaking of which, our Daxia auction is about to begin, and my grandson has been worried about not finding a suitable finale item. It's really timely for the appearance of this elixir, my friend, Xiao Wencheng said with a smile. As a token of gratitude, I will waive the commission for you on behalf of my grandson for this auction. Then, I leave this matter to your Daxia royal family. I will stay in the imperial city for a while and await the opening of the auction. Wang Chen nodded, indifferent to whether Xiao Wencheng was flattering him or speaking the truth. Anyway, he only needed low-grade spirit stones. Well, I'll have Yuan accompany you for a tour, and also prevent some troublemakers from causing you any displeasure, Xiao Wencheng proposed. I think having Xiao Yuan follow me might actually attract some trouble, Wang Chen hinted.
Xiao Wencheng was taken aback. However, soon, the shrewd old man understood Wang Chen's implication.
Many forces in Daxia are now watching to see who will succeed to the throne. In fact, in the minds of these old folks, the next emperor has long been decided, but to temper Xiao Yuan, they have not shown their stance clearly and have been standing by Xiao Yuan's side.
They dare not.
If they dare to do anything for Daxia, I don't mind sending them all to the border, Xiao Wencheng said coldly. If not for using them as a whetstone for Xiao Yuan, he would have dealt with these little troublemakers long ago, as they only know how to engage in internal strife, completely oblivious to the current situation in Daxia.
Perhaps. But let's forget about having Xiao Yuan follow me.
I prefer to wander alone, Wang Chen shook his head slightly and said. He could tell that Xiao Wencheng still harbored that intention, trying to matchmake him with Xiao Yuan.
However, that was clearly an impossible task.
Rather than getting married, he would prefer to enjoy his solitude in a brothel. Seeing Wang Chen's clear refusal, Xiao Wencheng could only nod regretfully and leave with Wang Chen. Next, Wang Chen left the palace and strolled through the city. By now, the sky had darkened. However, the imperial city was even livelier after dark than during the day, with various candles and lanterns lit up, more street stalls, and a bustling crowd, creating a lively atmosphere.
After sightseeing, Wang Chen stayed at a classical inn in the imperial city. The auction would begin in a week. During this week, the Daxia royal family would spread the news of the spirit origin elixir to attract strong cultivators from Daxia and even other regions to participate in the auction, maximizing profits. For this reason, Wang Chen would stay in the imperial city for another week. The next day, in the early morning, Wang Chen opened his eyes after a night of cultivation. A new day, let's see how luck plays out, let's simulate life a bit. Wang Chen chuckled softly, saying directly in his mind, "System, I want to initiate a paid simulation." Ding, paid simulation, consuming 2,000 low-grade spirit stones, do you wish to proceed? Proceed, Wang Chen nodded. Transaction successful, life simulator activated, talent refreshing. Ding, talent refresh successful, congratulations host on refreshing the green talent beast tamer, life simulation begins. Hearing the system's voice, Wang Chen was slightly surprised. Beast tamer talent, this talent has appeared again. Although last time it wasn't of much use, that's fine. However, the first simulation today had a green talent, which was considered a good sign. As Wang Chen sighed, the screen lit up, and words appeared accordingly. In the 480th year of the Daxia calendar, on April 24th, you continue to play in the imperial city. 6 days later, you participate in an auction and unexpectedly discover a treasure, which caused some reaction from the ancient jade given to you by the village chief. You were very surprised. You were very surprised that the ancient jade actually reacted, spending 5,000 low-grade spirit stones to successfully bid for this red gem. After the auction ended, you began to study this red gem. You found that even with all your strength, you couldn't leave a trace on it, which amazed you. However, the ancient jade reacted again, causing the red gem to start shining. Then the red gem began to turn transparent, and a drop of blood appeared in front of you, shocking you. Because you sensed an extremely powerful energy fluctuation from it. You suspected that this drop of blood was the essence blood of a super strong individual. It was very likely left by a former strong member of the Red Clan. Otherwise, the ancient jade wouldn't have reacted. Next, you wanted to collect this drop of essence blood and leave the imperial city. However, the energy fluctuation caused by this drop of essence blood had already dissipated, attracting the attention of many strong individuals in the imperial city. Some spirit realm strong individuals surrounded you, wanting you to hand over the treasure. You remained cold. Money moves the heart, and these spirit realm strong individuals began to ignore your status as an elder of the Sword Spirit sect, wanting to take action against you to seize the opportunity. In response, you displayed astonishing strength, easily defeating all enemies and leaving the imperial city easily. After this battle, your name spread far and wide. The whole world knew that you were an invincible spirit realm peak powerhouse. Even the Sword Spirit sect did not expect you to be so powerful, which was shocking. They speculated that you must have hidden your strength before. For a moment, they were all somewhat suspicious of your intentions in joining the Sword Spirit sect. With such strength, being a 4th-grade alchemist, there was no need for you to join their sect. At this point, instead of returning to the Sword Spirit sect, you found an uninhabited mountain forest and began to swallow the essence blood, aiming to break through to the transcendent realm. You had a premonition that the energy contained in this drop of essence blood was enough to match the large amount of high-grade spirit stones needed to break through to the transcendent realm. As expected, after 3 months of seclusion, you successfully broke through to the first realm of the transcendent realm, the Spirit Sea realm. The liquid spirit elements in your dantian surged like an ocean, reaching an extreme level of power. At this moment, you truly felt the immense power of the transcendent realm. In your memory, your ability to fight against transcendent realm-grade demons was entirely due to the 6th-level peak sword intent combined with the overpowering nature of the Crimson Flame technique. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to injure a transcendent realm-grade demon with a half-step transcendent realm power. After breaking through to the Spirit Sea realm, you were full of confidence and no longer had any intention of continuing on the Imperial path. After all, it had lost its meaning. After reaching the Spirit Sea realm, the effect of low-grade spirit stones on you was minimal. You needed medium-grade spirit stones and even high-grade spirit stones to progress faster. You were well aware that staying on the Chuan continent and wanting to advance further would be very difficult. For this reason, you had the idea of leaving the Chuan continent. However, before leaving, you planned to challenge the Great Xia Imperial family's forbidden grounds once again, wanting to explore its secrets.
You entered the Great Xia Imperial family's forbidden grounds and underwent the second trial, where you perished.
Because of your death, this simulation ended. Wang Chen looked at the simulation content and was completely baffled.
Initially, he thought that after breaking through to the transcendent realm, he could go anywhere in the world. However, after this breakthrough, whether he could survive for a month was already a question, and he just died like that. Even the entire Xuanda continent probably didn't know that he had broken through to the transcendent realm, and he died just like that. This seemed a bit ridiculous. It seems that this forbidden ground is indeed more terrifying than I imagined. When Wang Chen came to his senses, his expression became extremely serious. He had long known that this forbidden land of Xia was very dangerous. Even after breaking through to the half-step transcendent realm, he almost died when he ventured in. But he never expected that after reaching the transcendent realm and going in again, he would die directly. It was absurd. The stronger one became, the quicker they died. This place was too eerie. Perhaps the trial still pits me against zombies of the same realm. But, just breaking through to the transcendent realm, I might be considered quite ordinary within that realm. Facing 5 or even more enemies of the same realm at once, dying is a normal occurrence. Wang Chen pondered slightly, various thoughts flashing through his mind. After all, the higher the realm, the more complex it became. Before reaching the transcendent realm, one could crazily slaughter enemies of the same realm, even fight opponents of higher levels. But once in the transcendent realm, it was different. Those who could break through to the transcendent realm were not simple. Wanting to fight multiple enemies or higher-level opponents became very difficult. Unless one's talent far surpassed the transcendent realm, continuing to fight higher-level opponents was nearly impossible. Foolish. I should say, reckless, Wang Chen chuckled bitterly. It was normal for his state of mind to change after breaking through to the transcendent realm in this life simulation. After all, he had tried so many times, each ending in failure. Finally breaking through to the transcendent realm, feeling invincible, and wanting to explore the secrets of the Forbidden Land was normal. After all, in his memories, he had never fallen in the Forbidden Land. Achieving the transcendent realm made him believe he was even less likely to fall. I thought the transcendent realm was invincible, but ended up dying even faster. Thank goodness for the life simulator, otherwise, crossing into a fantasy world, not even multiple lives would be enough. Wang Chen sighed, shaking his head, unable to help but feel emotional. Ding, reward generated successfully. Host can choose one of the following rewards. Initial cultivation in the Spirit Sea realm. Just one reward. Are you forcing me to choose cultivation? Wang Chen looked at the reward in front of him, his mouth twitching slightly. As expected, Wang Chen had no choice at all. His cultivation directly began to rise, his elixir field rapidly expanding, undergoing earth-shattering changes. At the same time, the crimson, flame-like spiritual energy also began to liquefy rapidly, forming a sea of liquid spiritual energy in the expanding elixir field. Fortunately, the process of the system enhancing his cultivation was very silent. Otherwise, if there were a commotion, the entire imperial city would suffer. Under the pressure of a strong Spirit Sea realm expert, not to mention the millions of ordinary people in the imperial city, even the innate realm cultivators would likely be directly crushed by the pressure of the Spirit Sea realm. Only those at the peak of the Spirit Sea realm or those genius Spirit Sea realm cultivators could barely resist its pressure. The transcendent realm was a process of transcending the ordinary, a significant transformation in the level of life. Truly powerful, even Spirit Sea realm experts found it difficult to resist its pressure. They really didn't give me a chance to choose. Wang Chen felt the immense power within him, only able to smile helplessly. Breaking through to the Spirit Sea realm was a good thing. This powerful feeling was indeed captivating. However, after breaking through to the Spirit Sea realm, the amount of spiritual stones he would need for the next life simulation would definitely increase. Perhaps the spiritual stones he obtained in the Xiangui continent would not be enough to support multiple simulations. It was practically forcing him to leave this small place of Xiangui continent. Well, can't blame the system for pushing me. This life simulation was too short, there was no possibility of any other rewards appearing. Wang Chen breathed a sigh of relief, calming his emotions and completely concealing his aura to prevent it from leaking out. Following that, Wang Chen asked in his heart, system, how many spirit stones do I need to consume for the paid simulation now? Ding, for paid simulation, you need 1,000 pieces of medium-grade spirit stones or 20 pieces of high-grade spirit stones. The host's number of spirit stones is insufficient to proceed with the paid simulation. Wang Chen was speechless. Although he knew that things would get complicated after the breakthrough, he didn't expect it to be this troublesome. After breaking through to the spiritual sea realm, he couldn't use low-grade spirit stones for simulation anymore. Of course, considering the exchange rate between medium-grade and low-grade spirit stones, Even if he could use low-grade spirit stones for paid simulation, it would probably cost him tens of thousands of low-grade spirit stones for just one simulation.
It was estimated that even emptying the entire Chuan continent wouldn't allow for too many simulations. This opportunity is truly a double-edged sword. Wang Chen shook his head, feeling resigned.
One stroke of luck directly solved his long-standing problem of breaking through to the transcendent realm. However, this stroke of luck also disrupted his plans, leaving him without the ability to pay for simulations.
Of course, Wang Chen wasn't dwelling on this issue.
Since he had already broken through, it was time to consider the next steps.
If he couldn't use paid simulations, then he wouldn't.
There were still free simulations available. Although it took 10 days to accumulate one chance, it was enough to explore a safe route. In addition, he could see if he could get some spirit stones through the group. After all, there were always more solutions than difficulties. The only thing Wang Chen was worried about was the possibility of group tasks. Although he now had the initial cultivation of the spiritual sea realm, without enough free simulation chances, he still felt uneasy. After all, group tasks were too dangerous. In the last group task, although strength was important, it wasn't the most crucial factor. Without a life simulator, they would really be wiped out. However, it's pointless to think too much. Next, let's wait for the auction to begin slowly.
Wang Chen shook his head and entered a state of cultivation.
He needed to stabilize his realm and adapt to the powerful force of the spiritual sea realm. Otherwise, even if he had 10 units of strength, whether he could exert more than half of it was a question mark. In the blink of an eye, 6 days had passed, and the auction was about to begin.
Wang Chen opened his eyes.
Although there is still a lack of control over strength, it will take a lot of actual combat to approach perfection, but the realm is much more stable now.
Next, it's time to attend the auction.
With these words, Wang Chen stood up and disappeared from the spot. The Daxia auction house was located in the central area of the Daxia Imperial City, with roads leading in all directions. At this moment, the streets were bustling with activity, and many cultivators and dignitaries lined up in an orderly manner to enter.
Wang Chen, with his distinguished status, did not need to queue.
When he arrived at the entrance of the auction house, a person in luxurious attire personally welcomed him and invited him inside.
Lord Wang, I will wait outside for you. If you have any instructions, feel free to call me.
The woman in luxurious attire spoke respectfully to Wang Chen. Although her status was noble and her strength had reached the innate realm, she was nothing in front of Wang Chen. After all, he was a fourth-grade alchemist, a strong spiritual realm expert, and the supreme elder of the Sword Spirit sect. Under the strict reminder of the person behind her, she dared not show any negligence in front of Wang Chen. Even if she was a prominent figure in the auction house, she couldn't resist any of Wang Chen's decisions, or else she would lose her head. Of course, if Wang Chen took notice of her, it would be her honor.
Well, you wait outside. Wang Chen nodded calmly.
Upon noticing that Wang Chen had no particular thoughts about it, the woman in the brocade dress could only leave the private room feeling dejected. The Crimson Pearl, the essence of a strong member of the Crimson Tribe.
Wang Chen lay back on the luxurious sofa in the private room, gazing through the one-way glass at the auction platform below, squinting his eyes. Only after breaking through to the spirit sea realm could Wang Chen truly sense how terrifying this drop of blood appearing in the life simulator was. Just a drop of blood could propel him to the spirit sea realm. It was hard to imagine how powerful the owner of this drop of blood was in their lifetime. At the very least, they must have been a strong spirit embryo realm cultivator. No, if a drop of blood from a spirit embryo realm cultivator could easily help one break through to the spirit sea realm, then spirit sea realm cultivators could be mass-produced. Although the transcendent realm had 3 levels with significant differences between each, it shouldn't be this extreme. Could it be that the owner of this drop of blood was a spirit origin realm cultivator? Or perhaps even higher? If they are truly that powerful, what force could have wiped out the Crimson Tribe, forcing them to flee to this mysterious turtle continent? Even so, it's still difficult to escape their clutches. Wang Chen sighed inwardly.
The stronger one was, the more they understood how terrifying the enemies of the Crimson Tribe truly were. He realized he had been somewhat naive in the past. As Wang Chen pondered, he could sense that more and more cultivators were gathering in the auction house. Especially those in the private rooms, each of them at least at the peak of the innate realm. Of course, those at the innate realm level were not qualified to be in the private rooms. Their presence there represented various major forces. Throughout the auction house, there were as many as 20 Spirit Yuan realm experts, with 3 of them at the 7th level or higher. Among them was one who concealed their Spirit Yuan realm cultivation deeply, not sitting in a private room but in a regular seat, with a remarkable cultivation at the 9th level of the Spirit Yuan realm. Additionally, Wang Chen sensed a familiar aura.
It belonged to a senior elder from the Sword Spirit sect.
No wonder in the life simulator, there are Spirit Yuan realm experts daring to snatch my things, showing no fear of the Sword Spirit sect, indeed quite capable.
After scanning the entire venue with his spiritual sense, Wang Chen smirked. Spirit Yuan realm experts at the 7th level or higher, if they were independent cultivators, although they wouldn't easily offend the Sword Spirit sect, they also didn't need to fear them. Despite the Sword Spirit sect's strength, I am carefree and unrestrained. What can you do to me? If you provoke me, I'll play guerrilla warfare, crazily killing Sword Spirit sect disciples. In that case, even the Sword Spirit sect would be in a bind. Therefore, in Daxia, no matter what force it was, they wouldn't easily offend Spirit Yuan realm experts, especially those at the 7th level or higher. None of the cultivators present noticed Wang Chen's spiritual scan.
After all, the disparity between the spiritual origin realm and the spiritual sea realm was too vast, and only those who had reached the spiritual sea realm could manifest spiritual awareness.
Wang Chen retracted his spiritual awareness and patiently waited for the auction to commence.
Soon enough, the auction began. The initial items up for auction, while considered valuable, were only so in comparison to cultivators of the innate realm.
Nevertheless, these items were enough to stir up the auction atmosphere.
Ultimately, in the eyes of Wang Chen, the innate realm might seem weak, but in the context of the entire Great Xia, it still represented strength.
Items considered precious by those in the innate realm were no longer ordinary goods. Wang Chen watched quietly, anticipating the appearance of the crimson bead.
At his level, only items surpassing the value of spiritual tools or 5th-grade elixirs could catch his attention. Even pseudo-spiritual tools were nothing more than ordinary goods to him.
Next up for auction is the crimson bead.
This crimson bead was accidentally obtained by a powerful cultivator of the innate realm, who found its material extremely tough, impervious even to his full force strikes. To investigate further, we have invited an expert appraiser and a spiritual origin realm expert, who confirmed that not even a spiritual origin realm expert could leave a mark on it.
The female auctioneer spoke in an enticing tone.
Therefore, we suspect that the origin of this crimson bead is quite extraordinary, possibly a spiritual tool.
Haha, a spiritual tool? Do you think we're fools? Who would auction off a spiritual tool?
It's just a hard bead, albeit unique, but at most suitable for refining. Given the skill of Great Xia's refiners, crafting a pseudo-spiritual tool is already a rare feat.
Dream on if you think it's a spiritual tool.
Tisk tsk, all this talk just to drive up the price, right?
Don't take us for fools. Exactly.
As soon as the female auctioneer finished speaking, the scene became noisy, with some powerful cultivators sneering at the notion.
This left the female auctioneer slightly embarrassed.
However, as the exclusive auctioneer of the largest auction house in Great Xia, she quickly adjusted her emotions, smiled charmingly, and announced, "Every word I said is true, this bead is indeed extraordinary. Therefore, bidding starts at 5,000 low-grade spiritual stones, with increments of no less than 100 low-grade spiritual stones. If even spiritual origin realm experts cannot leave a mark on it, it is indeed valuable.
But if it's merely hard, it cannot be used as a weapon.
Such a small item is not even enough to craft a flying knife.
This thing is only valuable for collection purposes. But who would spend 5,000 low-grade spiritual stones to collect it? 5,000 low-grade spiritual stones are not a small sum even for spiritual origin realm experts. The cultivators present discussed among themselves. Wang Chen scanned the crowd, smiled faintly, and said, 5,000 low-grade spiritual stones. When Wang Chen spoke, the cultivators present were somewhat surprised, recognizing the private room he was in. After all, Wang Chen's participation in the auction was no secret.
They had not expected Wang Chen to spend 5,000 low-grade spiritual stones to purchase this item. For a moment, many wondered if Wang Chen had discerned something extraordinary about the item. However, they eventually dismissed the thought. For an alchemist, 5,000 low-grade spiritual stones were not a significant amount. If Wang Chen had a penchant for collecting rare treasures, spending 5,000 low-grade spiritual stones was reasonable.
5,000 low-grade spiritual stones once. 5,000 low-grade spiritual stones twice. 5,000 low-grade spiritual stones thrice.
Congratulations to Lord Wang from private room number 1 for successfully bidding on the crimson bead. Seeing no further bids, the female auctioneer, feeling helpless, confirmed the sale. Next, new items were presented, and a new round of bidding began. After Wang Chen successfully photographed the red gem, he nodded in satisfaction. However, he did not leave but continued to watch the auction, hoping to find some overlooked items. After all, in his simulated life, he only had the cultivation of the great perfection of the spiritual Yuan realm and had not yet developed spiritual awareness, so he might miss some treasures.
Unfortunately, Wang Chen was thinking too much. The possibility of finding any rare treasures at an auction in the Shin Turtle continent was very low. In the end, Wang Chen left empty-handed.
The final item auctioned was the spiritual yuan pill refined by Wang Chen, which caused many strong spiritual yuan realm experts to go crazy bidding, eventually selling for 50,000 low-grade spirit stones to a cultivator at the 9th level of the spiritual yuan realm. However, with his cultivation level, the spiritual yuan pill was useless to him. It was probably meant for his disciples or descendants. As the auction came to an end, the people orderly left the venue, and Wang Chen's items and the spirit stones obtained from the auction of the spiritual yuan pill were respectfully presented by a woman in luxurious attire waiting outside. After receiving these items, Wang Chen left the auction directly and headed to the Black Wind Forest. Deep in the Black Wind Forest, when Wang Chen returned, the people of the Red Village showed joy and welcomed him back. "Village Chief, this is your Red Flame technique of the Red Tribe." Wang Chen handed the copied Red Flame technique to the village chief with a smile. The Red Flame technique was originally a technique of the Red Tribe, and since he had obtained the complete technique, it was only right to make a copy for the Red Village. "The Red Flame technique, is it complete now?" The village chief took the Red Flame technique, looking somewhat dazed. The Red Flame technique had been lost for many years, and he thought it would never see the light of day again. He did not expect that shortly after Wang Chen left, he had managed to gather the first 2 volumes, which was quite astonishing. "It seems that you have a connection with the Red Flame technique, or perhaps, you are a person with great luck." The village chief looked at Wang Chen in amazement. He. Wang Chen chuckled lightly, saying nothing more. Talk of connections and luck was all empty talk. Without the simulated life simulator, he would never have been able to gather the Red Flame technique. Even with the simulator, it took too much time to barely collect it. However, some things were clear in his own mind, and there was no need to say more. "Village Chief, the Red Flame technique contains the secret technique to awaken the spiritual body of your Red Tribe. You can let Red Phone give it a try." After pondering for a moment, Wang Chen reminded him. "I know." The village chief nodded, somewhat expectant. Of course, he was also well aware that the probability of success was low. After all, the Red Tribe had always had a vague and terrifying curse. The so-called bloodline curse was not that simple. The origin of their Red Tribe was not of any spiritual race. It was just that this rumor was too ancient, and they themselves did not know if it was exaggerated by their ancestors or if it was true. In the following 3 months, Wang Chen practiced in the Red Village, occasionally playing with the fire-marked demon tiger, riding it for hunting, and searching for precious herbs in the deepest part of the Black Wind Forest to prepare for future alchemy. As for the red gem, now that he knew its purpose, Wang Chen did not consider using the ancient jade to extract the essence from it. This thing might still have some great use. Since he had already reached the spiritual sea realm, it would be a waste to use the essence for cultivation. It should be said that it could enhance cultivation, but it had to be done within the simulated life simulator. If he used it in reality, it would be gone in the simulator, which would be a loss. Is it still not working? Sensing that Red Fang's cultivation of the Red Flame technique was going smoothly but the spiritual body still did not manifest, Wang Chen shook his head, not surprised. The curse of the Red Tribe was too terrifying, and the cultivator who planted the curse probably surpassed the transcendent realm. Wanting to break the curse with a local top-grade technique was simply wishful thinking. If it were that simple, the Chitsi tribe would not have fallen from grace and become so desolate. Immediately, Wang Chen stopped paying attention to Chifeng's affairs and opened the chat group. During this time, Wang Chen had been busy cultivating, striving to control his own power, and searching for treasures in the depths of the Black Wind Forest. Therefore, he did not chat in the group often, just occasionally glancing at it to prevent missing any important information. As a result, he still knew some of the situations in the group. For example, among the 3 newcomers, Yi Xiaofan successfully joined the Immortal Sect. The world he was in was also a cultivation world. The sect he joined was called Bingyun Dongtian, one of the top 10 sects in the country, with a golden core stage cultivator presiding over it. Upon learning that Yi Xiaofan was actually a saint physique, they were ecstatic and directly treated him as a future successor to be nurtured, hoping that Yi Xiaofan could lead Bingyun Dongtian to become a sacred place where all nations would pay homage. It had to be said that Yi Xiaofan was truly lucky. His awakened saint physique attribute was also ice-based, which happened to perfectly match Bingyun Dongtian. Otherwise, even if Bingyun Dongtian knew Yi Xiaofan was a saint physique, they wouldn't know how to nurture him and would only waste his potential. As for Qin Tian, this guy's luck was even better than Yi Xiaofan's. Although he never mentioned having any special abilities, just being accepted as a direct disciple by a prominent figure in the sacred land showed that his abilities were extraordinary. At the same time, he also inquired about some information regarding the Leiyu sacred land where he was.
His master was a senior cultivator in the late Yuan Ing stage and an inner elder of the Liu Sacred Land.
On the surface of the Liu Sacred Land, there was a nascent soul stage old monster presiding over it.
Well, on the surface, what other old monsters lurked behind the scenes was unimaginable.
In addition, there were rumors that an immortal ascended to the immortal realm from the Liu Sacred Land. It could be said that the power he belonged to was absolutely formidable.
In terms of background, Qin Tian was invincible in the group.
As for Wang Shuqi, among the 3 surviving newcomers, he was considered the most unfortunate one. He crossed over to a desolate place, and if he hadn't prepared food before crossing over, plus the golden finger he drew that greatly enhanced his defensive capabilities, he would have already become food for wild beasts. Now, after about a month had passed, he still hadn't been able to leave the mountains and forests. However, from this, it could be seen that the world he crossed over to was probably not a dangerous extraordinary world, otherwise, he would have died long ago. Of course, this was just the current speculation of the group members. Specific circumstances would require him to come into contact with the intelligent life of this world to make a judgment. In addition, the old members of the group all had their own experiences, but apart from Chun Yao almost being killed by demons and Zhang Jun almost being skinned alive by mutated zombies, the rest were relatively safe. When Wang Chen had just opened the chat group, a sudden system notification sound startled him. Ding! Anomalies detected in the world where group member Chun Yao is located. Group task issued, eliminate anomalies.
This group task is mandatory and requires 5 participants. Please have the acting group leader quickly select 5 group members to participate in the group task. If no selection is made within 10 minutes, the system will randomly select 5 group members to participate in the group task and be transported to the world where group member Chen Yao is located. Another group task. Wang Chen's expression turned serious.
The chat group had been silent for 3 months, and finally, a group task had appeared again.
This time interval was a bit short. Furthermore, it was about eliminating anomalies. Could it be that the purpose of the chat group sending them to different worlds was really to have them eliminate these anomalies? As various thoughts flashed through Wang Chen's mind, the chat group was already in an uproar.
Kai Yonglong, 1 oh my, another group task. It's only been a little over 3 months, and yet another group task has appeared.
This is nerve-wracking. Wu Jun, 20. The timing is really tight. I'm feeling a bit anxious.
Fang Yun, 3 It seems like the group chat is more dangerous than we imagined.
But this time, there are only 5 people participating in the task. And selection is allowed, which is a good thing. If it's like the last time with mandatory participation for everyone, it really gives me goosebumps. Zhang Hu, 5. The acting group leader. Will Wang Gu be making the selection?
Wang Gu, I want to participate in the group task. Please make sure to include me.
Zhang Jun, 70. You're so enthusiastic this time. Aren't you afraid of dying?
Zhang Hu, 5. I am afraid of dying.
But, I have no choice.
If I don't get stronger quickly, the probability of death in the future will only increase. This time, I got some magic scrolls from my mentor, so I should have some life-saving abilities.
Kai Yonglong, 1. Makes sense. I'll join too. After 3 months of practice, plus some opportunities, I finally broke through to the spiritual realm.
If I can contribute in the task, earn more points, and get to 100,000 points or 1,000,000 group points sooner, then I can buy a resurrection talisman or optimize my golden finger. Yi Xiaofan, 75. Group tasks really make one's heart race. I wonder how powerful my optimized holy body will be. But considering I've just started on the path of cultivation and only at the qi refining stage, I'll take it easy.
I hope Wang Gu doesn't choose me.
Qin Tian, 77. Ahem, like Yi Xiaofan, although the future looks promising, we are ultimately future warriors and not suitable for group tasks.
Without breaking through to the foundation building stage, I'm not confident.
Yi Xiaofan, 75. Exactly, we need to reach the foundation building stage.
To be honest, Yi Xiaofan and Qin Tian were indeed a bit anxious. They didn't want to take risks by participating in group tasks for just a few group points. Developing steadily in their favorable cultivation environment was the best option. Wang Chen, 66. TSK, weren't you two quite cocky recently? Showing off in the group many times. Fang Yun, 3. These two finally got scared. During this time, I almost got internal injuries from their showing off. Lu Mei, 15.
Yi Xiaofan, 75. Shivering, never daring to show off again. Qin Tian, 77. Big brother, please spare us.
They couldn't bring themselves to be angry at Wang Chen's teasing.
They never expected that the participants in the group task would be chosen by Wang Chen.
Now, they didn't dare offend anyone, especially not Wang Chen. If Wang Chen assigned them to the task, it would indeed be dangerous.
If Wang Chen tripped them up during the group task, it would really be game over. They didn't want to meet their end before growing up.
Wang Chen, 66. I will definitely participate in this group task.
Including Kai Yonglong, Zhang Hu, and the local Chen Yao, we are still missing one person.
Whoever wants to sign up can speak up. Wang Chen did not continue to tease the two by Wangs but instead talked about the main issue. As Wang Chen spoke, those who had previously stated they did not want to participate in the group task remained silent.
Wu Jun, 20. I haven't obtained any powerful weapons yet, and I would only be a burden if I went, so I'll pass. Lu Mei, 15. I also. Wang Shuqi, 74. Although I thought about joining in for fun and not wanting to continue being a wild person, it doesn't seem right to take up a spot, so I'll pass too. Fang Yun, 3. I'm so useless, also a burden, so I won't join in.
Zhang Jun, 70.
For a moment, the atmosphere in the group became somewhat heavy. Except for those who had signed up themselves, it was apparent that the rest did not want to participate in the group task because it was truly dangerous.
Wang Chen also furrowed his brow slightly at this. It seems like the last selection of participants will have to be randomly drawn. Zhang Jun, 70. I'll join.
I've been staying in the zombie world all this time, and although my strength has increased a lot, I'm almost going crazy. Seeing Zhang Jun speak up, the remaining group members all breathed a sigh of relief, feeling extremely fortunate. Thankfully, Zhang Jun volunteered to participate, otherwise, they might have been forced to join the group task, which would have been truly disastrous.
Seeing Zhang Jun volunteer, Wang Chen also praised him.
During the first group task, his impression of Zhang Hu and Zhang Jun had decreased significantly. However, with the appearance of this group task, the fact that both of them volunteered to participate actually improved Wang Chen's impression of them. They may not be considered good people, but at least they dare to fight and risk their lives, making them appear more outstanding compared to other group members. After all, good and bad are relative. Being able to play a role in the group task is what truly matters.
Wang Chen, 66. In that case, the participants for this group task will be me, Kai Yonglong, Zhang Hu, Chen Yao, and Zhang Jun. As Wang Chen made the final decision and manually filled in the names of those participating in this group task, Wang Chen, Kai Yonglong, Zhang Hu, and Zhang Jun all emitted a strong light. Following that, the four of them disappeared one after another from their respective worlds. Chen Yao's world. Inside Chen Yao's room. With the appearance of four beams of light, Wang Chen, Kai Yonglong, Zhang Hu, and Zhang Jun appeared here one after another. Wang Chen and Kai Yonglong were still dressed in ancient style, exuding an otherworldly aura. As for Zhang Hu, he was in a fantasy style, clad in a suit of fine iron armor and wielding a heavy sword. Only Zhang Jun seemed increasingly gloomy, emanating a strong smell of blood, with traces of blood on his clothes. It was fortunate that the viruses and bacteria from the other world were cleared before and after the crossing, otherwise, going back and forth between the zombie world would likely infect many worlds. Welcome everyone to my world, Chen Yao said softly as she looked at the four individuals. After saying this, she specifically looked at Wang Chen and said earnestly, Wang Ge, I'm counting on you this time too. Chen Yao was well aware that even after 3 months of training, they had all become stronger, but Wang Chen was still the strongest, and the unique nature of his golden finger meant he would still be the main force in this group task. Okay, Wang Chen nodded, then said seriously, Chen Yao, in order to better complete the group task, we need to understand the specific information about this world. Please organize the information first. In fact, since the last group mission, I have been organizing intelligence on this world to prevent any anomalies and make it easier for everyone to complete group tasks. Chen Yao nodded and directly took out several data files from her bookshelf and handed them to Wang Chen and the others. Chen Yao's actions surprised Wang Chen and the others, who couldn't help but admire her meticulousness as a woman surpassing men. It seems like we all need to do something like this. When the group task comes up, we won't have to rush around. Kai Yonglong took the data files and chuckled. Agreed. Wang Chen also nodded in agreement, took the data files, and silently sat on the sofa in the hall to browse through them. For a moment, the scene fell silent. Meanwhile, Chen Yao quietly took out some drinks from the fridge and placed them on the coffee table. There were colas, milk, and beer. After a while, Wang Chen finished reviewing the information Chen Yao had compiled, squinted his eyes, and said softly, although we often talk about our own worlds in the group, it's not detailed enough. Now, I finally understand some of the situations in your world. It seems much worse than you described. Chen Yao's world experienced a phenomenon of demon resurgence 10 years ago. The demon resurgence was actually the revival of spiritual energy. However, in Chen Yao's world, the righteous cultivators paid a heavy price hundreds of years ago to suppress all demons in the world and maintain peace, leading to many legacies being lost and mysteries hidden, turning demons into superstitions. However, 10 years ago, spiritual energy suddenly revived, causing many sealed demons to become restless and regain their power.
Over time, with the loosening of seals after hundreds of years, some powerful demons gradually escaped, making Chenyao's world extremely dangerous.
If it weren't for the Taoists descending the mountains to suppress these rampaging demons, humanity would have been doomed long ago. However, due to the loss of many legacies, the Taoists' power was insufficient, so they could only defend some major cities. Places like rural areas and small towns had almost become playgrounds for demons.
Nevertheless, as time passed, more and more powerful demons emerged, making the human situation increasingly dire. Even some major cities began to suffer from demon rampages. This caused internal divisions among humans, with some even considering surrendering to survive. As a result, there were traitors within humanity. Chenyao's existence was exposed a month ago by a high-ranking individual who had defected to the demons, leading to an attack on Chenyao by demons that nearly cost her life. Additionally, the power system of this world was clearly defined. Demons were categorized as lower demons, middle demons, upper demons, demon leaders, and demon kings. On the other hand, Taoists were classified as lower Taoists, middle Taoists, upper Taoists, Taoist masters, and grand Taoist masters.
The strength of the upper ranks could rival innate realm cultivators in their fantasy world. There was a significant gap between demon leaders, some weaker than spiritual realm cultivators, but the powerful ones had strength surpassing spiritual realm cultivators. Demon kings were extremely powerful, as analyzed by Chenyao in terms of their destructive capabilities. To be blunt, if things continue like this, humanity will face extinction. Chenyao paused for a moment and continued, although many high-ranking individuals see me as a savior, I don't believe I have that ability. I am not the protagonist of a demon resurgence novel, just an ordinary transmigrator who luckily obtained a powerful cheat. Let alone the fact that in our world, something bizarre has actually appeared. Chenyao paused, her expression bitter. It seems like we are all pitiful travelers who share the same fate of crossing over. Zhang Jun looked at Chenyao, his tone complex. He walked on the edge of death every day, and Chenyao's situation was no better than his. Of course, Chenyao could at least talk to living people every day, living in a better environment, while he had nothing at all. Saying all this is meaningless, all we can do is become stronger. Wang Chen scanned the group with a stern voice. Of course, before that, let's complete the group task first. Wang Gu is right, let's finish the group task first. Kai Yonglong nodded, his voice firm. As usual, we need to identify the bazaar first. Based on our previous task experience, the bazaar shouldn't be too far from us, Zhang Hu pondered. Not necessarily. In the last group task, we couldn't search all over the world, so we could only search nearby. Zhang Jun fell silent for a moment, shaking his head. And the transportation and information channels in this world have not been cut off, so there is a possibility of appearing in other territories. Since it's bizarre, there must be something unusual about it. It could be stronger than other demons, or it could have caused abnormal chaos. Wang Chen nodded, analyzing as well. Chenyao, think about it, has anything extremely bizarre happened in your world recently? Extremely bizarre. To be honest, in this world where demons are resurging, all kinds of bizarre things happen all over the world every day. How can we make a judgment? Chenyao frowned, sighing. This statement made Wang Chen and the others frown, feeling a bit of a headache. Group tasks were troublesome, providing no hints at all, and they had to find the bazaar themselves. If they took too long, this bazaar might grow beyond their ability to solve. In that case, let's waste a chance first and take a look into the future. I have saved 10 chances this time, which should be enough, Wang Chen sighed, having no other choice. 10 chances. Hearing this, Chenyao and the others looked at each other, feeling relieved. Wang Chen had completed the group task using 3 chances of foresight last time, so with 10 chances this time, the likelihood of safely completing the task was high. System, I want to conduct a free simulation. Wang Chen closed his eyes and said in his mind. Ding, free simulation initiated, the system's voice sounded, and the screen began to display. On the first day, after discussing strategies, Chenyao led you to meet the Grand Elder of Xian Country. You displayed astonishing power, shocking the Grand Elder to the extreme. As for the Taoist priest who protected the Grand Elder, he was even more horrified, sensing that your power far exceeded that of ordinary demon kings. After revealing your strength, you hoped that the Grand Elder of Xian Country would cooperate with you to solve the demon problem. You knew that relying solely on the power of a few of you to quickly identify all the bizarre occurrences worldwide and solve them, forcing out the real bizarre, was a very difficult task. Only by leveraging the power of the country could the task be completed more quickly. Due to your display of strength, the Grand Elder of Xian Country was extremely amazed, and combined with his own intentions, he expressed willingness to help. Moreover, the Grand Elder of Xian Country believed that you were the hope to save humanity. Next, with the full cooperation of the Xian Country's intelligence network,
you split up and began to solve the major bizarre events and the demons behind them.
No matter what kind of demon you encounter, you crush them effortlessly.
In order to restore hope to all mankind, after obtaining your consent, the elder of Xian country specifically conducted a live broadcast. Your strength, your invincibility, shocked and inspired all mankind, helping them regain hope and optimism. Your strength also greatly shocked Kai Yonlong and others, as they could see that you had become even stronger. Kai Yonlong even suspected that you had taken that step and reached a half step beyond the ordinary. At the same time, Kai Yonlong and the others also performed well. Kai Yonlong also killed several demon leaders. Zhang Hu's growth was also surprising, reaching a level of strength that could rival demon leaders. What was even more unexpected was the performance of Chen Yao and Zhang Jun, which was also remarkable. Chen Yao and Zhang Jun already possessed the combat power of the spiritual Yuan realm, slaughtering most demon leaders like slaughtering dogs. On the 30th day, you continued to hunt down powerful demons, deal with strange events, try to uncover the mysteries, and complete missions. Because your live broadcast of slaughtering demon leaders and even demon kings angered all the powerful demons, they all appeared together, ready to join forces to kill you. However, faced with the siege of so many powerful demons, you still easily defeated them with just a move. This scene once again shocked all mankind. For a moment, all mankind was excited, hailing you as their savior. On the other hand, the demons dared not act recklessly anymore, hiding among humans, fearing being found and killed. The entire world, because of your appearance, was trending towards peace and tranquility. However, you were not happy nor optimistic because you had not yet uncovered the mysteries and dealt with them. You were well aware that the longer it dragged on, the worse the situation would become. On the 60th day, you had almost exterminated all the powerful demons that had emerged worldwide, and humans had returned to a harmonious and peaceful life. Although there were still demons causing trouble, it was only on a small scale, no longer daring to recklessly devour people and slaughter cities during the day. On the 67th day, you made a decision to actively break certain seals, with the attitude of rather killing by mistake than letting any escape, hunting down all the demons within. Your idea was opposed by a great Taoist. He warned you that although you were powerful, the strength of the demons sealed from ancient times far exceeded your imagination. Once you broke the seals voluntarily, the world would plunge back into darkness. Ignoring the Taoist's advice, you were eager to kill the mysteries. Therefore, you broke a seal in a demon sealing cave, releasing the demons inside. You fought them, and although these demons were indeed powerful, reaching the level of half-step beyond the ordinary, they were still no match for you and were killed by you. However, in the end, a truly terrifying demon with the power of beyond the ordinary emerged. You engaged in a fierce battle with it, relying on the Crimson Flame technique and sword intent to restrain the demon's characteristics, and managed to kill it relatively easily. However, the appearance of a demon with the power beyond the ordinary weighed heavily on your heart, making you realize that this world was not as simple as it seemed. Are there even demon monsters with transcendent battle power? This world is indeed not simple. Wang Chen looked at the simulation content, his brows slightly furrowed. The battle power of the transcendent realm is extremely terrifying. Even though he had just broken through to the first realm of the transcendent realm, the Spirit Sea realm, he had the power to level a modern metropolis with just a casual strike. Logically speaking, with the size of the Earth, such a powerful existence should not exist. After all, if such beings wanted to destroy the world, they could simply take more time to slaughter all life on the continents. Even if they didn't intentionally cause destruction, the aftermath of their battles alone could turn many mountains and rivers to dust, causing unimaginable devastation to the surface of the Earth. Every world has its secrets, and I don't need to delve into their origins. What I need to do is complete the group tasks and then leave this world. As for the future of Chen Yao, that is something she should consider. Wang Chen shook his head slightly, dismissing the distractions in his mind. As Wang Chen let go of his distractions and continued to gaze at the screen, the text continued to appear. You have slain the terrifying demon monster, once again shocking all of humanity. Kai Yonglong has also noticed that you have taken that step, becoming a cultivator of the Spirit Sea realm, which is even more shocking and enviable. However, you are not particularly happy because after learning about the immense strength of the sealed demon monsters throughout history, you dare not recklessly break the seals of other demon sealing caves. If a demon monster with strength surpassing yours were to appear accidentally, you would die, and all of humanity would suffer as well. Next, you can only practice with a heavy heart and continue to search for mysterious traces with Kai Yonglong and others. On the 100th day, a demon sealing cave suddenly erupted, and a powerful demon king emerged. You went to suppress it and defeated it. However, due to the immense strength of this newly emerged demon, you were seriously injured. In the process, Cai Yonglong, Chen Yao, and Zhang Jun were directly killed. As you lament the deaths of the three, a figure shrouded in black mist suddenly appears and attacks you, inflicting serious injuries. You angrily confront the attacker but are no match for them and are killed by them. Before dying, you shatter a part of the black mist and discover their human identity. Due to your death, this simulation ends. Wang Chen looked at the end of this simulation content, his brows tightly furrowed. He had not expected to die at the hands of a human rather than a demon. Why would this human attack him? Logically, if someone had the power to kill him, they should not be colluding with demons because there would be no need for that. Or is it that he is the mysterious one? Wang Chen's pupils suddenly contracted. They had subconsciously assumed that the mysterious entity must be hidden among the demons, overlooking the possibility that it could be within humans. It should be noted that the mysterious entity is an outsider, not a native creature of this world. They do not belong to any faction, they are an individual force, an invading outsider. Therefore, it is possible for them to be hidden within any creature. What's wrong? Did you find something? Seeing Wang Chen's expression change, Cai Yonglong asked eagerly. Yes. Wang Chen nodded and roughly recounted the simulation content. Human. Chen Yao's face turned pale for a moment. She had also overlooked this possibility. If that mysterious entity was truly hidden among humans, then she would constantly be in danger. The reason she was not killed was that the other party was planning something, which is why they did not kill her. Otherwise, with the other party's strength, the situation on the human side would definitely be well known, and they must also know her details. This is troublesome. Zhang Hu and Zhang Jun exchanged a glance, their faces filled with seriousness. I really didn't expect it. Brother Wang, you actually broke through to the Spirit Sea realm. What's even more unexpected is how dangerous the world where Chen Yao is located is, with even ancient monsters at the Spirit Sea realm. On the side, Cai Yonglong clenched his fists, his emotions complex. Wang Chen's growth was indeed rapid. Just 3 months ago, he had approached him to exchange secret methods for expanding the elixir field, but he declined, so it was dropped. Unexpectedly, now, 3 months later, Wang Chen had already broken through to the Spirit Sea realm. His cultivation speed was simply heaven-defying. What was also unexpected was how dangerous Chen Yao's world was, with more than one force at the Spirit Sea realm. This was just on the side of the demons, the human side had not been taken into account yet. Indeed, one should not underestimate any world. Cai Yonglong sighed inwardly. Initially, he didn't pay much attention to the world where Chen Yao was, thinking that the ceiling of power in this world was at most half a step beyond the ordinary. Now, he was proven wrong. If the strangeness is hidden on the human side, what is his purpose? Wang Chen frowned, speaking in a deep voice. If he has such great power, he doesn't need to hide himself at all. Or is it that, before the attack on me, he didn't possess such power in the previous 100 days, but grew for some reason? Then, what is his ability? Ability. Wang Chen's words made Cai Yonglong and the others frown and pondered deeply. Indeed, if this strangeness initially had the power to kill someone at the Spirit Sea realm like Wang Chen, he wouldn't need to hide. Since he was hiding, it indicated that his previous power was insufficient. At the same time, based on the abnormal abilities possessed by the strangeness in the zombie world, this strangeness should also have some kind of ability unique to itself. This ability, unlike the abnormal abilities in the zombie world, might not be rule-based but possess a growth potential. Is it possible that the human who attacked you is not strange but simply a human? It might be too childish for us to directly assume he is strange without sufficient evidence, Zhang Hu pondered slightly, speaking up. I'm just speculating and not ruling out the possibility that he is simply a human. Wang Chen nodded. But, no matter what, this hidden guy is definitely our enemy. This point is certain. Therefore, regardless of whether he is strange or not, he must be killed. He injured me after the battle with the demons and then launched a sneak attack. He is not as strong as me. Pausing, Wang Chen spoke again, his gaze cold. Indeed, he must be killed. Chen Yao clenched her fists, her mood heavy. Brother Wang, take this. At this moment, Zhang Hu, with a pained expression, took out 2 scrolls from his backpack. What is this? Everyone looked on curiously. This is the forbidden spell, Thunderous Annihilation. When used, it can unleash countless thunderbolts to strike down enemies. In terms of power, it can easily destroy a modern metropolis in an instant. This one is the forbidden spell, Angelic Holy Shield. A defensive forbidden spell that, when used, can conjure a shield with angelic radiance to defend against forbidden attacks. Listening to Zhang Hu's explanation, Cai Yonglong, Chen Yao, and Zhang Jun all gasped in shock, staring at Zhang Hu in disbelief. Wow, Zhang Hu is really extravagant, bringing out 2 terrifying forbidden spells at once. Who is your master to be so extravagant? Wang Chen's gaze subtly changed. According to Zhang Hu, the Grand Archmage in their world can wield forbidden spells capable of destroying a city with a single strike. However, the ability to use forbidden spells does not mean creating forbidden spell scrolls is simple. The value of being able to craft forbidden spell magic into scrolls is absolutely unimaginable. It is estimated that each of these forbidden spell scrolls could probably buy a heavy city, making it truly invaluable. My master is a sword god, ranking above the Grand Archmage in terms of hierarchy and capable of rivaling a god of magic, Zhang Hu modestly stated. Kaio Long, Cheng Yao, and Zhang Jun fell silent. Well, it was originally thought that Qin Tian and Yi Xiaofan's start was already super lucky, but it turns out that Zhang Hu was just too low-key. He is the first generation lucky one in the Time Traveler chat group. The Grand Archmage can unleash forbidden spells to obliterate a city with a single blow. This level of destructive power has far surpassed the realm of great perfection in the spiritual Yuan realm, perhaps even reaching the spiritual Sea realm. However, because everyone is unaware of how powerful the spiritual Sea realm truly is, it is difficult to make judgments and comparisons. Nevertheless, the terror of the Grand Archmage is evident. However, it is truly frightening that Zhang Hu's master surpasses even the Grand Archmage, a sword god capable of rivaling a god of magic. Undoubtedly, possessing extraordinary strength beyond the ordinary realm, but the specific level of comparison remains unknown. You sure know how to keep a low profile, Wang Chen also admired. This guy, ranked third among the group members, the third to join the group, only now revealing his background, truly low-key. However, his character is indeed like that, quite cautious. He didn't even disclose the specific details of his golden finger at first and is relatively practical. Of course, now that Zhang Hu has voluntarily handed over 2 forbidden spell scrolls, Wang Chen once again held him in high regard. After all, not everyone is willing to part with such precious items. Even if they know the task is challenging, they may not be willing to give them up. Keeping a low profile is the way to go, Zhang Hu said shyly. However, with his somewhat fierce appearance that gives off a vibe of being a bad guy, it's hard for people to associate him with the words honest and shy. It's truly enviable. I wish I had a master like that, Kai Yonglong said sourly. He feels like he's turned into a sourpuss lately. There's no way around it. The junior members are either incredibly lucky with their golden fingers or have great luck, or both. Like him, who used to think his luck was pretty good, the leader of the group, now seems just average. He originally thought Zhang Hu had it worse than him, but it turns out the guy is much stronger. Look at that, casually pulling out 2 forbidden spell magics. Damn, these are forbidden spells. According to Zhang Hu's description, they are completely enough to be used as a trump card. If he had such a trump card, he could contend for many opportunities and wouldn't be in such a sorry state now. Chen Yao and Zhang Jun also felt disheartened. It didn't sit well with them. Only Wang Chen remained indifferent. The power of this thing, according to your description, does indeed reach the level of the spiritual Sea realm, but it's just the level of a casual strike in the spiritual Sea realm, which doesn't help me much. However, in battles of the same realm, it could be useful for harassing the opponent, Wang Chen remarked, looking at the forbidden spell magic, Thunderous Annihilation. Upon hearing this, everyone was once again puzzled. Wow, such terrifying power is only at the level of a casual strike in the spiritual Sea realm? Its only use is to harass the opponent, which is absurd. At this moment, several people gained a clearer understanding of the power of the spiritual Sea realm. It's a fantasy world, after all. As for this forbidden spell scroll, it's not bad. If I use it well, perhaps I can save a life and help us successfully complete the group task. If I don't need it, I will return it to you. Wang Chen looked at the scroll of the Forbidden Curse Magic Angelic Holy Shield, his face serious. Defense-type scrolls were rare to Wang Chen, and in his mind, they were much more precious than the Thunderous Annihilation. Used well, it could save a life in the midst of a clash of ultimate moves. Miss Qin Yao, are you at home? Just then, the doorbell rang suddenly. Following that, the visitor display screen at the door lit up, revealing a kind and elderly face. This made Wang Chen and the others present furrow their brows slightly. He is Master Li, a mentor at the Capital Taoist Academy, Chen Yao explained to everyone. I see. Wang Chen's eyes flickered as he nodded. Chen Yao also had records in her files about the development of humans over the years. The establishment of the Taoist Academy was to quickly train a new generation of Taoists to deal with future crises. And Chen Yao's current identity was that of a student at the Capital Taoist Academy on the surface. Of course, her true status and position were definitely superior to the vast majority of people, not just a simple student. Even disregarding her identity as a transmigrator, her current cultivation had reached the level of a Taoist master, second only to a Grand Taoist. Should we avoid meeting them? Kai Yonglong frowned. It's better not to see people for now. After all, the situation within the human race is also very complex. It's not convenient to expose ourselves until we find clues, Chuan Yao said seriously after a moment of contemplation.
It's too late. In fact, when we just arrived, someone had already noticed the anomaly here.
After all, your capital Taoist academy still has several Taoist masters. I even sensed the aura of a grand Taoist. Wang Chen glanced at Chuan Yao and said calmly. Oh, Chuan Yao was slightly startled. She didn't know there was another grand Taoist in the capital Taoist academy. However, upon further thought, this was quite normal. The capital Taoist academy was the strongest Taoist academy in Xian country, gathering all the geniuses of the entire country. If they didn't have grand Taoists hidden, they would be wiped out if demons attacked. Of course, if demons dared to run amok in the capital, humanity would probably be on the brink of extinction.
It seems our ability to conceal our aura is still lacking. Cai Yonglong, Zhang Hu, and Zhang Jun all smiled bitterly.
When they arrived, although they deliberately concealed their auras, they were ultimately unable to hide them.
Probably only Wang Chen's aura had not been detected. A strong expert in the spiritual sea realm, unless of equal strength, it was basically impossible to discover his presence if he didn't want to be noticed.
In that case, let's go meet them, Chuan Yao said helplessly.
When Chuan Yao opened the door, Mr. Li outside was stunned. He looked at Wang Chen and the others in amazement.
Originally, the dean said there were 3 people, but unexpectedly, there was one more.
So, even the dean at the level of a Taoist master couldn't detect the extra person among them? The method this person used to conceal their aura was truly astonishing. Miss Chuan Yao, these should be your friends, Mr. Li said warmly to Chuan Yao.
They are my friends, Chuan Yao replied calmly with a nod.
I see.
Because the current situation is not good, and your sudden visit might cause some unnecessary trouble. Therefore, the dean asks you to visit his office, Mr.
Li nodded, speaking earnestly. So, please follow me.
Chuan Yao, Wang Chen, Cai Yonglong, Zhang Jun, and Zhang Hu all had flickering eyes, said nothing more, and followed Mr.
Li to the office of the dean of the Taoist Academy.
When they arrived at the office, they saw a Taoist in a robe with a scar on his face sitting in an office chair.
In addition, there was another person in the office.
He had white hair, a kind expression, and no aura leaked, as if he were just an ordinary old man.
Wang Chen glanced at the dean, then turned his gaze to the kind old man, squinting his eyes.
This person was a powerful figure at the level of a grand Taoist that he sensed. Although the person in front of him only gave him the feeling of barely reaching the half-step beyond the mortal realm, there was a different kind of aura that caught his attention. As Wang Chen observed the white-haired old man, Chuan Yao and the others also noticed his presence, feeling surprised and guessing his identity.
Mr. Li, thank you for your hard work. You may leave now, the dean said softly to Mr. Li, who respectfully nodded, left the office, and gently closed the office door. Chuan Yao, won't you introduce your time traveler friends to us?
The dean then looked at Chuan Yao, his expression warm, and smiled lightly. Upon hearing this, Chuan Yao's gaze sharpened. However, she quickly understood. It was normal for the dean to guess the identities of Wang Chen and the others. After all, her identity was very sensitive and had always been under scrutiny. The fact that powerful individuals could appear in her room without a trace, disguised in various ways, and without the distinctive aura of cultivators, could only point to the possibility of visitors from another world. I am Wang Chen, and they are Cai Yonglong, Zhang Hu, and Zhang Jun. Wang Chen stood up and spoke with a faint smile as Chuan Yao was contemplating how to speak. We have come to this world at the invitation of Miss Chuan Yao to help the people of this world out of their predicament.
I see.
The dean's eyes gleamed with surprise and waves of shock surged in his heart. He had only been probing before and did not expect Wang Chen and the others to be actual time travelers. Moreover, from Wang Chen's words, it was clear that time travelers had connections among themselves and could even travel to the worlds where others were, which was a huge intelligence bomb. He also understood the purpose behind Wang Chen's words. Time travelers could support each other, so no funny business should be attempted. For a moment, the dean and the white-haired old man exchanged a glance, finding it hard to calm their minds. Chuan Yao, on the other hand, also realized the situation and cast a grateful look at Wang Chen.
Miss Chuan Yao is truly thoughtful. On behalf of the people of our world, we appreciate the assistance of all the time travelers. The dean then smiled, stood up, and warmly walked towards Wang Chen and the others, inviting them to sit on the sofa. Wang Chen and the others did not hesitate and took their seats. I wonder how long my friends can stay in our world, the dean asked seriously after serving tea to Wang Chen and the others. It was a test. You can stay as long as you want. However, once the trouble is resolved, we will each go back, Wang Chen replied calmly. When you talk about resolving trouble, what exactly do you mean? Are you here to help us suppress demons and restore peace to the world? If so, it might not be easy,
the dean asked with a smile. During their conversation, Chen Yao, Kai Yonglong, Zhang Hu, and Zhang Jun remained silent, like mere companions. The old man also said little, sitting quietly as if he were a statue. I have my own plans regarding this matter. Before that, I need to understand the situation in your world. Of course, if you don't trust us, there's no need to say more, Wang Chen replied cryptically, not intending to provide detailed answers. He didn't want to reveal too much, having faced problems within human society in his previous life simulation. I trust you as Chen Yao's companion. Feel free to ask, friend Wang Chen, the dean said with a smile. Chen Yao has already told me about the general situation in your world. However, I would like to know the specific numbers of demon kings and grand masters in your world, Wang Chen asked meaningfully, nodding. Upon hearing Wang Chen's initial question, everyone was taken aback. Chen Yao, Kai Yonglong, Zhang Jun, and Zhang Hu all wore pensive expressions. The dean also looked surprised, unsure of Wang Chen's intentions in asking such questions. According to the information we have gathered so far, there are 20 demon kings on their side. As for our human side, we only have 12 grand masters, significantly fewer than the demons, the dean side. Are the grand masters on the human side much stronger in combat power than the other demon kings? Wang Chen inquired again. The dean frowned, unable to discern Wang Chen's true purpose in asking these questions. He hesitated, contemplating whether or not to reveal the information, as it was highly classified. Although these travelers were brought by Chen Yao, their trustworthiness was still in question. It's fine, go ahead and tell him, the old man, who had been silent all along, spoke up. With that, the dean's expression softened, and he smiled wryly. Among the human grand masters, there is no one with significantly greater combat power than the other demon kings. I see, Wang Chen squinted, speaking meaningfully, despite having fewer strong individuals than the demon kings and lacking individuals far superior to the rest, why haven't humans been wiped out? Normally, humans would have been eradicated by now, wouldn't they? As his words fell, silence filled the room. Chen Yao, Kai Yonglong, Zhang Jun, and Zhang Hu all looked at Wang Chen in astonishment, not expecting him to make such provocative remarks. What do you mean by this, friend? Humans have endured hardships, why do you wish for their demise? The dean questioned disapprovingly. I have no other intentions, just a rational discussion, Wang Chen replied calmly, opening up slowly. Based on the patterns I've seen in novels before, usually humans are weaker, but possess a strength or some kind of hidden card that makes the stronger side wary, maintaining a delicate balance. However, the number of top human experts is nearly half less than that of the demons, yet they manage to maintain this balance, which is quite peculiar. Chen Yao, Zhang Hu, Zhang Jun, and Kai Yonglong's expressions changed when they heard Wang Chen's words. As people who had read many online novels, Wang Chen's analysis did seem a bit strange. Coupled with their prior knowledge of internal human issues, the situation became even stranger. In such circumstances, it was indeed very strange that humans were not being wiped out. That's because the demons also fear what other cards we might have up our sleeves, and they are afraid of the great Taoist and them perishing together. After all, at the level of a demon king, who would want to take risks? The dean said solemnly. Then I have another question. Are your great Taoists concentrated in one place or dispersed to guard various key locations? Besides, can you monitor the movements of all demon kings? Wang Chen looked deeply at the dean and spoke slowly. Why do you ask this? The dean's expression changed. Just asking. The dean can choose to answer or not, Wang Chen said calmly. Naturally, they are dispersed. As for monitoring the demon kings, we can only monitor a portion of them, the dean sighed and replied. I see, Wang Chen sighed. Thank you for answering, my questions are done. Since the friend's questions are done, can you answer some of mine? The dean stared at Wang Chen and said in a deep voice. What was the purpose of your earlier questions? How can it help us break free from this predicament? Also, what level is your strength at? The purpose of my earlier questions, Dean, you should be able to guess for yourself, so I don't need to answer. Wang Chen shook his head and spoke calmly. I'm not sure, the dean shook his head. If you're not sure, then forget it. I don't want to answer that question. Wang Chen calmly took a sip of tea. As for how to help the humans in your world get out of this predicament, I haven't figured it out yet. I'll let you know when I do. But it probably involves killing demons or something like that. Pausing, Wang Chen continued, as for our strength, they are equivalent to the Taoists in your world. As for me, killing the demon kings in your world is not a problem. With that, Wang Chen deliberately revealed some aura. In an instant, the whole room became heavy. Even the dean, who was not far from the level of a great Taoist, had his pupils suddenly contract, showing a look of horror. The old man, who had been silent all along, also had his pupils contract, staring fixedly at Wang Chen. However, this aura came and went quickly, disappearing as if nothing had happened. Yet, even though the aura disappeared, the people present were still very unsettled.
This aura is really strong, but most likely, it's still a hidden result.
Otherwise, the Spirit Sea Mirror wouldn't be at this level alone, Kai Yonglong marveled. Chen Yao and the others had the same thoughts. Afterwards, the sense of security in their hearts became even stronger. Wang Chen was so powerful that as a teammate, the sense of security was truly overwhelming.
At this moment, the dean's expression was shocked, staring fixedly at Wang Chen in utter amazement. A high-level demon king.
No, it seems even stronger. The old man gazed at Wang Chen and said softly,
He. Watching the reactions of the two, Wang Chen finished his tea with a smile.
Just now, he only revealed a bit of his aura, not his true strength. After all, once he showed all his power, it might scare them off. Then, he wouldn't be able to lure the snake out of its hole, causing another tragedy, and perhaps wasting more simulation attempts.
If you are willing to take action, indeed, you can help us humans break free from this predicament. So far, neither humans nor demon kings have had such an existence.
The old man couldn't contain his excitement anymore, revealing a smile as he gazed at Wang Chen with joy on his face, sighing.
No wonder he hadn't sensed Wang Chen's aura before. He was only a mid-level great Daoist, equivalent to a mid-level demon king, much weaker than Wang Chen. If Wang Chen deliberately hid his strength, he indeed wouldn't be able to detect it. So far, Wang Chen squinted, recalling the contents of the simulator. The advanced demon king mentioned by the old man was probably equivalent to a top-notch half-step transcendent being.
The aura he had shown earlier was equivalent to a top-notch half-step transcendent being.
The terrifying demons in the demon ceiling cave who had not yet appeared and had reached the spiritual sea realm had probably surpassed the demon king in great Taoist levels. The reason Chen Yao didn't know about that rank was probably because her authority was a bit low. If the high-level humans and top human experts are willing to cooperate with me in the future, I can help you suppress those demon kings and prevent those unruly demons from acting recklessly again. Then, Wang Chen looked at the dean and the old man, speaking slowly. With these words, both of them were moved, their hearts uneasy. Soon, the conversation ended, and the dean and the old man both indicated that they needed to consult with the high-level humans and other strong individuals before giving an answer. Meanwhile, Wang Chen returned to Chen Yao's room once again.
Of course, the academy would arrange different accommodations for them.
Wang Chen, what was the purpose of your previous inquiries? Upon returning to the house, Zhang Hu couldn't help but ask. The fact that there is such a big difference between the top human experts and demons, and yet the strong individuals are scattered, and humans have not been wiped out, what do you think is the reason? Wang Chen asked in return.
If I had that kind of brain, I wouldn't have dropped out of high school before crossing over, Zhang Hu said with a bitter smile.
Don't you knights become smarter through training? Wang Chen asked with a strange look in his eyes.
As his cultivation increased, his mind became sharper. After all, cultivation was a process of life transformation, and thinking speed would also increase exponentially. No, Zhang Hu's expression twitched.
Are you suggesting that either humans have some kind of deterrent against demons that they are not revealing due to lack of trust in us, or humans have made a deal with demons?
Kai Yonglong pondered slightly before speaking. Otherwise, given the current situation, humans should have been wiped out long ago. With such a disparity in the number of strong individuals, as long as the demon kings are not idiots, they could easily devour humans.
Not to mention the internal problems within the human race.
Under such circumstances, it is strange that humans have not been wiped out.
Wang Chen nodded in approval, slowly saying, of course, there is another possibility.
That is, someone is acting in secret, not wanting humans to be wiped out because it would not benefit them. With these words, everyone's hearts trembled.
Is there such a possibility?
At this moment, Chen Yao's face turned serious as she slowly spoke. The reason why demons haven't exterminated humans is to keep them captive, using humans as a source of blood. Makes sense, Zhang Hu stroked his chin, somewhat agreeing.
It's a possibility, but not very likely. Wang Chen shook his head and spoke. If demons wanted to keep humans as a sustainable source of blood, they would have to eliminate all human Taoists, rendering humans completely powerless to resist. However, they haven't done so. It might be impossible.
Or perhaps demons are not in harmony with each other, lacking trust and even being wary of each other. Kai Yonglong offered his new speculation.
It's certain that demons are not in harmony with each other.
Even within the same tribe, complete harmony is impossible. Humans can't achieve it, let alone demons.
However, if they could eliminate human Taoists, it would be in their best interest. Eliminating humans first would benefit them more, enough to temporarily set aside their differences and unite against outsiders. But they haven't done so, so the previous speculations are not very likely. Wang Chen shook his head, expressing his own view. Everyone nodded, finding it reasonable.
Regardless of the situation, one more use of my ability will reveal the truth. Wang Chen sighed lightly. After saying this, he closed his eyes. Seeing this, everyone quieted down, knowing that Wang Chen was about to use his foreseeing the future ability again. System, I want to proceed with a free simulation, Wang Chen said in his mind.
Ding, Life Simulator activated. The host has 8 remaining free simulation attempts.
The system's voice sounded, and the familiar light blue screen appeared before him once again.
Following that, text appeared.
On the first day, the high-ranking officials of Xian country held a meeting and ultimately decided to temporarily trust you. However, because you did not reveal all your powers this time, they did not fully cooperate with your plans.
You didn't mind this.
In the following days, you hunted down demons, displaying formidable strength, killing numerous commanding-level demons.
You even slew a demon king, causing a sensation worldwide. Subsequently, as in your memories, you continued hunting powerful demons. However, unlike in your memories, your displayed strength did not reach overwhelming levels. Dealing with higher-level demon kings was not easy for you, but you still managed to defeat them. Nevertheless, your strength and achievements earned you the awe of all Taoists and the praise of all humanity. At the same time, powerful Tao masters and Taoists were discussing whether to join forces with you to eliminate the remaining demon kings. Some agreed, while others opposed. Opponents believed that initiating a full-scale war would surely enrage the demons. In that case, humanity's situation would become extremely perilous. After all, the demon kings in the mortal realm now are just a small part, with even more terrifying demons yet to emerge. This statement left everyone silent. If they completely angered the demons, the consequences would be unimaginable. Even that mysterious entity might not be able to appease the demons.
At that moment, the human high-ranking officials could only sigh, remaining silent and unwilling to support you. Killing the demon kings relieved them of immense pressure, but it didn't solve the fundamental issue. If the demons were to rage, they could let you outsiders take the blame, quelling the demons' anger and safeguarding themselves. Upon reaching this point, Wang Chen narrowed his eyes, his expression turning much colder. The higher-ups of humanity indeed knew of the existence of that mysterious figure. Moreover, they were aware that it was this individual who had pacified the demons, thus preventing the annihilation of humanity by the demon side. Obviously, the people of this world did not trust them, as they had not even disclosed this matter before their deaths.
Of course, this was understandable. After all, who would believe in sudden interlopers?
You may not trust us, but we came to this world to help you slay demons and solve problems.
Yet, even before reaching that point, you are already thinking of betraying us.
Quite impressive, Wang Chen said coldly, a hint of a cold smile on his face. Initially, Wang Chen had planned to eliminate the powerful demons of this world as much as possible while completing his mission, restoring peace to this world.
Now, it seemed he no longer needed to do so.
The main focus was on completing the mission, killing the demon king if necessary. If the mission did not require it, he would be more considerate, allowing the number of human strongmen to balance with the demon side, letting them fight to the death on their own. Seeing Wang Chen's expression change, Chen Yao and the others raised their eyebrows, sensing that something unfavorable might happen in the future, feeling somewhat uneasy. In the following time, you continued to hunt down powerful demons. You finally angered all the powerful demons, and they joined forces to attack you.
In this battle, you continued to conceal your strength, appearing to be struggling on the surface, not lightly injured.
In the end, you had to use Zhang Hu's forbidden curse magic, the thunderous annihilation, to clean up all the demons. Your achievements spread throughout the world, leaving countless people shocked and admiring.
Everyone praised you, calling you the savior.
Even the powerful cultivators among the human higher-ups were astonished by your extraordinary means, their minds filled with myriad thoughts. On your side, however, you felt heavy-hearted. You had put on such a performance, yet that mysterious presence still showed no intention of intervening, displaying remarkable patience. You knew that your plan to lure the snake out of its hole had failed. After pondering, you decided to use a more ruthless method to draw out that individual.
For this purpose, disregarding the opposition of the human higher-ups, you forcibly broke the seal of the demon sealing cave.
In an instant, terrifying demons all rushed out, including those with the strength of the spirit sea realm. Pretending to be overwhelmed, you used the forbidden scroll, Angel's holy shield, to save your life and fled the scene. Your actions made everyone furious and filled with extreme hatred towards you. Undeterred, you planned to force out that mysterious presence. Eventually, the mysterious human could no longer sit idly by and chose to take action, killing all the powerful demons that had escaped from the demon sealing cave, even engaging in a fierce battle with the demon emperor of the spirit sea realm. Seeing the mysterious human emerge and engage in a fierce battle with the weakened demon emperor, the onlookers were both surprised and suspicious.
They also pondered a question: if the mysterious human was so powerful, why did they need to negotiate with demons? With them around, no demon king would dare to act recklessly. For a moment, the astute individuals sensed a scent of conspiracy in the air.
Seizing this opportunity, you launched a surprise attack on them. Engaging in a fierce battle, you struck with all your might. Enraged and shocked, they were heavily injured by your blow and managed to escape using cunning methods.
Feeling weighed down by this, you let them slip away, realizing that it would be troublesome to track them down.
At that moment, you desperately wished for a sealing technique, a spiritual tool, or a tracking method to prevent either the eerie zombies or this individual from escaping your grasp. Meanwhile, the Demon Emperor, upon seeing your sudden appearance and the display of your formidable strength, felt a chill down their spine and attempted to flee.
Coldly wielding your sword, you struck them down. In the end, peace returned to the land once more.
However, the repercussions of this battle were far from over. The high-ranking humans and powerful Taoists were all filled with astonishment and fear in their hearts. They never expected you to be so powerful, yet they had considered selling you out.
For a moment, everyone swore not to let you know about this. Next, you had humans track down his whereabouts, intending to eliminate him. However, you found nothing. On the 100th day, just as you remembered, a demon-sealing cave suddenly erupted like before, with powerful demons emerging. Alert in your heart, you speculated that the reason for the cave's eruption was related to that guy. You could guess his general purpose. This guy, who previously dealt with the Demon Emperor, seemed unwilling to let humanity perish. Now, he had released the Demon Emperor to use against you. It was as if, just as you had calculated against him before, he was now clearly calculating against you. Obviously, he had thoughts that disregarded the survival of humanity. This troubled you greatly. The enemy was in the dark, and you were in the light, a precarious situation. However, you had to take action because if you stood by, the Demon Emperor could easily destroy all of humanity.
In the end, you chose to confront the Demon Emperor. However, this time, you did not engage in a life-and-death battle with the Demon Emperor.
Instead, after demonstrating sufficient strength, you warned the Demon Emperor not to act recklessly. At the same time, you reminded him that he was being manipulated.
Ultimately, you and the Demon Emperor reached a reconciliation, with him expressing that he would not recklessly devour humanity. Next, humans dispatched heavy forces to guard outside the remaining 3 demon-sealing caves, using layers of formations to protect them, preventing the mysterious person from continuing to break the seals.
However, all of this was in vain. One of the demon-sealing caves was eventually breached.
Terrifying demons emerged, and this Demon Emperor showed no intention of reconciling with humans, voraciously devouring them. Seeing this, another Demon Emperor also tore up the agreement, joining forces to attack you, intending to eliminate you and become even stronger by consuming everything about you. You could not escape and had to face them, fighting 2 against 1. In the end, the mysterious person reappeared, launching a sneak attack on you during the intense battle, leaving you severely wounded.
Ultimately, you were torn apart by the 2 Demon Emperors.
With your death, this simulation came to an end.
Still ended up dead. Wang Chen furrowed his brows slightly, feeling heavy-hearted.
This mysterious person was indeed troublesome. If he couldn't be eliminated with one blow, it would be a constant threat, like a venomous snake waiting to strike when you were weak.
How is it?
Seeing Wang Chen's furrowed brows, although everyone already had an answer in their hearts, they couldn't help but ask.
The outcome is death. Wang Chen shook his head and spoke. As expected, everyone forced a bitter smile.
Then, Wang Chen, without delay, revealed the simulation content.
The enemy lurks in the shadows while we are in the light, truly a headache. Kai Yonglong sighed.
The mysterious person has the strength of the Spirit Sea realm, coupled with the Demon Emperors and the Demon Sealing Caves. To be honest, it's a bit overwhelming.
Zheng Hu forced a smile. It's a pity we can't help much.
If I also had the strength of the Spirit Sea realm, I could share the pressure with you.
Chen Yao's face was full of unwillingness. The strength of the Spirit Sea realm is not easy to come by. Zhang Jun sighed.
There's no need to be so disheartened.
Wang Chen shook his head, remaining calm.
Through this foresight, I have a rough idea of the mysterious person's goal.
What goal? Everyone's spirits were shaken as they looked over. This guy is most likely our target, the anomaly attached to humans. Wang Chen squinted his eyes and spoke slowly.
He doesn't wish for humanity to be destroyed not because he considers himself part of humanity, but most likely because the existence of humanity holds more value than its destruction.
But, such feeble humans, what value can they possibly have to him?
Kai Yonglong, Zheng Hu, Zheng Jun, and Chen Yao all furrowed their brows, deep in thought. Moreover, looking into the future, I can analyze that he wishes for humanity, or rather, he wishes for me to slay more demons.
What could be his purpose?
Wang Chen spoke again, his gaze profound.
Brother Wang, are you suggesting that the killing of demons by humans greatly benefits him? Kai Yonglong's mind shook, speaking in a deep voice. Specifically, is his rapid increase in strength due to consuming the bodies of demons?
If that's the case, it perfectly explains his behavior. With these words, Chen Yao, Zhang Hu, and Zhang Jun also felt invigorated, finding it reasonable.
Partially correct, but not entirely. Wang Chen shook his head. What do you mean?
Kai Yonglong asked, puzzled. He may indeed grow stronger by consuming demon corpses, but it's more likely that as long as the demon dies, he gains an equal amount of power. Otherwise, with my martial arts characteristics and preference for finishing moves, demons would likely be reduced to ashes, making it impossible to consume their bodies.
Wang Chen explained with a light smile. Although in Zhang Jun's zombie world, he only delivered one blow.
In reality, he always reminded himself to have the habit of finishing moves, not letting his guard down just because the opponent seemed dead on the surface. The reason for not finishing moves in the zombie world was due to the chat group system prompt. Knowing that the opponent was already defeated, there was no need for a finishing move. In that case, the opponent's ability is very likely as Brother Wang speculated. Zhang Hu stroked his chin, marveling.
Damn, truly mysterious.
Although this ability may not match the rules system, it's still quite powerful, probably the ability that lazy people desire the most, getting stronger while lying down.
That's not right.
If he can gain equal strength through the death of demons, with his power, he could easily do it himself without needing to protect humanity, making things so complicated.
Kai Yonglong frowned, raising another question.
This ability is even more twisted than getting stronger by killing. Why bother with such complicated schemes?
This brings up the limitations of his ability.
I speculate that he cannot grow stronger by killing demons himself.
Or perhaps, the power he gains is not substantial.
Hence, he needs to plan meticulously.
Wang Chen squinted his eyes, speaking slowly.
With these words, the group's pupils slightly dilated, their minds in turmoil. Indeed, if that were the case, all his behavior patterns would make sense.
Of course, I have also thought of another possibility.
At this moment, Wang Chen spoke again, leaving everyone stunned once more.
What possibility? Immediately, everyone looked over curiously. I'm thinking, can he only gain power through the death of demons? Or is it that whether it's the death of humans or demons, he can become stronger through it? Wang Chen scanned the crowd and spoke in a deep voice.
With these words, a chill ran through everyone's hearts.
Yes, if he can become stronger through demons, then it's highly likely he can through humans as well.
If that's the case, then his intentions are quite clear. He doesn't want humans to be wiped out by demons, nor does he want humans to wipe out demons. His main goal should be to maintain a balance of power between both sides as much as possible, incite conflicts, and let the two races engage in a deadly battle. In this way, strong individuals will be born and die continuously on both the human and demon sides.
This way, he can keep getting stronger.
Therefore, if there are no system tasks, the ultimate outcome of this world will be an eternal battle between the two sides, never ending. Unless some unforeseen event occurs, like the appearance of someone with exceptional luck, who discovers his existence and defeats him.
TSK, if we don't show up, this is a perfect theme for a demon resurrection storyline.
Zhang Hu marveled.
In a sense, that's true.
It's just that we don't know who the lucky one in this world is, or if they have appeared yet. Zhang Jun's gaze also became subtle.
Whether there is a lucky one or not is one thing. If there is a lucky one, the chat group wouldn't have sent us here.
After all, weirdness is not exclusive to this world.
Kai Yonglong shook his head and sighed.
True. Both Zhang Hu and Zhang Jun nodded. In that case, Chen Ya should be a pawn of weirdness. With her strange power and the means to manipulate humans internally, knowing of Chen Ya's existence, he quickly nurtured her to use her to balance the demons, kill more demons, which is undoubtedly the most advantageous thing for him. Then, Kai Yonglong looked at Chen Yao again.
Of course, Chen Yao has a system.
If Chen Yao becomes too strong, he can't control her, he will not hesitate to sell Chen Yao to the demons, let the demons devour her. Chen Yao fell silent, she had thought of this before. So, time travelers and the like should keep a low profile, not expose their identities in golden fingers.
Otherwise, they're clearly being used as pawns. Wang Chen also shook his head. I was too naive and careless. Chen Yao bit her lip, smiling bitterly. Alright, let's not talk about that now. What we need to do remains the same, find the weird one and kill him. Wang Chen breathed a sigh of relief and brought the topic back. Speaking of it,
if things develop normally, the weird one could also be considered the savior of this world. After all, without the weird one, given the power gap between humans and demons, humans would definitely be wiped out by demons. Zhang Hu stroked his chin and suddenly spoke.
Everyone was slightly taken aback.
Zhang Hu's words made sense. Although according to the Weird One's calculations, future human strong individuals will definitely be used as pawns and die tragically at the hands of demons, turning into the Weird One's power. But, in a sense, the Weird One also saved the vast majority of ordinary humans. Whether he's considered the savior of humanity or not, our group task won't change. We have to kill him. Otherwise, we can't leave this world, and there will be a danger to our lives.
Chen Yao is doomed without a doubt,
Kai Yonglong said indifferently.
He really didn't care about the people in other worlds.
In situations without danger, he was willing to do whatever it takes, whether it's being a savior or a good person. But when it comes to his own safety, he couldn't care less about the rest of the world or humanity. Surviving himself and ensuring the survival of his friends is already pushing the limits for him, and he doesn't bother with much else. In this regard, Wang Chen actually shares a similar mindset. In the simulation, his reconciliation with the first demon emperor was not out of a willingness to protect humanity, but simply to avoid a war with the demon emperor, which would undoubtedly lead to a sinister ambush. When the second demon emperor emerged and launched a sudden attack, he wasn't prepared to fight to protect humanity. The chances of escaping were slim. Faced with two powerful demon emperors of the same level, even with his talent for escaping, it was impossible for him to walk away unscathed. Not to mention the looming threat of a sinister ambush, it was a sure death trap. In the midst of it all, Chen Yao's emotions were complex. After all, she couldn't leave this world, she was destined to be tied to it. With the sinister threat, it would ultimately be up to the people of this world to deal with the demon emperors, and the future was uncertain. She was destined to become a pillar in the fight against the demons, not for the sake of humanity, but purely for self-preservation.
I hope the demon emperor emerges later, otherwise I'm probably doomed, Chen Yao sighed inwardly. She didn't ask Wang Chen for help in dealing with the other demon kings and demon emperors. Their relationship was merely that of fellow players, and if she wanted Wang Chen to risk his life against powerful demon emperors, she would have to offer substantial rewards. And at the moment, she had nothing valuable to offer. As for selling herself? Sorry, she couldn't do it. Besides, she was self-aware, her body was precious to her, but in practical terms, it wasn't much to someone as powerful as Wang Chen. After all, Wang Chen was a powerhouse in the Spirit Sea realm. He could have any woman he wanted. Although she had some looks, she was just a campus beauty, not even close to being a stunning beauty in the fantasy world. Unfortunately, the fantasy world was vast, overflowing with beautiful women exuding an ethereal aura. Wang Chen was unaware of the many thoughts running through Chen Yao's mind. He simply shook his head and said, "I'll use my ability again. This time, there should be hope to take down that guy." With that, Wang Chen closed his eyes. Seeing this, Kai Yonglong, Chen Yao, Zhang Hu, and Zhang Jun all remained silent, waiting quietly. "System, I want to initiate a free simulation," Wang Chen said in his mind. Ding, Life Simulator activated. The host has 7 remaining free simulation attempts. The system's voice rang out once more. Following that, familiar text appeared on the screen. On the first day, you directly found the Dean and the Grand Master, and revealed your desire to meet the mysterious human. Both the Dean and the Grand Master were shocked, not expecting you to know of that person's existence. In response, they offered to help you make contact but needed to await the mysterious person's response. You chose to wait. Shortly after, the Dean informed you that the mysterious person did not wish to meet you. You were not surprised by this response. Subsequently, you disappeared with Chen Yao and others, leaving no trace for anyone to find you. Then, you took a strong stance, targeting the human Taoists and Grandmasters, attempting to force them out. Your actions enraged the human high-ranking officials and Taoists to the extreme. They joined forces to confront you. However, you decisively suppressed them. Showing no mercy, you displayed an intent to kill them all, employing forbidden spells. In the end, the mysterious person could not stand idly by and chose to intervene, directly facing the forbidden spells, and then accusing you of being a traitor to humanity. In response, you sneered, unleashing your true power and launching the strongest blow against the mysterious person. The mysterious man was horrified, not expecting you to have hidden so much strength. Caught off guard, he took your blow head-on, suffering heavy injuries and attempting to escape. However, you were prepared for this, using the forbidden magic, Angelic Shield, in advance. This time, the Angelic Shield was not used for self-protection but to create a barrier-like structure that enveloped the space. Although Angelic Shield is a defensive type of forbidden magic, when used skillfully, it can be used to trap opponents. The mysterious man was taken aback by your unexpected move, his face changing drastically as he launched an attack to break the Angelic Shield. Seizing the opportunity, you unleashed a powerful attack once again, striking hard at the mysterious man. The mysterious man screamed in agony, being struck down by you.
After the black mist dispersed, you discovered his identity. He was actually the Dean himself. This revelation surprised you greatly, as you had not expected him to conceal his true strength so well. Following this, your expression changed as you realized that the system did not provide a completion prompt for the mission. This meant that the mystery was not yet solved. You proceeded to deliver the final blow to the Dean, reducing him to ashes, but still, there was no indication of mission completion.
This weighed heavily on your mind.
You pondered whether the mysterious Dean was not the true mystery, but you couldn't comprehend why he had been hiding his strength and targeting you. Due to your killing of the mysterious Dean, humans harbored extreme hatred and fear towards you. In response, you remained silent and returned to the hideout of Kai Yonlong and the others, recounting the situation, leaving them incredulous and unsettled.
Ultimately, after much deliberation, you were unable to reach a conclusion.
Subsequently, you began to contemplate your next steps and soon made a decision. You decided to ascend to the highest echelons of humanity to continue investigating the mysteries.
Simultaneously, it was imperative to eradicate the demons completely.
Taking action, you successfully seized power. With your formidable strength, strategic manipulation of public opinion, and relentless extermination of powerful demons, your reputation soared, and you were hailed and revered by all. On the 100th day, due to your failure to unseal the demon sealing cave, there was no activity within. On the 200th day, the demon sealing cave remained silent. This led you to a resolute realization that the several previous disturbances in the cave were orchestrated by the mysterious Dean, solely to eliminate you. On the 300th day, with the assistance of the attribute point system, Qianyao ascended to the level of Grand Taoist. Although her combat prowess still fell far short of yours, she could now be considered a force in the Spirit Sea realm. On the 350th day, all the demon sealing caves suddenly erupted simultaneously, releasing all the demons and sparking endless slaughter. The sky was tainted black by the demonic aura, instilling fear in all of humanity. Qianyao took the brunt of the assault, engaging in a fierce battle with the Demon Emperor. Despite being a Grand Taoist on par with the Demon Emperor, she was no match for their experience and power.
By the time you arrived, Qianyao had already fallen. After Qianyao's death, you sensed a surge in power from the leading Demon Emperor, akin to a bull demon.
This ability caused your pupils to contract, triggering certain thoughts. Subsequently, you decided not to engage in a direct battle with the demons but to retreat. However, the 6 demon emperors, led by the bull demon, had no intention of letting you escape and engaged you in a fierce battle. Although your cultivation had improved after the 350th day, the increase was not significant. Confronted with the siege of the 6 demon emperors led by the bull demon, you found yourself unable to escape, painting the sky red with blood. With your death, this simulation comes to an end. The system's prompt sounded, and Wang Chen opened his eyes, his gaze profound.
How was it? Upon seeing the situation, everyone turned their gaze over.
It's somewhat unexpected, but the eerie secret has finally been unearthed, Wang Chen said with a sigh of relief, speaking slowly. As soon as these words left his mouth, everyone's eyes lit up. Without further ado, Wang Chen began recounting the simulated content. When Wang Chen mentioned killing the mysterious person and discovering that the mysterious person was the Dean, everyone was shocked. Especially Qianyao, who felt a chill in her heart, never expecting that the mysterious person was right beside her, always appearing as a kind old man teaching her cultivation. However, Wang Chen soon revealed something even more chilling to Qianyao.
How is that possible? After the Dean, the mysterious person, died without completing the task, isn't he supposed to be eerie?
Kai Yonlong widened his eyes in disbelief. Qianyao, Zhang Hu, and Zhang Jun also wore expressions of astonishment, unable to accept it.
Don't get agitated. The Dean is definitely eerie. However, eeriness is not as simple as we thought before.
I have roughly figured out the specific situation of the eeriness, Wang Chen said, rolling his eyes and urging everyone to stay calm and not interrupt him. Quickly, Wang Chen swiftly recounted the remaining content in one go. After Wang Chen finished speaking, Kai Yonlong and the others exchanged glances, showing signs of uncertainty and surprise.
What's going on?
Zhang Hu scratched his head, looking puzzled.
If nothing unexpected happens, that bull demon is the real eerie one, right?
After Qianyao was killed, he suddenly became stronger, which is clearly abnormal, just as we speculated before, Kai Yonglong said with a furrowed brow. I also think the bull demon is eerie, Zhang Jun nodded in agreement.
But what about the Dean? Qianyao's expression changed unpredictably. Why did he hide his strength and keep targeting Brother Wang and us? He is also eerie.
The eerie we encountered this time should be a dual-soul entity, Wang Chen said directly, with a deep gaze, without any intention of keeping them guessing. By killing demons, the Dean, who possesses a human body, can become stronger, and human deaths can make the bull demon, who possesses a demon, stronger. As this was revealed, the crowd was momentarily stunned but quickly grasped the implications. If that was the case, it could explain all the contradictions.
The Dean's rapid strength increase relied on demon deaths, and the Bull Demon's empowerment depended on human deaths. This series sure knows how to play.
Becoming the leaders of humans and demons, then watching the two major groups fight each other while getting stronger lying down, Kai Yonglong sighed.
This eerie game is quite intriguing. Zhang Hu and Zhang Jun nodded in agreement. Now that we know the secret of the Yeri, the next time will surely be a perfect clearance in the future. Chen Yao breathed a sigh of relief, her face beaming with joy. Perhaps. After all, everything is just my personal speculation.
The actual outcome will depend on the use of abilities to make a judgment. Wang Chen shook his head. With that said, Wang Chen closed his eyes.
The implication was clear.
He was about to continue using his abilities to predict the future. Seeing this, Chen Yao and the others all fell silent.
Next, Wang Chen said in his mind, "System, I want to start a new simulation." Ding, life simulator activated. The host has 6 remaining simulation attempts.
With the sound of the system, the familiar screen appeared, and the text began to emerge. On the first day, you found the Dean, took advantage of his unpreparedness, and made a strong move.
Due to your sudden attack and the fact that this time the Dean was not weaker than you remembered due to the deaths of many demons, you directly killed him. However, your actions greatly shocked the human high-level officials and the Dao Masters. They did not expect you to be so powerful and to directly kill the Dean. You remained calm about this, just explaining and analyzing a bit, leaving them puzzled. Although they didn't fully believe your words, they had to accept the explanation due to your formidable strength. Next, you pondered whether to unseal the demon sealing caves one by one and kill the demons inside to prevent any accidents. In the end, you chose a more cautious approach. You forcefully made the human high-level officials allocate resources to train Chen Yao.
Under your dominance, the human high-level officials had to comply and provided a large amount of resources to enhance Chen Yao's strength.
With these resources, Chen Yao's strength rapidly increased, much faster than you remembered.
In just 1 month, Chen Yao reached the level of Dao Saint, able to rival ordinary Spirit Sea Realm cultivators.
You could only marvel at how the system was truly hanging by a thread.
With Chen Yao as a new force in the Spirit Sea Realm, you finally took action. You unsealed the first demon sealing cave and, with Chen Yao's help, successfully killed the Demon Emperor and many other demons inside without any mishaps. The demons in the second demon sealing cave were much stronger, especially the Demon Emperor, who put up a tough fight against you. However, with Chen Yao's assistance, you only suffered minor injuries before killing it. The demons in the third demon sealing cave were weaker, and with your combined efforts, they were easily defeated.
When you reached the fourth demon sealing cave, located beneath Mount Tai, you encountered a crisis.
This demon sealing cave turned out to be where the Bull Demon Eri resided, not just the Bull Demon Eri but also another powerful Demon Emperor.
A battle ensued.
Chen Yao was overwhelmed by the second Demon Emperor, and you realized that the Bull Demon Eri's strength was overwhelming.
This surprised you. You wondered if the death of the Dean had granted the Bull Demon Eri equal power.
This battle was particularly difficult. In the end, Chen Yao perished, and you paid a heavy price, using 2 perfectly timed forbidden spells to finally kill the Bull Demon Eri. As the Demon Emperor who killed Chen Yao attempted a fatal blow while you were weakened, you heard the completion sound of the system's task and quickly chose to leave this world, saving your own life. With your return, this simulation comes to an end.
Wang Chen furrowed his brow, his expression slightly grave. This Bull Demon Eri was indeed formidable.
Even he only won by a stroke of luck, largely thanks to the 2 forbidden scrolls given by Zhang Hu that played a role. Otherwise, the outcome might have been defeat or mutual destruction. Chen Yao suffered even more, being killed directly. What a trouble, sighed Wang Chen in his heart. He had acted prudently, allowing Chen Yao to accumulate strength to the level of the spiritual sea realm. Yet, the result was still this difficult, barely completing the mission.
What's wrong? Seeing Wang Chen's expression, everyone's hearts tightened.
Without delay, Wang Chen quickly recounted the simulated content.
After listening, all 4 fell silent.
This was too dangerous.
Wang Chen had pushed Chen Yao to the level of the spiritual sea realm, only to end up with Chen Yao's death and Wang Chen narrowly escaping. Are we destined to fail the mission? Chen Yao bit her lip.
It's troublesome to have 2 demon emperors together, Kai Yonglong rightly smiled.
It's not as bad as the last time when all demon emperors appeared together, that was true despair, Zhang Hu sighed. It's truly despairing.
Compared to this, I regret even more not having enough strength to help Wang Gu and Chen Yao. Zhang Jun clenched his fists, looking frustrated. Hearing this, Kai Yonglong fell silent too.
In this mission, could Chen Yao play a significant role, and Zhang Hu also relied heavily on the forbidden scrolls? Only the 2 of them were weak.
In the past, spiritual realm strength was considered strong, but in this mission, it was practically useless.
Don't panic. Let's think of a solution. Wang Chen shook his head, remaining calm.
At least, this time we know the way to clear the level. Also, we understand that the simultaneous appearance of Demon Kings last time was a special case. It was probably something the bull demon had been preparing for a long time, which he can't do now.
True.
Chen Yao and the others nodded at Wang Chen's words, feeling slightly less negative.
So, what's next?
It's difficult to come out unscathed with two powerful demon emperors in a demon sealing cave, Kai Yonglong said with a bitter smile. The bull demon might be so strong because I killed the dean. If I don't kill him, maybe he won't be that strong, and it might be easier for me to deal with him. Then, I can cripple the dean and kill them together, Wang Chen pondered. But is there a possibility of both of them appearing at the same time, merging?
Zhang Jun said quietly. Everyone was shocked, frowning.
The unpredictability of demons made it possible. Such a scenario was not impossible.
We won't know until we try, Wang Chen shook his head.
We still have a few chances, no need to rush. True, Kai Yonglong and the others felt slightly relieved.
Wang Gung, actually, we have been overlooking the local forces.
Chen Yao spoke up at this moment, looking serious. I have studied the history of this world and read various Taoist scriptures carefully. In fact, we can find some Taoist artifacts or great formations with demon sealing power from major sects or certain ruins in the world.
By using the power of these things, we can better defeat the demon emperors.
As soon as she said this, Wang Chen and the others were slightly stunned, their eyes brightening.
That makes sense.
Because the humans in this world are too weak to be of much help, I have always overlooked them. Indeed, ancient Taoists were able to seal all demons. The demon sealing methods they possessed were quite powerful, Wang Chen said with a light laugh. So, there is a way to break the deadlock. Kai Yonglong and the others also became excited. Perhaps, not only can we use them to complete the mission, but if we bring back these techniques and study them carefully, they might also be of great use. Kai Yonglong's eyes brightened even more. The fantasy world is vast, filled with all sorts of strange creatures. Be it demons, blood demons, zombies, or evil spirits, they surely exist.
Studying the arts of this world might just save one's life in the future.
I wonder if these arts are useful against undead beings, Zhang Hu muttered.
Zhang Jun remained silent.
Lacking energy, he relied solely on his physical strength and felt that these arts were not particularly effective against zombies.
Let's discuss this later.
Once the mission is completed, we'll have Chen Yao organize the information and send it to us in the form of a group red packet. Wang Chen interrupted the speculation.
Leave it to me, Xing Yao nodded.
If they could successfully complete the mission, she would become a Dao Saint, not necessarily mastering all the high-level arts of this world, but certainly acquiring a portion. Alright, I'll continue to use my abilities. Wang Chen nodded and closed his eyes once more. The simulation began, the screen lit up, and text appeared. On the first day, after careful consideration, you decided to eliminate the Dean. Allowing him to escape would pose greater risks. Therefore, you took action and killed the Dean.
Next, you trained Xing Yao, who became a Dao Saint after 1 month.
During this month, you had already mobilized all the Dao Masters to find ways to weaken the Demon Emperor. Finally, the Dao Masters created the Demon Sealing Array, which could seal the Demon Emperor and reduce his power. Once everything was prepared, you broke the seal of the Demon Suppression Cave beneath Mount Tai, releasing the demons. With the Dao Saint Chen Yao and 10 Dao Masters along with hundreds of Daoists as the foundation, the Demon Sealing Array was activated, suppressing all the demons. Furthermore, the Binding Demon Lock was used to bind the demons together.
The demons were furious and attempted to break the array. You intervened because both demon emperors were suppressed, aided by the Binding Demon Lock.
Facing 2 opponents, you gained the upper hand. In the intense battle, you first killed the weaker Demon Emperor and then engaged in a fierce battle with the powerful Bull Demon. Although formidable, you managed to defeat it, only sustaining minor injuries.
Upon completing the mission, you and your companions were overjoyed. After celebrating, you all left this world.
As you departed from this world, the simulation came to an end. Finally succeeded, Wang Chen sighed in relief as he looked at the simulation content. Indeed, even the weak have their uses, their existence should not be underestimated.
Success? Seeing Wang Chen's relaxed expression, Chen Yao and the others showed expressions of joy and hope.
Yes, Wang Chen smiled lightly and explained the simulation content.
That's great.
Upon hearing this, Chen Yao clenched her fists in excitement. Kai Yonglong and the others were also extremely thrilled. After all, completing a group task without casualties was the best outcome. Now that we've found a breakthrough, let's take action.
There must be no room for error, Wang Chen said calmly after taking a deep breath. His words sent a chill down everyone's spine.
However, Kai Yonglong and the others exchanged a glance, feeling somewhat helpless.
Well, they couldn't be of much help, merely spectators. Chun Yao is so lucky.
She'll become a powerful force in the Spirit Sea realm in just 1 month, Zhang Hu said enviously.
Zhang Jun looked over silently.
Kai Yonglong was even more envious, his expression twitching.
The system really doesn't play fair.
Chun Yao and Wang Chen are both really outstanding, progressing so quickly to the Spirit Sea realm in such a short time, which is truly overwhelming for him.
But fortunately, Chun Yao has the enhancement system, which allows her to quickly become stronger.
Otherwise, this group task might be impossible to complete, and everyone would die.
Kai Yonglong sighed again.
Zhang Hu and Zhang Jun remained silent.
I'll go find the dean. You guys stay here for now. Wang Chen glanced at them and left quickly without saying much. Chun Yao could help him in the future, but not now.
The 4 of them are currently only at the spirit element realm in terms of combat power, which is not very useful in dealing with the dean.
Transmigrator, or should I say, the so-called savior. What a trouble.
In the dean's office, he sipped his tea, squinting his eyes as he looked out the window, his gaze flickering.
Transmigrators are the sworn enemies of their mysterious clan. Initially, he had thought of using Chun Yao, this clueless enemy, as a pawn, but now it seems he needs to change his plans and find a way to kill them all as soon as possible. Of course, he must do so without exposing himself. Once exposed, he would face endless pursuit from the saviors. At that time, he would only have 2 outcomes, death or surviving after destroying all life in this world. At that moment, the dean suddenly sensed a presence approaching, his heart pounding. He composed himself and sat up straight. Soon, Wang Chen pushed open the office door and walked in. Friend Wang Chen, what brings you here to see me? The dean looked warmly at Wang Chen and chuckled. Although he wanted to kill Wang Chen, he also feared him. This guy may have only revealed the aura of a high-level demon king, but the dean knew Wang Chen was not that simple. If he were that simple, he would not have gone unnoticed when he first arrived. Dean, I'm here to hear your answer. After closing the door, Wang Chen walked towards the dean, smiling lightly. About this. It hasn't been long since then, friend, are you in too much of a hurry?
The dean smiled wryly.
Well, I just want to help Chun Yao solve the trouble as soon as possible. Wang Chen shook his head and continued towards the dean. By the way, Dean, where is the senior Taoist? I'd like to talk to him about something.
The senior had some matters to attend to.
The dean explained. I see. I was hoping to discuss some Taoist matters with the senior.
I'm quite interested in the Taoist practices of your world.
Wang Chen said somewhat regretfully. Taoist practices. Although I am just a Taoist, my knowledge in Taoist practices is not weak. I can explain to you.
The dean paused, then laughed heartily, speaking warmly. However, before he could finish his words, a fiery red spirit sword suddenly appeared in Wang Chen's hand. At the same time, the surging red liquid spirit energy within him also burst out, enveloping the spirit sword. Then, with sharp eyes, Wang Chen's peak sword intent erupted, a fierce red flame sword energy slashing towards the dean. This sword was too fast, too fierce, and coupled with their close proximity, by the time the dean reacted, it was already too late. The dean's face changed drastically as he frantically gathered his own energy and prepared to use Taoist techniques for defense. The dean's hasty defense was futile, easily torn apart by Wang Chen's strongest sword, cutting him in half effortlessly. The terrifying sword aura, even after slaying the dean, continued to soar into the sky unabated, shaking everything to its core. Feeling this terrifying sword aura, the Taoists and hidden demons in the capital all revealed expressions of horror. This power was simply too overwhelming, surpassing even the Demon King, reaching an unimaginable level. Is he dead? Wang Chen squinted at the dean, now split in two. He then extended his palm, conjuring terrifying crimson flames that reduced the dean to ashes. As Wang Chen dealt with this, a figure appeared, staring at him with a mix of fear and anger, questioning, Wang Chen, what is your intention? Why did you kill the dean? Because he is an enemy hidden among humans, Wang Chen replied calmly. What do you mean? The Grand Taoist's expression shifted. It means nothing. I have no evidence to explain anything, nor do I wish to waste time doing so, Wang Chen said, pointing his sword at the Grand Taoist, sending shivers down his spine. Wang Chen's power was too terrifying, surpassing even the Tao Saints and Demon Emperors, and not just any ordinary ones at that. This level of strength could dominate the entire world. Gather the human elites and all-powerful Taoists, or humanity will perish, Wang Chen stated, gazing at the Grand Taoist. This statement left the Grand Taoist uncertain, unsure if Wang Chen meant to cooperate or if he knew of other impending disasters. Understood, the Grand Taoist finally nodded weakly. The situation was beyond their control. Wang Chen's power was too overwhelming, leaving them no room for resistance. After the Grand Taoist departed, the strong individuals in the academy stared at Wang Chen in silence, too afraid to speak up. Wang Chen paid them no mind, only exchanging a few words with Chen Yao and the others.
Wang Chen, you are too direct, Chen Yao sighed.
It's not worth my time to beat around the bush with them, Wang Chen glanced at Chen Yao, saying calmly.
Besides, not all of them are good people.
At this moment, only by using thunderous means to suppress the Dean and forcefully make them cooperate can many things move forward.
Don't worry. With the resources piled up, you will become a Tao Saint. By the time we leave, no one will dare to say anything unnecessary, Wang Chen assured. Alright, Chen Yao nodded.
Shortly after, the Grand Taoists and some powerful Taoists gathered, along with the human elites, all silent in the face of Wang Chen's wrath. In the end, just as in the simulation, Wang Chen straightforwardly stated his demands, requiring all parties to provide resources to train Chen Yao to eliminate the upcoming Demon Emperor and protect humanity.
Reluctant but compelled, all parties had to cooperate. In the blink of an eye, a month passed,
and Chen Yao successfully broke through to the level of Tao Saint, her strength formidable, earning admiration from Cai Yonlong, Zhang Jun, and Zhang Hu. As for Wang Chen, he remained unfazed. Although Chen Yao's growth was rapid, she was only powerful in terms of cultivation, lacking in other aspects compared to him, akin to a stepping stone in the realm of spiritual power.
Let's go.
Today, we shall slay the Demon Emperor and eradicate the anomalies. Wang Chen led the troops towards Mount Tai, followed by many others. Chen Yao, along with the 12 Grand Taoists and numerous Taoist figures from the human side, all the elite forces of humanity were mobilized. Although the result of doing so would leave all defenses extremely vulnerable, with the terrifying power that Wang Chen unleashed a month ago, the mighty demons were all greatly frightened and dared not cause trouble. It could be said that the human world had never been more stable. This was also the reason why, after experiencing resentment and frustration, humans ultimately cooperated honestly with Wang Chen to eradicate the demon sealing cave. It was not only because of Wang Chen's strength but also because it was highly beneficial to them. If Wang Chen led them to eliminate the demon sealing cave, it would be like defusing a time bomb and also intimidating other potential demon emperors from acting recklessly.
Set up the formation.
Upon arriving at the entrance of the demon sealing cave beneath Mount Tai, Chen Yao shouted, prompting all the Tao masters and Taoists to act. Soon, with Chen Yao at the center holding the demon-locking array plate, combined with 12 Tao masters and 100 Taoists, the most powerful demon-locking array was formed. Meanwhile, at a distance, Cai Yonlong, Zhang Hu, and Zhang Jun could only watch in amazement, witnessing the impending epic battle.
The demon-locking array is ready. It's time to unseal the demon sealing cave. Wang Chen smiled faintly, holding an ancient talisman and tossing it towards the entrance of the demon sealing cave. Although Wang Chen could forcefully break it open, that would deplete his own strength. Using an ancient talisman, a key that could unseal the demon sealing cave, was the best choice. As the ancient talisman unsealed the demon sealing cave, a terrifying black aura burst forth from within, turning the once clear sky into a blood-black color, giving an extremely eerie and oppressive feeling. The seal of the demon sealing cave has actually been broken. Could it be the work of our kind?
After many years, I, the king, have finally reappeared. This time, I will surely slaughter the human race and devour 1,000,000 people.
Immediately after, evil demonic auras rushed out from the demon sealing cave, laughing uproariously.
However, before they could revel for too long, the demon-locking array solidified into white chains imbued with the power to lock demons, binding and crushing them one by one.
Is this the demon-locking array?
Damn, this is a trap set by those damn Taoists. Seeing this scene, the demons who rushed out were filled with immense fear.
Just a demon-locking array, do they really think they can trap this emperor?
At this moment, a terrifying demonic aura suddenly appeared, and a tall figure emerged in mid-air. Standing at 8 meters tall, covered in black fur all over, resembling a fierce tiger, with a bloody single eye on its forehead, it looked extremely ferocious.
Three-eyed demon emperor. Watching this demon rush out, feeling the terrifying aura emanating from it, all the Taoists present were filled with fear, instinctively trembling. The demon emperor was too powerful, and even his oppressive presence was something they couldn't bear.
If it weren't for the demon-locking array, most of them would have perished long ago.
Interesting. Among humans, there is actually a Tao Saint? However, a demon-locking array set up by a mere newly promoted Tao Saint trying to trap this emperor is simply wishful thinking. The three-eyed demon emperor looked at Chen Yao and sneered.
Not to mention, besides this emperor, there is also an emperor in this demon sealing cave. The words of the three-eyed demon emperor startled the other demons.
However, they soon sneered. Indeed, what could a demon-locking array set up by a Tao Saint do to them?
They had 2 demon emperors on their side, far beyond what the demon-locking array could contain.
Humans actively unsealing the demon sealing cave was simply seeking their own demise.
In this battle, I am not the main force. Shen Yao looked coldly at the three-eyed demon emperor and calmly said, "There is someone else who will kill you." These words slightly surprised the demons. The three-eyed demon emperor seemed to have sensed something, as his three eyes slightly narrowed, looking towards a certain direction. Over there, Wang Chen's clothes fluttered, holding his spiritual sword, moving through the air with his aura bursting out. "Who are you? Why does this seat not sense the aura of a Tao saint on you, yet your power is so strong?" The three-eyed demon emperor stared at Wang Chen, filled with uncertainty. "You don't need to know who this seat is. You only need to know that this seat is the one who will kill you, and that is enough." Wang Chen spoke calmly. As he finished speaking, a pair of crimson flame wings appeared behind Wang Chen, distorting the air with their burning intensity. In the next instant, Wang Chen appeared in front of the three-eyed demon emperor, unleashing a sword aura imbued with 60% peak sword intent. "Oh no!" The three-eyed demon emperor exclaimed in shock, his power colliding with Wang Chen's, creating a terrifying explosion. Following that, the entire body of the three-eyed demon emperor was sent flying backward, spitting out blood in the air, suffering from injuries. As for the other powerful demons, after the collision between the two, they were shattered by the aftermath, ceasing to exist. After all, these demons did not have the protection of the demon locking array. Faced with the aftermath of a battle between two beings far stronger than them, they were unable to withstand it. "Demon locking array, suppress." Seeing the battle commence, Shen Yao lightly commanded, manipulating the demon-locking array to conjure numerous chains imbued with demon-locking power, shooting towards the three-eyed demon emperor, intending to assist Wang Chen in swiftly defeating him. "Nyo Mo, save me!" The three-eyed demon emperor's face changed drastically as he roared. Just as he roared, another terrifying aura rushed out of the demon ceiling cave, appearing within the demon-locking array. He was pitch black all over, 9 meters tall, with a form resembling a bull. The moment he appeared, he erupted with terrifying power, forcefully shattering Wang Chen's sword aura and blocking it. Seizing this opportunity, the three-eyed demon emperor shattered the demon ceiling chains and appeared beside Nyo Mo with an unpleasant expression. Wang Chen's strength exceeded his expectations. If it weren't for Nyo Mo saving him, he would have been in real danger just now. "Nyo Mo, stop him for me. I will break the demon-locking array," the three-eyed demon emperor said in a deep voice. "You can't." Nyo Mo stared firmly at Wang Chen, saying in a deep voice, "You hold him off, I will break the array, it will be faster this way." "Alright." The three-eyed demon emperor hesitated for a moment, but eventually nodded. Now was not the time to hesitate. The demon-locking array would weaken their powers, and the longer they waited, the more dangerous it would become. If there were no other strong individuals, he wouldn't worry about any mishaps, but with the presence of a powerful being like Wang Chen, delaying would be extremely disadvantageous for them. Roar! Immediately, Nyo Mo roared, erupting with terrifying demon power, fiercely striking the barrier formed by the demon-locking array. Shen Yao was not a problem, but this Nyo Mo was cunning, he absolutely couldn't let him escape. Roar! On the other side, the three-eyed demon emperor, aware of Wang Chen's strength, also roared, exerting all his power. A crimson demon aura condensed around him, and the lone eye emitted a bright red light. Following that, a crimson beam burst out from the eye, fiercely attacking Wang Chen. Wang Chen remained composed, raising the spiritual sword high. Behind him, 3 sword formations instantly emerged, gathering astonishing sword energy, then merging into one, fiercely colliding with the crimson beam. As the two clashed, the flame sword energy tore apart the crimson beam, gradually slashing towards the three-eyed demon emperor. Damn it! Although this human's power system is not specialized in countering demon cultivators like the Taoist system, the flame and sword energy he condenses are even more effective against me than the Taoists. The three-eyed demon emperor felt extremely frustrated. He could feel that in terms of pure strength, he and Wang Chen were evenly matched, with him even slightly stronger. However, Wang Chen's flames and sword intent made him feel very tricky. Plus, his strength was weakened by the locking demon array, he was really no match for Wang Chen. "If this is your strongest move, then go to hell," Wang Chen said indifferently. As the words fell, Wang Chen held a sword in his right hand and formed a spiritual seal with his left hand. In an instant, Wang Chen's liquid spiritual energy surged out, condensing into a huge fire dragon made of red flames in the outside world. This was the secret technique recorded in the Red Flame art, the Red Flame Dragon. With the appearance of the fire dragon, the temperature in this space rose sharply, making even the Taoist priests inside the array feel extremely uncomfortable and overheated despite the barrier. They all watched in horror, feeling a chill in their hearts. If not for the locking demon array, they would have been completely obliterated. At the same time, if not for the locking demon array, this terrifying power, if unleashed, would have leveled Mount Tai. This was the terrifying power of the Demon Emperor level, an invincible force that they would never forget. At that moment, they all became even more awed by Wang Chen.
Damn it!
The three-eyed demon emperor, seeing Wang Chen able to summon a terrifying power to confront him head-on and conjure a fire dragon that could battle ordinary demon emperors, his eyes widened in disbelief, his face contorted in extreme displeasure, a shadow of death lingering in his heart.
Nyo-mo, save me!
The three-eyed demon emperor cried out, completely devoid of the dignity of a demon emperor. Faced with the three-eyed demon emperor's plea for help, Nyo-mo just gave him a cold glance, then ignored him, relentlessly attacking the locking demon array in a frenzy to break it open. This made Chen Yao and the others turn pale, feeling extremely uncomfortable. Some Taoist priests were unable to withstand the backlash, coughing up blood, their breath weakening. Nyo-mo was too powerful, far surpassing ordinary demon emperors. Even with the locking demon array in place, they couldn't withstand his power.
Nyo-mo!
Seeing Nyo-mo ignoring his plea for help, the three-eyed demon emperor seethed with anger and roared. Subsequently, the defenseless three-eyed demon emperor was engulfed by the fire dragon and burned to ashes. It was at this moment that the locking demon array cracked under Nyo-mo's assault. His face lit up with joy as he prepared to strike again, shattering the array and escaping.
You think you can escape with me here?
Wang Chen coldly shouted, his red wings trembling behind him, transforming him into a red divine rainbow that appeared in front of Nyo-mo, blocking his punch. After Wang Chen intercepted the blow, Chen Yao and the others finally had a chance to catch their breath, quickly stabilizing the locking demon array, causing the cracks to disappear once more.
Do you think you can kill me with the help of the locking demon array? Nyo-mo looked disdainfully at Wang Chen and said coldly, talking about this is meaningless. You should be very clear. Either you die, or we die, there is no room for turning back. Wang Chen held the crimson spirit sword and pointed it at Nyo-mo from a distance, saying coldly, humph, in that case, then you can go and die. Nyo-mo roared and charged towards Wang Chen, engaging in a fierce battle with him.
It must be said that Nyo-mo's strength was indeed very strong, much stronger than the three-eyed demon emperor.
If it weren't for the assistance of the locking demon array, Wang Chen would have been seriously injured.
However, with the help of the locking demon array, it wasn't that difficult for Wang Chen to slay Nyo-mo. In this battle, the two collided madly, directly shattering the space, even causing the locking demon array to tremble. The fiery dragon created by Wang Chen was torn apart alive by Nyo-mo, turning into sparks. However, Wang Chen himself was covered in sword wounds, blood gushing out wildly.
Bastard, you forced me to this.
Nyo-mo's face twisted in a grimace as he roared, his body swelling up. Seeing this scene, Wang Chen's expression changed as he realized Nyo-mo's intentions. Immediately, Wang Chen mobilized all his strength for defense, enveloping himself in flames with his flame wings, protecting himself tightly. At the same time, he directly used the forbidden magic, angelic holy shield, to add a layer of defense around his body.
Not only that, Wang Chen also used the forbidden magic, 10,000 Thunder Destruction, to attack Nyo-mo, trying to prevent him from self-destructing. However, a single 10,000 Thunder Destruction was obviously not enough to disrupt Nyo-mo. Boom! The next moment, a huge explosion resounded within the locking demon array, engulfing everything. Although Chen Yao also sensed that something was wrong and maximized her defense, the terrifying explosion still shattered the locking demon array, with cracks spreading all over, on the verge of bursting open at any moment. All the array setters were pale, spitting out blood heavily, their breath weakening to the extreme. Among them, Chen Yao, as the eye of the array, suffered the greatest impact, coughing up blood heavily and sustaining significant injuries. However, fortunately, she was a Dao saint and actively bore most of the impact. Otherwise, the Taoists here would probably have faced complete annihilation. Far away, Cai Yonglong, Zhang Hu, and Zhang Jun saw this scene, their eyelids twitching uncontrollably, inhaling sharply. Wow, the demon emperor self-destructed, the power is terrifying. Cai Yonglong exclaimed, his face full of fear. Even at such a distance, with the barrier of the array, I can feel a sense of suffocation. Zhang Hu's face twitched. It's fortunate that we have the locking demon array, otherwise, Mount Tai would probably have been razed to the ground, and the surrounding mountains would have been affected as well. Zhang Jun said quietly. At the level of the demon emperor or the transcendent great realm, they were indeed too powerful, capable of causing catastrophic destruction. The power of their self-destruction was far more terrifying than ordinary battles, easily capable of destroying Mount Tai and its surrounding areas. I wonder how Wang Chen is doing. Zhang Hu murmured. Just as predicted, he must have suffered some injuries, but nothing serious. Cai Yonglong said calmly. Both of them nodded. As expected, as the impact of the explosion dissipated, Wang Chen reappeared in front of everyone. At this moment, the fiery wings that had sprouted on Wang Chen's back had disappeared, and the golden shield produced by the forbidden magic, angelic holy shield, had been shattered.
Wang Chen's clothes were torn, and there was blood at the corner of his mouth.
The power of this demon emperor's self-destruction is indeed astonishing.
If it weren't for the double defense, I would have suffered more than just some minor injuries and a bit of blood.
Wang Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and shook his head.
Ding, the Eerie has been vanquished, group mission completed, rewards have been distributed individually, all group members can claim their rewards on the group rewards page. Ding, the group mission has been accomplished, all group members can silently think of returning in their hearts, and then return to their own world. If they do not return within 24 hours, the system will forcefully send them back to their original world.
Listening to the voice in his mind, Wang Chen chuckled lightly, completely relaxing.
Chen Yao also heard the system's prompt, breathed a sigh of relief, quickly released the demon-locking array, half kneeling on the ground, panting heavily.
Although exhausted in body and mind, Chen Yao was still very happy. After all, she didn't have to die. Although there will be other demon emperors emerging in the future, that's a matter for later. For now, it's time to relax, and that's enough.
Kai Yonlong, Zhang Jun, and Zhang Hu were also overjoyed and hurried over.
We really did it.
The conscious Grand Taoists present were excited in their hearts.
Killing 2 demon emperors in one go and completely eradicating a demon ceiling cave is a monumental achievement.
With this feat, as long as humans exist, they will be remembered in history. Furthermore, if news of this victory spreads, those demons will never dare to act recklessly again and will obediently stay hidden.
Chen Yao, the mission is complete, I'm heading back now. As for matters of Dao techniques and the like, you can handle the rest. Wang Chen looked at Chen Yao and spoke. Yes, I understand. Chen Yao nodded earnestly.
Wang Chen nodded slightly, glanced at Kai Yonlong and the others, then his figure turned into a light spot and disappeared. There's no point in staying in this world any longer, it's better to return to his own fantasy world. Compared to this world, Wang Chen prefers the fantasy world he belongs to because that's where he can continue to grow stronger rapidly. Only by getting stronger quickly can he face greater crises in the future.
Just like the previous group mission,
if he hadn't broken through to the spiritual sea realm 4 months ago and obtained the Crimson Flame Art, 60% peak sword intent, and the Spirit Sword, this group mission wouldn't have been so easy to complete.
Even 10 simulations might not have been enough.
After all, he's already so strong, yet it still took 5 free simulation attempts. Upon his return, Wang Chen let out a sigh and muttered to himself, indeed, in simulations, one must be bold to figure out all the fast paths to becoming stronger and strive to become stronger with all one's might. If I keep hesitating and don't have enough opportunities to grow stronger, my future path might become increasingly difficult. Once my rate of growth slows down, I might fall in some group mission in the future.
The life simulator is not just for cultivating and collecting rewards.
Various adventures, knowing the future advantages to find opportunities, and how to seize them are also ways to use it.
Of course, it all depends on me not refreshing a powerful talent.
If I do get a powerful talent, there might be a more suitable path for growth.
Wang Chen silently added. Then, Wang Chen opened the chat group. The chat group was lively.
Due to the completion of the mission, everyone's mood was exceptionally good, so they were all chatty.
Zhang Hu, 5 Hey, that's how the mission went this time.
Honestly, Wang bro is awesome, I just lay back and won again, got 10,000 group points, feels great. Kai Yonlong, 1 damn, 10,000 group points, really enviable, I only have 300. Well, considering I was just spectating this time, having this little is normal.
I'm speechless.
Zhang Jun, 70 same, 300, feels like the minimum.
Chen Yao, 71. Zhang Hu, 5 Chen Yao, how many group points did you get this time? It must be a lot.
You've become a Dao Saint, so you've contributed more than me.
Truly envious. JPG.
Chen Yao, 71 not much, just 50,000 group points. Kai Yonlong, 1 wow, 50,000, I'm jealous.
Fang Yun, 3 wow,
the rewards for this group task are quite substantial. However, considering the difficulty of the task, it's indeed worth this price. Yi Xiaofan, 75, so many extraordinary combat powers. It's absurd that Brother Wang struggled so much even after reaching the Spirit Sea realm.
Luckily, I didn't go. Qin Tian, 77 yeah.
Honestly, if the minimum rewards were a bit higher, I might consider joining in for fun, but with so little, I don't want to take the risk. Although Brother Wang is strong and has amazing skills, he might still face obstacles. Fang Yun, 3 you too, even if the rewards were enough, based on your previous performance, I don't think you would go.
Wu Jun, 20 by the way, why isn't Brother Wang showing off?
I'm curious how many group points he got. With these words, the group became even more lively, speculating on Wang Chen's gains. Wang Chen, seeing this, also had a glint in his eyes and quietly opened his group red envelope reward. Then, to his surprise, he found that this time, he had received a reward of 300,000 group points for the group task. 300,000 group points, not bad at all, enough to buy a resurrection talisman.
Wang Chen was very satisfied with his gains this time.
Without hesitation, Wang Chen immediately opened the system store and directly purchased a resurrection talisman to use for survival. Then, Wang Chen saw the price of the resurrection talisman skyrocket from 100,000 group points to 1 million group points. At this, a slight twitch appeared at the corner of Wang Chen's mouth. A tenfold increase was truly absurd. If he were to purchase it again, would the price next time become 10 million group points? Although the resurrection talisman had no purchase limit, this price increase was the most significant restriction. Of course, compared to the price of the Golden Finger Optimizer, it's still a bit lacking.
Immediately, Wang Chen looked at the second system item and pressed on his temple. Golden Finger Optimizer price, 1 billion group points.
Yes, since Wang Chen purchased it once, the price of this item had directly increased 100-fold, requiring 1 billion group points for purchase to optimize his golden finger once again. Of course, although Wang Chen complained about the price of the Golden Finger Optimizer, he didn't think it was too high. After all, the Golden Finger was the greatest cheat for time travelers. Being able to optimize his Golden Finger for the second time at a price of 1 billion group points was not considered expensive. As long as there was a price, at least there was hope. The biggest regret would be not having this Golden Finger Optimizer.
Wang Chen, 66. I didn't get much reward either, just 30,000.
As Wang Chen spoke, the group fell silent for a moment, then erupted into chatter, all feeling a bit sour. Of course, although they were envious, they also knew that Wang Chen deserved the reward. Without Wang Chen, both group tasks would probably have ended in complete failure. Therefore, anyone who participated in the group tasks was grateful to Wang Chen.
Zhang Hu, 5 enough talking, I'm going back to practice.
At the same time, I need to find another opportunity to ask my master for some forbidden spell scrolls. This time, obtaining the forbidden spell scroll was also a merit.
Fang Yun, 3 Zhang Hu, this guy hides things really well, I'm so envious.
Yi Xiaofan, 75, this guy has always been taking advantage of his master, not afraid of being beaten to death. Qin Tian, 77, hey, the dim-witted guy is still complaining, while the smart me is going to ask my master for something to save my life.
Yi Xiaofan, 75.
I, as the head of the sect, only have the cultivation base of the Golden Core Realm.
What good things can there be?
Wang Chen smiled, closed the lively chat group. After bidding farewell to the village chief and others, Wang Chen returned to the peaceful cultivation at the Sword Spirit sect. When bored, he would also teach by Tianhong cultivation or occasionally practice alchemy to help cultivate some strong individuals for the Sword Spirit sect. 2 months later, in the blink of an eye, Wang Chen's cultivation base had not improved much. There was no way, without a supply of high-grade spirit stones and with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth not being particularly rich, it was a foolish dream to want to quickly improve cultivation in such an environment. The free simulation attempts have accumulated to 11 times, I can continue simulating.
Wang Chen sat on a stone pillar in front of the waterfall, watching Bai Tianhong practice swordsmanship while pondering in his heart.
System, I want to proceed with the free simulation, Wang Chen said in his mind. Ding, free simulation initiated, the host has 10 remaining free attempts. The system's voice sounded, and the screen appeared with floating text. On the first day, you did not rush to set sail, intending to wait for further advancement in cultivation and for Bai Tianhong to grow.
So, you chose to travel down the mountain to seek opportunities.
In the year 720 of the Great Xia calendar, you broke through to the mid-stage of the spiritual sea realm, comprehending 70% of the sword intent.
Finally, you decided to set sail with the elderly Bai Tianhong.
On the first day, you both were safe and sound. On the third day, you both were safe and sound. On the fourth day, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth became richer, and you sensed the approach of a transcendent realm sea monster.
In response, you revealed your aura, intimidating it.
In the end, it chose not to attack you and fled far away. On the fifth day, the aura of a transcendent realm monster appeared, but you both were safe and sound.
On the sixth day, you both were safe and sound. On the seventh day, you once again sensed the aura of a transcendent realm sea beast. This transcendent realm sea beast's aura was stronger than the first one, reaching the level of the mid-stage of the spiritual sea realm. You felt solemn about this and released your aura again, intending to intimidate it. However, this transcendent realm sea beast was extremely ferocious. Instead of being intimidated and retreating, it directly launched an attack towards you. You engaged in a fierce battle with it, displaying your formidable strength, and managed to kill it, taking important parts of its monster core and body before continuing forward. On the eighth day, you were attacked again,
but you decisively killed all the attacking monsters. However, you became even more solemn because you realized how dangerous the ocean truly was. The transcendent realm monsters were too densely populated. On the 12th day, you encountered the most terrifying attack. A peak late-stage spiritual sea realm sea beast, 2 mid-stage spiritual sea realm sea beasts, and 5 early-stage spiritual sea realm sea beasts launched an attack on you. This battle was particularly difficult, with dangers at every turn. In the end, relying on your powerful 70% sword intent, you barely managed to kill them all, but you were also heavily injured, and Bai Tianhong tragically died in the mouth of a sea beast. Feeling desolate, you gazed at the endless sea, contemplating whether to continue forward. In the end, you smiled helplessly, knowing that you had no choice but to move on. You had no more options, no way back. On the 15th day, you were attacked again. This time, a terrifying spiritual embryo realm monster launched an attack on you. You were severely injured in the first exchange, with even your spiritual sword shattered by its blow. In your despair, the blood essence and the crimson gem intertwined with the ancient jade. Eventually, the blood essence was depleted, and the ancient jade erupted with immense power, directly slaying the terrifying spiritual embryo realm monster. You watched the scene in shock, speechless for a long time. Afterward, you did not continue forward but stayed in that area, planning to break through to the late stage of the spiritual sea realm by utilizing the resources of the monsters. 3 days later, you successfully broke through to the later stage of the spiritual sea realm. However, you were not particularly happy, because you knew that even with the last resort of the resurrection symbol, you might still die in this vast sea. After a long silence, you chose to move forward once again. On the 19th day, you did not encounter any attacks, which surprised you greatly. On the 20th day, you still did not face any attacks. Even when you sensed the aura of a Ling Fetus realm sea beast, it fled without any intention of attacking you. This left you surprised and puzzled. Eventually, you speculated that it must be the ancient jade aura activated by the blood of the Qi clan strong that kept the demonic beasts at bay. Making this judgment, you breathed a sigh of relief, believing you had hope of successfully crossing the sea. On the 21st day, you still did not encounter an attack from a transcendent realm demonic beast. Thinking you would have another safe day, you silently mended your injuries. However, unforeseen events unfolded as you entered this sea area, disturbing an ancient presence deep beneath the sea. It stirred up 1,000 layers of waves, emerging on the sea surface, gazing down at you. You stared in horror at this colossal sea beast towering 1,000 zhang high, feeling suffocated, an indescribable sense of fear welling up within you. You knew you were doomed. In the end, after uttering the words, "Descendant of sinful blood, perish," the ancient sea beast turned you into ashes on the spot. However, due to the resurrection talisman, you revived once more. This surprised the ancient sea beast, as it had not anticipated you possessing such a sacrificial method. Ultimately, it chose to extract your soul. Due to the protection of the system, it remained unaware of the system's existence in your mind. After extracting your soul, it crushed you to death directly. With your demise, this simulation came to an end. What kind of monster is this, to be so terrifying? Wang Chen watched the simulation, his expression changing constantly. Initially, witnessing the activation of the ancient jade by the blood, unleashing a formidable strike that directly subdued the Ling Fetus realm sea beast, had genuinely surprised him. After all, it meant he had discovered some secrets of the ancient jade, possessing a powerful life-saving trump card. The subsequent residual power continued to deter the Ling Fetus realm sea beasts, further astonishing him. He had thought he might safely cross the sea, only to end up failing in the end. The sea beast that appeared in the simulation was too terrifying, rising to 1,000 zhang high, and this was likely only a part exposed above the sea surface. It was hard to imagine its immense size. Such a sea beast was probably more than just a transcendent realm entity. The boundless ocean was truly too dangerous, harboring various powerful sea beasts in its depths. The words "descendant of sinful blood" made Wang Chen recall the terrifying sea beast's words, his expression grave. What did it mean? Was it referring to the Qi clan, or to him? He was just a transmigrator, with no connection to the bloodline of this world. So, was it about the Qi clan's bloodline? But that doesn't seem right. If the Qi clan were descendants of sinful blood, wouldn't they have been slaughtered by the terrifying sea beasts in the ocean long ago? Wang Chen muttered to himself, his gaze flickering. Although Wang Chen did not know the cultivation level of the leader of the Qi clan when they fled to the Xiangui continent, it was certainly not too low but also not too high. Otherwise, upon arriving at the Xiangui continent, they would not have ended up with no powerful inheritance, with the highest level technique being the Qi Flame technique. Not that the Qi Flame technique was lacking. As a top-tier Earth-grade technique, it was undoubtedly formidable among the transcendent realm. However, such a level of technique clearly did not match the strength above the transcendent realm. Therefore, based on the technique or that drop of blood, Wang Qin could only speculate that the strongest Qi clan member had a cultivation level of the spirit-nurturing realm. Thinking further, at most, they had stepped half a foot into the transcendent realm. Such cultivation level, compared to that terrifying sea beast, was probably far inferior. And within this vast sea, there was definitely more than one of those deep-sea slumbering sea beasts. Could it be that this sea beast is referring to the people of the Xiangui continent? A sudden flash of insight crossed Wang Chen's mind, stirring up a storm within him. Although he was not a native of the Xiangui continent, after practicing and staying there for so long, he had probably already absorbed its aura. Moreover, the Xiangui continent still held unresolved mysteries. This possibility doesn't seem so low. But if that's the case, why would the people of the Xiangui continent be referred to as descendants of sinful blood by that terrifying sea beast? Could it be that their ancestors committed some unforgivable act that angered both humans and gods? However, if the sea beast despises the so-called descendants of sinful blood so much, why doesn't it attack the Xiangui continent? Perhaps it lacks the strength or the courage to do so. Wang Chen's mind raced, analyzing many things. It should be said that all the powerful sea beasts in this area lack the courage to attack the Xiangui continent. Perhaps the closer they are to the Xiangui continent, the weaker their strength. Because those ancient sea beasts are aware of some secrets of the Xiangui continent, knowing its terrifying aspects, they dare not approach. Only some new generation extraordinary realm sea beasts would wander closer. Of course, extraordinary realm sea beasts are not all fools. Perhaps some are aware of the taboo rumors of the Xiangui continent. Following this logic, the descendants of sinful blood should not refer to the Red Clan, but to all the native humans existing on the Xiangui continent. Whether native or foreign, as long as they leave the Xiangui continent with its aura, they are included in these terrifying sea beasts' target. Wang Chen made a judgment. Although it was just a guess, Wang Chen felt that the probability was over 70%. Troublesome. Wang Chen rubbed his head, shaking it helplessly. It seems like one problem arises after another. It's going to be difficult to cross the sea on his own. At the same time, Wang Chen was worried about another issue. That is, whether the sea beasts are only targeting the people of the Xiangui continent. If, after finally leaving the sea area and reaching the territory of the human race, human strongmen also start calling him a descendant of sinful blood, then Wang Chen would truly be in trouble. Sigh, I'm thinking too far ahead. The probability of finding a way out at sea is very low. It's a problem no matter how to leave the Xiangui continent. Wang Chen sighed, truly feeling a headache. Come to think of it, I seem to have overlooked someone. After much contemplation, Wang Chen suddenly remembered something. Since he himself didn't have the luck to gain opportunities, he could secretly follow someone with great luck. For example, that Yi Chen, isn't he truly the son of luck? Previously, Wang Chen had concluded that Yi Chen was not the son of luck because he had been keeping a low profile and hadn't shown up again, but this might have been a misunderstanding. This time, I can test Yi Chen and see what kind of life he leads. Wang Chen's eyes flickered as he made a decision. System, I want to continue the simulation. Immediately, Wang Chen said in his mind. Life simulator activated, the host has 9 remaining free simulation attempts. The system's voice sounded, and the screen lit up, displaying text. On the first day, you descended the mountain and came to live quietly in Baimu town, keeping an eye on Yi Chen. In the year 488 of the Dasha calendar, the Yi family was annihilated, and you watched from the sidelines, then restrained your breath and followed the fleeing Yi Chen. In the following days, you discovered something unusual about Yi Chen. Yi Chen began to roam the world, occasionally touching the ring finger of his right hand, which bore a strange pattern. Your spiritual sensitivity picked up on the fluctuations of soul power. Instantly, you associated this with the genre of the Ring Grandpa's novels, realizing that Yi Chen must be carrying the soul of Grandpa Ring with him to help him grow stronger. Knowing this, you became even more interested in Yi Chen, believing that he truly is a son of luck. You silently watched Yi Chen cultivate, witnessing his growth, and observing his path of revenge. In the year 489 of the Dasha calendar, Yi Chen faced a crisis, his strength suddenly increased, and he defeated his enemies. This made you completely certain about Yi Chen carrying the old man's ring with him. However, you still did not show any intention of talking to Yi Chen or the old man with the ring, silently observing Yi Chen. In the year 490 of the Dasha calendar, Yi Chen broke through to the innate realm and arrived at the Xiang Mountains. You saw Yi Chen find a peculiar stone steel array, taking out 1,000,000 pieces of low-grade spirit stones from his storage spirit ring, activating the stone steel array. You sensed the spatial fluctuations, instantly realizing that this was likely a teleportation array, feeling extremely excited.
You finally understood why Yi Chen had disappeared from memory.
After reaching the innate realm, Yi Chen did not stay on the Xiangui continent but used the teleportation array to go elsewhere.
Without hesitation, you chose to reveal yourself, intending to enter the array and follow Yi Chen. Startled by your appearance, Yi Chen was filled with fear. The old man in Yi Chen's ring also appeared, looking at you solemnly. You assured them that you meant no harm, only wanting to leave together. The old man with the ring remained wary of you, expressing surprise that such a young transcendent realm expert was hidden on the Xiangui continent, which was truly shocking. At the same time, the old man with the ring felt somewhat helpless. He was too weak now and had not sensed your tailing. If he were at his peak, he could easily crush a transcendent realm cultivator like you. Because of the old man with the ring's words, Yi Chen looked at you in shock, not expecting that you, the renowned elder of the Sword Spirit sect, were actually a transcendent realm cultivator, which was beyond his expectations. You remained cautious of each other, neither choosing to make a move. Eventually, the array activated and transported you out. This is truly an unexpected development, Wang Chen said, looking at the simulation content with great delight. Initially just trying it out, he had not expected Yi Chen to be the son of destiny, carrying the old man's ring and knowing how to leave the Xiangui continent. Who would have thought that deep in the Xiang mountains, there was a stone steel array hidden, which could be activated by consuming enough spirit stones. Perhaps this is the only way to leave the Xiangui continent when one's strength is insufficient. Wang Chen clenched his fist, brimming with joy. Finally, he could leave the Xiangui continent and witness a broader sky. He continued to gaze at the screen, eager to see what would happen next. A few minutes later, the three of you appeared in another stone steel array. Yi Chen bid you farewell directly and chose to flee. You did not stop him and also chose to leave. Next, you began to search for places where humans gathered. After gathering information, you learned that you were currently in a place called the Seven Star Islands. The Seven Star Islands consisted of 108 islands of varying sizes, forming a circular archipelago when viewed from above. The Seven Star Islands were one of the more distant islands from the eastern wasteland and were under the jurisdiction of the Sky Sword Sacred Ground. Within the Seven Star Islands, each island housed powers of different sizes. The closer to the periphery, the weaker the powers, while the closer to the center, the denser the spiritual energy and the stronger the powers. Among them, the power of the Seven Star Palace on the central Seven Star Island was the strongest. After gathering information, you were surprised to find out that you were indeed in the same world as Kai Yonlong. The Sky Sword Sacred Ground was a place you had heard about from Kai Yonlong. Next, you marvel at the vastness of the fantasy world, with the Seven Star Archipelago being just one of many islands far from the eastern wilderness. You continue to gather intelligence and learn that the strongest on the Seven Star Archipelago is at the half-step Profound Elixir realm. The Profound Elixir realm is a realm above the Extraordinary realm. However, the specific secrets of this realm remain unknown to you. Although the strongest on the Seven Star Archipelago only reaches the half-step Profound Elixir realm, it is a terrifying realm that even extraordinary realm cultivators need to look up to. After understanding the general situation of the Seven Star Archipelago, you head to Seven Star Island to join the Seven Star Palace, aiming to gain powerful techniques, martial arts, and resources to aid your cultivation. With your cultivation level and identity as a fourth-rank alchemist, you believe that even a behemoth like the Seven Star Palace will treat you as an honored guest. Your choice proves to be right. Upon learning about your cultivation level and identity as a fourth-rank alchemist, the Seven Star Palace chooses to accept you. Moreover, the Palace Master appoints you as an inner elder of the Seven Star Palace, granting you a respected status. You enjoy the Palace Master's hospitality and begin to cultivate peacefully within the Seven Star Palace. However, you are aware that to truly gain the palace's favor and receive its most powerful heritage for cultivation, you need to demonstrate greater value. Therefore, you delve deeper into the art of alchemy. After all, reaching the extraordinary realm is not easy, and being an ordinary extraordinary realm cultivator is not enough to garner special attention from the Seven Star Palace. Only by reaching the level of a fifth-rank alchemist can you possibly receive special attention. At the same time, with the identity of a fifth-rank alchemist, you can quickly acquire more resources to aid your cultivation. The Seven Star Islands, the Seven Star Palace, the mysterious Dan Realm, the Heavenly Sword Sacred Ground. Wang Chen looked at the contents in the life simulator, feeling a surge of emotions in his heart, unable to remain calm. Leaving the Xiangui continent, he could finally witness a broader sky. However, Wang Chen truly did not expect that he and Kai Yonlong were actually in the same world. In that case, Qin Tian and Yi Xiaofan might also be in the same world. After all, they all crossed over to the world of cultivation. Besides, this world is probably much more terrifying than I imagined.
A remote 7-star island, far from the eastern wilderness, actually has a powerhouse at the half-step mysterious Dan realm, which is truly astonishing.
Wang Chen thought of the half-step mysterious Dan realm ancestor of the 7-star palace again, quite surprised.
The transcendent realm has 3 levels, each level like a different world, making it hard to imagine how powerful the half-step mysterious Dan realm and the mysterious Dan realm truly are. Yet, such a powerhouse appeared on an island, easily sparking associations.
How powerful are the experts in the eastern wilderness? How astonishing are the cultivators in the heavenly sword sacred ground? I'm thinking too much.
Right now, I'm just an ordinary spirit sea realm cultivator who has just left the beginner village in the life simulator.
Wang Chen shook his head, dispelling the distractions in his mind, and continued to gaze at the screen.
On the screen, timely text appeared once again.
After joining the 7-star palace, you diligently study alchemy.
Due to your exceptional talent in alchemy, one of the 3 vice palace masters, Palace Master Chuan, who is a 7th grade alchemist, takes notice of you and accepts you as her disciple to personally teach you alchemy. You are very happy about this and follow Palace Master Chuan in alchemy, aiming to improve your alchemy skills as quickly as possible. Time flies, 20 years have passed. In these 20 years, you have become a 5th grade alchemist, gaining more respect. At the same time, your cultivation has advanced to the mid-spirit sea realm. Although it's not as fast as cultivating demonic techniques, breaking through a small realm in over 200 years on the Xiangui continent, undoubtedly, is more than 10 times faster. One day, the 7-star palace gathered many elders to discuss important matters. As an inner disciple, you naturally participated in the meeting. It turns out that the largest secret realm in the 7-star islands, the 7-star secret realm that opens once every 200 years, is about to begin, containing opportunities that even transcendent realm cultivators go crazy for. Therefore, this meeting is to discuss who will stay in the 7-star palace and who will go to the 7-star secret realm to seek opportunities.
After hearing the content of the meeting, you are quite excited.
Because you have lived in the 7-star palace for 20 years, not only have you learned many of the palace's secrets, but you also know that although there are numerous Spirit Sea Realm cultivators on the 7-star islands, with over 1,000 Spirit Sea Realm cultivators, Spirit Embryo Realm cultivators are extremely rare. There are only 50 known Spirit Embryo Realm cultivators on the surface, and even a force like the 7-star palace has only 10 major Spirit Embryo Realm experts. Some Spirit Sea Realm experts have the talent to break through to the Spirit Embryo Realm, but breaking through to the Spirit Embryo Realm is not just about talent. It also requires corresponding secret techniques and the corresponding spiritual treasures of heaven and earth.
Moreover, the grade of the spiritual treasures must be 6th grade. 6th grade spiritual treasures are already rare, and in the 7-star islands, they are precious treasures. Not to mention that they must match one's own attributes, making them even harder to find. For this reason, countless geniuses have been stuck in the Spirit Sea Realm for years, unable to take that step and form their own spiritual lineage. Therefore, you have also been troubled by the matter of spiritual treasures over the years. Now, with the opening of the 7-star secret realm, it is undoubtedly an opportunity. The probability of finding a 6th grade fire-type spiritual treasure is highest in the 7-star secret realm. Although it is said that every time the 7-star secret realm opens, many extraordinary realm cultivators fall, there are also many cultivators who seize the opportunity and soar to new heights. However, you thought to yourself that you are still young and your cultivation level is too low, so there is no need to risk going in. After all, the 7-star secret realm opens once every 200 years, giving you enough time to improve your cultivation. Just wait another 200 years, and when the next opening of the 7-star secret realm arrives, your chances of survival and obtaining opportunities will be higher. Not to mention, if you work hard to study alchemy, perhaps you could exchange for a 6th grade spiritual item in the future, which suppressed your urge to enter. In the end, you chose not to go in.
Your master, Xinlan, praised your decision, satisfied that you did not let desire cloud your judgment. Next, many cultivators on the 7-stars island began to head towards the entrance of the 7-stars secret realm, waiting for it to open. You followed along, but you had no intention of entering, you were simply there to watch and see what the entrance looked like. Then, you noticed some Spirit Yuan realm powerhouses waiting as well, marveling at their fearlessness. At the same time, you recognized a familiar face.
It was Yi Chen.
To your surprise, Yi Chen's cultivation had already reached the Spirit Sea realm. The speed of his cultivation advancement was truly astonishing, living up to being the son of the Ring Grandpa with exceptional luck.
Yi Chen also noticed your presence, slightly puzzled by your cultivation level. He hadn't expected that you, who had reached the Spirit Sea realm 20 years ago, now only had the mid-stage cultivation of the Spirit Sea realm.
In the end, Yichin just nodded politely at you and then turned his attention elsewhere. You didn't mind this and waited for the secret realm to open.
After many cultivators flew in, you left. The 7 Stars secret realm would be open for a month in total.
You only needed to return here after a month to continue observing the situation. You were well aware that the most lively time during the opening of such a secret realm was when it closed, and everyone came out, leading to conflicts due to various opportunities and interests. This would allow you to learn who gained opportunities, what treasures were inside the realm, and perhaps these insights would be helpful to you.
A month passed quickly, and you were already waiting calmly at sea. Not only you but also representatives of various major forces were waiting. Soon, people began to come out one after another. Some had injuries, some wore joyful expressions, some remained calm, while others showed anger, hatred, and frustration, each reacting differently. However, what surprised you was that although some held grudges against others, there was no immediate confrontation or accusations. This made you realize that these people wouldn't engage in conflicts right in front of so many forces, as depicted in novels, as it was too dangerous and could lead to others taking advantage. You speculated that these conflicting factions would plan to settle scores at a later time. After understanding this, you marveled at how experience was indeed invaluable. Soon, members of the 7 Stars Palace also emerged. They had gained considerably, and your master, Chuan, was among them. Although she was slightly injured, it was nothing serious. You then noticed that many people had died, especially those Spirit Yuan realm cultivators who had ventured in, with a survival rate of 1 in 10. Even if they survived, without the backing of a force, they could easily be framed by ruthless factions and killed off to search their storage rings. Watching this scene, you could only sigh. Without a background, even if you survived the perilous journey inside the realm, it was difficult to preserve your life. Such was the cruelty of the cultivation world. Next, you saw that Yichin also left the secret realm and fled far away. He followed everyone back to the 7 Star Palace. You were curious about what major events had occurred in the 7 Star secret realm. Your master, Chuan, provided an answer. This time, the opening of the 7 Star secret realm brought about many great opportunities. Numerous 6th grade spiritual treasures were discovered, and there were 5 7th grade spiritual treasures, leading to many intense battles. However, the biggest chaos arose when a celestial level cultivation technique was found. The appearance of the celestial level cultivation technique almost sparked a deadly battle among various factions. In the end, the rogue cultivator who obtained the celestial level cultivation technique knew he was doomed and ruthlessly destroyed it. You were shocked to hear the news. A celestial level cultivation technique was superior to an earthly level one, and even a power like the 7 Star Palace did not possess one. The destruction of such a technique was a great waste. Considering the inevitable death of the rogue cultivator, destroying the celestial level cultivation technique was his only way to retaliate against everyone. In the end, you were grateful that you did not enter the 7 Star secret realm. The casualties from this trip were too severe. Over 200 experts in the spiritual sea realm perished, and several in the spiritual embryo realm also died. Only top experts like Chuan in the spiritual nurturing realm could come out unscathed. If it weren't for the rogue cultivator destroying the celestial level cultivation technique, even experts in the spiritual nurturing realm might have fallen. After all, a celestial level cultivation technique held a fatal attraction for transcendent cultivators. In the following months, you heard about conflicts and even wars erupting among various forces in the 7 Star Islands. You knew these were the repercussions of the opening of the 7 Star secret realm, but you paid no attention to them. As an elder of the 7 Star Palace, as long as you cultivated within the palace, you would be safe as long as the palace stood. 50 years passed in the blink of an eye. Through steady cultivation, you advanced to the late stage of the spiritual sea realm. During these 50 years, your alchemy skills also reached the 6th grade. As a 6th grade alchemist, you gained fame within the 7 Star Palace and the entire 7 Star Islands, becoming a respected figure. Even experts in the spiritual nurturing realm treated you with respect. Despite your achievements, you remained humble and continued your steady cultivation. 70 years later, you reached the peak of the spiritual sea realm, just one step away from the spiritual embryo realm. All you needed was a 6th grade fire-type spiritual treasure to enter the spiritual embryo realm and become a true powerhouse in the 7 Star Islands. After reaching the peak of the spiritual sea realm, you knew that your cultivation would stagnate for a long time. You began diligently studying secret techniques and swordsmanship, aiming to raise your sword intent to 80%. Unfortunately, each increment in sword intent after reaching perfection was extremely difficult. Over the years, without any special opportunities, you found it challenging to progress and reach 80% sword intent. Nevertheless, you had reason to be proud.
Few on the 7-star islands comprehended 70% of sword intent. You understood that while those who reached the transcendent realm were geniuses, not everyone possessed exceptional insight like you and Bai Tianhong. Normal cultivation speed is indeed slow, compared to demonic cultivation. However, practicing demonic cultivation on Xiangui continent is manageable, but coming to the 7-star islands for demonic cultivation is seeking death, Wang Chen remarked as he looked at the simulated content. Speaking of which, Yi Chen, after experiencing the 7-star secret realm, disappeared without a trace. Where did that guy go? Wang Chen then remembered Yi Chen. Yi Chen, the son of impeccable luck, should not have disappeared without a trace. According to the usual routine, shouldn't this guy have offended some major power on the 7-star islands, then worked hard and, decades later, directly crushed that power? However, now there is not a single bit of news. 50 years, 70 years have passed in the life simulator, and he hasn't been mentioned once. Or maybe, like when Yi Chen was in the Xiangui continent, his master thought the 7-star islands were too small for his development, so he took the biggest opportunity in the 7-star secret realm and just ran off to wander in the eastern wasteland. Wang Chen stroked his chin, feeling that this possibility was very likely. After all, Yi Chen, as the son of the old man with the ring of luck, could not stay long in a copy like the 7-star islands that was not considered advanced. His competitors could not be these old relics who relied on accumulated cultivation through age. Only the geniuses of the Eastern Wasteland great teaching were worthy opponents, becoming his stepping stones. TSK, the son of impeccable luck, truly enviable. If I had such a strong luck, I wouldn't have encountered all sorts of tragedies in the life simulator. Wang Chen clicked his tongue, truly envious. No matter if it's the Desolate Emperor, the Night Emperor, or the Chu Emperor, they are not levels that ordinary time travelers can reach just by relying on a golden finger. It should be said, whether their golden fingers are wholesale at this level is a question. Wang Chen had been pondering all along, what level of terrifying existence was behind the chat group that could wholesale golden fingers for time travelers. Forget it, why think so much, let's take it step by step. Then, Wang Chen calmed his mind, once again gazing at the screen, where the text continued to appear. While you wait for the appearance of the 6th grade fire elemental spirit object, or for the 7-star secret realm to open again, a major event that shook the entire 7-star islands occurred. The ancestral figures of many forces in the 7-star islands have all been alarmed. That was when the Sea-Ape clan led many sea beasts to launch a fierce attack on the 7-star islands, intending to wipe out all the human cultivators on the islands. Concerning the survival of the 7-star islands, all forces and many strong individuals naturally couldn't sit still and chose to unite against the enemy. As a masterful cultivator in the spiritual sea realm, you were naturally a key force and arrived at the frontline battlefield. Your heart weighed heavily, knowing that this time there might be a risk of falling, and if the situation turned unfavorable, you had to be ready to flee at any moment. At the same time, you felt puzzled by the sudden attack of the Sea-Ape clan. Because the 7-star islands had always maintained a peaceful coexistence with the Sea clans. After all, the Sea clans were complex and powerful, and even the Heavenly Sword sect would not engage in a full-scale war with the Sea clan rulers of this region. Of course, the Sea clan rulers also feared the Heavenly Sword sect and would not recklessly slaughter the human islands. Although this attack was only carried out by a branch of the Sea-Ape clan, it was still unlikely to be a random act. This was akin to provoking the Heavenly Sword sect, which could lead to the sect sending out powerful individuals to annihilate them, and even the Sea clan rulers would not object. Whether it was you or other cultivators, there was a sense of doubt in your hearts, but answers were elusive. The Sea-Ape clan arrived with massive waves, brimming with killing intent. Some strong individuals angrily questioned why the Sea clan had come to massacre the islands. A leading warrior of the Sea-Ape clan retorted furiously, stating that the strong individuals of the 7-star islands had trespassed into their territory, killed many of their kin, and stolen the Sea-Ape clan's treasured inheritance. If they were not given an explanation, they would surely massacre the islands. Many strong individuals were shocked to learn that someone had infiltrated the Sea-Ape clan's territory, committing such brutal acts. However, they were also furious with this individual to the extreme. This person had caused trouble and now made them collectively bear the consequences. The key point was that they now had to face the enemy, or they would all perish. An influential figure stepped forward, urging the Sea-Ape clan to remain calm as there might be a misunderstanding. The Sea-Ape clan angrily demanded the return of their treasures, threatening war otherwise. Witnessing this scene, you knew that things were unlikely to end well and prepared to protect yourself at any moment. As expected, both sides were unable to negotiate, and a full-scale battle erupted. Astonishing battles took place in the sky, the sea, and on land, plunging everything into chaos. You were targeted by a formidable spiritual sea realm expert from the Sea clan and engaged in combat. Although you could unleash your true strength and easily defeat them, you chose to suppress your power, avoiding an intense battle to avoid drawing too much attention.
Soon, the conflict escalated.
Not only were spiritual sea realm cultivators fighting fiercely, but even those in the spiritual embryo realm began clashing, their power far surpassing that of the spiritual sea realm cultivators. At the spiritual embryo realm, their physical strength was formidable. Even without using liquid spiritual energy, they could easily crush ordinary spiritual sea realm cultivators with just a punch or kick, reaching an extreme level of power. However, what truly astonished you was the spiritual nascent realm cultivators, who were powerful in all aspects, magic, physical strength, and soul, without any weaknesses. In the face of a spiritual nascent realm cultivator, even a spiritual embryo realm expert was insignificant. The physical strength and magic of a spiritual nascent realm cultivator might not be much stronger than that of a spiritual embryo realm expert, but their soul power was extremely robust.
A spiritual embryo realm expert could not withstand the soul impact and would be easily killed.
Unless a spiritual embryo realm expert possessed a spiritual tool to protect their soul, they could barely contend with a spiritual nascent realm cultivator. Otherwise, in front of a spiritual nascent realm cultivator, a spiritual embryo realm expert was no different from an ant. At most, this ant would be difficult to kill and would require more time to eliminate. The battle grew increasingly intense, with casualties among cultivators below the transcendent realm being extremely severe. Even transcendent realm cultivators began to fall, both human and sea clans. As the battle progressed, even rare spiritual embryo realm experts started to perish. However, overall, the 7-star archipelago still holds the advantage. After all, the C8 clan is just a clan and cannot compete with the entire human force of a whole island. You also breathed a sigh of relief at this. As long as you are careful, there should be no threat to your life. However, at this moment, a new change occurred. The ancestor of the C8 clan appeared, exuding the pressure of a half-step profound pill realm, suppressing the sky, causing all the strong to be filled with fear. As a cultivator at the peak of the spiritual sea realm, you felt breathless in the face of this pressure. Having personally experienced the pressure of the half-step profound pill realm, you felt a chill in your heart, knowing that in front of such a strong opponent, even those in the spirit nurturing realm would probably be crushed effortlessly. Soon, this pressure was neutralized. Because on the side of the 7-star archipelago, there was also a strong half-step profound pill realm making a move. He was the ancestor of the 7-star palace, South Palace Yun. After the two ancestors appeared, they confronted each other for a while. When South Palace Yun, the ancestor of the 7 stars, found it impossible to negotiate, he directly unleashed his astonishing strength and engaged in a fierce battle with the ancestor of the C8 clan. This battle caused the heavens and earth to shake, the sea to churn, and the terrifying aftermath made even the cultivators at the spiritual embryo realm change their expressions and retreat hastily. Only those in the spirit nurturing realm could withstand the impact of the aftermath without being harmed. However, even they did not want to engage in such a futile task and retreated further before continuing the battle. You were among the first to escape, avoiding being killed by the aftermath. After that, you fought more freely. After all, you had to save your strength to escape at any time. In the end, the outcome of this great battle will depend on which of the two strong half-step profound pill realm experts emerges victorious. If the ancestor of the C8 clan kills South Palace Yun, human cultivators will have no chance of winning and can only flee madly. Similarly, if the ancestor of the C8 clan is defeated, the C8 clan cultivators will meet the same fate. Everyone present understands this clearly and has no intention of continuing the fight. In the end, South Palace Yun, the ancestor of the 7 stars, outmatched his opponent, the ancestor of the C8 clan, at the cost of serious injuries. The C8 clan was terrified and began to flee, while the cultivators of the 7-star archipelago pursued and hunted down the C8 clan members like cats smelling fish. After all, the C8 clan were also demon beasts, with valuable resources that could not be missed. You were also excited to hunt down the C8 clan members, no longer holding back your strength. Your strength surprised many, who marveled at you. They had initially thought you were just an alchemist, with combat power considered weak in the spiritual sea realm, but now it seemed that your strength in the spiritual sea realm could definitely rank in the top 5. South Palace Yun, the ancestor of the 7-star palace, a strong half-step profound pill realm expert, killed the C8 clan's half-step profound pill realm ancestor. Such strength is truly formidable. Wang Chen looked at the simulated content and exclaimed, "No wonder the 7-star palace could stand tall and use the name of the 7 stars. With such an ancestor, it was understandable that they became the strongest force in the 7-star archipelago. However, even though my cultivation has reached the peak of the spiritual sea realm and I have comprehended 70% of the peak sword intent, I still only rank in the top 5 in terms of combat power in the spiritual sea realm.
Can't I secure the first place? Then, Wang Chen looked at the last line of text, feeling quite surprised.
It seemed that there were many strong individuals in the spiritual sea realm of the 7-star archipelago. As mentioned in the previous simulated content, many people were not lacking in talent, but simply did not have the opportunity to obtain the corresponding 6th grade spiritual objects, which led to being stuck in the spiritual sea realm. Wang Chen stopped thinking about it and continued to focus on the screen, where the text appeared once again. Soon, this great battle came to an end. The C8 clan suffered heavy casualties, and although many forces in the 7-star archipelago also suffered losses, compared to the gains, it was insignificant. However, the greatest beneficiary was still the 7-star palace. Your gains were also satisfactory, and you were quite content.
Time passed swiftly, 30 years went by.
The 7-star archipelago remained vibrant, with significant events occurring from time to time, but you paid no attention, focusing on your cultivation, awaiting the opening of the 7-star secret realm. However, within the 7-star palace, rumors began to spread, causing unrest among its inhabitants. It was said that the venerable 7-star patriarch's life was nearing its end, and his ascension was imminent. If the 7-star patriarch, Nangong Yun, were to ascend, it was uncertain if the dominant position of the 7-star palace could be maintained. Although the 7-star palace was formidable, with the palace master and the 3 vice palace masters all being spirit realm powerhouses, there were other forces on the 7-star archipelago that were not far behind. For instance, the Blaze Gate had 3 spirit realm powerhouses presiding, lacking only a half-step profound elixir realm powerhouse. If Nangong Yun were to ascend, the Blaze Gate could join forces with other major powers, potentially rivaling or even surpassing the 7-star palace. However, at this critical juncture, these spirit realm powerhouses dared not show themselves, hiding in fear that Nangong Yun might strike them down before his ascension, paving the way for the 7-star palace. You felt uneasy as well, but as a cultivator in the spiritual sea realm, there was little you could do except sigh inwardly.
Even a half-step profound elixir realm powerhouse would meet their end eventually.
Nangong Yun had reached the end of his lifespan. He had once taken over the body of his descendants, living a second life, but he could not do so again. Therefore, unless Nangong Yun broke through to the profound elixir realm, his fate was sealed, destined to dissipate from the world. A month later, news spread from the 7-star palace about the patriarch's ascension, and preparations for the aftermath began. This stirred the thoughts of many forces, leading to numerous powerful individuals from the 7-star archipelago attending the funeral at the 7-star palace, intending to join forces to gain greater benefits. However, just when all the powerful individuals had let their guard down, Nangong Yun, the 7-star patriarch, opened his eyes and activated a grand formation that enveloped the entire 7-star palace. This sent shivers down the spines of all the powerful individuals, realizing that the old man had faked his death to lure them in. You were also taken aback, never expecting the patriarch to have such a trick up his sleeve. It was truly ruthless. You had thought that the next step would be Nangong Yun's dominance to solidify the 7-star palace's position, but instead, he coldly revealed the true name of the Grand Formation, the Blood Demon Grand Formation. This formation was not meant to trap and prevent escape but to refine and subdue those within. Whether it was you, the other powerful individuals of the 7-star palace, or those from other forces, all had their faces changed drastically, understanding Nangong Yun's true intentions. He did not fake his death for the sake of the 7-star palace but to gather the numerous powerful individuals of the 7-star archipelago, refining them to break through to the profound elixir realm. Nangong Yun's face twisted into a grim expression, coldly stating that he did not wish to perish. He sought a breakthrough to endure in the world. Once he reached the profound elixir realm, his lifespan could extend to 1,000 years, allowing him to roam the world for 500 more years and become a prominent figure even in the eastern wilderness.
Nangong Yun's words sent chills down everyone's spine.
People began to unite against Nangong Yun, including the strong individuals of the 7-star palace. However, all their attacks were futile, as Nangong Yun used the Blood Demon Grand Formation to neutralize them. In the end, all the powerful individuals present were gradually subdued, including you. You died, you were resurrected, but then you died again. Due to your death, this simulation ends. This old guy is really ruthless.
Wang Chen looked at the simulation content, furrowing his brow and sighing.
Creating a powerful force like the 7-star palace with his own hands, only to destroy it himself, all for the sake of breaking through the profound elixir realm, was too ruthless and heartless.
Moreover, the scheming was chilling to the core.
Thank goodness for the life simulator, otherwise, the pitfalls in this world would truly be everywhere.
Wang Chen shook his head, sighing once more. The sword spirit sect left a good impression on him.
The seven-star palace was the same initially. The temperament of his master Qianlan, whom he worshipped in the seven-star palace, must have been good as well. However, the founder of the seven-star palace was too ruthless. Without the life simulator, he would have been completely absorbed and refined, leaving nothing behind, not even ashes. It seems that in the next simulation, joining the seven-star palace is possible, but one must absolutely be wary of this seven-star patriarch.
I can't afford to be refined by him again, Wang Chen contemplated silently.
However, there was no need to worry too much. After all, it was still over 200 years before the seven-star patriarch's approaching nirvana.
The current seven-star patriarch might not be that crazy. It was likely that he was nearing nirvana and acting so madly out of fear of death. Otherwise, he had no reason to do such things only when nearing nirvana. Planning with ample lifespan would have a higher success rate and be easier to break through. Time, it can corrode everything.
Wang Chen muttered to himself.
There are 9 free simulations left.
I can continue one more simulation, then consider heading to the 7-star islands to obtain high-grade spirit stones. That way, I can engage in paid simulations, truly enhancing my strength. Then, Wang Chen composed himself, remembering the task at hand. Otherwise, if he continued to stay on the profound turtle continent, he wouldn't be able to engage in paid simulations. If he didn't improve his strength and another group task emerged, it would be dangerous. This was something Wang Chen could not tolerate. System, I want to start a free simulation, Wang Chen said in his mind. Life simulator activated. The host has 8 remaining free simulation attempts. The system's voice rang out, and the screen lit up with floating text. On the first day, you chose to descend the mountain and arrived at the Ye family in Baimu village, where you found Ye Chen. Through a trade, you acquired the ring from Ye Chen's hand. The Ye family was ecstatic that a ring could exchange for so many secrets and spirit stones, believing they had struck it rich and that the Ye family would rise to prominence, potentially becoming a prominent family in Daxia. After obtaining the ring, you began to explore with your soul power. You discovered the ethereal soul of an old man within. He sighed, surprised that such a powerful cultivator like you appeared in the Xiangui continent, never expecting to fall into your hands, and attempted to cooperate with you. He hoped you could help him find some treasures that would aid in restoring his soul power, promising generous rewards in return. After pondering this, you inquired about the old man's peak cultivation level and how he ended up in such a situation. The old man revealed the cause and effect to you. It turned out that he was also a native cultivator of the Xiangui continent, a remarkable figure 2,000 years ago who reached the spirit sea realm and sought a way to venture out to sea. He set out to sea with a friend, who perished in the ocean, while he barely survived with a spiritual tool and returned to the Xiangui continent. After recovering from his injuries, he sought other ways to venture out to sea, unwilling to be trapped on the Xiangui continent. Eventually, he accidentally discovered a stone tablet array in the Xiang Mountains, using it to leave the Xiangui continent and arrive at the Falling Star Archipelago. Listening to the old man's tale, you were puzzled. Why was it called the Falling Star Archipelago when it was supposed to be the 7-Star Archipelago? Finally, you realized that the old man was from 2,000 years ago, speculating that the name might have changed to the 7-Star Archipelago after the appearance of the 7-Star Palace. The old man continued his story, having roamed the Falling Star Archipelago for some time until he reached the nascent spirit realm, then journeyed to the Eastern Wasteland. In the end, he made a name for himself in the Eastern Wasteland, becoming a powerful cultivator in the profound elixir realm. However, during his second life, he was targeted by a powerful figure from a major force. This person called him the descendant of sinful blood and attacked him, leading to his demise. If not for his ample opportunities, he would have perished long ago. After narrowly escaping death, he realized the Eastern Wasteland was too dangerous and chose to return to the Xiangui continent to slumber. The reason he could survive for so long was due to the ring, a treasure that could nurture his soul, otherwise, his soul would have dissipated long ago. After hearing the old man's account, you felt a heaviness in your heart. You knew that the sea beasts in the deep sea referred to the people on the Xiangui continent as the descendants of sinful blood. Although you had memories of the 7-Star Archipelago, you felt somewhat reassured, but it seemed you couldn't escape your fate. The cultivators in the Eastern Wasteland were even more powerful and knowledgeable about ancient secrets, aware of the descendants of sinful blood. They harbored deep animosity towards them, much like the deep sea beasts, and would not hesitate to strike them down. You asked the old man why external cultivators held such hostility towards the people of the Xiangui continent and why they called us descendants of sinful blood. The old man shook his head, indicating he was not sure. He had been pondering this question for years but could not find an answer. It was likely a piece of history shrouded in dust, known only to the great teachers and figures. Feeling uneasy and disheartened, you realized that if you wanted to venture to the eastern wasteland in the future, you would have to think carefully. Otherwise, it would be extremely dangerous, and you might easily meet your end. At last, you curiously asked the ring grandpa why he chose to tell you the truth, not fearing that you might kill him after knowing the information? The ring grandpa shook his head, indicating that he had no choice. There was no equal ability for dialogue from the beginning, so it was better to tell the truth and leave life and death to fate, to avoid torture from non-cooperation later. At the same time, these words had been pent up in his heart for too many years, and he wanted to vent a little, but in the past, no one was qualified to listen to him in detail. You admired the old man's nonchalance, assuring him that you would not harm him. At the same time, you expressed your desire to become his disciple, hoping he could teach you the ways of cultivation. You were deeply moved by this walking encyclopedia and didn't want to miss this opportunity. The old man was surprised by your request to become his disciple but eventually agreed. Initially, he had planned to wait until his soul was more solid before accepting Yi Chen as a disciple. However, it seemed that there was a more suitable candidate now. After becoming the disciple of Ring Grandpa, you also learned his real name, Zhang Huai. Upon hearing this name, you were somewhat touched. This name was indeed that of a historical figure in the Xiangui continent, a swordsman whose skill shook the entire continent, known as the wind-cutting swordsman. In terms of swordsmanship, during his era, no one could compare. In the following days, Zhang Huai began to teach you cultivation. He was deeply shocked by your age and comprehension of sword intent, believing you to be a rare talent in the world, with the potential to surpass him in the future. This made you feel embarrassed because your situation was unique. While others saw you as naturally gifted, your talents were actually inflated, and you might not necessarily reach that height in the future. In the blink of an eye, 3 years passed, and you successfully cultivated the secret techniques and martial arts of Ring Grandpa. However, his cultivation techniques were only at the earth level and not stronger than the Crimson Flame technique. Therefore, you chose not to follow his cultivation path. Initially, you were puzzled as to why Zhang Huai, a strong cultivator in the profound Dan realm, only practiced earth-grade superior techniques. Zhang Huai found this situation somewhat amusing. It wasn't easy for a lone cultivator to obtain heavenly-grade techniques. Only major powers had the qualifications to possess heavenly-grade techniques. In comparison, while heavenly-grade martial arts were also difficult to obtain, as a strong cultivator in the profound Dan realm, he had once obtained one. Even a strong cultivator in the profound Dan realm doesn't have heavenly-grade techniques? That's truly surprising. Wang Chen looked at the simulated content, feeling very astonished. He then remembered the heavenly-grade technique that appeared in the Seven Stars secret realm. That heavenly-grade technique was destroyed. It was truly a pity. If it hadn't been destroyed, the entire Seven Stars archipelago might have been thrown into chaos, and it might have even attracted major powers from other places to come and fight for it. It seems unrealistic to switch to a stronger technique in the short term. So, it's better to honestly cultivate the Crimson Flame technique and see if you can cultivate the Crimson Flame Spirit Fire. If you can cultivate the Crimson Flame Spirit Fire, you can continue to use it when switching to another technique in the future. Wang Chen shook his head and continued to look at the screen, where the text continued to appear. After 3 years, although your cultivation level had not changed much, your sword intent had broken through to 70%. In addition to learning the heavenly grade martial arts, sunset sword art, and some secret techniques, your strength had greatly increased. You finally decided to leave the Xiangui continent and head to the Seven Stars archipelago. As the activation stone monument array, Zhang Huai felt melancholic. His physical body had been destroyed, and his storage ring was lost, with all his good things gone. Otherwise, he could have nurtured you into the soul-nurturing realm in a short time without any problems. Listening to Zhang Huai's words, you felt a bit regretful but didn't pay too much attention. After all, the resources on the Seven Stars archipelago were not scarce, and with Zhang Huai's help, you believed you could rise rapidly. As the stone monument array activated, you arrived in a cave on a remote and desolate island outside the Seven Stars archipelago. You left here and headed to the Seven Star Islands. After arriving at the Seven Star Islands, you were contemplating whether to join the Seven Star Palace. Zhang Huai believed it was best not to join the Seven Star Palace. His soul power was currently very weak, unable to conceal himself well. If he were to encounter a very powerful spirit realm expert or a half-step profound elixir realm expert up close, there was a possibility of being discovered. Upon hearing Zhang Huai's words, you also found them reasonable and chose not to join the Seven Star Palace. Next, you started living on the Seven Star Islands, following Zhang Huai's guidance to safely obtain various resources for cultivation. Additionally, Zhang Huai was very familiar with some of the hidden opportunities on the Seven Star Islands, which greatly enriched your gains. In the blink of an eye, more than 20 years had passed. In just 20 years, your cultivation had progressed from the early stage of the Spirit Sea realm to the great completion stage, much faster than if you had cultivated on your own. You were very satisfied with this progress, thinking having an old ringmaster was great, like a walking encyclopedia, leveling up swiftly. Finally, the 7-star secret realm opened, and you chose to enter it. Inside the 7-star secret realm, you began to vie for opportunities. You and a Spirit Sea realm great completion expert simultaneously discovered a mid-grade spiritual sword. You directly used your strength to seize the treasure forcefully. Continuing your search for opportunities, you obtained some precious medicines. 3 days later, you heard a great commotion in the distance and decided to investigate. You found yourself in a place resembling a valley of flames and discovered a 6th-grade fire attribute spiritual plant, the exploding flame grass. You were extremely excited, believing that you could finally break through to the spirit fetus realm. However, you noticed there were quite a few strong individuals present, including 3 spirit fetus realm experts. Knowing you were no match for them, you chose to have Jianhui intervene. With Jianhui's help, your strength soared, successfully defeating all the strong individuals present and seizing the exploding flame grass, preparing to break through to the spirit fetus realm. You found a secluded place and began to break through in seclusion. As you focused on your breakthrough, Jianhui finally revealed his true intentions and attempted to take over your body. He knew that if he waited until you entered the spirit manifestation realm, he would no longer have the opportunity to take over. Enraged, you questioned why he dared to take over your body, not fearing the loss of his own identity. Jianhui sneered, stating that even with treasures nurturing the soul could not exist forever in the world and would eventually dissipate. He didn't want to die, even if forcibly taking over a new body would result in a completely different identity, possibly becoming insane, as long as his personality dominated. You cursed Jiang Hui as a lunatic and began to resist. However, your soul power was ultimately inferior to Jiang Hui's cunning, and he succeeded in taking over your body. Your soul merged with Jiang Hui's, forming a new entity. As a result, you died. Due to your death, this simulation ended. This resurrection symbol, why can't it revive after being taken over? Or is it only in special cases like soul merging that resurrection is impossible? If the soul is destroyed, or if both the soul and body are destroyed, can one still be revived? Wang Chen looked at the simulation content, pondering the issue of the resurrection symbol, furrowing his brow. Forget it, analyzing it now won't help. I can only experiment slowly in future simulations. Besides, this old guy, is he hiding so deeply? Later, Wang Chen's expression darkened slightly. Not to mention meeting Jian Hui in reality and conversing with him, even in the life simulator, there were no anomalies until he was exposed. This guy was too good at hiding himself. Obviously, from the moment he was seen, the other party had been planning. The reason he revealed everything directly was also to gain his trust, creating a perfect first impression of openness and trustworthiness. Perhaps I will be cautious in the future, but with this foundation, sooner or later, I will relax my guard and trust the other party completely. The old ginger is still spicy. Wang Chen smiled bitterly, an old monster who has lived for 2,000 years, with thoughts too deep, absolutely cannot be trusted. Whether it's the 7th-star patriarch Nangong Yun or this Jianghui old dog, they are all teaching me a lesson. Besides, I've read too many online novels and been influenced, instinctively thinking that all ring grandpas are good. Wang Chen muttered again. Perhaps, it's also because I'm not the son of destiny. If I were the son of destiny, maybe it would make the other party think about nurturing me wholeheartedly and not choose such extreme possession. Thinking of this, Wang Chen's mouth twitched slightly. The son of destiny always turns the impossible into possible, changing many people and things. Well, this Jianghui, in the next simulation, after extracting his value, I'll either kill him. Wang Chen stood up, walked to the balcony, hands behind his back, gazing at the setting sun, and made a decision. Such a dangerous person, it's fine if there are no conflicting interests. If there are conflicting interests and he is let go, it's like keeping a poisonous snake, waiting for it to bite at any time. In the simulation of life, after extracting the remaining value, one can be killed directly to prevent accidents. However, in reality, Wang Chen will not keep him by his side. After all, Wang Chen doesn't want the locals of this world to know his secrets. All risks of exposure must be eliminated. Even Kai Yonlong, another time traveler, Wang Chen has no intention of meeting him until he can prevent him from exposing himself. It's too dangerous. Next, it's time to go down the mountain. After calming his mind, Wang Chen flew up, a spiritual sword appearing under his feet, rushing towards the Sword Spirit Sect mountain outside the mountain. As the afterglow faded, night fell. Baimu village also quieted down. A village, after all, cannot be as lively at night as the imperial city. At this time, a red light appeared in the sky, quickly coming to a stop above Baimu village.
Wang Chen stood on the flying sword, overlooking the Yi family courtyard below, watching the children still practicing boxing in the courtyard.
His eyes flashed, and his spiritual awareness burst out, scanning the entire Yi family. Then, he understood the general situation of the Yi family. He also realized that the child practicing boxing was Yi Chen.
Still practicing boxing so late, quite diligent.
Wang Chen chuckled lightly, stepped on the flying sword, and swooped down, stopping about 10 meters above the Yi family courtyard.
You are!
The sudden voice startled Yi Chen, who was practicing boxing. He quickly looked up at Wang Chen, his face full of astonishment. Sword flying, this was the method of the sword spirit sect. Although Yi Chen was still young, he was extremely passionate about martial arts and naturally understood the major sects of Disya, dreaming of one day being able to join them. Among these major sects, the sword spirit sect was the strongest, the sect he most wanted to join. Sword flying, traveling the world with a sword, how cool, that was his dream.
Hee, no need to panic, young man. I've come to your Yi family with no ill intentions, Wang Chen said as the flying sword under his feet disappeared, landing gracefully in front of Yi Chen, standing with hands behind his back, smiling lightly. I see. Yi Chen stared at Wang Chen with curiosity and admiration, feeling a bit nervous.
However, as if determined, he clenched his fists, suddenly knelt in front of Wang Chen, and said, Senior of the Sword Spirit Sect, I wish to apprentice under you, join the Sword Spirit Sect.
I wonder if you are willing to accept me as your disciple. Wang Chen was slightly taken aback, looking at Yi Chen in surprise.
This son of destiny really had a way with words, asking to be a disciple just like that.
This was not shown in the life simulator.
Perhaps this scene had occurred, but the life simulator did not bring it up, most likely rejecting it. Or perhaps, his introduction in the life simulator was not right, not revealing the identity of the Sword Spirit Sect, starting with a conversation with the Yi family members.
Are you sure you want to apprentice under me? Wang Chen asked subtly.
Taking an auspicious son as a disciple was indeed an interesting matter. Perhaps, after accepting Yi Chen as a disciple, he could quickly become stronger in the life simulator by relying on Yi Chen's auspicious aura. After all, people around the protagonist, once they had a relationship with the protagonist, often leveled up rapidly, just like using a cheat code for cultivation. Of course, there was another possibility.
That is, the Star of Calamity.
Some protagonists were really adept at harming those around them. Killing one person could lead to a crazy level up, then seeking revenge, which was outrageous. In Wang Chen's view, this son of destiny, Yi Chen, likely had the fate of carrying the Star of Calamity. After all, if he hadn't intervened, the Yi family would have been wiped out directly. If even his family members could be exterminated, not to mention his master and friends, who were top-notch individuals. Probably, it was only when Jiang Huai, the old man with the ring, had completed his task that he would not inexplicably die. Yes, I want to apprentice, I want to fly with a sword, travel the world with a sword, and slay villains. Yi Chen gazed earnestly at Wang Chen, speaking from his heart. Let me consider for a while. Wang Chen raised an eyebrow slightly, neither directly accepting nor rejecting Yi Chen. He needed to simulate certain things in the life simulator to make some judgments. If he rashly accepted Yi Chen, he might inexplicably be killed by Yi Chen's Star of Calamity fate. Yi Chen looked hopefully at Wang Chen, expecting him to accept. Well, although he hadn't directly agreed now, he hadn't refused either, so he still had hope.
Young man, take me to meet your parents.
I have some matters to discuss with them, Wang Chen said after pulling Yi Chen up with his power.
Senior, please follow me.
Yi Chen respectfully nodded and led Wang Chen to meet the Yi family head and others.
Shen'er, who is this?
When Yi Chen brought Wang Chen to meet the head of the Yi family, the family head looked at Wang Chen, dressed in white, elegant and extraordinary, and his pupils suddenly contracted, showing a look of astonishment. Although he didn't know who Wang Chen was, just by looking at his demeanor, he was definitely not an ordinary person, most likely a great master that their small Yi family couldn't afford to offend. Yi Chen was taken aback, then looked eagerly at Wang Chen, unable to speak.
He really didn't know Wang Chen's name.
I am named Wang Chen, the Elder Supreme of the Sword Spirit Sect.
Wang Chen stood with his hands behind his back, speaking lightly. He presented himself truthfully, so there was no need to hide his identity.
After all, he was now a well-known figure, easily recognizable by his appearance.
Elder Supreme Wang Chen of the Sword Spirit Sect.
The head of the Yi family stared in astonishment at Wang Chen, almost jumping in shock. Anyone from the Sword Spirit Sect, even a menial disciple, was not someone their Yi family could provoke. And now, an Elder Supreme had arrived.
That was a top expert in the Spirit Yuan realm.
Not to mention, this Wang Chen was a legend among legends, also holding the title of a fourth-grade alchemist. His status was so prestigious that he could walk sideways throughout the entire Great Xia without any problem. However, such a prominent figure actually condescended to visit their Yi family, which almost scared the head of the Yi family to death, leaving him at a loss. But following that was sheer joy. With such a prominent figure visiting their Yi family, it was undoubtedly a great opportunity knocking on their door. If they could flatter this elder Wang Chen, the Yi family would soar to great heights. "Elder Wang Chen, please come this way and take the seat of honor." Immediately, the head of the Yi family was extremely enthusiastic, carefully bringing out the most precious teacup and pouring a cup of tea for Wang Chen, addressing him. Wang Chen, in turn, did not hold back, naturally taking the seat of honor and looking at the father and son of the Yi family. "I have come this time for the ring on this little guy's hand, which is of great use to me. If you are willing to hand over this item to me, I will give your Yi family a satisfactory reward." Wang Chen drank the tea, smiling lightly. The head of the Yi family looked in astonishment at the black ring on his son's hand, unable to calm his heart. He didn't understand why such a prominent figure as Wang Chen would come specifically for this ring, but he could also guess that this ring, originally bought by Yi Chen's birth mother at the market as a birthday gift, must have an extraordinary origin and surely held great value. However, the head of the Yi family was also well aware that no matter what secrets this ring held, they were destined not to be able to keep it. On the contrary, if they were sensible, they could use this ring to gain tremendous benefits and make the Yi family prosper. "If the elder wants this ring, please take it, we don't need any reward." Immediately, when Yi Chen wanted to say something, the head of the Yi family directly stopped him, laughing heartily. Wang Chen glanced at him, understanding his thoughts, and calmly said, "I don't like owing favors. Inside this storage ring are some high-level mysterious techniques and martial arts, as well as 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Please accept them." As he spoke, Wang Chen's fingers brushed over the storage ring. Hearing this, the head of the Yi family was stunned. 10,000 low-grade spirit stones, along with high-level mysterious techniques and martial arts. The head of the Yi family's hand trembled. These were 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Even the fortune of a spirit Yuan realm expert would not be much more than this. With so many spirit stones, plus high-level mysterious techniques and martial arts, as long as they developed steadily, the Yi family was destined to rise. A small ring that they couldn't keep could exchange for so many resources. The head of the Yi family was truly ecstatic, his face reddening from excessive excitement. "Elder, I don't want these things, I just hope you can take me as your disciple." Yi Chen looked at his father's ecstatic expression, his face full of conflict, but in the end, he chose to speak up. As soon as these words were spoken, the head of the Yi family also regained his senses, calmed down a lot, and looked hopefully at Wang Chen. "Senior, if you are willing to take my son as your disciple, my Yi family can do without these resources." He had been blinded by greed before, not realizing his own son's potential. Although these resources were precious enough to help a small family grow into a large one, they couldn't compare to the opportunity of being a disciple of Wang Chen, a top expert in the spirit Yuan realm and a fourth-grade alchemist. If his son could become his disciple, the resources would be sufficient, and his son might even become a top expert in the spirit Yuan realm. Not to mention the relationship with the sword spirit sect. This was worth more than 10 times these resources. "You are quite greedy." Wang Chen didn't pay much attention to Yi Chen's words, just glanced at the head of the Yi family and calmly spoke. With these words, the head of the Yi family turned pale immediately, cold sweat streaming down his face. "Yi Chen had wanted to be my disciple before, but I didn't agree immediately. I need some time to consider," Wang Chen said calmly. "Whether to accept him as a disciple depends on whether he is destined to be with me. You can keep these resources, they belong to your Yi family." "Yes, yes." The head of the Yi family was sweating profusely but also breathed a sigh of relief, nodding quickly. "All right, prepare a place for me to stay. I will rest at your Yi family for one night, and I will give you an answer tomorrow." Wang Chen spoke again. "Thank you, sir." The head of the Yi family quickly bowed, then turned to Yi Chen and said, "Shen'er, hand over the ring to the senior."